All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video. And this one's actually recommended to us by a viewer. Editor, if you could put the name of the viewer right on my hand here. So this is a video called Alien Biospheres. This is a series, actually, part 1. We're going to learn about the planet today. Now, this is by a channel named Bibliridion. Guys, I have a feeling part of the recommendation was just to get them or get me to say the name of this channel. And I'm sorry, channel. I've never seen you before. I butchered your name. I have the feeling that I butchered your name. So I want to apologize directly to you. And for the viewer who thought that I could pronounce this name properly, I don't like what gave you the expectation that I was going to be able to say the name of the channel. Editor, put the name of the channel right here. Now, like right here. Yeah, I give it a little bit more time for you to do the thing, you know. But like, tell me, can you say this first time? Like, can somebody do the pronunciation thing for me in the you know the I can't even name the comments. There they are. They're called the comments. I knew that one. I'm good at like, comment, subscribe type things, you know? So yeah, we're going to go ahead and get into this. I can barely say the name of the channel. Okay, I'm going to try one more time. Biblaridion. That's close enough. So we're going to go ahead and check them out. I'm looking forward to it. Guys, if you haven't already, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. You never know what I'm going to put out next. And also, if you haven't already, if you're watching this channel but haven't subscribed to their channel already, make sure you go to the channel. Link will be in the description below. Now, again, I can't say the name of it, but I have faith that you can. And because of that, I want you to let them know that I sent you over there. Let them know to check this channel out, see how they like it. I don't know what I'm going to say in this video, but hopefully I say a lot of great things and nothing that they're going to be like, oh my gosh, why would he ever say that in a video about us? So fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen. Outside of that, one last thing I do have to say, if you guys, I rarely ever bring this up, and I don't know this is why I'm fumbling, because I barely ever say it. That is, if you don't like, comment, and subscribe, more importantly, subscribe, YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will Alien Biospheres. Please tell me
when building a fictional world.
He doesn't say the name of the channel yet. Hopefully he says it in a moment, guys. He's got to say it. I believe in him.
One of the very first things to consider is what kind of animals, plants, and people are going to inhabit it.
Okay.
Are the life forms the same as or similar to those found on Earth, or are they entirely different?
Okay.
What's the climate like? What kind of biomes and ecosystems are present?
These are all great questions so far. I like what he's saying here. You also got to think about what is the atmosphere going to be like? What's the biospheres going to be like? You know, how many moons are around this planet? How many suns do they have? You know, what's the rotation of this planet looking like? You know, is it a solid? You know, does it stay? Does it stay on one side and it's like one side is constantly warm or one side is constantly cold? There's like a little middle section, like kind of what they're showing almost right now? Or is this planet rotating? Does it move around? Does it get seasons? You know, come on.
Depending on the type and style of the world you're building, the answers to these questions can vary dramatically.
True.
But for this series, we're starting totally from scratch.
Okay.
We are going to evolve a scientifically feasible alien biosphere using the principles of evolution.
Oh,
of course, this will all be entirely...
Hey, once again, if you recommended this to me, I appreciate this. This is interesting right here. They're going to make a whole new alien biosphere completely on their own. I see how that connected to the previous video now. I completely understand what you're talking about.
Fairly speculative, since, so far, we only know of one instance of life occurring in the universe,
True.
but any alien life would be subjected to the same laws of nature as life on Earth. So by studying our own
More or less,
biosphere,
yeah.
we can make some predictions of what aliens might be like.
Now they could have different types of they could maybe oxygen, maybe they do carbon dioxide instead of, H2O. I don't know. Maybe that could be some type of adaptation where they're breathing in a different type of gas that provides them with, what we would consider air. Maybe it's just different for them. I'm sure that's feasible, right? Let me know if that's feasible in the comments below.
Before we can make an alien planet, we have to make, well, the alien planet.
True.
As in all the non-living stuff. We've got to lay out some groundwork about what this planet is like, since this will have a heavy impact on how its resident life forms will evolve. Now, planet building can be a huge rabbit hole in and of itself, and it's kind of out of my wheelhouse, which is why I've brought Artifexian along to help.
Hey.
Hello.
So, where do we begin?
Hello.
Best place is to start with a rough brief. What are you looking for?
Well, since I'm going to be evolving the biosphere from the very beginning of this planet's natural history, we might want to start out with something similar to the conditions of ancient Earth, but maybe tweak a few things to subtly influence the way life develops.
Okay.
Keeping in mind, of course, that the further we stray from Earth-like conditions, the more complications are introduced, and the more speculative things we'll get when designing the biosphere.
True. For every one thing you do, you're probably going to have to solve or try to figure out at least two other, things within the planet. So let's say you figure out what type of atmosphere it is, or the planet rotation part. Let's say you figure that out. Then you got to figure out okay, how many things orbit this planet? You got to count is it going to be like Earth where they just have a singular moon and then a singular sun? What type of, how close is it going to be? Because that's going to affect how it interacts with the planet. You don't want it too far away, some moons are. You don't want it too close, because that could be too much for the planet. That might be causing too many issues. You might have a problem where it's slowly getting pulled in, or I guess in case of our planet right now, it's slowly moving away from our planet, which is a little scary, but I think it's very slowly. So hopefully we're not gonna wake up and not have a moon pretty soon. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Let's see.
So we should probably err on the side of too Earth-like. Sound good?
Perfect, that's very doable. I already have a bunch of neat ideas, but first, let's start with your star. Or stars?
I think one star will suit our purposes just fine.
Okay.
Let's not get crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't even know what two stars would do to your planet, but I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be great, for the water. You probably want water to be there, you probably want some type of liquid to survive, and that might be a little too much, for most planets.
At least not yet.
Alright, one star it is.
Whoa.
Whoa.
What do you mean not yet? Are you gonna make another star later? I feel like creating another star at a later time is also gonna mess things up. You gotta stick with the amount of stars. You either gotta have one star or two right now. I don't know about this whole maybe we do the stars at a later time and bring it back. I can't trust that. I don't know what it's going to do to the planet. Scientists, if you're a scientist out there, let me know. Would making another star, if another star just poofed appeared right now, would that be okay for us? I don't think it would be. What if it was the same distance as our current sun? I guess it would feel like it was daytime all day, but that would suck. Think of your sleep schedule. Think of these alien sleep schedules, man.
Star's luminosity is 75% that of the sun. Doing so mimics the output of our sun during the Archean eon, 2.5 to 4 billion years ago. With the luminosity set, we can derive a number of stellar features, most notably your star's habitable zone, the region around your star where liquid water can exist on the surface of a planet. No water, no life, so knowing this zone is really important. If we have your planet orbit at a distance of 0.85 AU, its average temperature would be about 20 degrees Celsius, which is hotter than Earth, but it's nothing crazy.
Editor, can you convert 20 degrees to Fahrenheit, please? These guys are in the UK. I love them. They're great guys. But they're using the UK temperature, which everyone knows that the Fahrenheit is the best measurement of temperatures. That's why everyone in America does it. It's like incredible. Have you guys tried using Fahrenheit yet? I don't know what I'm gonna say in this video, but hopefully I say a lot of great things and nothing that they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, why would he ever say that in a video about us? Like, if you guys are like in a different country, like, just give it a try. Just be like, 20 degrees Celsius. That's like confusing anyway. That's like, how warm is that anyway? Who even knows how warm that is? Nobody really knows how warm 20 degrees Celsius is. But if you tell me it's like 68 Fahrenheit, 70 degrees Fahrenheit, I'm like, oh man, perfect. We all know that one, and while we're at it, you guys in the UK, can we just start measuring things in football fields? American football fields, that is. Can we just start measuring everything in American football fields? It's actually the best way to get things done. Football fields, or maybe like parking lots, or Walmart sizes. Like it all equates. Just it's an easier measurement that we all clearly and easily understand. It's got to be a super Walmart though. It can't be like a regular sized, normal, everyday Walmart. It's got to be super Walmart size so we can get a good measurement of that.
This will also mean that its year will be roughly 298 Earth days long. Happy so far?
Yep, that works for me.
With all that in the bag, we can move on to the planet itself. To construct our planet, we need to figure out its mass, radius, surface gravity, and density, all of which are related like so.
Ooh, can we make it a low...
That's a pretty big equation right there, buddy. Editor, you don't have to do anything for that one. That's just a pretty good equation right there. But we know what it is. That's the G. It stands for gravity. M, mass. R, radius. The R is also radius. The P is it's there.
Gravity planet. I quite like the idea of working with megaflora and megafauna.
Definitely, we could keep your planet the same size as Earth, again nice and familiar, but drop the gravity to 80% Earth gravity.
Could we go lower?
Yeah, not really. Any lower in density would be such that your planet won't have an iron core. No iron core, no magnetic field, no life.
Alright then. 80% Earth.
See, these are the things you got to think about. You can't even have the gravity or the density be too off, because then no magnetic core, guess what you're left with? No habitable atmosphere, nothing to protect you. You don't get those layers that protect us from solar radiation and all that fun stuff,
Gravity it is.
In terms of day length and axial tilt, we know that an Earth day was much shorter in the past, and that Earth's axial tilt varies over time. So, let's make your day about 20 hours long, and give your planet 22 degrees of axial tilt. This lower axial tilt means that overall your planet will be subject to slightly reduced seasonal variation. You okay with that?
Yep, as long as there's at least some seasonal variation, I'm happy. Now, what about the atmosphere?
I suggest emulating Earth's atmosphere as closely as possible. Messing with the atmosphere can be, well, messy.
Some might say interesting.
Oh boy, I don't like where this is going. I mean, 1.5 billion years ago, oxygen was super low and CO2 was super high. So riffing off that, I can do something like this, but that's really not very...
Come on. Surely we can do something more interesting than that.
What else do you want to do, buddy? Like, what are we trying to accomplish here?
Hydrogen sulfide.
Oh, wait. I'm muting it. I didn't pause it. What are we trying to do here? We're trying to make a habitable planet here. We don't need to go too crazy with this. I agree with the first guy.
How about we say 1% of the atmospheric composition is taken up by hydrogen sulfide?
Why? Why are we doing that? Why are we just adding this randomly? I don't know if that's a good idea. How much hydrogen sulfide is in our atmosphere right now? This feels like it's going a little too. This is a little crazy here.
To add hydrogen sulfide.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it exists in small quantities on Earth, including as a metabolic byproduct, and some organisms live off the stuff. So how about we just throw in a tiny bit extra, just to mix things up a little?
Okay, if you insist, but just be aware that the oxygen is below what is recommended for carbon-based humanoid life forms. The CO2 is far, far, far above what is recommended safe. And the hydrogen sulfide, well, it's not recommended at all.
Yes.
Don't worry.
Thank you. death creature. Thank you for bringing this out. I guess, okay, maybe I'm overreacting because this is supposed to be on another planet. This is aliens. These aren't us. These are aliens. I'm looking at this like we would die. You know, cats, dogs, frogs, fish, we're out of here. But I don't know about fish, but probably fish. But, you know, maybe these alien creatures, they're going to be adapted to it. They're going to be like mind over matter, real grind set about this.
I've totally got this, I think.
I mean, I hope so. Anyways, what's left? A moon?
Yes, let's just stick with one moon for simplicity, and can we make it so that it creates fairly large tides?
Sure, one way of doing this is to place your moon close to your planet.
Yeah.
Let's say it orbits about 50 Earth radii out, which will give it an orbital period of about 23 Earth days. Also, let's make your moon 50% more massive than our moon. The increased mass and closeness will give you tides about 2.7 times greater than those we experience on Earth.
Now this, I'm sure he also put into account how this is like slightly smaller than our Earth as well. So I feel this Earth is going to have massive waves. Like we get big waves sometimes. Like it's been recorded of like 4-story waves before. You know that one wave that hit what was it, like the there's a place. There's a bunch of islands. I'm thinking of Guam right now, but that's only because I know somebody from Guam. The Philippines, that's where they are. That place that it hit the Philippines, and I'm pretty sure they were like pretty messed up from it. You know, I'm pretty sure it was a pretty big tidal wave. You know, that stuff happens. So these are, what do you want to have, double the tidal waves, more than double the tidal waves? They're gonna experience like once a year 100-foot tidal wave. Once a year, just a random 100-foot tidal wave hits some small island. That's gonna be insane.
Obviously, this will vary depending on local geography. Nevertheless, it is a good ballpark.
Looks great. And speaking of local geography, I think the last thing I'll need is some land masses. Since I'm going to explore a big chunk of the planet's natural history, I'll need to know how the continents are going to drift over a period of a couple 100 million years or so.
Okay.
As we'll see, the shape of the land has a pretty huge effect on how life develops.
Sure, what are you thinking?
Well, I thought it would be cool to start off with a Pangea-like supercontinent, and then have it break apart into 2 continents,
Yup.
only for them to rejoin later.
Sure.
And maybe an island continent could break off at some point as well.
Done. You happy with this timescale?
Okay.
Yes, that looks perfect.
Cool, so there you go. A star, a planet.
So they're like what do they call that? Like when the Earth goes in and creates itself again. Like that's just happening at like, it feels like at a different level than on Earth. Like there's whatever they call those things where the ground underneath the oceans goes under and creates more second layer, and then they bring up more earth and that becomes another layer on top, the crust and the mantle and all that fun stuff. Like that process right there, I'm sure that's just in a different alignment. It feels like it's just like the reverse. Like ours is going like, horizontal. Theirs is going like vertically, so that's why their planet is like breaking apart, then all coming down, except that one part. Like that one's just like, going a different way. I don't know. I'm no earthologist over here.
A moon, a totally non-controversial atmosphere, and some land masses.
Excellent. Thanks very much for all your help, Artifexian. It's been a pleasure having you.
Not a problem. The pleasure was all mine.
And if anyone
No. I feel like I had a pretty pleasurable time here as well.
is looking for more on how to construct their own alien planets, and if you've somehow never heard of Artifexian before, go and check out his channel for all the info you could ever possibly need.
Okay.
As for my planet, I think we've got just about all the bases covered. So next up, let there be life.
Yes. Okay. Yo, hey, shout outs to everybody in this video. Artifexian. Shout outs to, oh my gosh, now I gotta say the name of the channel again. I'm not going to pronounce it right. Bibliandrian. Again, I'm sorry, bro. I really like your channel. I want to keep doing more videos. I really do want to keep like reacting to more of these videos. So please don't be mad that I'm mispronouncing your name. I really do apologize. But this was a great video. I really love the concept. I like how much effort they actually put and thought they actually put into that. You know, they were bringing up things that I was thinking about. They were saying it. I was thinking it. They were saying it. It was a very symbiotic relationship between creator and reactor. It was incredible. I enjoyed it. Guys, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button so I know that you want more. Make sure you comment down below. I want to do this as more of a series, so be expecting, you know, more of these. I know the other ones are a little bit longer, so expect a longer video next time as well. And yeah, this was a fun one. I'm really glad they actually you know, recommended this one to me. Now, if someone could just put the pronunciation of the name of the channel in the comments down below, we won't have this issue as much. I will forget later on, but I will mostly remember for a good majority of it, as long as, you know, it's a good, you know, please, could somebody please just like add the pronunciation in the comments? I'm asking. Come on, you know I'm cool. You know I'm good for it, guys. You know I'll pronounce it right if you just provide me with the right pronunciation. I don't know what this bit is, but yeah, guys, I enjoyed that video. If you enjoyed this video, again, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Make sure you go to his channel. Have him take a look at this. Just tell him I sent you there, and then be like, hey, check out his channel. I think it's great. It's the best reaction you've ever seen in your life. Tell him that specifically, actually. Tell him the exact words I want you to quote are, this was the best reaction ever, and to your video specifically. You're great, and he's also great. You guys should become best friends now. And that could be the exact quote if you want. Now, take with that as you want, you know, run with that one, you know, just take you got the balls in your court now. You can go off that. That's the baseline. You know, if you just don't got nothing to say, but if you want to run with that, go ahead. Now, this bit is going on a little bit too long and it's a little bit too dumb so I'm going to go ahead and say as always, I do want to thank you. Anybody who made it this far, made it through all that rambling just now, I really appreciate you. You are a true day one. So yeah, as always, guys, thank you. I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video. And we're actually going to be continuing the series that we started, I believe last week or something like that. Editor, you do your thing there. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and continue with this. Now, this is a channel, and I'm going to have a difficult time already because I've watched the whole video. I still do not know how to pronounce their name. Biblidrion? I think, okay, that's as close as I'm going to get for right now. I need you guys to actually say the name of the channel in the video. We're continuing with the Biblidrion series. I am going to mispronounce this so much. My gosh, I did not expect that. Here's the thing about what I didn't expect going into this series. Me not knowing how to say the name of the channel on a consistent basis. That seems to be the every week, here's the thing I don't know how to do properly, say the name of this channel. So who knows? Maybe it's good. Maybe I'm mispronouncing it. It's up to you guys to decide. So yeah, we're back. This time we learned about the planet itself. We started the planet. Now we're going to learn about the early life on the planet here. This is going to be a very interesting series. I was way more entertained in this than I felt like I thought I was going to be going into it. And it was like, yo, now I want to know everything about this planet. Now I'm like flabbergasted by the decisions that they're making while building the planet. So I'm really looking forward to this. You know, I can't wait to see how they make the life evolve on the specific planet and how it evolves. Like, will it have front facing eyes? Will they have teeth? Will they have, you know, how are they going to intake oxygen or whatever they use as? I know the planet does have have oxygen on it, not as much as ours did, but then there's the whole size difference. There's a lot to get into. You guys will get into it as soon as we get into the video. So guys, with that being said, I do want to make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Literally never know what I'm going to put out next. I might not even say that properly, so who knows? You never know what I'm going to say either. Wow. And yeah, also, if you haven't already, if you're for some reason watching this channel and you never heard of Belligerent, or maybe you just don't know how to say the name, that might be it. Maybe you just don't know how to say the name and you've been looking for the channel for so long, you just haven't been able to find it because you just forgot how to pronounce it or spell it. But don't worry, because if you go to the link right there below, right there, link will be in the description below, you can actually go to their channel and subscribe. And actually, I recommend that you do. No, nay. I demand, yes, I demand that you do go to them and subscribe to their channel because they make incredible content. So guys, like, comment, subscribe, all the fun stuff. With that being said, there, you know, I do have to mention this. You know, I never bring it up, but I'm gonna bring it up in this one video. That is, if you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe, more importantly, subscribe to this channel, YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Alien Biospheres Part 2, Early Life and Body Plans. Okay.
Last time, Artifexian helped me create an alien planet, as well as its star, moon, orbital characteristics, atmosphere, and tectonics.
I remember this.
Now that we know all the abiotic factors present on this planet, we can begin creating some life forms to inhabit it. There are many.
Let's create some life, ladies and gentlemen. This is where things are really going to start getting interesting. How do they start? You know, what's the organic building blocks to life on this planet, huh? Did it start with how ours did, where it was like a pool of, you know, freaking microbes just living together until they just start doing, you know, going they go from like double to single celled, or single to double cell, multi-celled organisms? Like, did that happen for them too? Did they start off as multi-cell organisms? So many questions, guys. I'm sure a lot of you guys already seen this video. This was recommended to me, so I'm sure a lot of you already seen this. So these are just my personal questions, I guess. If you haven't seen this, also, please comment all the same things that I'm talking about right down below.
Methods for going about doing this, but here we're going to start right at the beginning of the planet's history.
Okay, I love things like this. I love how, like, it just looks cool when you're looking at like how it goes from the different eras and like how it kind of tells the story, but it's also just like a graph. Like, these are the type of graphs we need more of, ladies and gentlemen. We need more of these type of graphs. They're informative, but they're also just cool to look at. Like, I would have a poster of this graph like in like just around. It would be cool.
And evolve an entire biosphere. Of course, creating a fully fleshed out biosphere is a massive undertaking.
Okay, now this is a different type of graph. This is a realistic graph. I'm not a huge fan of it, though. I need those lines to fully connect to the words. Like, I feel like I could miss, like, I would get most of them right, but then there'll be a couple of ones where it's like, all right, is this line right here going towards this one or this one? Like, which one are we going here? You know, I would just be a little bit like, oh, let me do a double take. But yeah, the lines make sense, but I just wish they would go further up. That's just my only critique on this.
So this will just serve as a pretty broad overview on how the principles of evolution can be used to design.
This is graph judgment time, guys. Last 3 graphs, which one was your favorite? All right, last 2 graphs, because we already know the first one was your favorite. Like, let's be real here. If you're a graph expert like myself, you already like the first one the most. But honestly, second place graph right here for me. I rated the graphs, if that helps you guys with this. I don't know what that would help you with, but this is my second tier B graph right here. I like it. I like where it's going. I like the little, colorful animals over here. You can't go wrong with colorful animals, brother.
Scientifically feasible alien
It's a
life
good
forms.
graph.
So then, let's get to work.
Yeah, let's get to work.
After the planet consolidates and the oceans form, the world remains a fairly quiet place for quite a while.
Okay.
At some point within the first billion years of the planet's existence, life arises deep within the ocean.
All right.
The exact mechanism of how life comes about is still not fully understood, but as it proliferates, it begins to affect many aspects of the planet itself.
You know what? For a part of me, I'm like, why doesn't he know how it fully began? But we don't know how it fully began. But at the same time, we are specifically creating this planet's early life. So shouldn't, of all people, we at least know how it began? That's just a personal question. Just, comment down below how you feel about that.
In the history of Earth, the earliest organisms were most likely heterotrophic, meaning they were incapable of producing their own energy and thus had to take up nutrients from the environment.
Bro, neither
that
can
is,
I.
they had to eat things. However, at some point very soon after life first appeared, an evolutionary innovation occurred in which some early groups of microbes evolved the ability to use inorganic molecules to power chemical processes from which they derived their energy.
Okay.
Organisms capable of doing this are called autotrophs, and include phototrophs, like plants and cyanobacteria, which use sunlight to power their metabolism, as well as chemotrophs, like extremophile bacteria that gain energy from geochemically produced sulfides.
Hey, I knew these things were real, and now I know the name for them. Chemotrophs. They harness energy from oxidizing inorganic molecules, aka they'll eat chemicals and live, and they'll feed off of it. This is the future, ladies and gentlemen. We need to create some. Do we? I'm sure they got something that feeds off of plastic, because we're probably gonna need that soon. But I'm sure that's gonna have some pretty dire consequences when I really think about it. We just let loose this microbe that eats plastic into the oceans, and then what? Like, it's just the oceans are just safe after that? You think they're not gonna just start destroying other things? I'm talking to myself right now. You guys probably already figured this one out. You guys are like scientists out there, I'm sure. So you guys already know this. But I'm just thinking to myself, I thought microbes that eat plastic, just throw them in the ocean, might be good for a second. I thought about it for 2 seconds. I was like, you know what? Maybe not. I'll think about it for more than a minute, and I'll see where it goes.
These autotrophic mechanisms seem to have arisen numerous times in unrelated lineages, so it's likely that autotrophy will evolve in some of the primitive microbes on our alien planet as well. Photosynthetic organisms may evolve to use sunlight to convert carbon dioxide and water into sugars and oxygen, but also, thanks to the high proportion of hydrogen sulfide in the atmosphere, sulfur-oxidizing chemotrophs may thrive as well.
Yeah.
Whereas on Earth, these chemotrophs are restricted to areas like geothermal vents. On our alien planet, they may also flourish in surface waters.
Like algae.
Additionally, hydrogen sulfide dissolves in water, which will cause the oceans to acidify, so these early life forms will likely have some means of tolerating the acid, much like acidophile bacteria on Earth. As these autotrophs proliferate, they'll start to change the composition of the atmosphere, as the phototrophs convert the carbon dioxide into oxygen, and the chemotrophs turn the hydrogen sulfide into elemental sulfur. And as atmospheric oxygen increases, it has a profound effect on the development of life. Oxygen is highly reactive, which makes it great for powering biochemistry.
Yeah.
This results in the evolution of aerobic respiration. In some ways, the counter...
I got that. Guys, you probably got that. I'm not gonna guess. It's wrong to assume people's, respiratory systems these days. I would hate to just assume that you have an aerobic, not Arabic, aerobic respiratory. But you know what? I don't know how your respiration goes. I'm not gonna just assume that. But shout outs to my boy with lungs over here. I got them too. They're pretty cool to have if you think about it. Like, shout outs to lungs,
A part of photosynthesis, taking in oxygen and releasing carbon dioxide.
Yeah.
While other forms of respiration do exist, aerobic respiration is almost always the most efficient form.
It's goated.
Once aerobic respiration evolves, we'll soon get complex colonial and eventually multicellular organisms, until eventually we come to a critical point in the planet's natural history.
Okay.
For most of its existence, life on Earth mainly comprised simple, soft-bodied creatures, with evolutionary changes taking place very gradually over vast stretches of time.
That is what
But
we
then,
have been told.
about 4 billion years into the Earth's lifetime, there was suddenly a huge burst of biodiversity called the Cambrian explosion.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say Cambrian explosion, but he said it. Part of the Cambrian era. By the way, I know things, guys. Don't
wherein the ancestors of virtually every modern animal body plan appear in the fossil record, all within a span of only about 25 million years, which is pretty negligible in the timescale of natural history. While there were certainly many factors at play here, one element that may have contributed to this event was the evolution of predation. Before this point, an organism could get away with just blindly floating about at the mercy of the ocean currents, passively obtaining oxygen and nutrients from the water. There's no real need to deviate from this lifestyle, so there's no real pressure to evolve anything new. But with the advent of active predators, you're not going to last very long if you don't have some form of defense mechanism.
Bro, think about how scary of a time this would have been in evolution. Now, I know most of us watching this are probably humans, you know. I'm a human. I'm sure 99% of the people watching this are also humans. There might be a couple of like people with, you know, got this on for their dog or cat or something. You know, there's a couple of gerbils or something watching this. I don't know. But like, let's assume that you're like a crustacean in like the early days. Maybe you don't even have eyes evolved yet. Bro, you're just bumping into anything. You don't know what it could be. Friend, foe. You better hope that you evolve scales. You better hope that you evolve scales, brother. Because if you didn't evolve scales, if you're just a soft fish and then you feel something pointing on you, you don't know what it is because you might not have eyes. If you do have eyes, they're probably those like really old, you know, like prehistoric eyeballs that haven't really formulated everything. You know, you're just seeing like little blurs or something. You see a blur of light just go by you, and next thing you know, you're in some prehistoric shark's stomach, because sharks were a thing back then. And you know what? They didn't have earth like look at these. These are just roaches. These are just bugs right here. Those are creepy. But you got to eat that or something. Or that's probably you. That might be you. That little bug thing that is looking, you know, kind of looks weird a little bit, but that could be you. Think about that. Think about this being you and this being your buddy. And you and your buddy just trying to make it over to the local bug hideout or hangout spot. You know, there's a slug there. He's a cool guy. But then you see this, you know, you might not see this thing. This thing's on you. This thing's looking at you like, man, y'all two look pretty good right now. He might be looking at the slug, but you never know. He's probably looking at you. You know, just a quick meal. He might not want the full course. He might just want a quick bite, the appetizers. You know, he already figured out how to, you know, prey on fish. He might figure out how to do appetizers. Come on.
Mechanism. This leads to the evolution of the first armor, the first defensive behaviors, and the first eyes. And this then puts an impetus on the predators to evolve some way around their prey's defenses. And this arms race then escalates, dramatically increasing the rate at which life diversifies. It's quite likely that the appearance of predators will trigger an analogue to the Cambrian explosion on our alien planet. So we'll say that around the 4 billion year mark, our previously simple, soft-bodied ecosystems will suddenly diversify into a huge number of new phyla. While difficult to define precisely, a phylum is a lineage of life forms in possession of a shared or related body plan. For example, insects, arachnids, myriapods, and crustaceans all belong to the phylum Arthropoda, meaning they all evolved from a single common ancestor whose body plan they adapted in various ways. So our first step is to design some basic body plans.
See, I knew this part, but the way that they break this down, also top-notch graph. This is still the second best graph I've seen so far. But I really like how they break this down to be like, you know what, these are all the basic same body parts, but here's how they evolve them and like grow them, or just use them in different ways. It's actually very, very interesting. I like this right here. This is pretty cool stuff.
Ways. So our first step is to design some basic body plans. These don't need to be perfect or even necessarily representative of any one species.
Okay.
What we're looking for here is a rough blueprint that serves as an outline for our creature's anatomy and lifestyle. While there's a lot of scope for variation, we can figure out what makes for a functional body plan by looking at some of the trends in phyla that exist on Earth. Let's compare a typical vertebrate body plan, like that of a dog, with a typical arthropod body plan, like that of an ant. Now, superficially, these two animals may seem quite...
Are we making dog ants in the water here? Are we making water dog ants here? Are we making like sea ant dogs? What's happening right now? Just this image, and then knowing that we're still talking about aquatic creatures right now is funny. Like, I didn't expect a dog to be the first thing to pop up on my screen right now.
Different, but they also show some pretty striking similarities. They both have a symmetrical body with limbs used for locomotion, a distinct head that contains a brain and bears the sensory organs and the mouth, and a body containing internal organ systems such as a heart that pumps oxygen-rich blood around the body, and a digestive tract that runs from one end of the animal to the other.
That's true.
All of these characteristics are especially remarkable considering the last common ancestor of these two animals looked something like this. This means that all of the above traits were evolved independently within these two body plans.
That's so... We know the common ancestor between arthropods and, like, canines? That's crazy. I thought that was, like, lost information. Something we would have never figured out. Because at that point, what's the last ancestor between, like, all things? Have we figured out the lost thing between mankind and primates? Was that already figured out? Did we already figure the missing link? Is that not missing anymore? Has that link been connected? Let me know, ladies. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this right now, if you already have, if you know about the missing link, let me know. What's the link between dogs and humans? What's the creature between dogs or freaking humans and, I don't know, ants? What's cats and dogs? How close are cats and dogs from getting along and ending the civil war that they've been going through for thousands of years? I don't know. We just need to find their common ancestor, and all of a sudden, no more cat-dog wars. This is incredible information that I have now in my mind. I will never forget this. I may forget this, but I'll never forget that there is an ancestor. I may forget what the name of it is. So guys, let me know if this is mind-blowing to you too.
Suggesting that such characteristics readily arise in unrelated groups in response to similar evolutionary pressures, what's known as convergent evolution. And if these traits can
independent evolution of similar traits and unrelated lineages,
evolve multiple times on Earth, then why not on an alien planet as well? Now, this doesn't mean that all body plans have to be built along these lines, but it recalls one of my personal world-building mottos: know the rules before you break the rules.
Hey, that's a good
In other
motto.
words, make sure you understand why something is the way it is in the real world before changing it in a fictional world.
I know this is a good thing for like people who write and people who do all, this pretty much works for any facet of life, to be honest with you. You got to know what you're doing before you start tweaking the rules. I think this is like how, a lot of people get messed up because they're like, I'm just going to break the rules. Well, did you study the rules first? This is what Kobe used to do. This is the Kobe mentality. Kobe used to know the whole rule book left and right. That way he knew how to manipulate the rules properly. And obviously it may not have always worked out for him, but RIP and shout outs to Kobe, man. The Kobe's the GOAT.
So then, why is it beneficial to have these traits? To find out, let's create some sample body plans step by step and see what characteristics emerge. To start off, complex multicellular animals most often exhibit some form of symmetry. Some animals, like starfish, anemones, and jellyfish, exhibit radial symmetry, in which the body is arranged in a circle around a central axis, while other animals, like mollusks, arthropods, and vertebrates, demonstrate bilateral symmetry, where the two sides of the body are mirror images of each other.
Yeah.
Let's create two body plans, one with radial symmetry and the other with bilateral symmetry. This already has some implications for these animals' biology. On Earth, most radially symmetrical creatures tend to be slow-moving, largely immobile, or sometimes completely sessile,
Yeah, I
while
never
many
thought about
animals that are bilaterally symmetrical display a high degree of mobility. Now, it could be that radial phyla on Earth just happen to have never evolved to become very
That
motile,
is interesting.
or it could be that having bilateral symmetry is advantageous for a motile lifestyle.
Yeah,
We'll
no,
touch-
I'm starting to think having like the bilateral symmetry is actually better for movement. So I think it actually does make sense of why this is like, I don't think this is a coincidence. I'm sure there's some, animals that can like go side to side, like he's going like side to side to coming over. But look how much more efficient it is when you're a bilateral movement. It's like you just go straight to the whatever versus like making little detours through the sides.
More on this later, but for now, let's play it safe and make our radially symmetrical plan sessile, and our bilaterally symmetrical one motile.
Okay.
Sessile animals have the difficult task of acquiring oxygen and nutrients without moving, relying on the ocean currents to bring food and oxygen to them. These animals will typically have a surface through which they can absorb oxygen from the surrounding water, which may double as a means of catching plankton or other food particles. Obviously, the larger this surface is, the more food and oxygen the animal can obtain. However, if we enlarge the surface by simply scaling the creature up in size, we run into a problem. The larger something is, the greater its volume becomes relative to its surface area, which means that as our radial life form
heavier
gets
and
larger,
heavier.
the smaller its feeding surface becomes in proportion to its increasingly large body, lowering overall feeding efficiency. This relationship between surface area and volume is known as the square-cube law, and it's a fundamental principle that has numerous ramifications for how life evolves. And keep it in mind because we're going to be referencing it a lot throughout this series.
Oh, okay.
Our
okay.
radial body plan will therefore need maximum surface area while minimizing volume. This favors a flat, leaf-like, or perhaps feather-like structure, much like sea pens and sea fans on Earth.
Okay.
And since this creature has radial symmetry, perhaps it has a circle of these structures in a flower-like
I like
arrangement.
this so far.
Meanwhile, our bilateral body plan presents a different set of parameters. It will also need some method of gaining oxygen from the water, but if it's an active, motile animal, having a large feathery surface for gas exchange would increase drag, making swimming less efficient.
Fins.
This means its gills need to have maximum surface area while also being hydrodynamically optimal.
What is
This may favor a long and thin body with gills running down the sides. One innovation that might come in handy here is segmentation or serial repetition, the dividing of a body plan into a series of identical or near-identical units. Perhaps the most obvious real-world examples being arthropods and annelids, but technically, even vertebrates can be considered segmented, for reasons that we'll get into later.
Oh, we have spines. Look at this. Look at that. That's that thing we got right there. That's pretty cool.
For now, let's say our bilaterian has 9 segments, with each segment possessing a pair of limbs and a gill surface. Perhaps it swims with back and forth strokes of its paddle-like limbs, which will have the added benefit of encouraging water over the gills and increasing oxygen intake. Being motile requires a lot more energy than being sessile, so this animal will need an efficient way of transporting this oxygen around the body, and this may come in the form of blood. Blood has evolved as a means of transporting oxygen and nutrients in many different animal groups on Earth, and comes in a variety of chemical variants. However, many blood-bearing animals don't contain blood in arteries and veins, but rather use what's called an open circulatory system, in which the internal organs are surrounded by a blood-filled cavity or hemocoel. This isn't quite as efficient as a closed circulatory system like those found in vertebrates and cephalopods, where the network of blood vessels creates a continuous supply of oxygen to all parts of the body. One way to make the system more efficient is to have a muscle or pump to ensure a constant flow of oxygen-rich blood over the organs, and of oxygen-depleted blood back to the gill surface. Perhaps our bilaterian has a series of muscular rings around the hemocoel, like a collection of primitive hearts, which will give the animal an efficient means of powering its metabolism.
Okay.
So that takes care of
Interesting.
oxygen, but this creature will also need a means of acquiring food.
Now, I do wonder, like, if this animal gets attacked, will it just instantly bleed out if one section comes off? Because it's got an open circulatory system and then a series of hearts. So if each one, like, let's say they just break off the last piece, does it just like, you know, will it be able to seal itself up underwater while also there's no like, it's all the blood? In my opinion, I mean, I don't know. Is all the blood just coming directly out and it just bleeds out immediately if a single section is cut off? Because that might pose a pretty big risk pretty soon.
Since this is a motile animal, it will be able to move to new areas to actively seek out food, allowing it to potentially adopt a predatory lifestyle. So it will need a mouth to consume prey and a digestive tract to allow the nutrients from the ingested food to diffuse into the blood and be transported around the body. Now, since we're dealing with an active motile animal, and because it's bilaterally symmetrical, that necessarily means that the creature has a front and a back end. This pretty much inevitably leads to another very common evolutionary trend,
Pooping.
cephalization, the clustering together of the nervous system into a head of sorts, which frequently co-occurs.
You know what? We're both right. How about that? We're both right. He said, creating a head and circulatory system and a concentration of that and probably eyeballs and everything. I did say poop. So it's like different ends, but we're talking about similar things,
with the sensory organs and the mouth. While cephalization does occur to a limited degree among radial body plans, it tends to be a lot more pronounced in bilateral creatures, for the simple reason that it helps to have the sensory organs arranged so that you can see what's in front of you, and to have a mouth near the sensory organs to make it easier to eat things, and so that you can sense the food before it's ingested. So first off, we're going to need to give our creature some form of sensory organ, in particular, eyes. Somewhat surprisingly, eyes seem to evolve quite easily, as evidenced by the fact that they've arisen independently many times across hugely disparate lineages, with even some microbes and seaweeds being able to sense light to some degree. What begins as a patch of light-sensitive cells may then form into a sort of cup that allows the animal to better sense the direction that light is coming from, and then a lens may evolve to focus the light directly onto the retina to resolve a clear image. Most often, animals will have at least 2 eyes, since having multiple eyes allows for increased depth perception. This can range from the only 2 eyes of vertebrates, to the 3 to 8 eyes of arthropods, to the 24 eyes of the box jellyfish, to the over 100 eyes of scallops. We'll give our bilaterian an array of 6 simple eyes surrounding the mouth, giving it a full view of
I was expecting 2. He brought out 6. This is crazy.
what's in front of it. And once it has the ability to see, the animal will need a way of processing the sensory information. While nerves run the full length of the body, perhaps a ganglion, or nerve cluster, evolves near the eyes, like a primitive brain. And so now, we have something like a head taking shape. Meanwhile, in radially symmetrical body plans, cephalization may involve grouping the nervous system around the center of mass, like the nerve net of a jellyfish, or the nerve ring of a starfish. A sessile organism doesn't have very many intellectually demanding tasks to attend to, so it can afford to have a comparatively simple nervous...
Wait, can we make it smart, though? Can we make it smart, though? That'd be cool. That'd be interesting. Like, what if we had, like, smart trees and stuff, Like, trees that could just... Bro, Lord of the Rings. All right, have you heard of the nymphs? Or the nymphs? I don't know. Read Lord of the Rings. It's better than the movies, but also like you will understand why these guys, like, those trees were so desperate to get some like female trees around. It was actually getting sad and pitiful when you're reading it. Like, you're just this whole elongated story about how there used to be female trees, and then they're the ant wives. That's what they are. The ants, the ant wives. That's what they are. I don't know what I said before, but the ants, bro, they're cool. They can talk. They're trees. They can walk. They can do everything. They, herd the forest and stuff. But bro, don't get them started on the ant wives because they will not stop. They don't get any. It's been a long time. It's all they think about. It's pretty sad. All the women left. I don't even remember if that ever gets resolved. To be honest with you, I can't. Let me know if in the. I know this is going to be super random versus the reaction, and that's my fault. But I'm already on the tangent. Let me know if in the Lord of the Rings series the ants ever find the ant wives. I might have to reread it, but also if it's a spoiler, I will accept that spoiler. Don't spoil anything else. If I'm forgetting anything else from Lord of the Rings, don't spoil that for me. Just let me know if they find the ant wives. If not, they are kind of it is kind of lame being them. It would be kind of lame to be them because now you got to go around. There's no female trees to mess with. You're just looking at regular trees. Like, are you getting tempted? Like, whoa. Buddy, not the right type of tree. Don't look at me, buddy.
System. However, if our radial creatures are feeding using a large, delicate membrane, that makes them very vulnerable to predators, so they may benefit from an early warning system. Perhaps they have vibration-sensitive cells or even simple eyes near the tips of their feeding appendages that allow them to detect incoming predators. But having the ability to sense predators does little good if there's no way to respond to it.
Yeah, how you gonna defend
Since swimming
yourself?
away isn't an option, many sessile
Make those
animals have
blades
some
sharp.
form of armor for protection. On Earth, the shells of these marine creatures are usually calcareous, most often calcium carbonate. But here, we have the opportunity to do something a little bit different.
Really?
Remember that we've got an atmosphere rich in hydrogen sulfide, which dissolves in water, and we've got chemosynthetic microbes that convert atmospheric hydrogen sulfide into elemental sulfur.
Yeah.
This means that there's an enormous amount of free sulfur available. So maybe the marine organisms can evolve to take up the sulfur to form hard shells made out of calcium sulfate. So our radial body plan can have a protective shell into which it can retract its feeding arms. Motile animals, on the other hand, have the advantage of swimming away to avoid predators, so our bilateral body plan may forego armor completely and instead invest purely in speed. Now, both of our body plans are the means of respiration.
I don't know, brother. I feel like you need to become a crustacean at this point. Invest in body armor. It is useful. I say this in every RPG. Build up your armor. Get at least one good weapon before you go out on your journey. He needs blades. I know he's got fins. Is it possible to add blades to the, like, at least the front two fins, or like add some type of, teeth, maybe teeth? That might be pretty cool right now. Any type of like weapon that he could use, maybe also out of the sulfate, but just something. I feel bad for my boy over here. I know they haven't finished it out yet, but like, I really don't know about this whole soft body thing. It works out for humans, but bro, you're not us. They not like us, brother. Wop, wop, wop. Get out of here.
Feeding, and defense. But there's still one last essential detail to figure out: reproduction. The most basic means of reproduction is asexual reproduction, where an organism reproduces by essentially cloning itself, creating offspring that are, for all intents and purposes, genetically identical to the parent. Since doing this doesn't require a mate, the organism isn't limited in its spawning and can reproduce whenever it wants, allowing populations to multiply very quickly. However, despite these advantages, asexual reproduction isn't actually as common as you might think. There appears to be a strong evolutionary pressure across just about every branch of the tree of life to maximize genetic diversity, which allows for beneficial genes to spread quickly through populations and accelerates the rate of adaptation. Because of this, sexual reproduction has become the most common reproductive strategy across virtually every
That's what I'm talking about.
lineage of multicellular life. Even many kinds of bacteria have some mechanism for exchanging
I'm sorry,
genes.
guys. That's childish.
Sexual reproduction most often involves a distinction between male and female sexes, but there's a huge number of possible variants on this system, and we'll discuss those at a later date. For now, let's say that both our radial and our bilateral body plans have individuals that are either male or female. When it comes to sexual reproduction, sessile organisms face a problem. How do you find a mate if you can't move?
True.
The most common solution to this is
Spores.
what's called broadcast spawning, where the animals release an enormous quantity of gametes, or sex cells, into the water. Only a tiny fraction of male and female cells will meet and develop into larvae, and only a small portion of those larvae will survive to adulthood. This is a very inefficient strategy, but it's one of the only reliable ways for sessile organisms to ensure a high degree of dispersal.
I'm about to say, I saw all the little. If you go back to this moment right here, that's a lot of. I don't know if this, I don't want to say what this is, I don't know if this is just like ejaculate right now. I guess I did just say it, but like, if this is, that's a lot. I'm sure there's some eggs in there as well. So this is a combination of eggs and the ejaculate, then that would be a lot. I feel like that's going to have a pretty high success rate right there. I feel bad for this fish. Like, look at this fish in here. Like, brother, I did not sign up for this. What am I doing here? This isn't good. This isn't food. I can't eat this. Like, what's going on here? I mean, maybe he did sign up for it. Who knows? I don't know. What is this fish doing here? Why is he the only fish here? Is the real question. I see fish on the outside of this this bomb here. Oh, there's a couple of fish over here. Okay, there's a couple of fish there. These might be some freaky fish right here. I don't know. I don't. You really can't trust these fish right here. Like, there's something about them. They know what's going on. There should be way more fish in there if this is really just like a normal thing. Other fish are looking at them crazy. Like, yo, I really can't believe you went in there, brother. That's disgusting.
Larvae will survive to adulthood. Sessile organisms to ensure a high degree of dispersal. Often, the larvae of these sessile creatures evolve adaptations to help them cope with this first incredibly vulnerable period of their life cycle. For our radial creatures, before the larvae have grown to the point where they can attach themselves to the seabed and develop their protective armor, they'll need to rely on some other defense mechanism. Perhaps they can adapt their underdeveloped feeding arms into appendages they can beat back and forth for locomotion, allowing them some degree of motility to escape predators and find a suitable spot to metamorphose into adults. For our bilateral creature, being motile allows it to actively search for a mate, which massively increases the chances of a successful fertilization.
True.
Let's give it a gonopore, or gland that produces gametes, on its final segment. And there we have it, 2 basic body plans. Depending on how detailed your project is, a full biosphere will have anywhere from half a dozen to over 100 body plans, but for this series, we'll just focus on these 2.
I feel like we might need it to have at least like 3 or 4. I don't know, but hey, I'm loving this video so far, guys. This is interesting
Dub the
stuff.
radial phylum Anthostoma, and the bilateral one Polypodia. Note that I'm using standard Greek and Latin-based nomenclature, but feel free to use whatever naming schema makes sense for your project. Now, these
Wait, are we supposed to be doing a project too? Is this like a group project thing, or we're also supposed to be making one? Because I'm sorry, guys. I'm one of the people who, like, I give really good ideas for the project. I'm not too much of the writing it down type of person in the project. Like, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, there's idea guys, and then there's like the writing things down people. And shout outs to all my writing things down people. I love you. I appreciate every single one of you. Y'all are the GOATs. But, I'm really like the idea guy. I come in there, I give all the great ideas, and then I'm like, boom. What's going on, guys? I put my feet up, I relax for the rest of it. I wait for the guys to get done writing. We're just like chilling. I'm telling jokes and stuff the whole time. We're all laughing, having a good time. And next thing you know, the paper's done. We're all good. Everybody passes. That's normally my role when I was back in school. So, if I didn't come prepared, I'll just on top just think about all this stuff that he just said, and I'll instantly be like, yo, this is mine. It's gonna look something like this thing here, or maybe that thing there.
Plans may not seem all that different from some of the ones that exist on Earth, but I've done this intentionally to demonstrate why certain real-world body plans have evolved the way they have. For your own project, feel free to run wild with ideas and create whatever off-the-wall body plans you can come up with, as long as they have a justifiable means of respiration, feeding, defense, and reproduction. However, remember that these body plans are just basic ancestral blueprints, and as they evolve over the next few 100 million years, they may become completely unrecognizable from these primitive forebears.
Oh, I can't wait.
In the next episode, we'll see how the descendants of these ancient creatures diversify into a whole menagerie of different forms.
Okay. Oh my gosh. He still didn't say the name of the channel. Oh my gosh. This is gonna be a running thing where I just never know how to say the name of the channel. Oh, I'm sorry. This is okay. It just went back to the beginning of the video. Okay, guys, this was a great video by Blairdion, Blairdion. I think I'm getting closer. I don't know. I think I'm getting closer to saying the name properly. But then again, I don't know. All I know is you need to go subscribe to his channel. This video was incredible. Learned a lot of information here. I'm really looking forward so much to seeing how this planet evolves, guys. It's 2 episodes out of what 15 it looks like. I'm invested, guys. I'm invested in here. We're locked in. You know, the video should be out soon, but this is actually I can't wait. Like I just want to see the evolution of this now. And I like how I just really like how much real life world knowledge I'm learning right now. Like I didn't know about open and closed respiratory like systems, like nervous systems and stuff. Like I thought we all had like circuit, veins and stuff like that. I didn't know that some fish didn't have that. Like I didn't know. I'm not a fish. Like I'm sorry. I'm not, I don't live under the sea, if you didn't notice. I know there's some people probably confused about that, but I don't. I live on land. Not Aquaman. Me and Jason Momoa do look similar, but he's not me. I'm not him, unfortunately. But yeah, guys, this was a good time. If you made it this far, made it through all the rants and rambling and you enjoyed this content, feel free to subscribe. We are so close to hitting 1K subs. It is actually insane. So help evolve the channel as we're looking to see how this world evolves here. We're really close. So I do want to say thank you to anybody who is currently subscribed. I appreciate every single one of you. I barely can even get that statement out, but trust me, I mean it with all my heart, ladies and gentlemen. I really do mean it. You guys mean the world to me. This channel means the world. I just love how it got built up and where it's going. We're moving forward. Things are going great. So as always, if you made it this far, I want to say thank you. I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video from our good buddy Biblion. I believe I'm saying this right. Biblion. I'm saying one of those right. We're gonna go with it. And yeah, we're back with another one. This is episode 3 out of the series, and this time we're gonna be learning about classidics and what is this? Classidics and ecology. So I imagine this is going to be like going over the different classes that are available for, how they do like the classes and everything for the different animals and species. And then the ecology, like the landscape of the world that they're living in. So these are just my assumptions based off the words that are presented to me. Whether I'm wrong or right will be determined within the next few moments in the video. Don't get at me because I don't know what a classic is. Classic. I made my guess already, people. So with that being said, I do want to make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. You never know what I'm going to put out next. Also, if for some strange reason you're over here watching this video and you haven't subscribed to Biblion, maybe you don't know how to pronounce it properly. That might be the big disconnect, but I am here The link will be in the description below. You don't have to rely on your ability to pronounce or spell the name of the channel. You can rely on me to provide you the link to the channel because I already know how to spell it. I just don't know how to pronounce it. Okay? Maybe I'll put this in Google one day. I'll put the name of it in Google and be like, pronounce this for me, Google. Please pronounce this, Googletron. So yeah. But yeah, guys, with that being said, please go ahead and subscribe to Biblitrion. Once again, link will be in the description below. And with that being said, I just have one last thing to say. It's literally, I rarely bring this up, but I gotta try to mention it this time. That is that if you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe, more importantly, subscribe, YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Alien Biospheres, Part 3, Classidics and Ecology.
In the last episode, we covered the first 4 billion years of our alien planet's history, including the evolution.
Let's start that over with a little bit more about you.
In the last episode, we covered the first 4 billion years of our alien planet's history, including the evolution of complex multicellular life and the resultant explosion of biodiversity from which emerged 2 body plans.
Yeah.
As of yet...
Now, I think this one was my favorite so far, but, excuse me, I did have the question, since it has the rings of blood, if it gets cut at any angle here, any one of these sections, does it immediately just bleed out? I feel like that's
these body plans only serve as theoretical blueprints, but with the passing of millions of years, the various descendants of these ancestral forms may undergo heavy modification as they diversify into separate lineages, or clades. A clade is a group of species that share a common ancestor, represented by a single branch of the tree of life, along with any and all branches that stem from it. For example, snakes form a clade of reptiles, but also form part of a larger clade along with lizards, a group known as the squamates. And in turn, squamates can be grouped together with tuataras under the even larger clade Lepidosauria. However, lepidosaurs and turtles do not form a single clade, because not all the descendants of the last common ancestor are included. This visual representation of the relatedness of different clades is called a cladogram, or phylogenetic tree.
Have we figured out what this animal is yet? Like, what was the first one that branched these 3 that branched all of these other subsidiaries of the animals that we know today? Do we know what this one is yet? Comment down below if we know what that is.
The next step in creating our...
Is that this one? Is that what that is? Is that telling me right here what this is? Okay, maybe I'm not. Okay. That may be telling me what that is right there.
Alien biosphere is to construct some cladograms for our 2 body plans, and to do that, we need to have them undergo diversification into different clades. This diversification is likely to be driven by adaptation to different modes of life, or, more specifically, to different niches. An ecological niche is essentially the role a given species plays in its ecosystem. The precise definition is multifaceted and may take into account the species' habitat, feeding, reproduction, and its relationship to other species.
Yeah. What does it eat? What eats it? What's alive because it eats the predator that kills the other thing. So there's life in the, where you stand in the hierarchy is very complicated. Just know us humans right now, we're at the top. For Earth, but for this planet, we don't know what's going to be
Clades will often specialize for a group of related niches, such as how the big cats have occupied the niches of large predators. However, a single niche cannot be occupied by more than one species within any given ecosystem, or else the 2 species will be in direct competition, which would ultimately lead to one of them going extinct. This will be important to bear in mind later on, but for now, we first need to identify the niches present in our ancient sea and see how our body plans can evolve to exploit them. To start with, the vast majority of energy input in almost all ecosystems will come from sunlight, which in our ancient oceans will power the metabolisms of billions of photosynthetic microbes. Specifically on this alien planet, though, there is another source of energy in the form of atmospheric hydrogen sulfide, which, although it's been gradually depleted over the past few billion years, still provides energy for rafts of chemosynthetic microbes that float on the water's surface. Together, these autotrophs will form huge clouds of plankton in the surface waters, serving as a virtually inexhaustible source of food, and thus the basis of the food chain for the majority of oceanic ecosystems. Specifically on this alien planet, though, there is another source of energy in the form of atmospheric hydrogen sulfide, which, although it's been gradually depleted over the past few billion years, still provides energy for rafts of chemosynthetic microbes that float on the water's surface. Together, these autotrophs will form huge clouds of plankton in the surface waters, serving as a virtually inexhaustible source of food, and thus the basis of the food chain for the majority of oceanic ecosystems. The term plankton refers to any organism incapable of swimming against the current, including these single-celled autotrophs or phytoplankton, as well as a host of tiny animals or zooplankton that feed on them. One group of animals that's very likely to form a large component of the zooplankton are the anthostome larvae, whom we've already said live near the surface before descending to the seabed to complete their metamorphosis. These larvae will likely feed in a similar way to the adults, using their feeding arms to catch food particles.
Okay.
While they are capable of controlling their position in the water to a
this.
small degree by waving their feeding arms, the larvae aren't able to move independently of the currents and so still get classed as plankton. The polypods may have some representatives among the zooplankton as well. One major advantage the polypods have when it comes to adapting their body structure is their segmentation, as individual segments can be specialized to perform specific functions, allowing for increased body complexity. This can be seen in many clades of arthropods, annelids, and even vertebrates, which, although missing any external signs of segmentation, show a pattern during embryonic development of tissues arranged in repeating units, which then differentiate to form various aspects of the body structure in much the same way as other segmented body plans. One way this specialization of segments may manifest
This is interesting.
is through tagmosis, the fusion of multiple segments into a single morphological unit, or tagma.
Okay.
On Earth, many groups of arthropod have independently undergone tagmosis to organize their body into different regions for a specialized function.
True.
One very likely development is for some of the anterior segments to unite into a tagma dedicated to feeding. If we say these polypods undergo tagmosis of the first two segments, then the limbs on these segments could specialize into appendages for handling food. Further tagmosis may fuse the third, fourth, and fifth segments together into a tagma dedicated to propulsion. The limbs may broaden and develop elongated bristles or setae to enlarge their surface area. Spasmodically beating these limbs provides short bursts of jerky movement, reminiscent of the antenna-driven swimming of Daphnia or Cyclops. The segments posterior to the locomotive tagma, no longer being needed for propulsion, may evolve to form an enlarged gill surface and to house the internal organs. In particular, their reproductive systems may adapt to increase fecundity, the number of offspring an individual is capable of producing.
Okay.
Plankton tend to have very high reproductive rates, as their only real defense against predators is sheer numbers. These tiny polypods may live much like copepods on Earth, comprising thousands of species and forming a large proportion of the biomass in the ancient seas. I'll call this clade of polypods Tachypodia. The tachypods and the anthostome larvae may serve as prey for larger zooplankton. While most anthostomes are filter feeders...
Wait, are these are like the only two animals we have so far, right? Like, they don't have... Are they worried about predators right now, or are they just like living carefree? I imagine they're just having a carefree existence, living off of debris in the ocean at this point. I guess they might be feeding off each other.
There may be room for them to expand into other methods of feeding. Perhaps rather than passively straining the water for plankton, they can adapt their feeding arms into tentacles for catching larger prey. To increase their feeding surface, they may evolve a body cavity, like a stomach, which will make their feeding much more efficient. I'll call this innovative new clade of anthostomes the gastrozoans. The larvae of these gastrozoans will develop a stomach as they mature, allowing them to feed on zooplankton such as the tachypods. While still classified as plankton due to their inability to swim against the current, the gastrozoan larvae may grow quite large before their metamorphosis, possibly living in a similar way to jellyfish, drifting through the water and ensnaring passing prey with their tentacles.
Okay.
All of these various planktonic clades form an abundant food source for larger nectonic clades. Unlike plankton at the mercy of the ocean currents, nekton are species capable of independent movement thanks to adaptations that enable efficient swimming. The ancestral polypod accomplished this with back and forth strokes of the many limbs that lined its body, but this is by no means the only option for effective aquatic locomotion. By undulating from side to side, the whole length of the body can be used to exert force on the surrounding water.
Like a
This
water
is called
snake.
anguilliform swimming, and is used by many clades of fish.
Oh, like an eel. That makes more sense. I said water snake. This is an eel.
As well as aquatic reptiles and
Or aquatic snakes. They actually have those too.
polychaete worms. If a clade of polypod evolved this form of swimming, it would grant them much greater speed than the limb-driven swimming of their ancestors, allowing them to diversify into the niches of large, active predators.
Okay.
This clade may be descended from the same stock as the tachypods, and so inherit the same feeding tagma consisting of the first two segments. In these creatures, the feeding arms may become grasping tentacles lined with setae,
Yeah, I
which may
like
be
this one a
adapted
little
into
bit
sharp
more.
spines for
This is a better idea for evolution. If you're one of these animals, I think you'd prefer to be this one.
catching and impaling large prey, or into long baleen-like bristles to filter
Ooh.
plankton. Since thrust is
No,
provided by
you
the
need
lateral
sharp
motion
stuff.
of the body,
Sharp teeth,
the limbs
sharp
are no
teeth.
longer needed for propulsion, and so the anterior limbs may now serve as stabilizing fins to support the body and maintain depth, while the posterior limbs may become completely vestigial and thus shrink to reduce drag. And as this clade further specializes for fast swimming, the final segment may evolve a fin to increase the volume of water displaced by the tail's movement, and therefore provide greater leverage against the water, allowing for the evolution of more specialized forms of swimming, such as chorangiform or thunniform swimming, in which the central mass of the body is kept mostly stationary, while the propulsive force is provided solely by the
This is crazy because I didn't know the fish had this like different variations of swimming. I kind of figured they all did the same stuff, but this makes a lot of sense.
movement of the fin.
Shout outs to nature and animals, evolution in general. Shout out to all of it encompassingly. Obviously I have a more like religious background. I do believe in a higher power. Shout out to the higher power for creating all this and making it a possibility. Obviously, some people don't believe in that. So, hey, shout outs to evolution once again. Shout outs to both. I believe that, a higher power did all this and it just took a very long time, and humans have a very hard time understanding, time frames. And if there was a higher power, it created something, it would probably still take as long as it would normally take because it's just something being created. There's things that need to happen, and shout outs to all of it, whether you believe in it or not, whether it is what it is or it isn't. Shout outs to every segment of what's happening right now in our life and in the world that we're looking at right now. Shout outs to alien biospheres. This is incredible.
Tail. With this design, this clade is well equipped for predatory niches,
Yes, this
including
the one you want to go
shark-like
for,
pursuit
guys.
hunters and
You don't want to
whale-like
be the other
filter
guy.
feeders. Let's call these creatures acanthopods.
Thorny fish. Okay.
Meanwhile,
thorny feet is what that called.
anthostomes aren't anywhere near as mobile as polypods, even in their larval form, so they may be excluded from such predatory niches in open ocean or pelagic environments, but they may have more luck in benthic environments on the seabed. Here, nutrients filter down from the surface waters in what's called marine snow, which constitutes the main food source in the lower layers of the water column.
Okay.
The majority of marine snow will be taken up by benthic filter feeders like the adult anthostomes, while the remainder collects on the ocean floor, forming a layer of detritus that serves as food for other benthic creatures. This creates a niche that may be occupied by another clade of polypods.
You need a filter fish or like a bottom feeder.
Let's say this clade splits off from the main line before the tagmosis of the first two segments, and thus represents a sister clade to all other polypods we've discussed so far.
Okay.
Tagmosis will be a useful innovation in this clade as well, perhaps this time involving the fusion of the first 4 segments into a feeding tagma. The first, second, and third pair of limbs may form a frond of tentacles for filtering and handling food, while the fourth pair may be designed for burrowing or digging through the sediment for organic detritus. These limbs may bear setae like the other polypodian clades to help them sift through the sand, but may also be used as a means of sensing vibrations in the water, giving them a way of detecting incoming predators.
Okay.
The remaining 5 segments may form a second tagma dedicated to locomotion. The gills on all of these segments may fuse into a single surface on the creature's underside, and the 5th pair of limbs may evolve into specialized fins that beat back and forth to pass water over the gill surface to increase oxygen intake, much like the pleopods of some crustaceans on Earth.
Okay.
The 6th, 7th, and 8th pair of limbs comprise the primary locomotor limbs. What were once fins used for swimming may now be adapted into rudimentary
walking.
legs for crawling over or...
Oh my gosh, this creature is going to be... Okay, follow me here, guys. I feel like this creature may be evolving into one of the creatures that eventually steps onto land. I don't know when it's going to happen, but he's got legs. I'm going with my boy. Hey, this guy's going to be the GOAT in the future. His evolutionary line, They're going to be the ones. Watch out for this guy. What do they call it? This is like the dark horse. He might win the championship right here.
Burrowing through the substrate.
The championship is whoever gets on land first.
While the ancestral polypod had limbs made of simple muscle, these benthic polypods may require something more robust to support their bodies and give them leverage to dig through the sediment. The limbs of the ancestral polypod likely evolved from extensions of the gill surface, and so the base of the limb may occur very close to the hemocoel, since oxygen needs to be able to diffuse through the gills directly into the blood.
Okay.
Perhaps in this clade, an offshoot of the hemocoel could extend into the limbs, which would provide them with more oxygen and also help maintain their structure through hydrostatic pressure. A muscular valve around the base of the limb may allow this outgrowth of the hemocoel to be successively inflated and deflated with blood, which, in conjunction with movements of the leg muscles, will allow the limb to function as a sort of hydraulic piston. This mechanism is also used by starfish on Earth, which have a complex water vascular system that pumps fluid into and out of the tube feet to move them along the seabed. The final pair of limbs, however, may lose their locomotive function and instead be developed into gonopods, limbs specialized to aid in reproduction. In this case, allowing these polypods to lock their bodies together during spawning and to facilitate the transfer of gametes.
Okay.
This clade will live much like crabs and lobsters, sifting through the detritus for organic matter. I'll call these creatures sarcopods. In the deeper layers of the sea, they'll be safe from most pelagic predators such as the acanthopods, but the benthic environment will come with its own predators. We've said that the gastrozoans have evolved a gut and the ability to ingest prey, and this capability extends into their developing larvae. Perhaps this reaches its pinnacle with one final innovation. Neoteny occurs when traits associated with the larval or juvenile stage of a species are maintained into adulthood. Sometimes this may manifest as a species losing the ability to metamorphose into adults, completing their entire life cycle in the larval form. If this happens in a clade of gastrozoans, then instead of attaching to the substrate and becoming sessile upon reaching maturity, they may evolve to remain motile throughout their whole lives. Freed from the constraints of a sessile existence, this clade of gastrozoans may now specialize for active predation, which may entail some severe changes to their body structure. As we touched on last time, among animals on Earth there is a strong correlation
you're always going to be, there's always going to be that evenness
between motility and bilateral symmetry. It could be that bilaterally symmetrical animals are predisposed to motile niches and thus occupied them before radial creatures had the chance to adapt to them, but there are some examples of motile animals with bilateral symmetry that evolved from radially symmetrical ancestors, as can be seen in one of the most criminally underrated animals on Earth, the sea pig.
What?
These
I've never seen this thing a day in my life, I promise you.
are a clade of sea cucumbers that have evolved a motile lifestyle to help them forage across wide areas of the ocean floor. Sea pigs belong to the phylum Echinodermata, the same
bro? Shout outs to Boblindrion here. Bro, why are you telling me about all these animals I never knew about? Where were you when I needed you in like grade school before YouTube was a thing? You know, unfortunately, I'm older, so I was born in the 90s. Look at me. I was born before 2003, aka when YouTube was created or whenever that was. So where were you, Boblindrion? Where were you then? Why don't you write a book and throw it in the time machine and put it into my class specifically so I can learn all this stuff, but also make it interesting, because I probably would have learned this stuff and then not been as interested as a kid, but now I'm super interested. Where were you?
Starfish, which means the sea pig's ancestors exhibited radial symmetry, but as they evolved to become more motile, they secondarily evolved bilateral symmetry.
Okay.
This provides some evidence that bilateral symmetry will be favored.
I've never seen this thing in my life. Like, I promise you, they don't talk about the sea pig enough, because I've never ever seen one of these. If I saw one, I would have thought it was an alien. If you put this on TikTok right now, people would be like, oh my god, alien creature found. No, it was a thing we all knew about, but nobody told us about.
In motile animals, even if they descend from a radial ancestor, so the same thing may occur in our neotenous gastrozoans. When they first evolve lifelong motility, they may propel themselves with wafts of their tentacles, or by dragging their bodies along the seafloor like octopuses or brittle stars. Eventually, cephalization may kick in and a single direction of movement may develop, around which a plane of symmetry may form. As discussed last time, it's likely the mouth will form the front end of the animal for efficient feeding, and consequently the arms surrounding the mouth will move forward as well. In the ancestral anthostomes, these arms serve many purposes, including respiration, feeding, and sensing the environment.
Yeah, those were the
Upon
eyes
evolving
were.
bilateral symmetry, these limbs may become individually specialized for specific functions. Some of the limbs may become sensory stalks that let the animal detect and zero in on prey, equipped
Wow.
with eyes and a series of vibration-sensitive setae. These organs are especially delicate and would pose a huge threat to the animal's survival if lost or damaged, so the ancestral condition of being able to retract these limbs may come in handy, in much the same way that snails are capable of retracting their eye stalks. Other limbs may become specialized gills with an enlarged surface area to increase oxygen uptake. Like in the polypods, these gills may contain an extension of a hemocoel, and muscular contractions within the base of the limbs may pump blood between the gills and the rest of the body. Meanwhile, still other limbs may become feeding arms to force prey into the muscular mouth. These limbs may evolve sharp hooks or teeth to help grip prey and masticate it before ingestion.
Ooh.
Note that because their digestive system evolved.
Yo, this is when things are about to start getting really wild, because now we have actual, like, these are real predators right here. This thing can see and grab you. It can swim towards you on its own, with its own volition. It can see you, it can track you, it can eat you. It may not have full plans on how to do it yet, but it can do those things. This is a real life predator. We have our first real threat in this world right
from
now.
a single cavity formed from the feeding surface. These creatures won't have a through gut like the polypods, where food is ingested at one end of the animal and waste is expelled at the other. Instead, food is digested in the stomach and then waste is regurgitated back out of the mouth, similar to some flatworms and jellyfish on Earth. The remaining limbs may be used for locomotion, beginning as simple tentacles that drag the creature along the seabed, but then eventually evolving into more efficient feet, or flippers. While they never become fully sessile, they may still develop the same mineralized armor that the adults do, still serving as defense against larger predators. However, this armor will still at least partially restrict their movement, so they'll likely be outcompeted for the niches of pelagic predators by the acanthopods. But they'll thrive in deeper waters, feeding on the sarcopods or other benthic animals living among the detritus.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, guy. I'm sorry, Mr. Feets here. You're probably going to be a victim to this guy a lot. He doesn't look like he's going to be the best swimmer, but he's going to be able to like move with his flaps here, his fins, his the flippers, and then you're going to go in his mouth. He's going to eat you, buddy. It's not gonna be great for you.
But the evolution of motility provides these anthostomes with another advantage. Recall the sessile anthostomes are committed to broadcast spawning, meaning they produce vast quantities of gametes, only a very small percentage of which are fertilized and survive to adulthood. By developing motility, the neotenous anthostomes are now able to actively search for a mate, minimizing the distance the gametes need to travel and thus substantially increasing the chances of a successful fertilization. The ancestral anthostome would have produced gametes from internal gonads and then expelled them into the water through gonopores at the base of the feeding arms. However, in the gastrozoans, as the stomach evolved, these gonopores may have migrated inside the body cavity, meaning that the gastrozoans, including these new neotenous forms, will produce gametes from a gland on the inside of their mouth, which means that they eat, expel waste, and secrete sex cells all out of the same hole.
Okay, this isn't. I guess there's not going to be the foreplay has not evolved yet. Okay, they're not going to evolve to do foreplay for a very long time, especially under these circumstances. Like you're eating, you're pooping, and you're having relations all in the same hole. That's not conducive to me being like, oh, let me make sure the hole feels good. No, I'm getting my thing. I'm doing my thing, and I'm getting out of there as quickly as possible if I'm one of these things. Obviously, if you're one of these things, maybe you do still go for it. I don't know. Somebody's got to bite the bullet and go for it. Maybe you do. But if it's me, I'm waiting until evolution kicks in.
Yeah, nature can be gross sometimes.
Yeah.
And one final note on reproduction. Most anthostomes only develop a reproductive system during their metamorphosis into adults. This means that before they mature, the larvae are neither male nor female, completely lacking any sexual characteristics.
Okay.
Then, once they metamorphose, they become either male or female, perhaps based on certain environmental cues such as temperature or the availability of certain nutrients, rather like the developing embryos of crocodilians. But since these neotenous anthostomes never undergo metamorphosis, they will instead gradually develop a reproductive system once they reach maturity, with the same delayed onset sex determination as the other anthostomes. With this suite of bizarre traits, I'm going to dub these bilateral gastrozoans tentaclostomes. And with that, we've got a pretty solid outline for the ecosystem of our ancient oceans,
nice
and a fairly extensive clade.
Who's your favorite, guys? I gotta say, out of these three, this one's my guy.
For both of our bodies.
Out of these three, this one's my guy. It's always the one on the right, apparently. It's just evolution made him so much cooler already. Like, come on. Honestly, this is my number one. The Tescacoma. This is my favorite one. This is the GOAT. This is gonna be the greatest. But obviously, the other guy, his lineage will create land animals. His lineage, they're gonna dominate the seas. I don't know. I feel like some great things are coming out of this guy.
Keep in mind, of course, that evolution on this scale takes millions of generations.
Yes.
And for every clade we've developed, there are likely to be innumerable intermediary forms, as well as many other clades that have either gone extinct or simply aren't included for clarity.
True.
This will represent our ancient ocean's ecosystem for the first 100 million years or so following the emergence of the two body plans. However, while the oceans are brimming with life, there's still one habitat yet to be colonized. In the next episode, we'll see how the descendants of these marine creatures haul themselves out of the sea and take up residence on dry land.
Okay. Yo, shout outs to Belidrion. I think I'm saying it right this time. I'm going with it. Shout outs to the channel, everyone who helps out with this. This is actually incredible content. Shout outs to the people who are still asking, for more of these. I wasn't sure how well this specific thing was going to do on the channel, but hey, I enjoy it and you guys enjoy it. We are all enjoying this. I'm learning a lot. You guys probably already know this stuff. If you're part of my audience, you're probably already super smart. You guys are like the smartest people. That's why you all subscribe to me, because you're like, oh my gosh, I'm smart. Let me subscribe to this smart guy. This guy looks this guy looks like he knows what he's talking about. That's my interpretation of you guys. So yeah, then it just all works well. I can't wait to see what happens when the animal that I know is going to make it to the land and their ancestors are going to make it to the land. I already told you that feet guy, he's going to do some great things. This is the time. Now, question, will they evolve into a human-like creature? And if so, will that one be as successful as us? Obviously there's a lot of different variations over the years that have happened of, what we would consider humans. Homo sapiens are the ones that we are, but there's a bunch of different people out there, a bunch of different species that are no longer around, that some people still have lineage to this day. There's some Neanderthals out here. There's a lot of people with that Neanderthal DNA, just a little bit in them. I know there's another one as well, and I think it's like where a lot of people from Asian communities have a little bit more DNA of, but I don't remember what it is. There's a bunch of Australopithecus and all the other fun stuff out there, so I'm not sure which ones. Pretty sure the only ones still in existence are the ones that we are, Homo sapiens, but I'm sure, I know there were other ones, I just don't remember the names of them. Comment down the names of them if you remember. Yeah, guys, if you made it this far, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to Belidrion. And also, if you made it this far, I do want to say, as always, thank you. I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video, and back by popular demand, and also because I enjoy it. We're doing another Alien Biospheres. So you know what time it is. It's actually time to invade the land and sea. I don't. They're already sea creatures, so we're gonna be invading the land on this episode today with Boblidrion. Now, I did have someone in the comments tell me how to pronounce it, and that should be somewhere like around here in that area. But I don't think I'm doing it right. So I'm going to go ahead and just keep saying the first thing that comes into my mind when I see the name. So we're going to go ahead and get into that. So guys, if you've been enjoying this journey so far, or even if you're brand new, you just want to check out, see what we're doing, make sure you hit that like, you comment down below, you subscribe. I'll check out whatever you guys like me to check out. I'll probably do a reaction to it. There have been times when I haven't, but then there's been a lot of times when I have. So let's focus on those times. Let's not focus on the negative here. And yeah, also, if you're watching this channel and for some reason you haven't subscribed to Boblidrion, maybe you don't know how to pronounce it. Maybe you're just like stuck in that, like, wait, how do I even say this? And then I gotta spell it. So link will be in the comments below. Link will be in the description below. That's what I meant to say. So yeah, all you guys can just go there, click on the link, go directly to the video, see it without the commentary. But I already know you guys are here for the reaction commentary, and I'm excited. So with all that being said, oh my gosh, I gotta catch my breath. Guys, we're gonna go ahead and get right into it. I do got to mention this one thing, and I barely ever bring it up, but I'll bring it up in this video here. And that is that if you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe, more importantly, subscribe, YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Alien Biospheres, Part 4, The Invasion to Land.
Last time, our two ancestral body plans diversified into different clades to fill the...
I remember my boy down here. This is my guy right here. And also, you know what? Shout out to my other guy down here. My two walkers down here. My two guys with starting to grow legs and stuff. I like seeing that. I like
niches of the ancient oceans. But now, 100 million years after the body plans first appeared, the stage is at last set for their descendants to emerge from the sea and take the first steps onto dry land.
Okay.
So far, all life on our alien planet has been restricted to the water, and for good reason. At this point in history, dry land represents an extreme habitat and poses a huge challenge to potential colonists.
I'm about to say, we got some plants or something up there yet? I'm hoping we got some seeds or something growing, like some type of grass or something. We need a reason for people to go up there. We need bugs to go up there, all that stuff.
If an animal comes out onto land, there will obviously be no water to swim through, and so it will be unable to support itself, and so collapse and die. Not only that, but outside of the ocean, any water in the animal's body will quickly evaporate through its skin, and so the animal will dehydrate, desiccate, and die. Not to mention the fact that, as of yet, there's no food outside the ocean. So any animal that comes onto the land will starve and die.
Wow, there's a lot of downsides so far. This just makes me think of like the very first creatures to ever step on land, like what were they thinking? What were they up to? Were they like, you know what? I think I see something up there. Like this is different, and I'm starting to enjoy it. But then I got to go back to the water. And then eventually they just evolved into being like, you know what? I gotta have that. I got that need. I got to go up there. It's been hundreds of millions of years. So we got different creatures out here now. One of them probably just so happened to evolve to be able to live on land and sea, right? Like we just coincidentally, hey, I can also not breathe underwater. Whoa, look at that. This is pretty cool. Look at me, some crabs or something. And then they started finding other things started going after them. I don't know. If you know how evolution started, comment down below, please.
So, dry land seems like a pretty inhospitable place, and yet, on Earth, it's been colonized innumerable times by a huge diversity of different clades.
Yeah.
The most obvious examples being the forerunners of tetrapods and terrestrial...
Like, what was this guy doing over here on the left? Like, what were you thinking? You have fins, my guy. What were you even thinking about? You're over here like, man, this is a lot harder to trench through this, what is it? They don't even have a name for it at this point, but it's air. What is this land? He doesn't know the name for it. He's just been thinking about oceans his whole life. And now he's just stepping on land. Like, bro, what are you even thinking about right now? What were you chasing that made you step out of the water and into the land? Like, what were you thinking about, brother? I wish I could go back in time and do a one-on-one interview with this creature right here to be like, bro, what were you thinking about? Like, you have fins, bro. You can't chase anything on land. Think about that.
Pods that came onto land hundreds of millions of years ago, but also including more recent examples like mud skippers, air-breathing catfish, and terrestrial sea slugs. So why have all of these different groups come onto land despite the numerous difficulties involved? The simple answer is a lack of competition. The oceanic ecosystems are already thoroughly colonized, so the marine species must compete furiously to obtain food and avoid predators.
True.
But if a species comes onto land, especially at such an early stage in the history of multicellular life, there'll be no other species to compete with and no predators to worry about. So selective pressures will pretty much inevitably drive organisms to come ashore. However, going from wholly aquatic to totally terrestrial would be a very drastic change in lifestyle.
Yes.
But fortunately, the transition doesn't have to be so immediate. The intertidal zone, sometimes called the littoral zone, forms a perfect medium between land and water. Organisms living in this zone will become exposed as the tide ebbs, and so will benefit from adaptations that allow them to survive until the tide returns.
Oh.
Over many generations, individuals that are able to survive out of the water for longer will enjoy less competition, and will thus be selected for, until they're ultimately able to live entirely on land.
Okay.
Luckily for our alien life...
You know what? Thank you. I wanted the explanation. Someone in the comments, if you're currently typing the whole theory of evolution in my comment section, you can, honestly, go ahead and continue. Just go ahead and continue. I'm gonna compare the theories or compare the different notes after this. That'll be fun for me after this. So yes, if you are currently explaining the whole theory of evolution in the comments, please continue. I didn't mean to stop you there, buddy. My bad there, bro.
Forms,
or ma'am. I have female watchers too. I think it's like probably like at least 7-8% right now. Like, yo, hello, ladies out there who watch the video. You appreciate science and everything that I do, all the stuff here too. So shout outs to you.
Planet's large moon means that the high tide will be almost 3 times higher than Earth's, creating a large intertidal zone that will allow for a very gradual transition to terrestrial life. However, there's still no reason to go further than the high water mark if there's no food outside the sea.
Okay, yeah.
While this
true.
will halt the progress of the animals, it won't be a problem for the autotrophs, who can produce their own food, so they'll be the first organisms to make the jump to a permanently land-dwelling existence.
Okay.
On Earth, terrestrial autotrophs consist almost exclusively of phototrophs, most notably the plants, but on our alien planet, we also have chemotrophs that gain energy from oxidizing hydrogen sulfide. Up until now, we've assumed that these autotrophs have remained relatively simple and unspecialized, mostly existing as plankton or other basal organisms.
Okay.
But over the past few 100 million years, as the animals have been diversifying, the autotrophs will have been evolving as well. Perhaps one kingdom of chemotrophs evolves to cluster together to form colonies and ultimately become full-fledged multicellular life forms.
Oh.
Since hydrogen sulfide dissolves in water, these organisms can only carry out chemosynthesis when they're in contact with the atmosphere, and so they may form large rafts or mats that float on the ocean's surface.
Oh, wow.
If some of these rafts specialize to live in the intertidal zone, they'll be out of reach of many pelagic predators such as the large filter-feeding acanthopods.
Yeah.
At low tide, they'll be exposed to the atmosphere, allowing them to take in hydrogen sulfide, and at high tide, they'll take in water to stave off dehydration.
Bro, I can't believe it. I was completely wrong. I thought that one of the creatures with legs was going to be the first on land. Look at my boy right here. Look at this thing. He looks like a Pokemon or something, or like a tattoo somebody would get in the 90s. Like, look at this 90s tattoo over here being the first thing to be on land. Shout outs to you, bro. You know what? If you have this tattoo right now, shout outs to you. I know there's somebody out there. You know what this looks like? This looks like the little sun tattoo what was it, like Batista has around like his belly button? You normally see women with it, but if you're a wrestling fan, you've seen Batista with it. But yeah, it looks like that type of symbol, or like kind of like that little tribal sun tattoo people have on their shoulders. But you know what? Hey, that's why it's the light. That's why it's the first one on land right there. You know, whoever, if you got a tribal tattoo of something that's similar to this, comment down below.
As they evolve to become increasingly terrestrial, their outer membranes will thicken to better retain water. However, making the membrane waterproof will also make it harder for hydrogen sulfide to pass through it, so these organisms may evolve specialized pores or stomata that can be opened to take in hydrogen sulfide and closed to prevent water loss.
Okay.
These stomata may connect to a layer of vascular tissue that transports the hydrogen sulfide to every cell in the organism. Also, recall that these organisms produce elemental sulfur as a byproduct of their chemosynthesis, so these stomata may secrete excess sulfur to prevent it from building up in their tissues. This means a coating of sulfur will gradually accumulate on their cuticles, which will get washed away as the tide comes in. When it comes to reproduction, these chemotrophs will need to tackle the usual problems faced by sessile organisms. Their colonial ancestors may have reproduced asexually, perhaps by budding or fragmentation. If the terrestrial forms inherit this mode of reproduction, they'll be able to colonize unsettled areas of the shorelines very quickly. But at higher population densities, they may be incentivized to switch to sexual reproduction to increase genetic diversity and give them an edge over the competition. In such a case,
They could be like mushrooms. You know how like mushrooms connect and then they can start like feeding off of each other and like kind of like helping each other survive over the distance, you know, become like one connected like hive tentacle mind thing where they're just creating another one, but they stay attached to the second one. So now they're two separate creatures, but they're still attached to each other as if they share one. So if one starts like lacking nutrition, the other one can like give it a little bit more, you know, and then they can just keep doing that until they're just like, you know, taking over the whole map. That, bro, I'm telling you, that'd be crazy.
they may grow gametangia, specialized organs that produce gametes, which are then released into the air in huge quantities, very similar to the broadcast spawning used by sessile marine creatures like the anthostomes. However, while in the water, gametes can drift among the currents more or less indefinitely, and so will have a considerable span of time to encounter other gametes, on land, without the density of water to keep them buoyant, the gametes won't remain airborne for long, and once they reach the ground, they'll die very quickly. One way of alleviating this problem is to have fertilization take place within the gametangium itself. The male gametes are released immediately, while the female gametes are withheld until a male gamete lands on the gametangium.
Okay.
The two gametes then merge to form a spore, which is then dispersed and can immediately begin growing into a new organism once it lands. These will
It's like an alley-oop. It's like a pass it, you know, get it, you dunk it, and then now we got a baby. Look at that. That's, you know, it's almost like having sex. It's just, it probably doesn't feel as good for them, you know, unless, who knows, maybe when that gambit hit, it's like, whoa. When you pop it off, you know, when you the male, when you pop that off, it might be a really good feeling. I don't know. I'm not one of these things, but like, maybe we should ask the question.
will be some of the first ever terrestrial life forms, forming sulfur-coated carpets of lichen-like crust growing over the rocks and sand. But as they begin to populate the coastlines, they'll pave the way for other colonists. Like the chemotrophs, the phototrophs will need to access the atmosphere in order to take in carbon dioxide, which dissolves in water, and so they'll mostly live near the water's surface. These organisms, though, gain energy from chemical reactions that occur between sunlight and the photosynthetic pigments in their cells. Among phototrophs on Earth, the dominant plant kingdom and the related clades of green algae use chlorophyll for photosynthesis, giving them their characteristic green color, while other clades of algae make use of a multitude of other pigments, each one gaining energy from a different portion of the spectrum of light produced by the sun.
Okay.
Our alien planet star is a class GV star, just like Earth's sun, so it will produce a similar spectrum, meaning the various kingdoms of phototrophs will show a similar variety of pigments to those on Earth.
Okay.
Let's say there's a class of algae on this planet that uses a red pigment for photosynthesis, and that one clade of these algae specializes for life in the intertidal zone. Once again, any individuals that are left exposed at low tide are at risk of desiccating. But instead of evolving their own mechanisms to resist dehydration, they may simply take advantage of the abundant colonies of chemotrophs that already cover the shore.
Just hop on
By
down.
incorporating themselves inside the membranes of the chemotrophs, the algae can rely on their host's toughened cuticles to protect them from desiccation.
Okay.
This will also provide them with extra nutrients, as they can take up the sulfur and water given off as waste products by the chemotroph. Since they now rely on the chemotroph for nutrients and shelter, it's in the algae's best interests to make sure that their host stays alive and healthy, so they may evolve to provide the chemotroph with a portion of the glucose they produce from photosynthesis, which is more chemically efficient than the formaldehyde that the chemotrophs produce. This sort of symbiosis between phototrophs and other organisms happens often in evolution.
Okay.
Corals rely on photosynthetic zooxanthellae to provide them with sugars in return for minerals and carbon dioxide.
You know what? I didn't know about this. I didn't know about Zaxohelias, Zuzohelias, Zooaxialis. This word here. He said it a second ago. I didn't fully hear the pronunciation of it, but I think I'm actually close. The Zootopia, Zootopia. Have you ever seen Zootopia? It's just like this. It's this word right here. It's very similar.
Synthetic zooxanthellae to provide them.
Zooxanthellae. I literally was saying the exact same thing. It just, the way I pronounced it, my pronunciation. I'm American, I can't help it. It just sounded like Zootopia, but I said the exact same thing he said.
With
before.
sugars in return for minerals and carbon dioxide. Lichens consist of a photosynthetic alga that shares the sugar it produces with the fungus that shelters it. And about 80% of all plant species have fungal or bacterial symbiotes in their root systems to aid in nitrogen fixation and
80%. Why have I not? I feel like I didn't learn this in school, guys. I want to tell you this. I feel like I would have remembered that knowledge in school because it sounds interesting to me. And I feel like I would have paid attention to it. I didn't learn this in school. This is something new.
and acquiring minerals from the soil. However, this partnership poses a difficulty when it comes to reproduction. Whenever the chemophyte reproduces, it will need to ensure some of its algal symbiotes are transferred to its offspring.
True.
So when it grows a female gametangium, some algae may migrate inside and attach themselves to the gametes. When a male gamete lands within the gametangium and fertilizes the female gamete, the algae will be released with the spore as part of a pre-packaged dispersal unit, or diaspore. And once the diaspore lands and the new plant begins growing, the algae will multiply asexually to fill the chemotroph's tissues. I'm going to dub these symbiotic organisms chemophytes, although for simplicity I'll be referring to them informally as plants from now on, even though technically they're not plants in the strictest sense. The carbon dioxide these plants need for photosynthesis will be supplied by the respiration of animals and aerobic microorganisms, while the hydrogen sulfide for chemosynthesis is given off by organic decomposition and by sulfur-reducing microbes. As these plants proliferate, they'll cause the atmospheric proportions of these gases to steadily decline, and oxygen levels to rise. Once they become fully terrestrial, they may increase their structural complexity. To take up as much sunlight, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide as possible, they'll benefit from a large surface area, which, once again, in accordance with the square cube law, will favour a thin, flat shape, which is part of the reason why the leaves of plants on Earth are shaped the way they are. However, large leaves will also have a high air resistance, increasing their likelihood of being damaged by the wind. This can be mitigated by having spaces within or between the leaves for wind to pass through, which may take the form of a branching structure.
Look at nature. Look at God. Look at everything. Look at whatever your belief system is. Look at it. It's incredible. Obviously we're looking at a scenario where things are being created right now, but we're also using real life knowledge to create this. So with that being said, trees are incredible. The fact that we even know about this stuff. What is it? The square cubed law? I don't know what that means, but I'm sure it's somebody. I need somebody to explain in the easiest terms, so the most layman terms you can, what the square cubed law is for me. So comment down below. It's probably going to be the same person who's explaining evolution in the comments. So please, if you're already still commenting evolution, because it's probably long, also maybe to give me the layman's terms on that one too. Just give me the layman's terms on everything that I asked for henceforward for these videos. If you guys are fans of these videos, I think what I mean here. I just need the simplest explanation. Maybe keep it to like 2 paragraphs or less. If it's a third, that's fine. But once we start getting to 4 and 5 paragraphs, that's where I'm like, whoa, this is a long comment. This is a very long comment. I gotta take some time. This is like one of those, I gotta read this. I mean, like, whoa, I gotta really pay attention to this. Like, let me get the layman's terms version. Let's keep it to 3 or less. How about that? I'm upping it to 3 for you guys because I love you guys.
For maximum exposure to sunlight, they may evolve stems or stalks that grow upwards towards the sun. The tallest plants will have the best access to light, and so an arms race will then ensue, with plants growing taller and taller, eventually evolving into forms that might be called trees.
Oh.
Since there are no terrestrial herbivores...
Oh my gosh, they're so slimy looking still. I didn't expect them to be all slimy at this point. They don't have bark yet? Like, grow some bark, please. Like, this is creepy now. This is some, like, Elden Ring forest of creepiness you're not supposed to be in type stuff. And they're like, oh, you got to go in this forest and then find a castle. And it's like, and all the trees are slimy? I got to go in there. The trees, like, it looks like the top of those things can still move. Can they move? Can they slap you? It looks like they can come down and slap you. It looks like if you try to hug this tree, you're gonna have like a glossy, sticky substance on you at that point. I wouldn't want to hug this tree. That's all I gotta say. These trees look absolutely disgusting at this moment. Like, shout outs to evolution, but I'm so happy our trees don't look like this. Life would be a lot different. Forest, people, I don't know. Hey, this is crazy. These trees looking like this, people might be a little bit more supportive of like deforestation in the world, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'm living in a world where our trees look cool. Maybe if I lived in this world, I'd be like, oh, these trees are beautiful. I love this tree. Let me go hug this tree. Look at them all red at the top and purple at the bottom, like some type of weird plant. But for me, it'd be normal because this is where I'd be living. So. Yeah, long story short of an already long story, these trees are pretty creepy.
As of yet, these trees may spread uninhibited across the landscape, forming vast forests of uninterrupted greenery. Or perhaps reddery, I suppose? And as the plants establish themselves on land, they'll present a new food source that may coax the animals into taking their first steps out of water. The sessile anthostomes rely on the ocean currents to bring them food, meaning they can't feed above the waterline, so the land won't have very much to offer them. But the motile tentaclostomes stand much more to gain from making landfall.
Yeah, my boy.
Perhaps some tentaclostome species come into the intertidal zone to spawn, as the shallows and tide pools form an ideal shelter for their developing larvae. These coastal species may evolve to supplement their diet by feeding on the chemophytes along the shore, and eventually be enticed out of the intertidal zone by the abundance of food offered by the land plants. Initially, they'll need to constantly return to the water to prevent desiccation. In particular, their gills are especially vulnerable to drying out. While in the water, a large surface area allowed increased oxygen uptake, on land it means a greater area for water to evaporate through, so having a large breathing surface is now a detriment. Recall, though, that the tentaclostomes are capable of retracting their limbs, so the gills may be withdrawn into the body when not in use, minimizing their exposure to the air and preventing water loss.
Keep a little water in there.
As the tentaclostomes become increasingly terrestrial, perhaps their gills evolve to become permanently retracted into pockets within the body, somewhat like a
now you got lungs. Now you got lungs, my boy.
pair of lungs. Air passes into these lungs through spiracles or pneumostomes on the creature's sides, and the muscles at the base of the lungs may become a pair of hearts to pump the oxygenated blood around the body.
Hey, look at this. My boy went from having one singular hole that does everything. Now he got 3 that do 2 separate things. I guess one also helps with the heart. So he got 2 hearts and 2 lungs with 2 lung holes. So interesting. I like that idea.
Since this passive form of breathing relies on a constant flow of oxygen-rich air into the lungs, the energy they get from respiration will be directly proportional to the levels of atmospheric oxygen. The less oxygen available, the less energy they'll have to maintain their growth, and so will have an upper limit on the size they can reach before their volume becomes too large to sustain. This is one reason why terrestrial arthropods on Earth don't get larger than a few kilograms at the most, as they rely on a similar mechanism of passive respiration. Luckily, though, the proliferation of the land plants will steadily oxygenate the atmosphere, allowing these tentaclostomes to attain fairly large sizes. However, their maximum size will still be limited by their lack of internal support structures. To help them locomote on land, their fins may lose their hydrodynamic specializations and evolve into simple feet made of pure muscle. This is very inefficient and energetically demanding, as the muscles will need to be tensed continuously to keep the body supported. Beyond a certain weight, this becomes impractical, posing another limit on their potential size. Although recall this planet's gravity is 20% lower than Earth's, so this constraint won't be quite as severe as it would be for animals on Earth.
Okay. But animals were pretty big back in the day. So if this is, are they going to be even bigger than dinosaurs were? Is that what he's saying? Like, are we going to, or no, gravity. He's talking about gravity. I was thinking about oxygen levels back then. But I guess either way, dinosaurs were pretty big. Is the lack of gravity, the slight change in gravity, going to make it so that they can actually expand even larger than, Earth, real life Earth dinosaurs? I don't know. I want to see this thing grow bigger. This is gonna be my boy right here. I'm riding with this thing. I was trying to rock with the plants, but you know what? They evolve a little bit too creepily for me. You know what? They're still cool. I'm not gonna hate on the plants. The plants were cool. The trees are nice. I'm not hugging that tree. Get that tree away from me is what I'm saying. I'm gonna love it from a distance. Like you stay over there, but I still appreciate you for whatever oxygen levels you're increasing, all that stuff. Also, this guy got 2 lungs, he's got 2 lung holes. If this creature eventually evolves to be some type of humanoid creature, with 2 airways for the lungs, they're probably going to have a crazy smoking culture. Anybody in that 420 culture knows what I mean. It's a different, thing here. So it'd be like 840 for them. I don't know. Whatever the equation would be, 220 or 210. I don't, come on, give me a break here, but yeah, I believe in this. I believe in this guy right here.
The only structural support the tentaclostomes have is their shell. The shells of marine anthostomes are made of calcium sulfate, which they form by taking in minerals dissolved in the seawater.
Yeah.
However, there's obviously no dissolved minerals in air, so forming a calcium sulfate shell on land may be infeasible. On Earth, the various groups of arthropods have independently invaded land numerous times, and in almost every instance have lost the mineral component of their shells, forsaking the ancestral calcium carbonate shell for one primarily formed of chitin. Our terrestrial tentaclostomes may do the same, turning their mineralized shell into a lighter, more flexible substance. Since the shell is impermeable to water, it helps prevent desiccation, which may also be averted by evolving a thick, waterproof skin, allowing them to venture out of the water indefinitely. However, they'll still be tied to the water for reproduction. Just as with the chemophytes, the tentaclostomes' gametes and larvae are prone to desiccation on land, so the tentaclostomes will need to return to the water to spawn, and their larvae will need to remain in the water until they develop the waterproof skin and air-breathing capabilities of the adults. To become totally independent of the water and colonize drier habitats, the terrestrial tentaclostomes will need to evolve internal fertilization.
Yeah.
With this reproductive innovation, instead of the male and female expelling gametes into the water and having the larvae develop on their own, the male will transfer his gametes into the female's body through what's called a cloacal kiss. The female will then contain the fertilized eggs within an oviduct, where they'll develop a waterproof outer casing that allows them to be laid on land without desiccating. This will also dramatically increase reproductive efficiency, as while within the oviduct, the eggs will be protected from predation and adverse conditions until they reach a suitable stage of development.
Yay, look at them dropping. Look, I already called it. They were going to be dropping eggs. They started dropping eggs. Also, like, they're starting to get a little bit more busy, bro shooting his, gambits inside of her, like it's some interesting behavior. Now, I will say that from what I'm hearing, they're still mostly using that hole for like the major, things go in and also come out of that same hole. So that's going to be interesting now that y'all doing kisses, it's like, hey, there's a little bit of poop on your hole right there, buddy. You might want to clean that up before we get busy. I got some eggs right now. I gotta make sure they don't get all weird. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, it's just gonna be a little bit strange at the beginning. Once they figure out this whole, like, maybe adding a second hole situation, I think they'll be a lot happier,
Note that this strategy closely mirrors the reproductive adaptations of the terrestrial chemophytes, which similarly carry out fertilization within the relative safety of the female gametangium. No longer reliant on the water to reproduce, these tentaclostomes may now push inland, undergoing further specializations for their new terrestrial habitats along the way.
Eat those trees.
To cope with a varied diet, the setae on their feeding arms may evolve into rasping surfaces, like the radulae of gastropods, while their stomach may develop a branching structure to increase surface area, as well as a number of ceca, or pouches to store digested food, which when full will then evert back into the stomach so waste can be regurgitated. These tentaclostomes will be the first true land animals, and are set to spread across the continent to occupy the abundant niches of the new terrestrial ecosystems. I'll call these...
Now, these things are already hilarious looking, and now I'm going to say, like, I want them to evolve to wear glasses, so it's like they're already 6 eyes. So what do you call them, like 12 eyes? Hey, 12 eyes, like that. I think that'd be personally funny for me.
These creatures, lophostomes. But though they may have won the race to land, they'll shortly be followed by other colonists. Among the polypods, the planktonic tachypods rely on the ocean currents for movement, so they may not fare well out of water, and the acanthopods are very specialized for aquatic life. But the sarcopods may be adaptable enough to make the transition to a terrestrial existence.
I knew it.
By this point, the chemophytes may grow into large coastal swamps around the mouths of rivers and estuaries, where the sarcopods might come to spawn or scavenge. As they evolve to inhabit shallower waters, their eyes might move towards their dorsal surface to allow them to see above the waterline, a common condition found in many semi-aquatic animals. Vertebrates on Earth have only 2 eyes, which provide a fairly narrow range of vision regardless of how they're positioned. This may have contributed to the evolution of the neck, which allows for the head and the eyes attached to it to be aimed in different directions to take in visual information over a wider range. Having a neck also allows for the mouth to be brought closer to food without moving the entire body, which conserves energy and makes feeding easier.
Look at that, now we're saving energy.
The sarcopods, on the other hand, have 6 eyes that grant a much greater field of vision without needing to be repositioned, and they have anterior limbs that can be used to reach for food and pass it into the mouth, so evolving a neck may not be necessary.
Okay.
Instead of having a head distinct
like
from the body, the sarcopods will have a somewhat head-like anterior tagma, or cephalothorax, and a posterior tagma, or abdomen. In these tidal swamps, coming onto land will present more opportunities for scavenging and predation, so some species of sarcopods may adopt an amphibious lifestyle. To stay out of water for longer, the sarcopods will need to solve the same problems as the lophostomes, and so may converge on similar solutions, developing a tough waterproof integument and adapting their respiratory system for air breathing. Just like with the lophostomes, the sarcopod's large ventral gill surface will lose water very quickly when exposed to air, and so is likely to be internalized to prevent dehydration, forming a lung-like chamber. Unlike the lophostomes, however, the sarcopods may evolve a mechanism for actively pumping air into and out of this lung to increase respiratory efficiency. The aquatic sarcopods use the constant beating of their 5th pair of limbs, or pleopods, to continuously pass water over the gills for greater oxygen uptake.
Yeah, I remember that.
But in the terrestrial sarcopods, these limbs may
Take all that
also
out.
become internalized, where they may atrophy into a set of muscles that allow them to actively inhale and exhale, somewhat analogous to the diaphragm of Earth's vertebrates. This mechanism is much more efficient than simply letting the oxygen diffuse into the lung as the lophostomes do, and so provides the body with extra energy.
Oh wait, this thing can't bring air into itself. It just has to rely on the air being put into it. Okay, that's different. I thought they would. For some reason, I thought they had a muscle or something in there to like bring the air in or something, but they don't. Come on, guys.
Fuse into the lung
Get a
as
diaphragm.
the
Grow
do,
up. Grow up and get a diaphragm like the rest of us.
and so provides the body with extra energy, meaning the size constraint posed by the atmospheric oxygen levels won't be anywhere near as limiting. For full terrestrialization, they may also evolve internal fertilization like the lophostomes, with the gonopods assisting in the transfer of gametes from the male to the female. But instead of laying batches of eggs that are each individually protected by an outer shell, perhaps the female sarcopod protects the fertilized eggs from desiccation by containing them within a leathery sac formed from the lining of her oviduct.
Interesting.
This egg sac, or ootheca, may contain dozens of developing young, and will serve as their first meal upon hatching. With these developments, the sarcopods are now able to leave the water behind for good and specialize for life on land. The sarcopods are, in a sense, already pre-adapted to terrestrial locomotion thanks to their hydrostatic skeleton, which lends their body a degree of support. However, beyond a certain size, hydrostatic pressure alone won't be enough to keep them from collapsing, and the legs will buckle under the increased weight. One way of dealing with this is to stiffen the limb by evolving permanently inflexible
We got bones, ladies and gentlemen. We have bones. Let's go. Skeletons.
so that the limb won't deform as easily and therefore won't need as much muscle
hyped up
power
for the
to
skeletons,
maintain
people.
rigidity. This may begin as filaments of stiffened muscle fibers within the walking legs, which will include the limbs evolved from the 4th, 6th, 7th, and 8th segments. These fibers may then become reinforced with layers of a hardened polymer, becoming a structure similar to the bones of Earth's vertebrates, although having evolved along very different lines.
Hold on. Bro, this bone looks insane. I'm going to tell you right now, this looks insane. I feel like it's stronger.
The legs will have several joints to allow them to articulate.
These look like stronger bones than we have. What is this? They got like four layered bones. Like each bone is just 4 bones made into one bone. What is happening here? Come on, evolution. What are we doing here? We need to grow up and be like them, guys. You know what? More bones, you know? Humans need more bones in them. I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. I'm calling it. I know some people may be like, but wait, I already have a bunch of bones. And I get it. You do. But look at this. Look at this. Look at the layers. We had layered bones. Imagine that. We had the layer of extra bones. Think how much harder it would be to break. You know, all you guys who break your bones all the time, you broken bone bastards. Like, how much would you love it to not have your bone broken right now? You know, look at you sitting there with a broken leg watching this video right now. Imagine if your leg wasn't broken. Incredible. Look at this. We're already solving issues. So, I'm calling it right now at least for real life human evolution. I'm going to go ahead and say we should start evolving bones to be multi-layered. You know, I know we're trying to work on other things. There's some people over there like, oh, we should evolve into breathing underwater. We should evolve into living in space or evolve into flying. I get that. All great ideas, ladies and gentlemen. I get that. But I say we start internally, get the structure down, you know, maintain the foundation. And we should quadruple up our bones, you know, just maximize the amount of bones we have for each one, make it 4 times as thick or something, you know, like let's go ahead and give that a try. And let's just test it out, you know. If that doesn't work, we can go with your flying or breathing underwater ideas, you know. I'm sure I don't know why we'd want to go back underwater. We know what it's like under there. It's not that fun. Mole people, maybe if you guys are working on that stuff, you know, the bones will help if we're living under the ground, though. I will say that. Dense bones, now we can start becoming like mole people, like living underground. Imagine you have the ability to just like break up a rock with your hand. Like, bro, Guys, we gotta have a meeting about this, okay? I'll let you guys know. Join, subscribe, all the fun stuff. We'll talk about this more.
Longitudinal muscles around the margins of the hemocoel may ossify to form a limb girdle, to which the leg muscles will be anchored. Once the capability to produce this bone-like polymer has evolved, it may get co-opted for other purposes, namely protecting the internal organs. Arguably, the most important part of the body to protect is the brain and the sensory organs, so it's likely a brain case or skull plate may evolve, along with other deposits of bone around the cephalothorax, as well as along the lateral nerve cords that serve as the equivalent of the spinal cord. This skeleton, as well as their efficient respiratory systems, will allow these sarcopods to grow to considerable sizes. By the time the sarcopods come onto land, the lophostomes will have already occupied the majority of the available niches, but the sarcopod size advantage will give them access to megafaunal niches that the lophostomes are excluded from. To further specialize for attaining large sizes, they'll need to evolve a more efficient cardiovascular system,
look at this.
as
Veins.
extra weight puts more pressure on
Arteries.
circulation. The hemocoel
You love
used to
to see
function
it.
as
You-
both
you
the
love to see it,
hydrostatic
people.
skeleton and the circulatory system, but now that the role of structural support is taken up by a true endoskeleton, the hemocoel can now evolve into a closed circulatory system, in which blood is moved continuously through a series of vessels to ensure a constant flow of oxygen to every cell in the body. The ancestral polypod pumped blood through the hemocoel by contracting rings of muscle within each of its segments. But as these terrestrial sarcopods grow larger, the contractive muscles within the abdomen may fuse into a single dedicated heart. The new circulatory system will also need to have a filtering mechanism to prevent the buildup of metabolic waste products and toxins in the blood. Each of the segments of the ancestral polypod may have had a pair of nephridia, or glands involved in blood filtration, which may survive in these terrestrial forms as a series of kidney-like organs within the abdomen. Their digestive system may also undergo some changes as well. The simple gastrointestinal tract of the ancestral polypod may develop a foregut or gizzard within the cephalothorax, lined with grasping teeth.
Hold on. What are these teeth? Are these going to be the teeth? Oh my gosh, that looks frightening.
Or plates to grind down swallowed food, and a second, larger stomach may...
I don't know if they're going to be evolving into doing any type of oral activities with these type of teeth. I'm going to tell you that right now. That does not look fun to deal with.
Within the abdomen, along with organs that supply enzymes to aid in digestion. The anterior limbs on their cephalothorax may now specialize to aid in feeding on their new, much more varied diet. The first two pairs of limbs, once used for sifting through sand for detritus, may now become mandibles to process food and pass it into the mouth, with the setae on these limbs becoming tooth-like cutting surfaces. The third pair of limbs may become pedipalps, which may have a role in both handling food items as well as sensing the environment. The tips of these pedipalps may contain chemical receptors to smell and taste food before it's ingested, and the setae on these limbs, used in the marine sarcopods to sense vibrations, may now...
I will say, I might also be on the idea that we might, like, evolving these sensory things for humans, it might be a good idea. I don't know. Being able to... But here's the thing. There's a lot of things you don't want to taste immediately in the air, but that's because we messed up the environment. For these guys, it's going to be fine, except he's going to taste dirt all the time and farts and poops. He's gonna taste that before he even gets near it. So that's going to suck. You know, you're going to have that taste like in your mouth, which you're going to be like, ew, let me stay away from that. But also, like, we normally, you know, for humans, we just get to smell something and it's like, whoa, that's intense. Imagine smelling and fully tasting something before you even, like, you don't taste it, but you fully taste it now. Like, you haven't eaten it, but you fully taste it. That's gotta be harsh. It's gotta be fun sometimes, but it's gotta suck. You're trying to go to work, you know, you're over here smelling the road, you're tasting, you know, the freaking gravel and people working on the road. Now you're tasting the work that they're doing. Like, oh my gosh, it's gonna suck.
Specialize into a hearing mechanism. Speaking of senses, since air is constantly being a hearing mechanism used in the marine sarcopods to sense vibrations, may now specialize into a hearing mechanism.
Okay.
Speaking of senses, since air is constantly being drawn into the lungs, a ring of olfactory receptors around their spiracles will help detect scents carried on the breeze. thus giving their sense of smell a much greater range. These sarcopods are now adapted to a fully terrestrial existence, and are poised to exploit the as-of-yet vacant megafaunal niches. I'll call this clade the osteopods. Together with the chemophytes and lophostomes, they'll serve as the
my
blueprint
guys,
for a new...
look at my trio right here. This is like your trio starter pack in like the Pokemon games. It's like, this is like your fire starter, your grass, your leaf, or no, your water, fire, grass. I guess my boy over here to the bottom would probably be like the I don't know. See, these don't really fit the three. You know, I feel like this guy's more like a rock creature. This is definitely a grass slash poison creature up at the top. At the bottom, he also feels like a water creature. But also, that's just because I'm used to him being in the water. I gotta adjust to my boy being on land now. So, okay. I'm about to do it, guys. I know this is what y'all been waiting for. The guy at the top, he's your grass type starter. The guy at the bottom, he's gonna be your fire starter creature. And I'm gonna make my boy the water type. But this ain't Pokemon Blue, so we're gonna give him dual typings right now. He's gonna be at the top grass and poison, obviously. At the bottom, he's going to be fire slash ground typing. Yeah, we're gonna make him ground typing, and then over here we're gonna make him water slash. Ooh, it's gonna be a good one. Water slash. You know what? Water slash psychic. We're gonna give you psychic abilities as well. This is gonna be an interesting duo. Who you got? Who's your starter Pokemon right now? Comment down below.
Innumerable land-dwelling lineages to come. It will have taken about 100 million years to gain a foothold on land, but now they're fully equipped to populate the nascent terrestrial ecosystems.
Yeah.
In the
I mean, y'all got the shorelines covered, but now we got to start getting into the mainlands. We know we need to start seeing trees evolve, like forest. You know, we need some forest. Just forestation. You know, like whatever the opposite of deforestation is. We need proforestation. You know, like let's start populating these lands with these weird tree creature things, and I think we'll be happy.
Next episode.
Whoa, microphone! What is going on with you this recording right now? What's happening? I have to have a one-on-one conversation with you. Like, you're a microphone and you keep falling. I don't understand your logic here. Like, you have legs, use them. Look at these guys.
We'll see how these pioneering land dwellers undergo an explosion of diversity into a myriad of new clades.
I can't wait. A myriad of new clades. We're going to get new clades, guys. Again, shout outs to the team here. Special thanks to everyone on here right now, including Kevin McLeod. You know what? The music's been incredible the whole time. Everybody who does everything, sound direction, the imaging, the editing, I love it all. The research team, shout outs to all you guys. Shout outs to Boblidrion himself, the Big B man. The name is a little bit difficult for me, but you know what? I try every single time because I love you, Boblidrion. Boblidrion. Again, someone did comment on how to pronunciate it, but I am going based off whatever comes to mind the first time I see it every time. But shout outs to you. I appreciate it. Now, guys, that was a great video. My land creatures are doing great. You know, pick your starter, below, like I said. I'm the grass, the trees guy. He just creeped me out. I just thought the trees were creepy, just being real with you. I wish they were less creepy trees, but they are extremely creepy trees. This is like that forest that they tell you don't go into, the dark forest. This is that forest if those trees are around. So I just want you guys to know that. If one of those trees evolves into eating people, I'm not going to be surprised. I already tried to warn you. Don't trust that tree. Don't hug that tree. I tried to warn you, but some people don't listen. That's when you get eaten by a tree that randomly grows to eat things. So we're on another planet here, people. So yeah, this is a great one. I can't wait till the next episode. I think it's going to be even better in part 5. We're really getting into the action here. You know, we're evolving quicker than I expected. I'll say that. I feel like I expected at least another episode or two where they were like still in the ocean. But I'm sure they're gonna come back or something. You know, like we got ocean creatures don't stop evolving after this point, so we got to keep them going there. You know, we got to get whales, something like that, whatever the equivalent is, and also I'm waiting for the part where they make humanoid creatures. You know, I'm here for the humans. I want to see what they're doing with the human type creature things, you know, how they're gonna do it, what they're gonna look like, how they're gonna eat, all this stuff. I just really can't wait. So, Boblidrion, again, I do appreciate you for making this. I'm sorry I'm late to the party here, but you know, I just started doing YouTube a little bit ago, so you know, just a couple of years ago recently. So I don't know, like I'm catching up, Boblidrion. Don't punish me, please. I don't know, but yes, I don't know what that was, guys. If you made it this far into the video, I want to say thank you. As always, I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video, and we're back with another video by our good buddies here at Boblidrion. Again, we're never going to be sure about the pronunciation of that, okay? We're never going to be sure. People were going to type in the comments, and I encourage it. Type the pronunciation of it in the comments. But just know, me saying it may never change. I want you guys to know that. I keep it honest with you. So with that being said, yes, we're back with episode 5 of the series Alien Biospheres. And this time we're back with terrestrial. What is this one here? This is going to be terrestrial diversity and ecology. So this is going to be an interesting one. We're going to learn about the different species on the terrestrial plane. So last we saw some okay, this is based off what I remember now, guys, so follow along with me. Last time we saw some creatures from under the sea actually start to evolve into land dwelling creatures slowly but relatively quick. We saw the weird trees. That was weird. I did not like this trees, and I got a lot of comments of people explaining to me why I don't like the trees, and I do appreciate each and every one of you guys. My reasoning on why I don't like the trees was very initial, and I know it's because I'm a human and I'm on Earth and I'm used to the trees we have now. If I was there, things would be different. All the stuff you guys commented it, I appreciated it, but I will say this. Just like visually, the trees were weird, and you guys all understood that as well. I like all the people who agreed that the trees were weird. Shout outs to you guys. You guys know those trees were weird. So yeah, guys, with that being said, make sure you hit that like button, you comment down, you subscribe for more. You never know what I'll put out next. And also, if you're watching this video, but for some reason you haven't watched the original video or you haven't subscribed to Boblidrion, I'm gonna need you to do that. There may be a variety of reasons why you haven't done it, but the excuses end now. Link will be in the description below. All you got to do is click on the link and then go to go to it. It's simple as that. It's like you would have to be like an alien to not understand this, guys. Let's continue on. So, with that being said, I think we're all ready to go. Wait, oh man, okay. I do got to mention this one last thing, and I know I'm gonna bring this up one time because I never bring this up. But if you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe. More importantly, subscribe. YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Alien Biospheres, Part 5, Terrestrial Diversity and Ecology.
In the last episode, we saw how the chemophytes, tentaclostomes, and sarcopods underwent.
Yes, we did. So, guys, I think I just explained this, but this made me think about something. I want to thank everyone who, picked their favorites out of these three as if they were Pokemon. Again, I think I want to say this one is here. This one was my favorite, but I may have said this one. I definitely didn't say this one, even though I do feel like this one would have a very strong evolved form. Just like the what was it, the Venusaur of my day. But I was more of a Blastoise guy. I liked Squirtle and then War Turtle and then Blastoise. And then secondarily, I would, on the second playthrough of like Pokemon games, I would go for the fire type. So that's just me.
The adaptations necessary to leave the water behind and become the first organisms to live exclusively on dry land.
My boy.
But evolution isn't a linear process, and as these groups make the transition to land, they'll continuously diversify to fill the myriad niches offered by their new terrestrial habitat.
Yeah.
To begin with, the environment our alien organisms find themselves in, having emerged from the water, will be warm.
See, I will say, this version of the tree, I like it better than the all red, like all land version of the tree. This one at least looks a little bit more natural, but I don't like this tree either.
Wet and tropical. Our alien planet has a higher average temperature than Earth and less seasonal variation. Plus, the abundant hydrogen sulfide undergoes a series of reactions in the upper atmosphere to form sulfuric acid, around which will condense voluminous clouds that bring acid rain. On top of that, the high temperatures and single enormous ocean serve as a mechanism for generating gigantic storm systems called hypercanes, larger than any storms seen on Earth. All of these factors mean that...
Wait, did we talk about hypercanes before, ladies and gentlemen? I feel like hypercanes is new information for me. This might be new for me at least. Maybe you guys were paying more attention, but hypercanes? This is one island and it's going to get hit with So that means it probably goes through the whole continent. The whole big continent, supercontinent. It probably goes all across that thing. That's crazy.
The mainland will be perpetually drenched by massive bouts of acid rain, which will erode the mountains into weather-beaten crags and valleys and carve out huge river courses and deltas, and much of the land will be taken up by waterlogged marshes and bogs. This warm, wet climate will be ideal for the chemophytes, which will pave the way for the first terrestrial ecosystems. Just as in the oceans, the primary energy sources for terrestrial organisms will be sunlight and atmospheric hydrogen sulfide, both of which are used by the chemophytes to power their autotrophic reactions.
Yeah.
The first chemophytes will be small, slime mold-like organisms, no more than a few centimeters tall at the most. But the clade from which the terrestrial plants descend, which we'll call xenophytes, will evolve the specialized tissues necessary to grow roots and stems to take up minerals from the soil and grow upwards to gather more sunlight. And one clade of these plants, which we'll call the xylophytes, may then evolve tough support tissues to let them grow into the first trees. Before the animals come ashore, there'll be nothing around to eat these plants, with one notable exception.
Yeah, it was the...
Saprotrophs are organisms that absorb nutrients from dead or decaying organic matter. The most recognizable saprotrophs on Earth are fungi, but saprotrophy also exists among bacteria and even some plant species as well.
Wow.
In these ancient forests, dead plant matter represents an as-of-yet unexploited source of nutrients, so it's very likely that a clade of chemophyte will evolve a saprotrophic lifestyle. The chemophytes may be especially suited for saprotrophy because organic decomposition gives off hydrogen sulfide, from which chemophytes derive a portion of their energy. One clade of chemophyte may adapt their roots to absorb more hydrogen sulfide and other nutrients from the bountiful leaf litter that covers the forest floor. As they specialize for this mode of nutrition, they may no longer rely on photosynthesis to obtain sugars, and so their leaves may shrink, possibly even forsaking their algal symbiotes and so losing their reddish coloration. These chemophytes, which I'll call necrophytes, will be the first terrestrial decomposers, organisms that break down the detritus that litters the ground and recycle the nutrients, a role vital for all ecosystems. Things will remain this way until the tentaclostomes launch their invasion of land, which is likely to occur alongside or very shortly after the first terrestrial plants.
Get him. I want to, editor, put Pokemon music at this part right here. Just to, I want to, why did I not think of the Pokemon theme? Like, what is it like? okay, maybe I didn't. Editor, you do the Pokemon sound. In fact, take out my voice and then put the Pokemon theme, the battle theme, over it. So I'm gonna go, and then you're gonna take that part out, and then make sure you take all the, make sure you take the explaining part out of it, because that would be weird.
The early amphibious forms may flourish around the water's edge, but the Lophostomes will have the advantage in inland habitats. The first Lophostomes will likely be adaptable generalists, since they won't have had much time to specialize for living in the forests. In this new environment, their survival rates may be fairly low, so they'll be incentivized to reproduce quickly and frequently to maintain a stable population. This strategy of rapid reproduction is sometimes called R-selection. R-selected species are those who produce large numbers of offspring, of which only a small proportion survive. R-selected species tend to be small, have short lifespan.
I didn't know this was the name for it. I thought this was just, these are just like small animal things. Like they have lots of kids, but they have short lifespans.
And often thrive when colonizing new habitats. The sessile anthostomes also exhibit this mode of reproduction with their broadcast spawning, and so the Lophostomes may inherit similar reproductive tendencies, producing thousands of eggs in a single spawning, the majority of which will die before reaching maturity.
Dang.
As these Lophostomes proliferate, they'll undergo a spurt of rapid diversification to fill all the various available niches, what's called an adaptive radiation. One clade of Lophostomes may exploit the niches of small-bodied creatures, shrinking down to only a few centimeters long. Below a certain size, their shell won't provide any decent protection, and so isn't needed and may be lost entirely. A small size also means they won't weigh very much, and so will need comparatively little muscular effort to support themselves, so their stubby legs may become longer and more flexible, which will also let them climb plant stems and burrow through leaf litter.
Are they going to need claws or anything to help them with the climbing? They got stubs.
Because they're so low to the ground, even the tiniest variation in terrain may obstruct their line of sight, so their eye stalks may lengthen into periscope-like structures to let them see over obstacles and increase their field of view. These tiny Lophostomes will exploit similar niches to those filled by arthropods on Earth, and, much like the arthropods, they may reach staggering levels of diversity. Arthropods account for over 80% of all animal species.
Wow.
The total species count of all chordates, mollusks, flatworms, and roundworms combined wouldn't even be equal to the number of beetle species alone. We'll touch on this again later, but one of the primary drivers of biodiversity is habitat variation, which is much more appreciable on small scales.
True.
So our tiny Lophostomes may reach...
That makes sense. Like, the world is so much bigger when you're smaller. Like, if you're an insect, the world is, like, infinitely big. Obviously, we're human size, so the world isn't... the world's still really big. The world's a really big place, incredibly big. Like, if we didn't have modern technology, most people would never be able to, even with modern technology, most people would never see the whole thing. But, for like an ant or a creature that small, the world would be infinitely big. There would be so many more niches you can really diversify. All land areas would feel like a new biodome for real. Like, slight changes in temperatures when you're that small I feel like that's going to be huge, right? Like, if it's a 5-degree temperature difference for us, for an ant, does that feel worse? Or if you're a science guy, Bill Nye in the comment section, please go ahead and comment down below the answer to that question, because I really want to know that. What's temperature? What does temperature do to smaller animals? Is it worse for them, or is it better? Is it worse for big animals? You guys, I don't know the answer. You guys know. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe you will be able to find the answer. You out there, if you don't think I'm talking to you, no, believe it. I'm specifically talking to you, person watching right now. Time, place, date unknown. I'm talking to you. This is my call and response. I need the response. I'm calling.
Levels of profusion comparable to the arthropods. Also, like arthropods, they may maintain the R-selected tendencies of the earlier Lophostomes, as R-selection tends to be favored at small body sizes, since the only real...
Also, I've been thinking about it, I have to say it. our selection, that feels like a slur, right? That like like anybody out there understand what I'm saying here? Like our selection feels like something you would call people. Like I feel like I want to like use that now. Like, oh, this freaking our selection over here. Like, and I know it doesn't mean anything similar. Like it's nothing at all similar. It doesn't mean any. The etymology of the word isn't the same whatsoever. But you know what? I thought that was funny.
The real way they can defend themselves against larger predators is to reproduce faster than the rate at which their predators can eat them, much like the tachypods that constitute the majority of marine plankton. I'll call these tiny creatures malacoforms. Their diversity may be too great to adequately catalogue, but we can still map out several major lineages. Early on in their evolution, some clades may specialize for feeding on plants, forming the first link in the food chain.
Okay.
Some may evolve their manipulator limbs into cutting tools to crop and process the softer tissues around the leaves and branches, while others may evolve compact, robust mouth parts to bore through the harder tissues around the stems and roots.
Okay.
While still others may evolve a proboscis ringed with sharp serrations to pierce the plant's outer cuticles and suck out the nutrient-rich vascular fluid.
I kind of like this guy. Right here. Something about him. He seems pretty cool.
As these herbivorous clades establish themselves...
Guys, which ones do you like more? The one at the bottom here, this one here in the middle, or this one on the right? Left, middle, right. Which one do you really rock with the most? I'm feeling this one here in the center. I don't know. And secondary is this one on the right.
Other clades of malacoforms may evolve to feed on them. Some may adapt their tentacles into sharp, fang-like claws.
Hold on now. Wait a second. I spoke too soon. First glance off of this guy, he looks cool as ever. I like this guy. I rock with him. He looks like he eats rocks. He looks like he'll tear through a rock. Give him a rock right quick. Let me see what he do.
Prey, while others may evolve whip-like.
Wait a second. Are those whips with jaws? These things have whip jaws? Okay, I'm sorry. This might be my favorite episode. It's hard to choose a favorite. Ladies and gentlemen. Please comment down below which one is your favorite. I said the last guy was my favorite. I said the green dude was my favorite. This might actually be my favorite. He's got the rock. He's got the teeth and everything, and then he's got extra teeth here. He's like he's like the last one, but more deadly. Like, look at this. This guy, super cool. Jaws, incredible. I like the claw jaws right there. But look at this. He's got whip and kind of claw jaw. He's got the double. He's like a whippity claw.
Like tentacles to ensnare and restrain their prey. And some may evolve.
Whoa, hold on. Is this an electric type? What is this? Bro, these are Pokemon now. This is an electric type. Look at this. Look at normal rock type.
Like claws.
This guy is like Eevee. Guys, this is evolution. I'm gonna act like I just thought about that for the first time. Like, guys, if you didn't know what the evolution and evolution was talking about, it's kind of shorthand for it's like Pokemon term for evolution. It's evolution. There you
for
go.
impaling and butchering prey, while others may evolve longer whip-like tentacles to ensnare and restrain their prey. And
this
some
is an
may
electric
evolve
type.
to become scavengers or detritivores, feeding on carrion and decaying organic matter along with the necrophytes. Each of these groups may contain thousands of species, and they'll form the basis of just about every terrestrial ecosystem across the planet.
Okay.
While the malacoforms may be incredibly diverse, other lophostome clades may maintain a decent size as well as a hard shell. And as the oxygen levels increase with the proliferation of the forests, they'll be poised to attain comparatively large body sizes, though they'll still be limited by their lack of skeletal support structure and inefficient breathing mechanism. At their size, they won't need long eye stalks to see further, so they may shrink into compact muscular turrets to reduce their likelihood of being damaged, though they can still be swiveled forward and back to increase their field of vision. And as these forms specialize for terrestrial life, one clade may see a radical innovation in their digestive systems. We've said the entire gastrozoan branch of the anthostome evolutionary tree has a blind gut, meaning they eat and excrete waste out of the same opening.
Yep.
This isn't very efficient, since newly swallowed food gets mixed in with food that's already been digested.
True.
On Earth, many clades have secondarily evolved a through gut from an ancestral blind gut, so the same thing may happen in the lophostomes. Perhaps in one innovative clade, the gut evolves a sort of partition to form into a U-shaped tract with separate canals for ingestion and excretion. This development will help them extract more nutrients from their food.
See, somebody also commented down below why I thought having one hole was weird, and I get it. They did a great explanation. I actually really like their explanation. But you know what? Even Biblitrion was like, you know what? That is kind of weird. We got to give them two holes. We got to at least give them an intake and an outtake hole, like a separate outtake hole. You don't want to confuse the food. Now, I was thinking about it from a completely different reason, about later on, much later on in evolutionary life here. I'm thinking about the future. I'm thinking about like 20, 30, 40, 50 million years, 100 million years in the future of this society. The damage that one hole could do for, like different type of revolutions out there. It's going to be hard to, get a lot of things done in certain atmospheres, certain rooms, it's going to be difficult in certain rooms, if you know what I mean, with only one hole. It's going to be like, whoa, what's that taste? That doesn't, all right. Did you brush your hole beforehand? Like, a lot of questions,
Than other clades, and so these lophostomes, which I'll call diplostomes, may become the dominant group of large land animals in these ancient forests. A larger body size may also result in these diplostomes shifting from R selection to K selection.
Okay.
Instead of reproducing in vast numbers like R-selected species, K-selected species produce fewer offspring, but invest more heavily in those offspring to foster a higher chance of them surviving.
Yeah.
K-selection tends to be favored by species that are large, have relatively long lifespans, or live in crowded ecosystems or at high population densities. The diplostomes' increasing size may therefore occur alongside a decrease in the number of fertilized eggs they produce in any given clutch.
Okay.
From the several thousand eggs in the ancestral lophostomes to only a few hundred or even several dozen in larger forms. Keep in mind R and K selection exists on a spectrum, and most species will exist somewhere between the two extremes, and some species may even alternate between them. For
crocodiles.
instance, the chemophytes reproduce asexually to let them colonize new or sparsely populated habitats, like an R-selected species, but in areas that are already colonized or densely populated, they switch to sexual reproduction to maximize genetic variation, and they package their fertilized spores within a diaspore to increase their chances of survival, like a K-selected species, which is actually very similar to what many species of fungi do on Earth.
Oh.
The diplostomes may become increasingly K-selected as they evolve larger body sizes, which will be facilitated by the increase in atmospheric oxygen as well as their efficient digestive systems.
Nice.
An immediate advantage provided by their complex guts is an improved ability to cope with the tough, indigestible tissues of large plants, and so most early diplostomes may be herbivorous. One clade may specialize for herbivory by evolving some of their feeding arms into long tentacles to reach for food,
Okay.
while the remaining arms may broaden and become covered with row upon row of grasping.
You kind of lost me there. You had me in the first half. Yeah, I get the specialization, but I'm not a big fan of this mouth right here. This is, I thought it was going to look a little cooler.
Teeth for masticating vegetation before swallowing. The abundance of food in the ancient forests may let this clade further increase in size to the upper limit of what their boneless bodies will allow. As they grow larger, their legs may thicken with rings of muscle to support a greater weight, possibly
Nice.
losing the ability to be retracted within the body.
Probably.
But the evolution of large herbivores will create a niche for predators that feed on them,
Yes.
and so it will only be a matter of time before one clade of
Come on.
diplostomes evolves carnivory.
Come on.
This transition may begin with a clade that evolves to supplement their diet by subsisting on malacoforms or by scavenging carrion, gradually becoming generalist omnivores. These species may be smaller than their herbivorous cousins, and so won't be quite as robustly built, and their generalist lifestyle may require more mobility than dedicated herbivory,
speed.
involving behaviors such as digging or climbing, so their shells may become thinner and narrower so as to not hinder their movement.
Okay.
We'll call these creatures stenostricans, which form a sister clade to the fully herbivorous diplostomes or plecostricans. One clade of stenostricans may fill the niches of adaptable opportunists. While the plecostricans continuously and indiscriminately gorge on the bountiful vegetation, these creatures may be more selective in their feeding, so some of their tentacles may evolve into antennae packed with scent organs to probe the leaf litter for anything edible. Eventually, however, another clade of stenostricans may complete the transition to carnivory by specializing to feed on larger prey, becoming the first ever terrestrial macropredators. This transition may be facilitated by one major development.
I want to see the thing that's going to eat this plastrica, or a plastrica. I want to see the thing that's going to eat this.
Being apex predators,
yes,
defense
apex
is a priority for this clade, while speed and maneuverability are critical to successful hunting. So this new predatory clade may reduce their shells even further than other stenostricans. But rather than losing the shell completely like the malacoforms, they may instead internalize it as a rigid structure within their body.
That's like a spine at that point. That's just a bone. My boy got bones.
Since the shell no longer provides any protection, it may become diminished into a long, flexible structure that provides internal support, much like the gladius of squids, or indeed like the backbones of vertebrates.
That's a spine right there.
This structure now serves as a site of muscle attachment, giving them greater leverage and making walking much more efficient.
He's the guy that calls everybody else spineless. Ian, this is the creature that invents that term on this planet.
They still won't be able to run with any great speed, but they'll easily outpace the bulky herbivores they feed on. To pierce through their prey's armor, their tentacles may truncate and become lined like barbs to deliver
That's what I'm talking about.
bites. I'll call these forms coleostricans. In response to these new predators, the other diplostome clades will need to undergo defense.
Yeah, I like this guy. Look at him. He looks fierce. He definitely looks like he's gonna take out that other guy. He's gonna bite through those stones. They should have sheathered shell. Call him the shell, just the shell smasher, the shell crusher, the crusher. Call him crusher.
In response to these new predators, the other diplostome clades will need to undergo defensive adaptations.
Yes, stronger
the
shells.
Plecostricans may simply thicken their shells and evolve extra armor, while the smaller omnivorous stenostricans will still need to maintain a degree of flexibility, so they may divide their shells into bands to provide protection without...
Hey, come on now. This one actually starting to look really cool. I like the flex shell of
restricting their movement.
Now it kind of looks like a sand slash. I know I'm not saying real animals, but how about this? It looks like a armadillo.
Possibly even evolving the ability to curl into a defensive ball. I'll call this clade the Desmostricans. All of these various clades of Lophostome will enjoy millions of years of unrivaled dominion over the land before the sarcopods come ashore to challenge their supremacy.
Yeah.
Like the early Lophostomes, the first osteopods will likely tend towards our selection to help them quickly colonize their new habitat, and to that end, they might employ a unique reproductive capability.
Okay.
We said in part 2 that the ancestral polypod was dioecious, that is, having a distinction between male and female individuals. But what if we add a slight variation to this? What if, like some species of fish, amphibians, and arthropods on Earth, the sarcopods and the osteopods from which they descend exhibit sequential hermaphroditism, wherein they may alter their sex at some point during their life cycle?
I've seen this happen in Jurassic Park, guys. Okay, so here's the deal. If they decide to do this, they can't bring them back millions of years later, and then try to be like, "Oh, this is just this island just has all females." Turns out they changed, and also that happened in. Wait, did that happen in the books? Yeah, that happened in the books too. Except it was way more explained. It was explained in a lot more detail in the books. They also explain a lot of other stuff in the books, and people are different. John Hammond, not that great of a guy in the books, I'll tell you that. And you know what? Read the Jurassic Park book is what I'm really trying to tell you guys. Great book, great series. I gotta finish it up. I don't think I ever finished part 2. So I gotta do that. You guys read part 1. I'm gonna read part 2. That's what we're gonna do here. Okay.
This contrasts with the lophostomes, whose larvae don't have any sexual characteristics at all, and it's only once they reach maturity that they become either male or female and remain as that sex for the rest of their lives. The osteopod sequential hermaphroditism may provide an advantage because in any population where the proportion of males and females is unbalanced, an individual can change their sex to increase the likelihood of finding a mate and helping the population remain stable. Unlike the early lophostomes, the first osteopods will evolve among an already crowded ecosystem, so for the osteopods to adapt to any terrestrial niches, they'll need to compete with the dominant lophostome clades. But the osteopods are provided with a considerable advantage from their internal skeletons.
Oh yeah,
and
they got a skeleton and lungs.
breathing systems, which
They
will
got
grant
both.
them much greater potential size and maneuverability than the lophostomes. As the skeleton evolves, the osteopods may split into 2 lineages. One may evolve multiple flexible limb girdles for increased mobility and speed, while the other may evolve a single fused limb girdle to support a larger body size.
Okay.
We'll call these 2 lineages Poliscians and Syniscians respectively. The early Poliscians will be small and adaptable omnivores, relying on their speed and agility to survive, while the Syniscians' robust skeletons will allow them to specialize for the niches of large ground dwellers, rapidly becoming the biggest land animals on the planet.
Oh wow.
As they get larger, their feet will broaden, since if the feet are too narrow, they'll sink into the ground, which would be especially problematic in the muddy swamps that cover much of the landscape. Unlike tetrapods on Earth, their feet won't bear any digits, instead consisting of a single toe-like claw with gripping surfaces on the underside. Earth's tetrapods inherited their fingers and toes from their lobe-finned fish ancestors, but the sarcopods from which the osteopods descend have hydraulic feet instead of fins and have no digits to speak of, so the osteopods will likewise be toeless. The rise of these new clades will spark an evolutionary battle between the lophostomes and the osteopods for dominance of the terrestrial ecosystems. The competitive exclusion principle states that no 2 species can occupy the same niche in the same ecosystem without one outcompeting the other. None of the lophostome clades can attain the same size that the Syniscians can, nor do they have the speed and maneuverability of the Poliscians, and so they may begin losing ground, but extinction isn't the only possible outcome. Niche partitioning is the process whereby species competing for the same niche undergo adaptations for a more specific realization of that niche, such that they can coexist. For example, the various species of animals found on the Caribbean islands, while all filling the general niche of tree-dwelling insectivores, avoid competition with each other by living in different microhabitats defined by specific types of vegetation and levels of sunlight.
Again, the world is a lot bigger when you're smaller. This makes sense because now, hey, I specialize in this bottom leaf right here. Oh, well, we specialize over here on the wood, and I specialize in bushes. I specialize in this type of bush. These guys specialize at the tops, but on different sides. They got a middle guy, and they got a cactus guy over here. Shout out to this diversity.
The competing clades of lophostomes and osteopods may do something similar, evolving to live in different habitats and competing for different resources. For example, the Desmostricans and Poliscians, both comprising adaptable omnivores, may avoid competition with each other by specializing for different diets. The Poliscians may take advantage of their mobility to climb and live among tree branches, where they may feed on leaves and mixed plant matter in addition to scavenging and hunting small prey. Their mandibles may broaden into chisel-like structures to help cope with a variety of food items, as well as to chew through the tough outer cuticles of the trees and search for wood-boring malacoforms. To help them climb trees and clamber over rough terrain, the gripping surfaces on their feet may evolve claws, and their limbs may lengthen to span the gaps between branches. Living in trees also serves as a defensive adaptation, as they'll be out of reach of many of the large ground predators, and many species may complement this with camouflage patterns to let them blend into the red leaves of the
this guy's looking dangerous.
Surrounding foliage. These will be some of the first ever arboreal animals, living in a similar way to rodents or prosimians. I'll call these creatures platydonts. The competition from these adaptable osteopods may have an impact on the Desmostricans, possibly resulting in many generalist species going extinct and forcing the remaining species to adopt a more specialized lifestyle. They won't be able to exploit tree climbing niches nearly as well as the platodonts, and so may instead remain at ground level and specialize to feed on the abundant malacoforms among the leaf litter, especially since the malacoforms don't require very much speed to prey upon. On Earth, animals that occupy analogous niches may be called insectivores, but of course, on this alien planet, there are no insects.
No.
So for our purposes, I'm going to coin the term malacivore to describe
When
their
are we
feeding
going to get
habits.
some insects?
To specialize for this lifestyle, some of their tentacles may elongate into whip-like organs to snap up any malacoforms they unearth, which will then get crushed between the grinding surfaces of the two spade-like lower tentacles.
Okay.
Since this lifestyle demands less mobility than that of their adaptable ancestors, they may become bulkier and more heavy-set, forsaking a life clambering among the understory
I like
and
this
now
guy.
remaining exclusively at ground level. Similarly, the Plecostricans may avoid competition with the herbivorous Siniskians by specializing to feed on different types of vegetation. The Siniskians may take advantage of their size to exploit the niches of large browsers, evolving long pedipalps to reach into high branches. These pedipalps may terminate in hooked claws to pull leaves towards the muscular mouth, and their cephalothorax may enlarge to accommodate an expanded foregut to tackle tough woody vegetation.
Okay.
We'll call these lumbering beasts megalobrachids.
Big arms.
These adaptations, along with their great size, will mean the megalobrachids will be able to feed on vegetation well out of the Plecostricans' reach. So the Plecostricans may respond to this by specializing for the niches of heavy grazers, feeding on low vegetation on the forest floor, and as such, their feeding tentacles, no longer used to reach upward for food, may become shorter and used for foraging among leaf litter or digging for roots.
Not my favorite
predatory
look.
clades, niche partitioning may drive the evolution of new hunting tactics. If a clade of Peliscians evolves to become predators, they may make use of their speed to specialize for pursuit hunting. Their hind legs may elongate and align to become parallel with the body for a more directional application of force, allowing them to accelerate explosively. Their eyes may move forward towards the front of the cephalothorax to provide them with increased depth perception, and their pedipalps may evolve sharp cutting surfaces to butcher their kills. This collection of traits will give them a
Holy crap. Holy crap. This guy here. Oh my gosh. This guy here. Oh my, king of the jungle, king of the whatever they're in right now.
to chase down fast quarry like the platodonts, and to exploit similar niches to those occupied by foxes and other canids on Earth.
Yeah.
I'll call them dromaeopods.
Yeah, in about 100 million years, there's gonna be adults on the alien biosphere planet that have this guy as a tattoo on their arm, being like, yeah, it's like, you know, it's how people are like, they're wolf people on Earth. There's gonna be Dromaeopodia people on there. They're gonna be like, yeah, running feet, that's me. Look at the tat right there. You know, it's super cool. How they hunt in packs and everything. And then some guy's gonna make up a theory about like how they're alphas and betas, and then the same guy is gonna come out years later and be like, I was completely wrong about that, and I'm sorry for what it did to society, because now people think that applies to them, even though it originally started as a animal in the wild theory of how certain animals go, but now we're equating it over to all species, including humans, which is like, that wasn't even a species they were talking about. They were talking about pack animals for real, and how pack animal societies work. But we're not even, it doesn't even matter, guys. Just long story short, this is going to be a very popular tattoo, as well as like statue, t-shirt, poster, dream catchers, if they have dream catchers in the future of this society, which I assume they will. You know, there's something about a dream catcher that's just appealing, you know, regardless of who you are. There's, you know, people like shiny things, hanging things, things that hang over the bed at night. I imagine these creatures on this planet will evolve to have the same similar taste. We shall see.
The dromaeopods may outcompete many of the predatory coleostricans, but those that survive may avoid competition by specializing for ambush tactics.
Ooh.
Their gladius may evolve to become increasingly lighter and more elastic, so that when the muscles within the back contract, they bend the gladius into a curve, storing energy like a bow, and when the muscles release, the gladius snaps back into its original shape, propelling the animal forward in a sort of bounding lunge. This may lead to them evolving a bizarre inchworm-like mode of locomotion, as well as an impressive jumping ability, which they may make ample use of to escape larger
I ain't gonna lie, this guy looks cool. This guy looks cool. I like the stripes. Why does he have stripes? Can somebody in the comics explain why he has stripes? If Oblivion doesn't explain why he has stripes, could you explain why he has stripes, please?
predators or to ambush prey. Many species may undergo further niche partitioning by evolving to live among tree branches that are too high or precarious for the dromaeopods, which are primarily adapted for life in the understory. Their walking legs may lose their weight-bearing capabilities and evolve to grip and cling to tree branches like forceps,
Makes sense.
as well as to anchor themselves in place when lunging at prey. With these adaptations, these diplostomes, which I'll call elastospondylus, will become the most mobile lophostomes yet, perhaps sufficient to become prolific arboreal ambush predators, feeding on the malacoforms and platodonts they share the trees with. The megalobrachids, however, may be too large to serve as suitable targets for either the elastospondylus or the dromaeopods, which are specialized for hunting small, fast prey. But once again, where there's a gap in the food chain, something will inevitably evolve to fill it.
Yeah.
In this case, early on in the Siniskians' history, the same stock from which the megalobrachids diverged may give rise to a clade of large carnivores. They may use their strong pedipalps to grab and restrain prey, while their eyes, much like those of the dromaeopods, may cluster towards the front of the cephalothorax to help them zero in on prey. Their mandibles may lengthen and become more heavily muscled, while their teeth may extend and sharpen to slice through flesh.
Okay.
These creatures will become the new apex predators of these early ecosystems.
Guys, does it mean it's 2 meters tall? How big is that again? Guys, non-Americans, or even Americans who just remember things that they learned in school, please tell me how big 2 meters is. I might Google that, but then that would ruin the call and response. See, that's what I'm talking about, guys. You're not thinking about the call and response. You're not thinking about the me in this situation where you could be commenting down below, but you're like, no, you should research this. And I'm just like, well, where's the comments for the interaction of the video? You know what I'm saying? Like, what happened to that? I thought we were all in this together. But outside of that random rant, this is cool. Guys, let me know how big 2 meters is.
Systems, and the largest...
How many football fields is that? How many... I need some give me some American lengths, by the way. How many baseball bats is that? How many basketballs tall is that? Is 2 meters? How many Larry Birds on top of each other equal 2 meters? Give me some type of, when you give me the answer, convert it into something super American so I can understand. Like, how many apple pies is this tall? How many? You guys get it.
Carnivores of their time. However, despite their size and ferocity, they may still retain some of the omnivorous tendencies of the ancestral Siniskians, allowing them to subsist on vegetation or carrion if need be, somewhat like bears or the extinct...
Whoa, what the hell is this thing? This was like a real thing we had on Earth? This is like a real thing we had. It looks like it's giving a laugh or something. I would never go near this thing. This looks like the most untrustworthy animal you would ever see on Earth. If this thing looks like it would have like a gold tooth, and it's like, yeah, I lie. Like, it's just this whole thing is this guy just lies, and then you're like, well, maybe he's cool. He comes up to you all injured, like, I just need some help, and you're just like, oh, well, maybe it's cool. Then he looks back at the camera and he smiles like, yeah, I got him this time. And then he goes after you. You're just like, whoa, what camera was there? When did the camera crew get here? But you forgot that this was a nature show and they were recording, and this thing's smart enough to know, hey, this is a great opportunity for camera time. Let me go ahead and make my moment here, get my shine on right quick. Now this guy's getting center of attention. Look at him. He looks like he's still center of attention.
Telodonts on Earth. We'll call these creatures Deinognathans. And with that, our terrestrial ecosystems are looking fairly well fleshed out, and our 2 body plans have seen some major developments along the way. As always, keep in mind that these are only the major groups we're detailing here, and there are likely to be innumerable other clades that come and go alongside them.
That makes sense.
This will serve as a rough outline for the sorts of ecosystems that may develop in the first 50 million years or so following the appearance of the first lophostomes. But there are omens of change on the horizon. The climate is becoming cooler and drier, and the tropical forests are thinning. The stable, hospitable habitats our species have thrived in thus far won't last forever, and so these clades will need to adapt to a changing world or face extinction. In the next episode, we'll see how these clades leave the ancient forests behind and undergo further diversification to conquer a variety of new habitats across the supercontinent.
Oh, wow. Guys, another incredible episode of Alien Biospheres by Oblivion. I don't know what else to say. I will be honest, this may have been my favorite episode so far. I've liked every episode, but this one just the amount of microphone. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? You see me and the camera having a moment, and now you're making it about yourself. Insane, crazy. Only this microphone. But ladies and gentlemen, I liked every episode, but the amount of diversity, I wasn't expecting that amount of diversity from each creature. So far, obviously, I'm starting to think that gosh, I can't remember all the names, guys. Don't do this to me right now. But just know that the last set of creatures, I believe, are going to be my favorite. I've seen like 3 or 4 of them that I really liked. But also the second set of creatures he talked about, like, bro, both of these land like actual animal creatures instead of just the plant. The plant is cool. The plant has its diversity. The plant is doing its thing. Shout outs to the plant. But I am a big fan of these 2 actual moving creatures here. They're really doing their thing. They're really diversifying in some of the craziest niches. Not even crazy, but just some of the more interesting niches. And then they're really just filling those roles. And then the looks of them, they just start looking more epic. More and more over time, they're just like, you know what? Let's get better and better. I can't wait to see what their final evolved form is going to be. I cannot wait to see what the last episode is going to seem like in comparison to the first one. Like the last episode of this, the creatures have got to be like I want to see what they turn into. Like obviously they're just not gonna. I don't expect them to just become humans. You know, I don't. I hope nobody's under the assumption that I believe that these are gonna evolve into humanoid-like creatures. I'm not assuming that, but I am excited to see what they are gonna evolve into. I want to see how they're gonna change and what features are gonna become more prominent, which features are gonna become less prominent, what's gonna become what external organ now becomes an internal organ, vice versa. You know, what limbs get grown, what limbs disappear, who gets arms first, like what's the literal arms race, what's that gonna look like? Does any creature evolve to have 5 fingers, you know? Opposable thumbs, if you will, limbs of sorts, you know? Will that happen? Will it not happen? Will they just be like a bunch of big old Pokemon running around out there? Will one of them get electric powers? You know, poisonous gas? Something, you know? Yeah. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. You know, maybe some creature figures out some type of chemical reaction within itself, and it can breathe fire, and I will call that one Charmander, and then that evolves into Charmeleon, and therefrom we get Charizard. All we need next is some type of creature that evolves into shooting some type of liquid out of its stomach, and then maybe over time that liquid evolves to look like water. It is a water-like substance that this creature can shoot out of its self at high velocities. And then we have ourselves a Squirtle, War Turtle, and Blastoise. So I am looking forward to that, ladies and gentlemen. If you made it this far into the video, you made it through all the rants and ravens and everything, then obviously you are a real one. So I appreciate you. And as always, guys, just want to say this, and I mean it from the heart. Thank you. I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video. And this one is another video for the Alien Biospheres series. We're up to part 6, the open plains. So this is going to be an interesting one. I imagine seeing really big animals destroying things, going at it. The evolutionary tree was insane last time, so I can't wait to expand on that. I think I saw like most of my favorite so far, all the variations are just incredible. I can't remember the name of the lineages, but like they're all incredible. I love them. Obviously I know, guys, this isn't Pokemon. Guys, I got make sure you guys remember some of the things I say in these videos are a little bit for comedic effect. So obviously I know Pokemon aren't, how evolution works. I understand that we can't pick and choose. I understand that it's not, all the things. I already understand that stuff. So just want to make sure you guys had a clear understanding that sometimes I like to have a little fun here. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe to the channel. You never know what I'm going to put out next. And sometimes even if you know what I'm going to put out, you don't know when. I like to keep you on your toes. Also, if you're watching this and you haven't, subscribed to Boblidrion, our good buddy Boblidrion with the, the series, then make sure you subscribe to his channel. The link will be in the description below. So check him out, subscribe, tell him that I sent you. See if he'll subscribe back. We'll see. That's your job though. So guys, with that being said, oh, got to mention one more thing, and I rarely mention this, so look back on all the videos. I bet you'll never see me ever say this before, but if you don't like, comment, and subscribe, more importantly, subscribe, YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Alien Biospheres, Part 6, The Open Plains.
Last time, we saw the development of the first terrestrial ecosystems within the vast humid forests that cover the supercontinent, supported by a warm, wet climate.
Things were getting crazy last time, ladies and gentlemen. Animals were expanding, the weather was changing. We heard about super hurricanes or something like that, like super canes. Brother, I looked at it. Turns out that was a real thing that happened on our Earth back in the day. Who knew? Who knew? Now, that's actually crazy information for me.
Climate of unceasing rain and storms. But it's only a matter of time before these stable, benign conditions begin to change. As the forests fill the atmosphere with oxygen, they'll simultaneously take in enormous amounts of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide.
Yeah.
Thus far, the levels of these gases have been maintained by the aerobic respiration of animals and by the activities of sulfur-metabolizing microbes, respectively. But the globe-spanning forests may deplete these gases faster than they can be replenished.
Whoa.
On top of that, as the mountains are eroded by acid rain, the newly exposed rock reacts with the carbon dioxide to form calcites, further lowering atmospheric CO2 levels. Since carbon dioxide...
Now, I'm not familiar with calcites, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know about calcites in the comments down below. How about that? Somebody tell me about calcites. What are they? What's the history of them? What they do? Are they cool rocks? Do we collect them? What do we do with these things? Are we using them for stuff? Can we use them for stuff? Is this the secrets of space travel? All questions shall be answered in the comments below, people. If you weren't the person to reply to those comments, just go down and read the comments and you'll have the answers that I threw out there.
Dioxide is a greenhouse gas. A decrease in its abundance will lead to an overall cooling of the planet's climate. The enormous storms that deliver rain to the center of the supercontinent rely on high oceanic temperatures, and even a drop of only a few degrees will be enough to disrupt weather patterns. Add in that lowered hydrogen sulfide levels slow the formation of sulfuric storm clouds in the upper atmosphere, and the production of the hypercanes that have fueled the growth...
Hypercanes, I call them supercanes. They're hypercanes. That's even crazier than supercanes.
The global forests will come to a halt, and the inland regions of the supercontinent will be starved of water, and thus the forests will dwindle, giving way to vast tracts of open prairies and plains. And although the necrophytes and malacoforms will return a portion of the carbon and sulfur content of the tree's tissues to the atmosphere through decomposition, the remainder will become sequestered underground as the trees become fossilized, effectively removing them from the carbon and...
Why have I not heard of lignite before? I feel like I didn't heard about lignite. I've heard of peat, and I've heard of coal. it's just like between peat and coal, there's lignite. What is lignite? Is lignite something cool? Do I see that often? Probably not. I don't think I've ever seen lignite. I've seen a swamp before. I'm pretty sure I've seen some peat. I've seen coal. Lignite. You're a new one to
sulfur
me.
cycles, meaning the original atmospheric levels can't be recovered. Many species may not survive this environmental upheaval,
No.
and those that do will need to adapt to an
Okay.
entirely different...
Okay, my boys are still here. The what are they called? Polypodia. The polypodias are still here. The anthostamo. Some of these are gone. My boys down here are gone. You know, R.I.P. to this guy with the armadillo plates. You know, R.I.P. to this guy. You know, he kind of revolutionized having like the big jaws for you guys. You know, shout out to this guy, you know, kind of the first person to really double down on that armored plate situation. You know, really being like, you know what? I know what we're good at. I'm about to just quadruple down on it. You know, he straight up from the lineage of this guy down here, you know, just straight up, boom. You know, he was a good one. But, you know, we still got my boy down here, you know, made a few adjustments. You know, not as long of a snout with the claws on it, but you know, he's still doing his thing. He's bigger. He's more tankier. So shout outs to him.
may not survive this environmental upheaval, and those that do will need to adapt to an...
Hey, look at his species though. They all still around. My boy down here, he's ready. He's ready to hop on some stuff. This guy, he's ready to tear everything apart. These guys are all like like they're bosses at different levels. He's like the final boss right here.
entirely different world. Note, however, that due to the fact that this transition takes place quite gradually, the resulting decrease in biodiversity won't be significant enough for it to qualify as a full-blown mass extinction. But don't worry, we'll cover those in much more detail in a future episode.
Okay.
One of the most obvious changes in this new world will be in the vegetation.
Whoa, I like this artwork here. Shout outs to Angelo M. Lepore. Hey, I love this artwork. Shout outs to Angelo here.
The once expansive forest
I like how it really details the size, because like in my mind it's always a little bit difficult to like really differentiate the sizes in there, you know, like I know it's like a couple of meters or millimeters, centimeters, all that stuff, but you know, obviously I'm from America, ladies and gentlemen. I need inches and stuff like that so I can really get a grasp. This really helps me get a grasp of what the world is looking like here.
forests will now only exist near the coasts and around lasting sources of fresh water, while in drier habitats the trees will be replaced by scrublands of mixed caulifite species. These plants, being significantly smaller than trees, don't require nearly as much water, carbon dioxide, and
Hey, shout outs to Kiwi the cartographer as well. I'm liking the art they're adding in these. This is a nice
hydrogen
add.
sulfide, and so have an edge in the new climate. But they're also likely to strengthen their advantage with several important adaptations. All chemophytes have a central body, which in xenophytes is surrounded by a tough, waxy cuticle, and in xylophytes is strengthened by rigid support tissues. Unlike most plants on Earth, which grow gametangia from the tips of their branches, chemophytes' gametangia grow out from the main plant body. The leaves grow from a single meristem, or region of tissue growth, at the top of the plant to maximize their exposure to sunlight. However, if the meristem is damaged, either by being eaten or simply trampled, then the plant won't be able to grow new leaves and so will more than likely die. For a full-grown tree, this isn't a very prevalent danger because the meristem will be too high up to be within reach of any herbivore. But for smaller plants, the meristem...
But if the gamma, you know, if this thing here, if this gets destroyed, they can't reproduce either. You know, these things are pretty important too. They should be I think they should be a little higher up as well. You know, maybe even, I don't know. Should they be as high? Because then you're gonna worry about aerial predators soon. I don't know when, but I imagine they're gonna be there in a while. So, you know, but for right now, I guess the higher up, the better. You know, I just feel like having these so. I mean, you could say that the same thing as humans. Having them so low is a little dangerous, but still.
is much more vulnerable. One clade of caulifite may solve this problem by having the meristem occur close to or even below the ground level, which can be achieved by shrinking the size of the plant body. with only the large prominent leaves emerging from the soil. Like all chemophytes, these new plants will be capable of asexual reproduction, which will let them spread very quickly across the newly opened habitats as the trees disappear, possibly forming huge clonal colonies in many areas.
Okay.
And when carrying out sexual reproduction in more densely populated habitats, the gametangia may grow out from the subterranean plant body into long stalks to maximize the dispersal of gametes. This clade of caulophytes, which I'll call brachyphytes, will become the dominant ground vegetation across the supercontinent, growing anywhere too dry for trees. These areas will be somewhat similar to grasslands on Earth, though since there's no actual grass, I'll refer to them using the more general term steppe. This new biome will cultivate a completely new assemblage of niches, which the recently evicted forest-dwelling species will furiously compete for. Among the lophostomes, the tiny malacoforms may survive the transition by dint of their extreme diversity and adaptability, but the diplostomes may be doomed to a much slower recovery, since they relied on the forests to maintain the high atmospheric oxygen levels they need to attain large sizes, and with the forests gone, oxygen levels will steadily fall, shrinking the diplostomes' maximum size and forcing them to surrender the megafaunal niches to the osteopods. The slow and bulky plecostricans may survive as small generalist grazers, relying on their sturdy shells for protection, and the desmostricans may maintain their lifestyle of dedicated malacivores. The elastospondylls, however, are specialized for life in the treetops, so as the forests disappear, they may be forced to explore new survival strategies.
Oh, like dig holes and stuff like that.
The elastospondyl's springy gladius lets them execute powerful jumps to pounce on prey as well as to leap between branches, which makes them a prime candidate for one particular development. On Earth, many arboreal species have independently evolved a membrane of skin, or patagium, that lets them glide from tree to tree, as seen in animals like flying squirrels, flying lizards, and even flying snakes.
What? Wait, what? Why did you have to traumatize me? There's flying snakes? There's flying... Ladies and gentlemen... We need to get rid of these. I don't know what they do for the environment. I don't know. I have no clue. I am starting petition. Let's just call it get rid of all flying snakes. I'm gonna be that guy.
While there are some models that posit that gliding can evolve from a ground-dwelling ancestor, and while there are occasional oddities like flying fish and flying squid, the preponderance of arboreal gliders seems to indicate...
Yo, this frog... Shoutouts to this frog. I don't know. It looks the least effective, but it also looks the most fun.
The most common pathway to the evolution of a patagium is as a means of jumping between trees. The elastospondylls therefore seem very likely to evolve a patagium to augment their already powerful jumps, increasing the time they can remain airborne and the distance they can cover in a single bound, as well as to provide a degree of safety if they were to fall from a great height, acting like a parachute to slow their descent.
True.
To support a larger patagium, the middle pairs of limbs may become longer and broader, and outgrowths of the gladius may extend into the patagium to allow it to maintain its shape when outstretched, somewhat like the hyperextended ribs or ossified filaments found in many clades of living and extinct gliding reptiles. Altering the position of the limbs to influence the shape of the patagium may even allow them to manipulate their trajectory as they glide, and if this is the case, it seems very likely that one clade may take this development to its obvious culmination.
What's that?
While gliding has evolved over a dozen times in the history of life on Earth, powered flight, wherein the animal can remain airborne indefinitely, only has 4 known instances of having evolved.
Really?
With the exception of insects, whose evolutionary path to flight isn't fully understood, wings have universally evolved from a patagium supported by an elongated and heavily muscled forelimb. But the elastospondyl's unique physiology may lead to them evolving a rather unorthodox method of flight. If the sites of major muscle attachment occur towards the posterior end of the animal to pull the gladius backwards, it may be more likely for the musculature necessary to power flight to develop around the 2 pairs of hind limbs, while the front 2 pairs of limbs provide stability and control pitch. As unusual as this method of flight is, there is some precedent for it in animals on Earth, as seen in the awesomely weird fossil reptile Charavipteryx, which, although incapable of powered flight, formed the bulk of its gliding surface with its hind legs while using its front legs as stabilizers, reminiscent of the canards on a...
Life finds a way. Life finds a way.
delta wing aircraft. The flying elastospondylus may begin with a similar configuration of patagium before developing the musculature to generate the lift needed for true flight, becoming the first flying animals on the planet. To specialize for flight,
They're just like scarier pterodactyls. Imagine a pterodactyl, but even scarier. Okay, this might be my new favorite one. I gotta see what's coming up next because I know he's about to throw in some bangers. But like Biblitrion, you're doing your thing on this one right now. You are doing your thing on this one right now.
their bodies
Oh
will
my
need to
gosh.
become more streamlined, and so their eye stalks and oral tentacles may shorten to reduce drag.
Yeah.
Efficient flying will also put a huge demand on their metabolism, as flight is a very high energy activity and requires a number of physiological adaptations to sustain. First of all, the Lophostome's mechanism of passive respiration may not give them the high stamina needed for flying, especially with atmospheric oxygen levels declining. However, these flying elastospondylus may overcome this by exploiting a unique quirk of their anatomy. As they fly, the contractions of the posterior muscles will cause the gladius to undulate, which successively constricts and expands the lungs, pumping air in and out and providing them with more oxygen. This can be complemented by evolving specialized breathing muscles in the thorax, giving them a system of active respiration similar to that of the osteopods, and thus enabling much more efficient flight. This innovation may coincide with a change in their metabolism. All the animals we've seen
So does it help that like when they're gliding, they have those open holes for their, where they breathe in? When they're gliding through, the air just like it's coming, just like automatically hitting in, like they're like intake engines and like the jets. Is that how it's gonna work? Like the air as they're flying through, it's just gonna intake, and then the muscles are gonna help push it back out, and they may not even have to use that muscle to like intake the air, just to exhale it, because it's like they're flying through, the air's just coming through automatically. That might be pretty cool. I don't know if he fully explained that, but who's talking right now? Come on.
so far are ectotherms, sometimes described as cold-blooded, meaning their internal body temperature is almost entirely contingent on the ambient temperature of their environment. However, the metabolic reactions needed for sustained muscular activity are most efficient at a consistent high temperature, which ectotherms can only achieve in sufficiently warm climates and by spending long periods of the day basking in the sun. This constraint means that our elastospondylus will only be able to fly in short bursts if their body isn't suitably warm, so to optimize their flight performance, they may evolve some form of thermoregulation, the ability to modulate internal body temperature to keep it within a metabolically favorable range.
So they may have to grow fur. Okay.
Thermoregulation is often used synonymously with endothermy, where an internal temperature is almost always constant, only ever varying within a few degrees, as is done in mammals and birds. But some animals fall between the two extremes of ectotherm and endotherm, and thus sometimes get called mesotherms. For example, regional endotherms only maintain an elevated temperature within certain metabolically demanding areas of the body. Some clades of fish, like lamniform sharks and tuna, use countercurrent heat exchange between blood vessels to warm the areas around the eyes and locomotor muscles, ensuring they can function optimally even in cold waters. And many flying insects warm up their thorax by rapidly contracting the opposing muscles without moving the wing, generating heat in a similar way to the shivering reflex in mammals and birds. We'll discuss thermoregulation in more detail later, but something similar to the latter mechanism might evolve in the flying elastospondylus. Specialized muscles within and around the wing membrane may engage whenever the wing's temperature drops below a certain threshold, decreasing the reliance on warm environments for efficient flying.
So he's gonna be able to shiver just like me. Hey, just like me for real.
Combined with their active respiration,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to make that joke. It was bad. Yeah, don't ignore that joke.
will enable them to sustain prolonged periods of long-distance flight. As the first flying animals in the planet's history, these elastospondylus will have all the aerial niches to themselves, and so may be hugely successful and undergo an explosion of diversity, which we'll explore in future episodes. Let's call them Opisthophterans. Meanwhile, on the ground below, the osteopods will need to find their own way to adapt to the changing landscape. One of the immediate pressures imposed by the steppe is that, without the cover of the forest vegetation, animals will be much more visible and vulnerable to predators, encouraging the evolution of new defensive adaptations.
Camouflage.
No longer bound by the dense forest vegetation, some herbivores, like the megalobrachids, may respond to increased predation by getting bigger, as a large size acts as a deterrent to attackers. Plus, it comes with the added benefits of an expanded feeding envelope, letting them feed on vegetation out of reach of other herbivores.
True.
And it acts as a method of thermoregulation by increasing the amount of body heat they generate. But attaining an especially large size requires several key adaptations. First of all, our old friend the square cube law means that doubling an animal's size will increase its volume, and therefore its weight, by a factor of 8. And to support this extra weight...
Now guys, I clearly understand all this math here, but just to make sure you guys do, you see, the bigger the things get, the wider they have to get, the stronger they have to be. It's a whole thing. You know, obviously I could, for me to explain this to you, you know, it would take so much more time in this video. That's the only reason I'm not doing it. Normally I would do that, but it would just take so much time. But there are links to the biomechanics in the, you know, his description. So I'm going to make sure to have the link to his channel in my description, and then you just go to his links once you're there. Or else I would, bro, literally I could spend like the next hour explaining to you all the principles of the squared cube law and how, you know, it works when it shrinks, but also when it's bigger. But most of you, see, the people who subscribe to my channel most of them already know this. This is like nothing but for non-subscribers, non-subscribers out there, it would just take so much time from you. Should just subscribe, you know, because once you subscribe, there's something about subscribing. The button does something really cool. You should try it out. But also it helps you understand the stuff better, you know, because once you're subscribed to the channel, you'll fully be able to understand what I'm telling you. Even in this moment, subscribers already know what I'm saying, even right now. Like, you're like, non-subscribed people are like, whoa, what is he even talking about? Too much information, overload. The moment you hit that subscribe button, ladies and gentlemen, all this makes more sense. It's like, whoa, I need more information now. That's why I'm going to tell you to hit the biochemicals or biomechanics in the description for his channel. That's what I'm telling you. You want to know more because you're a subscriber. This is how you get them more knowledge. Non-subscribers, they already, you know, their brain is like already phased out of this conversation.
Wait, the legs will need to become 2.83 times thicker.
Yep.
As the creature gets larger and larger, the legs will eventually become so thick that it will be impossible to maintain the enormous amount of muscular energy required to move them. Having a skeleton helps a great deal in increasing maximum...
Guys, if you listen to what I was saying before, I pretty much said all the same stuff.
...size, as bones are much better at withstanding compressive forces than pure muscle. But optimizing the weight-bearing potential of these bones requires a change in their arrangement.
Yep.
Most of the osteopods we've seen so far have limbs that are splayed out to the side of the body, like many amphibians, reptiles, and arthropods on Earth. This sprawling posture provides a wide, stable base that reduces the chances of falling over, but it can't support a great amount of weight, although on our alien planet this constraint is slightly alleviated by the low gravity, such that the native fauna may support themselves with a more splayed posture than animals of equivalent size would need on Earth. But as the animal gets heavier, the most efficient way to support the extra weight is for the limb joints to move closer to the sagittal plane, or central line of the body, which reduces the amount of muscle power needed to stay upright and relieves the torque imposed on the joints. Beyond a certain weight, for the animal to be able to stand at all, the legs need to be positioned directly under the body and perpendicular to the ground. On Earth, this development occurred independently among archosaurs and stem mammals, which would later allow both groups to achieve immense sizes, so the same innovation might occur among the steppe-dwelling megalobrachids.
Ooh.
Beyond the biomechanical constraints, a larger body also needs a greater amount of food, so
Yeah, guys, again, this is all great. You know, if you don't understand this principle here, the bigger you are, the more food you need to eat. You know, again, subscribe to the channel.
An animal's maximum size will be contingent on the abundance of food in its habitat. This may preclude many of the larger species from colonizing the sparse inland regions towards the center of the supercontinent, but the areas along the edges of the coastal forests may be rich enough in
Oh
vegetation
my gosh, this is Angelo. Angelo, incredible work, Angelo. If you're watching Angelo M. Lepore, if you're watching this video right now, shout outs to you, brother. If anybody knows him, tell him, watch the video, get his shout outs. I love the artwork. The mountains going into the background, the trees, the colors. It's so visual. It's incredible.
to fuel the growth of the biggest animals yet to evolve. We'll call these giant megalobrachids titanopods. Once they're established as the dominant herbivores, different clades of titanopods may specialize for different modes of feeding. The forest-dwelling megalobrachids from which the titanopods descend were primarily browsers, using their elongated pedipalps to reach for high vegetation. One clade of titanopods may retain similar feeding behaviors, taking advantage of their enormous size to feed on the leaves at the very tops of the trees. And since no other clade can rival them in size, they'll have these browsing niches all to themselves. Free from competition, these forms, which we'll call proceropods, will thrive in areas where stands of trees grow alongside patches of open plains, such as gallery forests that grow around large rivers and lakes.
Okay.
But in areas with fewer trees, the titanopods will need to adapt to feed almost exclusively on the brachyphytes, and thus change their feeding habits to become dedicated grazers. These species won't need to reach upward for food, and so may have shorter legs and smaller pedipalps, indiscriminately stripping the brachyphytes to the ground like giant living lawnmowers. We'll call these creatures baropods. Together, the proceropods and baropods will dominate the niches of large herbivores, but the plains also offer niches for smaller, more adaptable animals. Although most platodonts are adapted to life in the trees, some of the more generalist species may be able to eke out a living on the steppe as the forests disappear, which may give rise to a clade of permanent ground dwellers, which we'll dub Edaphotheres. Just like the megalobrachids, the Edaphotheres will be more exposed to predators on the steppe, and so will need to invest in some form of defense. Competition from titanopods may prevent them from reaching large enough size.
Hey, shout outs to this map here. I do enjoy this. I like the size comparisons. This is it's good for me personally.
To offer substantial protection, but the
So these things are freaking huge. I like this guy. I like this guy too.
Edaphotheres can instead use their speed and agility to outrun their predators. Once again, though, sustained activity is most efficient at high body temperatures, so just like the Opisthophterans, the Edaphotheres may evolve a means of thermoregulation, perhaps investing in full-fledged endothermy to give them high energy levels throughout the whole day. However, endothermy does come with a drawback. A constantly high metabolism needs a lot of food to maintain. Whereas ectotherms like crocodiles can go for over a year without a meal, endotherms are required to feed much more often, with extreme cases like the American pygmy shrew needing to eat 3 times their own weight in food every day.
What?
Fortunately,
well, how big is this thing? It looked pretty. I mean, I guess it's really small, but like 3 times his own body weight every day. Where do you like? I hope he eats something that I hope he eats grass or something like that. Like, I hope he don't need nothing that's like hard to get for him.
For the Edaphotheres, though, the steppe offers an abundance of food, and the adaptations they inherit from their platodont ancestors make them well equipped to exploit every available source of nutrients. The forest-dwelling platodonts had a varied diet of mixed plant matter in addition to malacoforms and other assorted small prey.
Yeah.
One clade of Edaphotheres may remain adaptable generalists, but adopt 2 additional feeding behaviors. Firstly, scavenging. Carrion represents a rich source of protein to supplement their diets, so these Edaphotheres may therefore assist the necrophytes and malacoforms in keeping the steppe clean of carcasses. It's important to note that above a relatively small body size, relying on scavenging alone for food becomes impractical, since carrion rarely occurs in quantities sufficient for a large animal to live on exclusively, so most scavengers will still actively hunt prey if carrion isn't readily available. Scavengers often have keen senses to help them detect food over long distances, so in our Edaphotheres, the scent receptors lining their spiracles may expand into complex olfactory chambers with a large surface area to increase their sensitivity. To help them reach inside the bodies of carcasses, their pedipalps may become slender and gracile, tipped with taste receptors to probe for fresh meat, and a saw-like arrangement of serrated claws will help them tear chunks of flesh from within. Another feeding behavior these Adapatheres might adopt is oviviry. Eggs are rich in essential nutrients, and the steppe will be littered.
Wait, hold on. Is this guy eating a rock over here? These guys are like munching on the egg. This guy's eating a rock. What's wrong with you, bro? Like, this is why. Like, look at these two. Like, clearly doing everything they need to do, having to, eating, having a good time. This guy, he thinks he's having a good time. He's playing with the freaking rock right now. There's always one. There's always one guy in the group that's just like, bro, why do we even? I swear, we shouldn't even hang out with you, but we love you. If we wouldn't love you, we wouldn't even hang out with you. Classic third guy in the trio, just eating a rock while we're eating regular food. Shout outs to this snake.
With the oothecae of megafauna like the titanopods. In addition to helping them locate carrion, their powerful sense of smell may also assist in finding widely scattered nesting sites, even letting them detect eggs that are buried under several centimeters of soil.
Hey.
However, if their slender pedipalps are adapted for cutting and processing meat, they won't be very effective at digging. So to help them unearth buried eggs, the feet on their front walking limbs may become stronger and broader like spades.
Okay, I like that.
While still considered omnivores, these feeding behaviors may increase the prevalence of meat in their diet, and therefore most species in this clade will qualify as mesocarnivores, animals who gain between 50 and 70% of their energy from meat and subsist on plant matter for the rest. Let's call these adaptable creatures Eurychirids. But the most plentiful source of food on the steppe is the virtually inexhaustible colonies of brachyphytes, which a second clade of Adapatheres may specialize to feed on exclusively. Their broad teeth, previously adapted to cope with a variety of mixed foliage, will make short work of the brachyphyte's soft, waxy leaves and spongy bulbs. And with sufficient food and the metabolic machinery for high levels of activity, these herbivorous Adapatheres can further invest in speed, possibly undergoing adaptations for cursorial locomotion.
Yeah.
Cursorial animals are those that are specialized for high speed or long distance running, which is associated with a number of common developments. First of all, cursoriality is strongly correlated with an erect limb posture, like we saw in the titanopods, which not only allows the limbs to support a larger body size, but also to transfer more force to the ground for more efficient running. So our herbivorous Adapatheres may undergo a similar shift in posture. Secondly, cursorial locomotion is made more efficient by increasing stride length, or the distance between footfalls, which can be extended by making the limbs longer and increasing the range of motion of the joints. Luckily for the Adapatheres, they already have long, flexible limbs, used by their arboreal ancestors to climb trees and reach between branches, making them somewhat pre-adapted for cursoriality. Another way to increase stride length is to alter the posture of the foot. The foot structure of vertebrates on Earth can be broadly divided into three forms. Plantigrade walkers keep the foot flat against the ground, which provides
Shout outs to the plantigrades, myself included.
Stability and effective distribution of weight. Digitigrade walkers, on the other hand, walk on their toes with the heel raised off the ground, while unguligrade walkers stand on the tips of their toes, which are usually elongated and adapted into hooves, which is why in many odd-toed ungulates, what looks like the lower leg is actually a single hyperextended toe. Cursorial locomotion favors the latter two forms, as they essentially serve to add the length of the foot to the stride length. While the skeletal comparisons between vertebrates and osteopods aren't exactly equivalent, these cursorial Adapatheres may evolve longer feet with only a single point of contact with the ground, and their hooked claws, once used for grabbing tree branches, may become blunter and hoof-like to give them purchase against the substrate. Finally, cursoriality benefits from an elongated, flexible spine. In animals like the cheetah, the spine can bend far enough forward for the front and hind limbs to overlap, which allows for the entire length of the body to contribute to stride length as the spine extends. The herbivorous Adapatheres may mimic this by evolving a longer, more flexible body with more space between the limb girdles. All of these adaptations will make these animals, which we'll call leptopods, some of the fastest animals on the steppe. But they won't be the only animals to specialize for speed. With the plains accommodating such an abundance of herbivores, it's inevitable that new predators will evolve to hunt them. Before the climate changed, the Deinognathans were at the top of the food chain.
Yeah.
But as the steppe spreads, the dense vegetation that they
Get
rely
bigger.
on for ambush
Get bigger.
hunting
Get better.
will disappear.
Come on.
Although they're easily large and powerful enough to hunt prey like the titanopods and leptopods, their great size makes them very easily spotted out in the open, so ambush tactics are no longer a viable option, and the fused, robust limb girdles they have in common with all Siniskians can't articulate very far, so they may be prohibited from specializing for cursoriality. Without the speed to keep up with fast-moving quarry, the Deinognathans may not be able to adapt for predatory niches on the open plains, only surviving within areas of vegetation dense enough to conceal them. On the other hand, the dromaeopods have already evolved a limb orientation suited for pursuit hunting, and so are in some ways pre-adapted to hunt swift prey on the steppe. Like the leptopods, the active lifestyle of the dromaeopods may lead to them convergently evolving thermoregulatory mechanisms.
Okay.
But unlike the leptopods, whose activity levels remain more or less constant as they feed on the bountiful brachyphytes throughout the day, the dromaeopods will oscillate between periods of high activity when hunting and long spans of low activity between hunts. To make thermoregulation more economical, they may adopt another form of mesothermy. Facultative endotherms only regulate their temperature under certain energetically favorable conditions. For instance, hummingbirds have the highest metabolisms of all vertebrates, letting them power the extraordinarily rapid beating of their wings for extended periods. But when resting, or in the absence of sufficient food, the energetic demands of thermoregulation are no longer practical or necessary to maintain, and so their internal body temperature plummets. Likewise, our dromaeopods may
I did not know that about hummingbirds. Shout out to hummingbirds.
only thermoregulate when hunting for optimal performance, while between hunts or when food is scarce, they may cease thermoregulation to conserve energy. To augment their already impressive speed, the steppe-dwelling dromaeopods may undergo similar cursorial specializations to the leptopods, including an erect posture, elongated limbs, and a flexible spine. But they may gain a further advantage from one particular adaptation. All osteopods have one pair of pedipalps, used to sense the environment and to handle food, and 4 pairs of walking legs, inherited from their sarcopod ancestors. Among terrestrial body plans on Earth, the number of limbs present is wildly variable, ranging anywhere from 0 to multiple hundreds. While the minimum number of legs needed for a cursorial animal is only 2, having additional legs increases the animal's stability by creating a wider base. However, extra legs require extra energy to maintain the necessary musculature, with diminishing returns for every additional pair of legs. On Earth, terrestrial megafaunal niches are exclusively occupied by vertebrates, almost all of which have 4 limbs, so it's difficult to know how viable a large cursorial species with more than 4 walking limbs would be, but it seems likely that to maximize speed and minimize unnecessary energy expenditure, the steppe-dwelling dromaeopods may evolve to run on only 6 legs rather than 8. Initially, these dromaeopods may use their frontmost pair of walking legs along with their pedipalps to catch and restrain prey. Over time, these legs may lose their locomotive function entirely and be held permanently off the ground, giving them the freedom to be secondarily adapted to aid in manipulation.
More like claws now.
As happened on Earth in animals like mantids, dinosaurs, kangaroos, and australopithecines. Gert van Dijk, author of the blog on Forahan Biology and Allied Matters, has coined the elegant term centaurism to describe this condition. From here, the limbs may become clawed arms to latch onto fast-moving prey, while the pedipalps may sharpen into fang-like points to deliver the killing blow. This innovation will simultaneously give them the speed and maneuverability to keep pace with the leptopods, and the weaponry to tackle prey as large as the titanopods.
Okay. Oh my gosh, these things are unstoppable. Shout out to this. Yo,
These
this is my
specializations may go along with a shift in diet. Unlike the more generalist eurychirids, most of which are mesocarnivores, some of these steppe-dwelling dromaeopods may evolve into hypercarnivores, animals that obtain over 70% of their energy from meat.
Yes.
This suite of new adaptations will...
He's a hypercarnivore. I see it in his eyes. I see it in his eyes right now. Look how hyper he is.
Make these dromaeopods the top predators of their day.
Bro's about to hit you with a hyper beam.
I'll call them ornacodonts.
Claw teeth.
All of these clades represent only a tiny fraction of the diversity that the steppe will support, but they'll comprise the most populous and successful groups over the 30 million years or so following the retreat of the global forests. But away from the equatorial plains, the disruptions in the planet's climate will have far greater ramifications, felt not only on land, but also in the ocean. In the next episode, we'll see how some of our terrestrial species exploit the newly vacated aquatic niches and undergo the unprecedented transition back into the water.
Oh, we're about to see big...
Thanks to Campfire for sponsoring this episode.
Hey, shout outs to Campfire. What are you,
If you've got your own world building project...
Oh, they're helping you build world projects. Hey, if you play D&D, stuff like that, get on Campfire right now. If you got some type of like project you want to do that needs your artistic creativity, if you're trying to build a story, let's say you're a writer out there and you're like, man, I really want to build a story. I need to get all my parts together first. Get to this website, figure out your characters, all their stuff, figure out individually, and then start writing your story. That way you have the background set up already. Build your world of the fantasy world for your story using this, and then formulate the book.
Whether it be an alien planet, a medieval fantasy world, or an alternate history, Campfire Pro can be a big help to keep things organized.
Huge.
It has pages for maps, timelines, and encyclopedia entries to manage your world's geography, history, and items of interest, as well as tools to keep track of characters, relationships, plot threads, and other narrative elements. Best of all is the brand new World Building Pack, an expansion that includes entries for languages, religions, magic systems, species, and basically anything else you could possibly want to catalog.
Oh, wow.
You can get Campfire Pro and the World Building Pack for a one-time purchase through the link in the description.
Hey, get to the link. I'm sure it's still available. See if it's still available, and then do the thing. This seems really cool.
Thanks also to the fans over on Discord who submitted fan art for this episode.
Hey, shout out
Links to the main server and the fan art server in the description. And a massive thanks to all the patrons, whose continued support makes videos like this possible.
Oh, you guys.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Yay, another incredible video. Oh my gosh, I learned a lot in this one, but also we had a good time. Yeah, I got a new favorite. Every episode I'm gonna say this, I got a new favorite. I freaking love that thing with the claw jaw. Like, I freaking love that thing. Sharp jaws. It's the first mega predator, like omni predator, ultra predator, super predator. It's the first thing that's gonna eat everything. It's incredible. I love it. I think it's gonna be my favorite until it evolves into something better. What's gonna be the thing that evolves fur? You know, what's gonna evolve, like, you know, the ability to sweat first, you know? That's gonna be interesting to see. I want to know who sweats first. Once they're gonna go back into the water, people. They're about to go back into the water. Do you know how wild that's about to be? We're about to see their equivalent of like whales and stuff like that. Like animals that are about to lose limbs so they can gain fins. That's what we're about to see. Guys, it's about to be crazy. Like these next, like I'm telling you, going back into the water implies a lot of crazy. Like, think of all the things we got in our waters now. Now, we're about to get more of that type of stuff in this, but even crazier, with crazier jaws, all the stuff. The first trip out to the water, I'm going to tell you, it was kind of calm. You know, people were going at each other, but, you know, it wasn't even that crazy. But now, it's about to be insane. We got predators going into the waters, ladies and gentlemen, so get out. Hide your kids, hide your wife. They getting everybody. So, yeah, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you made it this far into the video, if you enjoy my rants and ramblings and you want more, make sure you like, you comment, subscribe, do all the fun stuff. But as always, I want to say thank you. I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video, and we're obviously back with our Belligerent coverage. And right now we're on episode 7. That is Return to the Waters. Gosh, my bad, guys. I'm out of it right now. I thought it said return. I thought it said return to the oceans. It's return to the water. Okay, return to the water by Oblivion. So we're gonna check this one out. I'm excited. We're getting back into the oceans. We're gonna see some animals evolve back into ocean predators, if you will. It's gonna be a great time. So if I remember correctly, and obviously this isn't always going to be based off of ours, but I know in our evolution we had things like whales that were land animals go back into the sea and become whales that we know of today. So I wonder, which one of these species. I'm imagining the really tanky one. We might see a variation of them split off and do their own thing in the water. Maybe become whales. We might get some like super or omni predators or omega predators or space marine predators in there somehow. So sorry, I really just got into Warhammer 40K like this week, guys. So this is, if I make some Warhammer references, that's the reason. Shout outs to the salamanders. So yeah, so guys, we're gonna go ahead and get into it. If you haven't already, make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe. You never know what I'll put out next. And also, if for some reason you're just watching this and you haven't subscribed to Oblivion, you're just watching my reactions for some reason, I'm going to need you to go ahead and make a change in your life. First change, go ahead and hit that link that's going to be in that description down below. And then go to Oblivion's channel, subscribe to him, comment down below, tell him I sent you. Maybe he'll subscribe back. You never know. So fun stuff there, guys. That's your homework assignment. That's for you to do, not me. That's all you. So yeah, guys, with that being said, I do have to mention this one last thing. I don't think there's any record of me ever mentioning this before, so I'll go ahead and just say it right now. That is that if you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe, more importantly, subscribe, YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Alien Biospheres Part 7, Return to the Water.
This alien planet is brought to you by Campfire Technology. More on that later.
Shout outs to Campfire,
Over the past few episodes, we've explored how our alien organisms have colonized and conquered the terrestrial realm.
True.
From humble beginnings as unassuming amphibious swamp dwellers,
My
the
boys.
chemophytes, lophostomes, and osteopods have diversified into a myriad of clade
Oh, hold on. The chemophiles.
dwellers. The chemophytes,
Chemophytes. Okay. These are my third favorite group. I will say I have grown accustomed to some of the chemophytes here. I'm starting to like them. They start off a little weird, but you know what? They grew on me just like they grew on the earth.
Stomes and osteopods have diversified into a myriad
These guys, obviously, these are my second favorite. There's a lot of classics in here. You guys know which ones I really mess with. Shout outs to this guy down here. Astaphoria. You guys don't come. You guys only come here for me mispronouncing things. I know it. So there you go. There's a little bit of it for you.
of clades, adapting to every niche the land has.
My guy. Okay, these are actually my guys. These are my guys right here. Shout outs to this one down here, Barapata. Yeah, he's a beast. This also, pretty much all these Titanopoda, like these guys are pretty dope. I really like this branch. They really start getting big, and they're just like, imagine like a predatory elephant spider mix. Yeah, that's why.
Yet presented them with. But in the 150 million years since they emerged from the water, their far-flung relatives in the sea will also have been diversifying. And it's about time that we revisited the ocean to see what developments have occurred since we last saw them. This alien planet is brought to you by...
Whoa. Why did you do that? Who told you to do that? Come on now. Come on now, microphone. We can't be going through this now. This is crazy. The microphone just rewound the video, guys. That is a new level of disrespect that my microphone has given me that I have not. I've never. I don't even know what to say. Microphone, me and you gotta have a real conversation after this
Lung
video.
relatives in the sea will also have been diversifying.
'Cause
And it's about
okay,
time that we
I'm
revisited the
excited.
ocean
Come
to see
on,
what
let's get
developments
it.
have occurred since we
Don't
last
don't
saw
mess
them.
with me, Mike.
To begin with, the basic structure of the oceanic food webs will remain much as it has been for many millions of years.
Okay.
Sunlight provides energy for countless billions of microscopic phototrophs, or phytoplankton, while the atmospheric hydrogen sulfide sustains equally prolific swarms of chemotrophs, which I'll hereafter refer to as chemoplankton. All of these autotrophs will be food for tiny zooplankton like the anthostome larvae and the tachypods, and these in turn will serve as an abundant food source for larger zooplankton like the gastrozoan larvae. But the niches of pelagic nekton will remain almost exclusively occupied by the acanthopods, which first appeared almost 50 million years before the first terrestrial ecosystems, when one clade of early polypods evolved to swim by undulating their bodies from side to side, rather than using their limbs like all other clades of polypod.
Okay.
As briefly discussed in Part 3, the first acanthopods likely used anguilliform locomotion, where undulations pass along the entire length of the body to generate thrust, much like eels, lampreys, and some knife fish.
Okay.
Anguilliform swimmers tend to have elongated bodies of fairly uniform width, so that all parts of the body displace an equal amount of water.
I don't know why, but I'm thinking in my mind they're gonna turn into giant sea serpent-like creatures that are like huge.
Their bodies also tend to be flattened in the direction of undulation to increase surface area and therefore give them greater leverage against the water, essentially turning the whole body into one big fin. Perhaps some basal clades of anguilliform acanthopods still survive to the present, which we'll call orthorhynchids. But anguilliform swimming is a fairly unspecialized form of locomotion, and is most efficient at slow speeds. So as the acanthopods diversify to fill the countless nectonic niches, it's likely that many clades will evolve to become faster.
Okay.
One way to increase swimming speed is to concentrate the lateral movements towards the posterior end of the body. Subcarangiform swimmers only use the rear 2/3 of their bodies to generate thrust, keeping the anterior third comparatively still. Because the majority of the work of displacing water is done by the tail and the hind portion of the body, the fins tend to primarily occur along these regions, while the main body is usually shorter, stiffer, and rounder than an angular.
You know, this is crazy. I've never looked at a fish diagram before to know that, like, what part of, like the fins. Most of the fins are on the lower 2/3 of the body. They just have one fin at the top, just to kind of like that. That probably keeps them like in the area that they're trying to go. That's like their angling arm, and then these are like their like motion, like actually generate motion arms, like fins. Like this one is just to keep them on the right path. These are actually, this whole part of his body is exclusively using to push him forward on that path. Yeah, I'm not a fish guy. I don't go fishing, so like this is some new information for me, guys.
Anguilliform swimmers. Although the anguilliform swimming used by the orthorhynchids requires slightly less muscular energy to maintain, subcarangiform swimming grants greater speed, essential for escaping predators.
Brother, what is this? I like this fin. See, just stay in the water a little bit longer. You can also be cool.
Predators and chasing down prey. So if a clade of acanthopod were to evolve this form of swimming, they'll have a distinct advantage in competing for pelagic niches. The earliest representatives of this new clade, which we'll call hadrorhynchids, will likely take advantage of their speed to hunt small nekton. But the most plentiful source of food in the oceans are the vast swarms of plankton that teem near the surface, which one clade of hadrorhynchids may specialize to feed on exclusively, initially preying on large zooplankton like the gastrozoan larvae, before adapting to feed on smaller organisms. The setae on their feeding arms may grow into long, tightly spaced bristles to sieve tiny food particles out of the water. Having such large, feathery feeding structures will increase drag and therefore make swimming less efficient, but since, by definition, plankton can't swim away, these hadrorhynchids won't need a great deal of speed or mobility.
Whoa, yo, shoutouts to Cabot Art. This is incredible. This is an incredible piece of artwork here. I like the details of that. Like how they really animated these like fins, like the what did it just call, like the hairs and stuff that really captured it to filter through. Oh my god, this is just incredible imagery. Like I feel like this right here is something that should be used as like a somebody's wallpaper on their computer. This should be somebody's wallpaper on their computer, and everybody be like, "Yo, what is this thing? I've never. Did you just make this up?" And they're like, "Wow, you know how to draw." That's
Ability to
crazy.
feed effectively. They can simply swim through the clouds of plankton with their feeding arms open to get all the nutrition they need. And because they have a virtually inexhaustible source of food, they'll be able to attain very large sizes, and the larger they get, the more plankton they'll be able to ingest. And over millions of years,
Oh my god! Oh my god! Once he added the color to this thing, this is actually next level cool. And I do, I really like this, and I do understand the reasoning already because it's just like sharks. I'm imagining where the bottom is white because of the creatures looking at you from below. They're gonna confuse you with the light coming out from up above, so then you're gonna blend in and almost be invisible from if they're looking at you from below you, and then from above you also match the color of the waters. When you're not like when you're like submerged, so people above you can barely see you as well. So this, oh my gosh, I don't know, something about adding the color scheme to this. This looks cool as hell, bro. I'm sorry, this looks super freaking cool. Like I don't, yo, I the animals in the sea already. This is the first one I'm seeing, and I'm already loving it.
this feedback loop may produce some of the largest species in the ocean, as has happened in many clades of pelagic filter feeders on Earth. However, somewhat similar to the situation with the lophostomes on land, the hadrorachids will still be limited in their maximum size by their respiration. The
Okay.
acanthopods breathe by extracting oxygen from the water with the gills that line their bodies.
Yeah.
The larger their gill surface, the more oxygen they'll be able to obtain, and therefore the larger they can grow. However, the square cube law once again
Oh, our good buddy, the square cubed law. The square cube law, guys. So, just in case you guys forgot that I'm an expert at this, thanks to you guys, commenters. Hold on. Let me slow that down. I'm an expert because of the subscribers. All you non-subscribers that you guys gave, give me some useful information by subscribing. Uh, but all you non-subscribed people, that information, it's like it wasn't even great, but the subscribers, they had some really good information there. So you guys, it's something about hitting that subscribe button that just makes your information a lot more like tangible and like feasible and just better all around. Like it's just like whoa, like you're like a scientist now. Before you were just like a some high school dropout, but now you're just like a real bona fide square cube law knowing guy, or girl, woman, so hey, with the square cube law, things get big, and it takes more energy. um uh there's a lot of guys, there's so much into it. I really don't even have time to get into it right now. Just know that I know exactly what I'm talking about when I am bringing this up right now. I know what I'm talking about.
comes into play here, as the surface area available for gas exchange will become smaller in proportion to their body size as they
Yep. I was just saying this stuff.
grow larger, until at some point the gills will need to become impractically huge for them to get enough oxygen to maintain their size.
Exactly.
This means that species that breathe using gills, like the hadrorachids, will have an upper limit on their maximum size, which animals like the whale shark and the extinct Leedsichthys suggest is somewhere around 15 meters or so. Despite this constraint, these giant filter-feeding hadrorachids will become the biggest animals in the oceans and monopolize the niches of large filter feeders. We'll call them tilopods. Meanwhile, another clade of hadrorachid may specialize for feeding on
I don't know about telepods. Feather feet. I feel like they need something a little bit more like, like angle, like something about the fin. Something about like the sharpness of his fin should be in there, like a dagger feet or something, like a sword foot, like something like spear spine. I'm just throwing it out there, guys. You also you think of a couple, and if you want to also put the what would that be, like the Greek equivalent of their name in there as well. Go ahead and throw that in there for me. I'm thinking like sword fin, you know. You guys, you help me out with the rest.
nekton, a lifestyle that may involve another change in their mode of swimming. Whereas subchorangiform swimming involves around 2/3 of the animal's body length, in chorangiform swimming, thrust is generated by rapidly oscillating only the posterior third of the body. This specialization in swimming style is strongly correlated with a change in body shape. The smaller the portion of the body dedicated to propulsion, the more streamlined the rest of the body becomes, favoring a fusiform or pointed oval-shaped body, and a muscular tail bearing a large crescent-shaped or lunate caudal.
Whoa, hold on. Yo, shout outs to all the scientists who actually figured this out. Again, I'm not around fish enough to know this, but like maneuverability over speed, this is actually really cool information. Somebody really was like, yo, why is this fish so much faster than the other one? Let me figure this out. And then they did it. I don't know how long it took. I don't know the amount of research it took or researchers, but enough people over enough time in our real lifetime went from why is this fish smaller or faster than this fish to being like, I know all of fish theory. Like, I know how fish move. I know their anglers. I know all about like what type of fins used to do this. Like, let's just say the human mind is actually incredible, and with the power of friendship over time, plus the human mind combo, we're undefeatable. We're like, human as a species, humans, we're like Batman. Give us some prep time. I feel like we're unstoppable.
Fin. This provides a further increase in speed, but comes at the cost of maneuverability. Unlike anguilliform swimmers, which can execute sharp turns by adjusting the position of their elongated bodies, chorangiform swimmers have comparatively little control over their direction of movement. To help them steer and maintain stability, chorangiform swimmers usually rely on their fins, which in the case of our hadrorachids may evolve from the limbs that line their bodies, which have long since lost their role in propulsion. When moving through a medium like water or air, an animal needs to remain stable along 3 axes of rotation. Firstly, the animal needs to control roll, or side-to-side teetering, which can be achieved by evolving fins that stick out perpendicular to the body. Okay. If positioned towards the front or back of the body, these fins also help maintain pitch, or rotating forwards and backwards. Finally, yaw, or turning left and right, can be adjusted with dorsal or ventral fins, which typically occur posterior to the animal's center of gravity. Additionally, the 4 feeding arms common to all acanthopods will present unnecessary drag and decrease their speed and swimming efficiency. So to make them more hydrodynamically optimal, this clade may evolve to keep their feeding arms pressed together into a streamlined cone. You'll probably notice that with all of these constraints taken into account, we've ended up with a body shape quite similar to that of many fish species on Earth. Because of the hydrodynamic pressures exerted by a medium as dense as water, the basic fish shape that we're familiar with on Earth is likely to be common in pelagic nekton on Earth-like planets throughout the universe. On Earth alone, it's independently evolved in cetaceans, marine reptiles, and even sea slugs. Another adaptation strongly correlated with a pelagic lifestyle is countershading, where the ventral side of the body is more lightly coloured than the dorsal side, meaning that when viewed from below, they blend in with the light coming from the water's surface, and when viewed from above, they're camouflaged against the darkness of the deeper layers of the water column. This colour pattern benefits both predators and prey, and so is likely to be widespread among many oceanic clades, including among our clade of chorangiform swimmers, which along with their speed and streamlined bodies will help them to become the dominant clade of pelagic.
This one looks like a torpedo right now. I like this one. It looks like a freaking shark torpedo.
Predators. We'll call this clade the Teleopterids. From here, different clades of Teleopterids may specialize for feeding on different types of prey, which is likely to involve modifications to their mouth parts. Another pressure imposed by the density of water is that, when a predator lunges at a prey item, the resulting turbulence may push the prey out of the predator's reach. Aquatic animals on Earth have evolved...
What? Hold on now. You try to bite something and the force and the pressure of you being just big pushes your food away? What type of torture is this? They don't even have opposable thumbs or anything. They can't grab it. They have to bite it. Like, this is... So would you have to have some type of, like... You gotta, like, suck in as you're trying to bite things?
A variety of different feeding mechanisms to minimize this risk. Some, like groupers and bass, use suction feeding to draw the prey and the surrounding water into the mouth.
Oh, they do.
While others, like the slingjaw wrasse, goblin sharks, and dragonfly larvae, have extendable jaws that can dart forward to grab prey without producing appreciable turbulence. If a clade of Teleopterids specializes for feeding on small nekton, they may converge on the latter solution. The middle pair of feeding arms may become streamlined harpoons to dart forward and impale prey.
What? Oh my god, that's actually pretty dope. So you just speed at them, freaking stab them, and then use these two to like, meow, meow, meow. Like that's actually pretty. That's gonna be crazy.
With their setae evolving into sharp, backward-angled spines, while the lateral arms may broaden into robust, tooth-riddled appendages to restrain and butcher prey once it's caught and to pass it into the mouth. This sophisticated armament will equip these hadrorachids to feed efficiently on small nekton, and will earn their clade the appropriate name, Dorapods.
Okay. I mentioned spear feet earlier. I think this is a good time to add it. This is more like spear face, though. Like more like spear face. Am I right? Chat. Am I right? Comment section. Am I right? You guys are. Yeah, I know you're already commenting like a bunch of stuff. But I just want you to know, in the person who's commenting right now, telling me that I was wrong about whatever you're commenting about. I want you to pause it right here to let me tell you specifically. I was right. You didn't think about it hard enough, and there you go. Now, obviously most of you aren't doing that because you understand that I was right about everything in this video so far. But for the person who is thinking about comments and like, you were wrong about minute 5 or whatever, and I'm gonna be like, no, I was right. You didn't think about it hard enough, and then you're gonna rethink about it right now, and you're gonna be like, whoa, he was right. Oh my gosh. And then now you're going to try to backtrack on the comment. So, I'm trying to save you some time. Don't even write the comment. Just change the comment now to be like, hey, you're incredible. You're always right. And you do know more about, the square cube law than non-subscribed people. Obviously, I give all the subscribers that. Everyone who subscribes knows more about that, except some of the people who don't. But the people who don't subscribe, they definitely don't know more.
Clade of Teleopterids may specialize for hunting larger prey, which may entail yet another change in their form of swimming. The final and fastest variation of body-driven swimming is thunniform swimming, wherein virtually all the propulsive force is provided by the tail fin, seen in many large predatory species like tuna, barracuda, and some sharks. This form of swimming is also correlated with an elongated, torpedo-like body that allows for rapid acceleration, which will give these Teleopterids a substantial edge in competing for the niches of macropredators. Most of the prey species that form these teleopterids' diets are large enough to not be significantly affected by turbulence, so evolving a hydrodynamically optimal feeding mechanism isn't as much as a priority for these macropredators as it is for smaller species like the sauropods. Instead, the setae lining their feeding arms may evolve into rows of serrated teeth to deliver powerful bites and to rip chunks of flesh from their prey. These teleopterids may gain supremacy over the pelagic ecosystem soon after they first appear, and by the time they've established themselves as top predators, they may be large enough to rival the filter-feeding tylopods in size. We'll dub them temnopods. Faced with the competition from all these new clades, the orthorhynchids may not fare as well, as their anguilliform design doesn't grant them the necessary speed to compete for the niches of active predators in the open ocean, and so many of the pelagic orthorhynchids may be driven to extinction. But some species may still find niches in environments like the shallows along the coasts. In many such places, the marine snow and abundant plankton may cultivate huge reefs of sessile anthostomes, providing a habitat for a unique assemblage of organisms. In some ways, the differences between the reefs and the open ocean is analogous to the differences between the forests and the steppe. In the open sea, where there's virtually no form of cover or shelter, it pays to be optimized for speed, but the complex landscape of the reefs favors specializations for maneuverability. In this regard, the orthorhynchids have an advantage, as their anguilliform swimming allows them to change direction more rapidly than other forms of body-driven swimming. Many species may retain a long, slender body shape to help squeeze through confined spaces among the stands of anthostomes, but other species may further optimize for maneuverability with yet another change to their manner of swimming. All of the methods of swimming we've discussed so far involve the body and the caudal fin in the production of thrust, but an alternative commonly found in many reef-dwelling fish is to instead achieve propulsion by beating the fins back and forth, keeping the body and tail comparatively motionless. This is called median paired fin swimming, and is generally slower than any of the various forms of body-driven swimming, but the chief benefit that it provides is a much more precise control of movement, which is essential when it comes to navigating the complex terrain of the reefs. Although most acanthopod clades have lost the use of their fins for propulsion and have instead invested in body-driven swimming, some of the reef-dwelling orthorhynchids may re-evolve the limb-driven swimming of the ancestral polypod, developing the fins lining their bodies into 7 pairs of broad paddles. Many species of reef-dwelling fish also exhibit a laterally compressed body and enlarged dorsal...
Is there something about being a reef fish that makes them more colorful? Or is this all just like a mating thing where they're just trying to, they have eventually evolved and got more colorful as a way of trying to show out and be, get a mate? Because I just want to know. I just want to know what the coloring of this thing is going to look like and what the explanation is going to be. So this is going to be interesting.
On ventral fins, giving them a much greater control over their turning, which the orthorhynchids may emulate by evolving thin, leaf-shaped bodies with tall fins running along their dorsal surface. Another likely result of adapting to life in the reefs is a change in coloration. In contrast to the countershading frequently seen in pelagic swimmers, reef-dwelling animals often have coloration that helps them blend in with the surrounding terrain, so most orthorhynchids may have color patterns to camouflage them against the sediment and the calcareous turrets of the anthostome colonies.
Thank you for telling me, sir. I really appreciate that. I was just saying it, and then you mentioned it, so okay, this is exactly what I needed.
While the basal clade of orthorhynchids, which we'll call tenipterids, will rely on the cover of the anthostomes to keep them safe, these more derived forms, which we'll call remipterids, will use their agility to evade predators. It's worth noting that each of the modes of swimming we've discussed here are likely to evolve independently in many of these clades, just as how on Earth many unrelated groups of fish have converged on similar swimming methods to suit similar lifestyles. The straightforward linear progression I've presented here is fairly simplified for the sake of clarity, and in practice, any given clade won't be restricted to only one form of swimming. The reefs will offer the orthorhynchids protection from larger predators like the temnopods, but they'll have to share these environments with other creatures. One clade very likely to find a home amongst the reefs are the marine tentaclostomes, relatives of the forms that gave rise to the lophostomes. To distinguish them from their terrestrial cousins, I'll refer to the marine forms as lithostracans. Like the ancestral tentaclostomes, these lithosthracans aren't very well adapted for swimming, and so can't compete for predatory niches in the open ocean, instead mainly thriving in benthic environments on the seabed. Species in more open habitats may protect themselves from predators by retracting their limbs into their calcareous shell, but in the reefs they may gain more protection from hiding among the stands of sessile anthostomes. In this case, having a large, inflexible shell may become a handicap, as it will prevent them from squeezing through narrow spaces. So much like the malacoforms and the coleostracans on land, some of these reef-dwelling tentaclostomes may lose their shell to give them more flexibility, and to let them access tighter,
I feel like this is going to become like a squid or something. I don't know.
more secure hiding places. These spaces may also serve as ideal spots for launching ambushes, which they'll rely on for catching prey much faster than themselves. We'll give these shellless creatures the fitting name Anostracans. Another likely resident of the reefs will be the marine sarcopods, which, once again, to distinguish from their terrestrial relatives, will give the name coelopods. Much like the lithosthracans, these creatures don't have any overt adaptations for swimming, but instead avoid predators by burrowing beneath the sand. The setae lining their limbs are embedded in vibration-sensitive cells, or mechanoreceptors, to detect movement in the surrounding water, alerting them to incoming danger. The majority of coelopod species are benthic detritivores, feeding on the marine snow and the other organic matter among the sediment, but some species may expand into the many other niches offered by the reefs, possibly even evolving predatory feeding habits. These species may increase the number and sensitivity of the mechanoreceptors along their cephalothorax, with the anterior setae elongating into antenna-like structures, while the mouth parts may adapt for grasping and masticating prey. Lying in wait within their burrows, they may use their sensitive mechanoreceptors to detect vibrations in the water above them. When prey passes overhead, they'll erupt from under the sediment and dispatch it with the tooth-like setae on their oral tentacles. But specializing for the niches of ambush predators may put these coelopods in competition with the Anostracans, which may mean that the two clades won't exist in the same ecosystems, or that they'll specialize for hunting different species of prey. We'll call these predatory coelopods trichopods. Many of these marine...
I ain't gonna lie, trichopods for an animal that, like, kind of tricks you into going near it, or like acts like it's not there. That's a good name. It's like a double meaning. Also, shout outs to all the people who are making these drawings and everything. Obviously, I really love them, and because I was, I like artistry, in general. I respect it. So, like, obviously, the thumbnail is going to be one of these arts, made by this. So again, shout out to the artist, Dark Sunny Zone. I think this right here is just beautiful imagery right here. This is incredible.
Marine clades may also have representatives in freshwater habitats. The various lineages of acanthopods are likely to have independently colonized the inland rivers and marshes, and we'll cover their diversity in more detail in future episodes. But some freshwater inhabitants of particular note are the native tentaclostomes. These species, descended from the same amphibious clades as the terrestrial lophostomes, may retain their ancestors' amphibiousness, able to come out onto the land for short periods, but still needing to return to the water to breed and to stave off desiccation. While most marine tentaclostomes are benthic predators, the line that led to the amphibious clades descended from more generalist species that supplemented their diet by feeding on the early chemophytes. This being the case, many of the freshwater and amphibious species that survive to the present day may be omnivorous, or perhaps even herbivorous. They may graze on the low vegetation along riverbeds and mudbanks, using their long eye stalks to look above the waterline. To distinguish them from their fully terrestrial and marine counterparts, we'll call them mysostomes.
Okay.
The sarcopods may have some surviving amphibious representatives as well. These forms trace their ancestry to swamp-dwelling scavengers, and so their diets may tend more towards carnivory. Notably, they will have diverged from the osteopods before the evolution of internal skeletons, so they won't have any bones, and thus won't be able to support themselves on land very effectively. Also, because air is about 800 times less dense than water, vibrations don't propagate through it as appreciably, so their mechanoreceptors won't function nearly as well when on land. On top of that, with the proliferation of the osteopods, the amphibious forms may have trouble competing for terrestrial niches, so all of these factors may consign most species to a life spent predominantly in the water. Many may feed on the mysostomes, using their powerful, robust mouthparts to crack open their shells. Once again, these species will constitute their own clade, distinct from the fully terrestrial osteopods and the marine colepods, and so to differentiate them, we'll call them metaxopods. All of these aquatic clades will flourish over the 120 million years following the invasion of land by the chemophytes, lophostomes, and osteopods, but the steadily changing atmosphere and the subsequent shift in climate will have far-reaching implications for the pelagic ecosystems. The drop in temperatures following the decrease in atmospheric carbon dioxide levels will disrupt the ocean currents, depriving many areas of the sea of oxygen and nutrients. And the diminishing hydrogen sulfide levels will make chemosynthesis less efficient, and so the once abundant chemoplankton may experience a substantial decline in their diversity. Some clades may even be forced to invest in other forms of nutrition, evolving saprotrophic or even fully heterotrophic lifestyles, ensnaring and ingesting other plankton with long ciliated feeding structures. This revolution among the plankton may result in the collapse and restructuring of many of the pelagic ecosystems. In many areas, plankton may not occur in large enough quantities to support the filter feeders, and without them, many of the predatory acanthopods that feed on them may be driven to extinction. It will take several million years for the acanthopods to reclaim their former diversity after the climate stabilizes, but as they do, they may face competition from some rather unexpected adversaries. As well as affecting the oceans, the climate change event will concurrently reshape the terrestrial ecosystems, changing the dominant landscape from lush forests to open steppe. In the last episode, we discussed how some of the osteopods and lophostomes adapted to this new environment, but not all the terrestrial clades will have representatives on the plains. Some groups may not be adaptable enough to compete for niches on the steppe, instead remaining within the surviving regions of forest. Some of these areas, particularly around the equatorial coasts, may still receive enough rainfall to form large swamps.
Shoutouts to ATM LVE. This is so incredible imagery right here. It's like I don't know what I would do if I was walking through this path.
And marshes, and these sorts of environments may prompt some of the terrestrial inhabitants to expand into aquatic niches. On Earth, many species that descend from fully terrestrial ancestors have secondarily adapted for life in the water. These sorts of animals are sometimes described as amphibious, but this label can be a bit problematic because it's also used to describe actual amphibians. Alternatively, these animals are also often described as semi-aquatic, which is also somewhat problematic as it's quite difficult to rigorously define and encompasses a very broad spectrum of lifestyles, ranging from animals like water voles, which occasionally enter the water to feed on aquatic vegetation, to animals like seals, which spend virtually their entire lives in the water, only coming onto land to breed and to evade predators. On our alien planet, the first step in the transition to a semi-aquatic lifestyle may occur when some of the wetland-dwelling clades undergo adaptations to help them wade or swim across the waterways that pervade their habitat. Some of the most prolific forest dwellers are the adaptable platodonts, most of which spend their lives among the branches of dense foliage. But in the wetlands, stands of trees may be separated by stretches of shallow water, which the platodonts will need to cross periodically to reach new feeding areas. Their elongated limbs, primarily adapted for climbing trees, will make them awkward swimmers, but as they evolve to spend more time at ground level, their legs may become shorter and broader to more effectively serve a paddling lifestyle. And once they evolve to swim effectively, they may expand their diet to include the many food sources that the water offers, like the mysostomes, metaxopods, and freshwater acanthopods. To specialize for preying upon these clades, the platodonts may evolve a more streamlined body shape and the ability to hold their breath for several minutes at a time. As adaptable generalists, comfortable both on land and in the water, these platodonts may be a common sight around many wetland areas across the supercontinent, living in a similar way to otters, muskrats, and platypuses on Earth. Let's call them copitarsons. Along with small generalists like these, semi-aquatic adaptations are also occasionally seen in megafaunal herbivores, like hippos, capybaras, and the extinct desmostylians, so some of the analogous herbivores on our alien planet may see similar developments. While the line leading to the titanopods may thrive on the steppe, some of the more basal clades of megalobrachids may remain within the equatorial jungles, where they'll need to adapt to a climate of high rainfall and regular flooding. Like the copetarsians, these megalobrachids may begin their semi-aquatic transition by adapting to traverse areas of shallow water, which will have the added benefit of granting them access to the aquatic vegetation that grows along the riverbeds. At present, no other large animal feeds on these plants, and so the lack of competition may encourage these megalobrachids to specialize for the niches of large semi-aquatic herbivores. Their elongated pedipalps, once used for reaching upward for food among tree branches, may now be repurposed for reaching downward to forage for underwater vegetation. Their spiracles and sensory organs may migrate towards their dorsal surface, allowing them to breathe and see above the waterline while the bulk of the body is submerged. Although not quite as big or specious as their steppe-dwelling cousins, this radiation of megalobrachids, which I'll name prenobrachids, will still constitute some of the largest megafauna within the swamps and marshes. And with such an abundance of prey in the water, some predators may be incentivized to adopt a semi-aquatic lifestyle as well.
Okay.
On the open plains, the Deinignathans may get outcompeted for predatory niches due to their bulky, inflexible bodies not giving them the speed to chase down fast prey. But they'll still survive within the remaining pockets of woodland, using the cover of the ample vegetation to ambush large prey. In this regard, any areas around lasting sources of fresh water will form ideal hunting grounds, as prey will routinely come to these areas to drink. One early radiation of Deinignathans may evolve to live in these areas exclusively, possibly co-evolving with the prenobrachids, which may serve as their principal source of prey. At this point, they'll live in much the same way as crocodiles, and as such, they may converge on similar adaptations. On Earth, the crocodilian body plan has independently evolved many times among completely unrelated clades, suggesting that it's an optimal design for semi-aquatic ambush predators. One of its signature characteristics are the long yet robust jaws, which are streamlined for efficient swimming and capable of delivering incredibly powerful bites to restrain prey and drag it backwards into the water.
Yeah, but what was that thing where they can't like open it up or something, or like you can close their mouth really easily? Get out of here! Wait, what happened?
Suited for seizing large prey, making them somewhat pre-adapted to the niches of semi-aquatic ambush predators. Like the prenobrachids, their eyes may move towards the top of the cephalothorax to let them sense prey above the waterline, and their spiracles may be repositioned on the upper abdomen to let them keep the majority of the body hidden beneath the water.
Okay.
This line of Deinignathans, which I'll call Odontognathans, may rapidly achieve widespread dominance of the freshwater habitats following their first appearance, after which they may diversify into a number of more specialized forms. Most of the early Odontognathan species will be macropredators, feeding primarily on terrestrial prey and other semi-aquatic animals like the prenobrachids. We'll call these forms Trachognathans. But as the group diversifies, some species may avoid competition with their larger relatives by specializing to feed predominantly on the freshwater acanthopods. On Earth, animals with equivalent feeding behaviors are called piscivores, but once again, we run into a bit of terminal...
Why do we call them this? An organ... It's fish. Okay. I mean, I guess fiscivores. I know I didn't pronounce that correctly, but I did that on purpose, ladies and gentlemen.
Trouble here, as strictly speaking, this term is used to describe animals that feed specifically on fish, and there are obviously no fish on this alien planet. So for the sake of exactitude, I'll coin the term acanthivore to describe their lifestyle. Just like the predatory teleopterids, these acanthivorous odontognathans will need to find a hydrodynamically optimal way of feeding. Because it's a lot harder to get a grip on prey when in water, semi-aquatic piscivores often have noticeably different mouth parts and dentition to their terrestrial relatives, frequently involving elongated jaws with interlocking pointed teeth, and sometimes additional sharp protuberances lining the inside of the mouth. Likewise, these odontognathans may forego their ancestors' robust jaws and broad serrated teeth, instead evolving narrow, slender mandibles with prominent needle-like teeth. Since most of the job of catching prey is done by the elongated mandibles, the pedipalps may shrink to reduce water resistance, though they may still be used to masticate prey once it's caught and to pass it into the mouth. To let them move more effectively in water, they'll need to evolve an efficient means of swimming. But unlike crocodiles, the Odontognathans' inflexible limb girdles, common to all Syniscians, may make body-driven swimming difficult to evolve, so it may be more likely for them to adopt a style of swimming similar to the median paired fin swimming seen in the Remipterids, propelling themselves with back and forth strokes of their powerful limbs. To prevent their airways from flooding when they dive underwater in pursuit of prey, they may evolve specialized muscles to let them constrict their spiracles, similar to the palatal valve seen in crocodiles or seals' ability to open and close their nostrils. This clade of Odontognathans, which we'll call Dolichognathans, will be smaller than the macropredatory Trachognathans, but will still be capable and prolific predators of the acanthopods they share the water with. And because they no longer feed on terrestrial megafauna, they won't necessarily need to stay within close proximity to the land, so some species may expand their feeding areas into the coastal shallows. Initially, they'll be prevented from exploiting pelagic niches by the temnopods, which have been the dominant oceanic predators for over 70 million years. But when the climate changes and the marine ecosystems are thrown into chaos, many of the top-level niches will be left vacant, which may provide an opportunity for the coastal Dolichognathans to colonize deeper waters. Despite their semi-aquatic disposition, the freshwater Odontognathans will still need limbs suited for terrestrial locomotion, as the variable environments of the wetlands may occasionally demand that they emerge from the water. But the coastal species won't need to come onto land nearly as often, and so can afford to adapt more completely for an aquatic lifestyle.
This is what I was talking about at the beginning. The land animals are going to evolve back into sea animals after being evolved from sea. So they're going from sea to land, back to sea. You'll love to see it.
Their limbs may become powerful flippers, making them slow and cumbersome on the land, but greatly increasing their speed and maneuverability in the water. In this style of limb-driven swimming, roll, pitch, and yaw can be controlled by adjusting the position of the flippers, so stabilizing fins aren't as important as they are in body-driven swimming. To reduce drag, their pedipalps may reduce even further, possibly being held flat against the mandibles to form a sort of streamlined beak, very similar to the conical mouthparts of the teleopterids. However, these coastal forms, which we'll call Pelagotheres, will be held back from becoming fully aquatic by their one and only tie to the land. Being osteopods, their developing young are contained within a leathery ootheca, which must be laid out of water or else oxygen won't be able to diffuse through the membrane to reach the embryos. This means the Pelagotheres must be forced to drag themselves ashore to breed, and thus they need to retain some ability, however limited, to move around on land. But this constraint can be circumvented with one major development. If the female is able to retain the ootheca within her body until the young are developed enough to hatch, they can be birthed directly into the water, and thus the mother will be freed of the need to make landfall.
Do it. Come on. And again, guys, I know if you've made it this far into the video, you've got to understand that I know a little bit about evolution. I know they can't just, I'm just going to do this one day and it happens. No. But I'm hoping that this is what the evolutionary plan is for that, Biblidion is, laying out for us. I hope that's the path we're going on here.
This form of live birth is subtly different from the kind seen in mammals, because the young aren't connected to the mother via a placenta or an equivalent organ, and the mother provides no additional nourishment to the young during their development. Instead, it's more akin to the method of reproduction seen in some species of snakes, sharks, and amphibians, where the eggs are simply withheld by the female until they hatch internally. This mode of reproduction is sometimes referred to as ovoviviparity, and we'll go into it in much more detail in a future episode. The Pelagotheres that evolve this innovation will now be able to completely forego any capacity for terrestrial locomotion and evolve for a life spent entirely in the water. One immediate advantage that this provides is an increase in potential body size. On land, an animal can only get so large before it collapses under its own weight, but in the water, the effects of gravity are counteracted by buoyancy, and therefore aquatic animals can reach much larger sizes than terrestrial ones.
Yo, that makes sense. The square cube law, it works. It's just, the atmosphere also affects it. You see, all you non-subscribe people didn't even know that. Shout outs to the subscribers though. You guys knew that for sure.
The egg-laying pelagotheres, which we'll hereafter call actotheres, are restricted to sizes at which they can still support themselves when they come ashore. But with the advent of live birth, the fully aquatic pelagotheres will be able to reach sizes so large that if they ever did find themselves on land, they'd be crushed under the weight of their own bodies. This increase in size will be complemented by their efficient respiration. As already mentioned, the acanthopods have an upper limit on their size imposed by their gill surface and the levels of dissolved oxygen in the water.
Yeah.
But the pelagotheres' mechanism of active air breathing lets them take in much more oxygen than would be possible with the acanthopods' gills, letting them fuel body sizes even greater than the tylopods and temnopods. These pelagotheres, which I'll call thalattotheres, will be the first clade to evolve a fully aquatic lifestyle from a terrestrial origin, and are destined to become the new masters of the ocean.
Yes.
From here, the thalattotheres may diverge into two lineages. Some species may evolve to feed on large amounts of small prey, eventually adapting to feed on the clouds of plankton, with their needle-like teeth evolving into a comb-like sieve to strain the water. And with such an abundance of food, they'll become gigantic and whale-like, replacing the tylopods as the top-level filter feeders. These forms may maintain flippers of roughly equal size, which provides a balance of speed and maneuverability, somewhat reminiscent of the bygone plesiosaurs on Earth. Based on this limb configuration, we'll call them isopterygians. A separate clade of thalattothere may maintain a diet of large nekton, evolving into fast, powerful macropredators. These species may adapt
The sea dragon. Oh my gosh, that sounds cool.
speed, generating the majority of thrust by flapping their second pair of flippers like wings. The frontmost flippers may help control and stabilize the enormous cephalothorax, while the hind two pairs of flippers may serve as rudders to aid in steering, making their style of swimming more similar to that of seals, sea turtles, and penguins. To contrast...
Shoutouts to all the sea turtles out there. If you are a sea turtle and you're watching this video for some reason, shoutouts to you. I think you're really cool. And honestly, if you are a sea turtle and you're watching this, even let's say you're just at the zoo and one of your zoo owners or the people who work at the zoo just so happen to be like watching my video while they're like supposed to be tending to you, my animal, then I want to say shout outs to you. You know, you're still a really cool sea turtle, or penguin. You know, shout outs to all penguins for no reason. You know, I just want to throw, if you've made it this far into the video and you didn't think I was going to shout out penguins, I don't know. I really don't even know what to tell you. Like I know it's never happened before, but this is why you got to expect the unexpected. No shout out for snakes though. I understand, you know, somebody came at me in one of the videos talking about, oh, we need some snakes. And I'm like, oh gosh, here we go again. I get it. We need flying snakes now. You know, I'm sure they do some great stuff for the ecosystem of where they live. But how about this? Keep flying snakes the flying F away from me, because like I don't need to deal with that. I get nervous about non-flying snakes. Now you got to tell me there's snakes that'll just fly up out of the air. Oh, I'm in a tree. Oh, now I'm on your back. What? No, I don't need that. I don't need no visual image of a snake in the air coming towards me. Like the thought of that is crazy. So I don't need the visual realization that could actually happen. I need all snakes to be on the ground and also far away from me. You know, so if there's one in the air and close, that's the exact opposite of how I want them to be. I want them to be on the ground and then far away from me. You know, you could be in a tree, but just also keep that tree far away from me as well. You know, so I don't know. I forgot where this rant was going, but yeah, shout outs to penguins and the first creature that I mentioned.
Them with their filter-feeding cousins, we'll call them anisopterygians. Faced with these new competitors, many of the larger canthopod species may be ousted from the megafaunal niches they've held for millions of years. But they still maintain the advantage of not needing to return to the surface to breathe, and so can survive at depths that are inaccessible to the thalattotheres. The sheer enormity of the oceans offers such a diversity of habitats, each one varying in temperature, salinity, oxygen, light, and numerous other factors, that it's difficult to speak of it as a single biome. But for our purposes, what we've outlined here will serve as an adequate picture of how the aquatic ecosystems have developed over the last 150 million years or so up to the present day. But while all of these developments are taking place, new environments are opening up across the supercontinent, some of which will demand unique survival strategies from potential colonists. In the next episode, we'll return to the terrestrial realm to see how our alien life forms evolve in response to extremes of heat and cold.
Nice.
Thanks to Campfire for sponsoring this episode.
Shout
if
out
you're
to
into world
Campfire.
building, you'll know how difficult it can be to keep track of all of your world's details.
Yo, shout out to Campfire. Are you an artist? Are you a storyteller? Are you a person who's entertaining like myself? And you're like, hey, microphone, you almost did it again, brother. You tried to do it again, bro. And I don't even see. I wanted to have this conversation when the people weren't watching, but you're gonna make me have it right now, and this isn't good. Like me and you were supposed to be like this. Right now we're like this. I'm not messing with you right now. But anyway, shout outs to Campfire. This seems to be a really great site where you can help build all the basics of your story, get all the character information written down, get all the the backdrop, what the environment's going to be, make it so it, like, if let's say you're building a story, like you're a writer and you're trying to build out the characters, helps you build the world out before you actually finish writing the whole thing. So if you want to make Game of Thrones, you want to make the next Game of Thrones, you got to prepare. You got to know all the details of it. You got to create the language. You got to create the universe. You got to map it out, build everything. How much does your character weigh? 175 at 15, I don't know. Harry's kind of a big kid. But also, like, what else was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Let's say you're like a Dungeons and Dragons guy. You can, boom, all your character, all the information. It's all right there. Let's say that you want to be not a storyteller. Maybe you write movies. Maybe you want to write a movie. It's still all there. But Campfire tell them next.
Pro is a writing and world-building software designed to help keep your project organized.
Look at this.
The standard package includes maps and timelines to manage your world's geography and history, tools for tracking story elements like plots, characters, and relationships, and an encyclopedia for other items of interest.
Look at this. Look, I said all those things, man.
But if you're a fan of the Alien Biospheres series and are making an alien planet of your own, you might be interested in the new world-building pack, which, in addition to including entries for cultures, languages, and religions, also has a page where you can tabulate your world's entire tree of life, as well as individual facts, statistics, and miscellaneous details for every individual species.
Hey, this is cool. This feels like I want to get way too in-depth on the thing that I'm creating, and not like too in-depth, but like, I want to be like, if let's say you're like really good at this type of thing, like I'm fumbling because I'm trying not to say the word nerd. I'm trying not to say this is like some really nerdy stuff, but let's be honest, it is. And I can say that because I have glasses. So guys, if you are a nerd, then this is going to be extremely cool for you. If you're a writer, this is going to be cool for you. And if you are a nerdy writer, this is going to be like heaven, because then you'll get to really nerd out on all the stuff. And I say that in like in a loving way. That's the geeky version of the N word. Nerd. I don't have. I trust me, I've been called both. Nerd is the easier one to deal with.
All of the features of the world-building pack are included in the 10-day free trial, after which you can get Campfire Pro permanently for a one-time purchase of $49.99 US.
Okay, I ain't gonna lie. One-time price of $49, and you get to keep it forever. These days, that's actually a steal. I thought he was gonna say like, 200 or something, but $50, you get to do this forever. I'm not gonna lie, this may be one of the best. This may be one of the
Get campfire.
financially one of the better sponsorships I've ever seen on YouTube. $50, you get access to all of this stuff and all the premium features. That's kind of a steal. It's almost like if you are a story person, this is definitely this is going to be one of the cheaper things to even do to really build your worlds out, and like all the information you're going to get off rip and all the things that really help out. It's going to be so convenient. It's going to be worth, honestly, it's worth double the price. I ain't gonna lie.
Permanently for a one-time purchase of $49.99 US plus $24.99 for the world building pack.
Okay. He threw out that extra $24.99. It's still a good value. It's still a good value, but everything for $49.99 would have really been like, whoa, you did it. You did it.
If you're interested or want to learn more, check out the link in the description. Thanks also to the fans over on Discord who contributed artwork for this episode.
Thank you.
Links to the main server and the fan art server in the description. And a massive thanks to all the patrons, whose continued support makes videos like this possible. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next episode.
Incredible. Hold on, let me see all this artwork here. Shout outs to all the artists. There was some stuff he didn't even put in the video that was great. I love it. Yeah, good stuff. Shout out to all the artists out there. You're doing your thing, guys. You were doing your thing when this happened. I need some artists, man. Who's gonna be in my downstream, my downline for artistry? Okay. Well,
This alien.
All right. Well, that was the video. Another incredible video, guys. I learned a lot here. I know this is one of those series where everything I'm gonna learn every time I watch one of these, I'm gonna learn something new. But I learned about fish today, things that I never even thought about to know, but now I know them, so that's cool. Yeah, I had a feeling something was gonna go back to the ocean. Now we got whales. Now we got the ones that have spikes in their face. They're just gonna go directly at you and kill you. Yo, this episode was better than I expected. Every episode, I'm pleasantly surprised, and I can't wait for part 8. I'm excited for part 8. We're gonna be getting back to some harsh temperatures. We're gonna see some deserts. We're gonna see some snow. I want to see what the mountainous areas look like that even have snow, or is there going to be like a thing where the continent breaks apart and then they move into areas that would allow it to have snow and then desert? Like, are we going to get that, or is it going to be like, oh no, the snow is just like up in the mountain, it's always going to remain one supercontinent? It's because if it's one big supercontinent, the ocean is really big now. Like, and obviously our ocean is big, but it's kind of like the continents kind of break it up apart a little bit. But, imagine just like it's just one ocean. I mean, it's just one. It's just big ocean incorporated over there. So, hey, we got sharks, we got whales, we got everything you need. It's incredible. I love it. And I got to see a land animal turn into a sea animal again. So I was right, as always. So guys, if you made it this far into the video, as always, I do want to say thank you. I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video, and we're back with another Boblidrion. Did I say that name right? Did I not? that's for you guys to decide. So yeah, guys, we're back with another Alien Biospheres episode 8. This one's going to be going over the climate. Uh, yeah, the adaptations to climate. So we're going to see how our species here adapt to the different changes in climate. I believe last time that we saw them go back into the sea. We saw like things like the equivalent of whales, which were really cool, and all the adaptations of living back in, getting back into the ocean. Shout outs to the people in the past who have figured out everything about fish and like how fish move and fish movements. I didn't even know there were different. I didn't realize how many different ways of swimming that there were. And I don't know, it just kind of blew my mind that somebody was out there thinking about that stuff and figured out they got all the answers. So shout outs to that person. So yeah, guys, if you are watching this and you haven't already, make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe. You never know what I'll put out next. And also, if for some reason you're just watching this channel but you haven't subscribed to Oblivion, go ahead and do that. Link will be in the description below. I need you to go to the channel, subscribe to them, like all the videos, make a playlist, put them in it, watch it. Comment down below, tell him I sent you, and see if he'll subscribe back. So that'll be our fun little journey between me and you guys. That's a little call and response there, I guess. So yeah, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. Oh, I do got to mention one thing. I barely ever bring this up, so I'll probably bring it up this one time in this video. That is, if you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe. More importantly, subscribe. YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Alien Biospheres, Episode 8.
This alien planet is sponsored by Campfire Technology, who've just launched the open beta for their brand new software, Blaze, which, by the way, is...
Hey, shout outs to Blaze, shout outs to Campfire. Is this video a little bit... Okay, I'm gonna turn it down just slightly down about here. Yeah, shout outs to Campfire, Blaze. This looks like some good stuff here.
Completely free for the whole of October.
Completely free. Oh my gosh, guys. If you were around in October, probably 3-4 years ago, how long this video came out, you would have had an incredible date, incredible sale. This would have been so incredible if you guys would have been able to get to this sooner. Hopefully you did. Maybe he's got a new thing he's doing right now. I don't know, but I guess you can find out by going to the link in my description. Wow.
For more information, check out the link in the description.
For more information, there's links in the description, guys.
Or stick around until the end of the video.
Also, stick around to the end of the video, as we always do, Oblivion.
In the last episode, we explored how the aquatic ecosystems have developed since life first moved onto land,
yes,
as well as how some of the terrestrial clades secondarily adapted for life in the water.
Yes, we did.
This transition was partly prompted by the same climate change event that
Again, look at the incredible... Look at this incredible artwork by just the fans of his. Shout outs to all the fans who make the artwork. Again, fans of mine, if you want to go ahead and send me artwork, you can feel free to send it to me. Any of the links. Editor, show all the places where people can reach me. Maybe throw in a little like throw in one of those if you can. Like, I think and also take this part out so people don't think that like I have like a bad editor.
Transformed the interior of the supercontinent from lush forests into open steppe. But even after the atmosphere reaches equilibrium, the climate won't remain stable for long. For the past few tens of millions of years, the east and west halves of the supercontinent have been steadily pulling away from each other, forming a rift valley along the divergent boundary at the center of the supercontinent and pushing up mountain ranges along the coasts. As these mountains grow taller, they'll form...
Wait, I thought mountains only came when land was being pushed together. You also can get mountains just by land expanding outwards. Mountains can grow. I thought all the mountains, at least on Earth, were formed from like areas like converging into one spot, and they're forming. Like, Hey, I'm learning something new already. Shout out to Oblivion. I'm learning new information. Guys, if you are a scientifically educated individual, most likely that means you subscribed. Uh, Go ahead and comment down below explaining to me how mountains work. Is this historically accurate? I imagine so. I trust Oblivion. But let me know. What do you guys think? Have you? What's the mountains on the coast? What's the coastal mountains looking like?
Form an increasingly impassable barrier against the oceanic weather systems, blocking the rains from reaching the inland regions and creating a sizable rain shadow. The areas far from the coasts may experience a continued decline in rainfall, becoming the first deserts. Areas within the tropics will remain hot and barren year-round, while areas further from the equator will become cold deserts and tundra. And within the temperate latitudes, areas between these deserts and the coasts will experience seasonal rainfall, swinging between extremes of dry and wet. All of these biomes share low levels of precipitation, extreme temperatures, and, consequently, low biodiversity. However, even habitats as inhospitable as these present new niches free from competition, which will incentivize some species to specialize for life in the harsh conditions. Much like how the intertidal zone acts as a medium for organisms emerging from the water, the seasonal areas act as a medium for species transitioning to life in the deserts, as everything that lives in these habitats will need to adapt for prolonged periods without water. In particular, the plants in these regions face a unique challenge. Under most conditions, the key...
Hey, our good buddy, the square cube law. Like, guys, I know all you guys who aren't subscribed have no clue what you're looking at right now. You're looking at this like, whoa, square cube law? I've heard of those three things, but never all together. Well, guess what? Hit that subscribe button instantaneously. This will make more sense to you. That right there is a promise. Once you hit the subscribe button, your understanding of this grows exponentially. In a moment's notice, you're gonna be like, "Whoa, square cube law. I think I get it now. Oh my gosh, I think I get it now." That's you. That's you.
Hemophytes will benefit from a large surface area to let them gather as much sunlight, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide as possible. However, a larger surface area will also lose water faster through transpiration, or evaporation through the stomata covering the leaves. As such, the trees in these areas may evolve smaller, narrower leaves to minimize transpiration, and thicker, more bulbous trunks to store extra water, for which we'll give them the name nodophytes. Although the nodophytes may outcompete the other xylophytes in dry or...
Oh, wow. Guys, look at this. This looks incredible right now. Like, this is actually incredible. Shout outs to Dark Sunny. If you guys, shout outs to this guy here, or lady, or shout outs to this individual. How about that? How about let's be all inclusive here. Shout outs to this individual for making this artwork, because I really enjoy it. Like, this feels like this should be like this should be like the cover for like a wallpaper for your computer screen.
Seasonal habitats. Many of these areas may still not experience enough rainfall to support any substantial forests. The dominant ground vegetation will still mainly consist of brachyphytes, which don't require nearly as much water as the xylophytes thanks to their small size.
Yeah, but they got the big leaves. Isn't that gonna, making them, what do they call the desporation, happen more? But we'll see.
But they may still evolve a mechanism to help them weather periods of drought. Having large leaves only presents a risk of excess water loss during the dry season, so these brachyphytes may evolve a way to reduce their surface area as the seasons change. Abscission occurs when an organism intentionally sheds a part of its anatomy that's no longer necessary or beneficial to maintain.
Whoa.
For example, deciduous plants...
I never knew they had a name for this. I thought this was just leaves falling. This is abscission. Guys, abscission. Remember, write that down. Write that down. It will be on the test. Abscission. What does it mean? I might randomly pop out, be like, what does abscission mean? I'm not gonna do it right now because you're waiting for it.
Plants have evolved to shed their leaves in response to the onset of winter, an adaptation that reduces their overall surface area to prevent water loss. The seasonal brachyphytes may opt for a similar solution. At the end of the wet season, they may shed their leaves, abscising all parts of the plant that emerge above ground level.
Okay.
The bulbs will remain dormant underground throughout the dry season, regrowing their leaves once the rains return. Because of this, the seasonal steppe may appear more or less the same as the tropical steppe during the wet season, but once the dry season arrives and the brachyphytes shed their leaves, they'll leave the landscape denuded of vegetation. These brachyphytes, which we'll call cryptophytes, will thrive in areas with
the hidden plants. Okay, I like that one. The cryptophytes.
Any degree of seasonal variation. This seasonal dormancy may be mimicked by some animals as well. Although somewhat overshadowed by the larger osteopods, the lophostomes will also have representatives in the open habitats. The ubiquitous malacoforms are small and adaptable enough to survive on very little food and water, and wherever there are malacoforms, there'll be desmostricans to feed on them.
Okay.
Meanwhile, some of the plecostricans may switch from a diet of mixed forest vegetation to feeding solely on brachyphytes, evolving grasping tentacles to pluck their leaves from the ground, strengthened forelimbs to help unearth buried bulbs, and a rasping, muscular mouth to chew through the tough, drought-resistant plant tissues.
Okay.
These adaptations will help these plecostricans to thrive in habitats where brachyphytes constitute the
Lego 05, shout out to you. I like this one.
dominant vegetation. But those species living in seasonal areas may evolve one further adaptation to help them endure periods of intense drought. Numerous unrelated clades on Earth have evolved various forms of dormancy to help avoid harsh conditions.
Okay.
Dormancy specifically in response to hot, dry conditions is called estivation, and may evolve among the plecostricans as a means of getting...
Of course they figured out how the names of every different type of hibernation. Scientists. I see what y'all be doing now. See, people just think that scientists don't be doing anything. But look at what y'all are actually doing here. Part of the problem is most people stop learning about science after high school. And then they stop paying attention to science even before then. They stop paying attention to science in like 10th grade. And then by the time you hit 12th, it's like, yo, I never want to hear this stuff again. Unless you go to like a specific college for a specific thing. It's like, you're not going to know what a torpor is. You know, you're not going to know what Devastation is. No, I mispronounced that on purpose, guys. Some of you guys are going to be like, oh, he can't even say the word. I said it wrong on purpose for you guys. If I say it wrong, you'll know how to say it right. Think about it.
Through the worst of the dry season. Shortly after the cryptophytes lose their leaves and food becomes less plentiful, they may bury themselves in mud and enter a state of decreased metabolic activity, remaining underground for as long as 3 or 4 months until the rains return. Let's call this clade the Xerostricans.
The dry shell.
But the easiest way to survive the dry...
Oh my gosh. Again, I love this artwork. What is this? That looks incredible. If you saw that in real life, you would crap yourself. And this guy back here following him, he wants some. He's gonna get him one. He's gonna get him one of these. You know, oh my gosh, this is incredible.
This season is to simply leave.
It really brings me into the universe. It brings me onto the planet. I feel like I'm watching. I'm a outside observer. I'm seeing 3 elephants being followed by a predator right here. Like, you know, I'm in a desert right now. There's plants. The mud is, you know, there's muddy waters. You know, like I'm here. I'm there. I'm everywhere.
Search of more accommodating habitats. Although herbivores like the titanopods and leptopods may inhabit these areas during the wet season, the parched landscape may not offer them enough food or water during the dry season,
pigeon.
So they'll migrate to more bountiful feeding areas near the coasts. And as the herbivores move away, their predators, like the Onocodon...
Beta bug. I'm sorry, I gotta shout out the creators of these artworks, ladies and gentlemen. They're really good. I like them. You know, shout outs to the Beta Bug 64.
...will likely follow suit. But one of the most mobile clades of animals are the Opisthophterans, whose flight allows them to travel further than any of the ground-dwelling clades, facilitating a migratory lifestyle. Flying animals face many of the same constraints that swimming animals do.
Yeah.
They need to maintain stability around roll, pitch, and yaw while striking a balance of speed and maneuverability. The key difference between flying and swimming is the density of the surrounding medium. Atmospheric density can vary considerably from planet to planet, but our alien planet's atmosphere is more or less comparable to Earth's, meaning the air is roughly 800 times less dense than water, and therefore it doesn't provide anywhere near the same level of buoyancy. So unlike swimming animals, flying animals need to exert a lot of downward force in order to stay airborne. For an animal to be able to fly, the amount of lift it generates needs to equal or exceed the strength of gravity pulling it down. The most efficient way to generate lift is to increase velocity, but flying faster requires extra energy to maintain. An easier option is to increase the wing's surface area, which can be done by evolving a larger body size. However, yet again, the square-cube law comes into play, since...
Guys, if you don't know about this, I don't know what to tell you. Except, actually, I do know exactly what to tell you, but you gotta subscribe. I'm sorry. I want to tell you, but you look, just look at the numbers and try to understand. You see that 1, how it becomes a 2 over here, that 2 becomes a 4, that 3 becomes a 6. That's called multiplication, guys. But yeah, I know. You is, and it's not just this, it's like the volume. You got to think about the volume. You know, if this is wider, it's got to, you know, it's, oh my gosh, there's so much explaining that I would have to do for all the non-subscribers. And then all the people who subscribe, they're already looking at me like, whoa, why are you, come on, buddy. We already know all this. We already know all this, buddy. You ain't telling me nothing new. You know, that's you guys, but this time you're from the South.
Doubling the wing's size in all dimensions will quadruple its surface area, but will simultaneously octuple its volume and therefore its weight, and so it will need proportionally larger...
Some of you guys don't even know what octupling is. Like, how much is an octuple, you know? Now, the context clues will let you know, but, you know, you comment down below.
The wings to keep it aloft. But efficient flying depends not only on the wing's size, but also on their shape. Generally, pointed wings provide more speed, whereas rounded wings give more maneuverability. Unlike flying animals on Earth, though, Opisthophterans also have a pair of forewings, or canards, formed from a membrane between the first 2 pairs of limbs. These canards don't flap up and down to contribute to thrust, but are simply held out to increase the size of the effective wing surface and are constantly adjusted to alter flight performance, somewhat similar in function to the tail feathers of birds. Depending on their size, shape, and position, canards can provide increased stability, lift, or control. Like their elastospondyle ancestors, the first Opisthophterans will be small, forest-dwelling predators, meaning they'll need to be adept at darting among the tree branches of the dense canopy. As such, they may evolve short, broad wings to provide a high degree of maneuverability. Their canards may be relatively large, forming up...
So they're like kind of like butterflies in a way.
To a third of the flight surface and occurring just anterior to the wings, which will improve their ability to execute sharp turns. We'll call this early radiation of Opisthophterans the Latopterans. But as they diversify, another clade may adapt to more open habitats like the steppe, where they'll no longer need their ancestors' maneuverability. These species may therefore attain larger sizes and evolve more pointed wings to give them increased speed, and narrow canards to assist in takeoff and landing.
Shoutouts to Ramister. I like this.
And in diving for prey.
I like them all, by the way.
Most species in this clade will be steppe-dwelling pursuit hunters, using their great speed to chase down small prey scurrying amongst the brachyphytes. We'll call them sphenopterans.
Okay.
However, as the continental interior dries out, species living within the seasonal zones may evolve migratory behaviors to help escape the dry season, and so may instead invest in adaptations for traveling long distances. This can be done by evolving long, narrow wings with a high aspect ratio, and by positioning the canards further forward to provide extra lift. Although their lack of a well-developed support structure prevents them from growing too large, this clade will include some of the biggest of all Opisthophteran species, and thus we'll call them Magnopterans.
Yeah, they're like bats now. They went from like butterflies to like small birds to like bats.
But while their long wings and efficient gliding may help many species migrate to new feeding areas, these same adaptations will also allow species living in desolate habitats to scour large areas in search of scarce food, and so a few Magnopteran species may remain within the arid regions all year round, possibly even colonizing the desert at the center of the supercontinent. This desert will be one of the harshest environments on the planet, experiencing negligible precipitation and dangerously high temperatures throughout the year. There won't be nearly enough water to sustain any xylophytes, and without the relief of seasonal rainfall, even the cryptophytes will have difficulty surviving. The only plants likely to thrive in the desert are those few brachyphytes that can adapt to cope with perpetual drought. Like the nodophytes, these plants may evolve enlarged fleshy tubers to store water and shorter, thicker leaves with tough cuticles to minimize water loss through transpiration. However, this will also reduce the amount of sunlight, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide the plant will be able to take in, decreasing the efficiency of photosynthesis and chemosynthesis. In the extreme heat of the desert, this may be a tricky balance to strike, but some plants may find a way around this constraint.
Okay.
The only reprieve from the oppressive heat comes with nightfall, when the temperature plummets by as much as 30 degrees. In the cooler temperatures, the risk of excessive transpiration decreases dramatically, making for an ideal time for the plants to open their stomata and take in carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide. However, there's obviously no sunlight at night, so they can't carry out photosynthesis, but some plants may evolve to store the carbon dioxide within their leaves to use when photosynthesis resumes once the sun rises.
Wait, is this how cactus does it? Is this how cacti work? Let me know if this is how cactuses work. If you're a cactus watching this right now, or even a cactus expert, there's more rare, but either one. Comment down below, if you are either an expert on the cactus or on cacti, or more likely if you're an actual cactus watching this and you have the ability to type. So whichever one of those is more likely to happen, or just whichever one happens first, go ahead and comment down below and let me know if that's how cacti work.
On this mechanism, they can afford to keep their stomata completely closed during the day, keeping as much water as possible trapped within their leaves. This alternation between opening and closing the stomata with the day-night cycle has evolved many times among desert plants on Earth as well, and is one of the most efficient ways of conserving water in especially arid climates. These adaptations will help these brachyphytes, which we'll call tylophytes, to survive the extreme heat, but another difficulty of life in the desert presents itself when it comes to reproduction. Since chemophytes are capable of reproducing asexually, a single plant can quickly establish a colony around a habitable area. But when carrying out sexual reproduction, they'll need to spread their gametes across the desert to other colonies.
Okay.
The majority of chemophytes carry out sexual reproduction by simply releasing their male gametes into the air, letting the wind carry them far from the parent plant. With any luck, at least a small number of them may land within the female gametangium of another plant and fertilization can take place. This works well enough at high population densities and in more hospitable climates, since the higher the concentration of plants in a given area, the higher the chance of the gametes landing on a gametangium. But in the desert, the asexual colonies may be separated by enormous distances, which may be impossible to bridge just by relying on favorable wind conditions. One of the only ways to improve the reliability of this system would be to produce enormous quantities of gametes to give more chances for fertilization to occur, but this would be extremely inefficient and a huge waste of precious resources. To overcome this, the tylophytes will need another, much more targeted mechanism of dispersal, which may come in the form of other organisms.
Food. They're gonna make themselves look. Are they gonna start creating fruits and stuff? Like create something that other things want to eat, and then they go out and eat it, and then they poop out the seeds, and then those seeds grow to be more plants? Is that how they're gonna do it? Please tell me that that's the. I hope I'm right. Come on, be right.
Many plants on Earth employ animals
Pollination.
to carry out
Oh my gosh, close enough. Welcome back,
pollination and seed dispersal for them. There are many forms this can take, which we'll examine more thoroughly later, but just about every variation relies on the plant finding a way of attracting a pollinator. For the tylophytes, this will be fairly easy, since these plants and the oases they grow around will serve as some of the only concentrated sources of food and water the desert has to offer. When an animal comes to feed, drink, or simply rest, it will inadvertently get the plant's gametes stuck all over itself. To facilitate this, the tylophytes may evolve gametes covered in tiny hooks or needles to more effectively cling to their host's body. The animal will then carry the gametes with them as they travel across the desert, unwittingly spreading them to other colonies they visit. This dispersal strategy is far more efficient than relying on the wind. And
wait, is that how cactus does it? Okay, Cactus, please let me know. What do you guys do? How do you work? Now I gotta look up cacti after this. Or if one lucky cactus can just comment down below, and I promise you, I would be so thankful. I would be like, you are the greatest cactus in the history of cacti. If you could just let me know. Or less likely, but if you're just an expert on cacti, I will also say you're the greatest.
And will help the Tylophytes become the dominant desert flora. But even these plants won't occur frequently enough to support very many herbivores. The hazardous conditions preclude most clades of animals from colonizing the desert, but those few that do tend to converge on several common traits.
Okay.
Firstly, desert-dwelling animals tend to be quite small, not only because of the lack of food, but also because of, you guessed it, the square cube law.
Hold on,
Food.
wait, what was that? The camel is actually a very unusual animal in this respect. Okay, I was going to say, there's definitely a big difference between these small animals here and this big giant animal right here. Like, I've seen camels in real life. They're not small by any means. They're pretty intimidating, actually.
But also because of, you guessed it, the square cube law. The larger the animal becomes, the more body heat it will generate, and the less surface area it will have to radiate the excess heat away. This specific application of the square cube law is sometimes referred to as Bergmann's rule, and suggests that animals living in hot climates will tend towards smaller body sizes than those living in cold climates. Because of this, megafauna like the titanopods may not fare well in the desert, as their huge size will cause them to overheat very quickly and demand far more food than the desert can provide. On the other hand, the leptopods, being much smaller, will be far less susceptible to heat stress, and so may be one of the few herbivorous clades to have desert-dwelling representatives. In addition to becoming smaller, another way of increasing surface area seen in many animals living in hot climates is to evolve specialized dermal structures like dewlaps, wattles, or enlarged ears. The desert leptopods may likewise turn the loose skin on the underside of their cephalothorax into a sort of membranous crest riddled with blood vessels to maximize their rate of heat exchange.
Okay.
Since food sources are so widely scattered, desert animals also benefit from specializations for covering long distances. To this end, many of the leptopod's cursorial adaptations provide an advantage. Their long stride length not only gives them speed, but will also help them very efficiently travel many miles every day in search of food. The desert-dwelling species may strengthen this advantage by evolving longer, more widely spaced legs, and their pointed, hoof-like feet may widen to stop them from sinking into the sand. When swept up by the wind, the sand can also damage the more vulnerable parts of an animal's body, particularly the eyes, so many desert animals will also have some way of keeping their eyes protected. At this point in their evolution, most osteopods have quite simple eyes, consisting of a tube-shaped chamber containing a single lens. Unlike vertebrates, osteopods can't turn their eyes within their sockets, instead having each of the 6 eyes fixed at a different angle to grant a wide visual field. They also have no eyelids, only a glassy, waterproof outer surface, which will be at risk of getting obscured or scratched by the sand. So to keep them protected, the desert leptopods may evolve specialized muscles to retract the eyes deeper into their sockets, and extra
Oh, wow. You know what? Shout outs to Belidrion for even thinking about this. Like, I wouldn't have thought about their eyes. I forgot that their eyes were like that. But, and so now they're on kind of like the top of their head a little bit. So it's like, I don't know. I probably would have gave them eyelashes, but then you got to give them, this is like the first step though. Now they got like eyelids, you can grow eyelashes after this. This is a good step. I'm trying to go 2 steps ahead. I gotta fall back a little bit. You need eyelids. This is the first start to having good eyelids, right here.
Skin around the eye's circumference to close over them and conceal them. Many species may also evolve a fringe of elongated setae around the eyes for further protection.
There we go.
Finally, desert herbivores also need to conserve as much water as possible, with some common adaptations including well-developed kidneys and the ability to reabsorb water through the lining of the gut, which minimizes the amount of water wasted when the animal excretes. In some desert animals, like the addax and the kangaroo rat, these mechanisms are so efficient that the animal can survive solely on the water it gets from food, never once needing to drink. These same adaptations may occur in the desert leptopods as well. with the renal glands at the base of their limbs enlarging to filter the blood more efficiently and to produce more concentrated liquid waste. All of these adaptations will make these leptopods, which we'll dub amblypods, some of the most specialized inhabitants of the desert. And despite the numerous challenges involved, living in the desert does come with some advantages. Because prey populations are so small, there'll be very few predators to worry about.
True.
Instead of expending precious resources to actively hunt prey, it's much more efficient for a desert carnivore to simply scavenge for prey brought down by heat stress or dehydration. Many desert-dwelling species of magnopterans may adopt this lifestyle, flying far and wide over the landscape in search of carcasses. But another clade poised to take up the niche of desert scavengers are the eurychirids, who already have well-developed scent organs to detect food over long distances, and are generalist enough to make use of every available food source. Like the amblypods, the desert eurychirids may evolve smaller body sizes to increase their surface area, and efficient excretory systems to conserve water. But they may also undergo some behavioral adaptations to cope with the harsh climate.
Okay.
As mentioned earlier, the desert temperatures drop sharply at night, making it a much safer time for animals to go about their lives. As such, most desert animals are either nocturnal, only becoming active during the cool of the night, or crepuscular, only active.
Oh my gosh. Guys, these are two of the cutest animals I've seen in a very long time. I want to have them both. Like, is it legal to own any of these animals? Either of them? Is it even a good idea? This one on the right especially, the way that animal just looked at, I want to pet him so freaking bad. He looks like look at him. Look at him. He's a good boy. Look at him. I bet that tail goes crazy. You just get a squeaky toy, a ball, squeak. Look at him. He's already got that look at him. Like you ready to, like I'm about to throw the ball. This one's ready. This one's also ready, but this one looks bigger. This one looks like you hold it like you're just sitting on the couch. It just jumps on your lap, and then you're just like petting the dog while watching TV. Like incredible time. Sometimes it brings a toy to you, and you're just like, you know what? You've been a good boy. Let's go outside. Let's play with the toy. Man, this looks like I like this dog. I like that dog too. I want these dogs. I do have a favorite though. It is this one.
Active during dusk or dawn. Both strategies help to avoid the fierce heat of midday, but also mean that these animals will need to adapt to low light conditions. The easiest way for an animal to increase the acuity of its night vision is to evolve larger eyes, letting them take in more light. Specifically for an animal with more than one pair of eyes, like the osteopods, the most efficient arrangement is to have a single disproportionately large pair of eyes, while the other pairs remain comparatively small. The enlarged pair of eyes may also undergo further specializations for night vision, such as evolving a tapetum lucidum, a reflective membrane lining the eye that passes light back through the retina to increase the rate of absorption, a common adaptation in many nocturnal animals on Earth.
Wait, do humans have that? I don't think do we have that? Do we have like a light version of that? Because like, that's cool. So when they see at night, does it look like normal, or does it look like, is it like, I don't know. I wonder how bright it is at night for them, because we can see at night. Like sometimes it is pitch black, but we can see a slight tinge, but I'm sure they can see it like pitch black, like no light whatsoever, no underground they can see, is it interesting?
But increasing the size of these eyes will also make them more vulnerable to damage from the sand. So like the amblypods, these eurychirids may evolve a ring of muscle that can close over the eyes to protect them. Subtly adjusting this muscle will also allow them to precisely control the amount of light that enters the eye, much like an iris, letting them adjust their vision to the changing light conditions throughout the night. While the anterior-most eyes do most of the work of taking in light and resolving a clear image, the other two pairs of eyes may still serve to increase depth perception and give them a wider field of vision, but otherwise remain fairly small and unspecialized. However, if these eurychirids adapt for nocturnality, they'll need to find a way to sit out the heat of the day, and the open landscape doesn't offer much in the way of shelter. One of the most common solutions among desert animals is fossoriality, or adaptations for digging, which allows nocturnal animals to remain in the safety and shade of their burrows during the day. Fossorial animals tend to share a number of key adaptations in common. Firstly, and most obviously, powerful front limbs specialize for digging through the substrate. Fortunately, the Eurychirids already have broad forelegs, used by the steppe-dwelling species to unearth buried eggs. In the desert species, these limbs may become stouter and more heavily muscled, with enlarged claws to rip through and clear away as much sand and soil as possible. Fossorial animals also tend to have small, fusiform bodies and short limbs to help them squeeze through their tight burrows, and any external structures, like ears or tails, tend to be reduced or absent to avoid unnecessary friction. As such, these Eurychirids' walking limbs may become smaller, and their pedipalps, adapted for sensing and processing food, may shrink so as to not get in the way of the digging claws. Thanks to these adaptations, they'll be able to tunnel underground to escape the sweltering heat, only emerging from their burrows at night to find food. Their generalist diets will let them exploit virtually any food source they come across, including carcasses, tylophyte tubers, and whatever small prey they can find. But these Eurychirids will be put under their greatest stress when it comes time for reproduction. Like all osteopods, the Eurychirids produce oothecae, which contain the developing young as well as a yolk, or source of nutrients that the embryos depend on to complete their development, only hatching once the yolk is exhausted. However, because resources are so scarce in the desert, it will be difficult to provide enough nutrients to last for the young's entire development period. With a smaller yolk, the young may hatch out prematurely, lacking functioning eyes or even solidified bones. In such an underdeveloped state, they'll be very vulnerable, especially in such an inhospitable habitat.
Real.
To boost her offspring's chances of survival, the mother may lay her ootheca beneath a carcass or some other source of food to provide the young with enough nutrients upon hatching to last the rest of their development. However, this imposes a time pressure on the young to hatch before the carcass desiccates, so these Eurychirids may be selected to minimize the length of time they spend developing within the ootheca, which may eventually culminate in another instance of ovoviviparity. In the previous episode, we discussed how ovoviviparity evolved in the seagoing thalattotheres as a way of circumventing the need to come ashore to breed. For these Eurychirids, ovoviviparity will let their young start feeding from the moment they're born while the carcass still offers fresh meat, a strategy that has convergently evolved among many clades of carrion-eating flies on Earth.
Okay.
Ovoviviparity is sometimes used as a general term for any form of reproduction that falls between oviparity, or egg-laying, and viviparity, or live birth. A more accurate term to describe the form of reproduction seen in the thalattotheres and these Eurychirids is lacithotrophic viviparity, which specifies...
So, this is kind of like how whales are born. Well, no. No. This is like how... what's an animal that's not a bug that's born like this? That's just like ready to eat, you know? I don't know. There's an animal out there, and, you know, is this how sharks are? I'm thinking too much sea. There's got to be more. Is this how lions are? No, that's not how lions are. All right, guys, you guys tell me the animals that do this below. Subscribers, please tell me what animals do the things that they talk about doing here. I think it's really cool.
Is that the young still rely on the yolk while inside the mother. These Eurychirids will be equipped to make the most out of every resource available in the barren landscape. Let's call them Lystrachirids. Meanwhile, moving northward from the center of the supercontinent, levels of precipitation remain low, but temperatures become steadily colder. The planet still has a higher average temperature than Earth, but the northernmost edges of the supercontinent will be just short of the Arctic Circle, and will thus be fringed with areas of cold deserts and seasonal tundra, experiencing short, cool summers and long, bitterly cold winters. In these biomes, the drought...
We got snow, baby! We got snow, baby! Oh, also, this is really cool. Shout out to this.
Resistant nodophytes may have an advantage over other xylophytes, and so may be the primary constituents of the few forests that grow here. The cryptophytes may form the dominant ground vegetation, since they can undergo abscission to avoid the freezing winters. However, even during the summer, it will still be fairly cold and dry, so they'll benefit from a smaller surface area to reduce transpiration. We'll call this family of cryptophytes Pagophytes. The animals in these habitats will experience the opposite trends to those found in the desert. A larger size and decreased surface area will let them
Gotta have some fur now.
conserve more body heat. In this regard, the titanopods have a head start, since their enormous bodies will generate enough heat to keep them at a fairly constant high temperature. This mechanism of staying warm through size alone is called gigantothermy, and will help the titanopods counteract the effects of the cold despite their lack of true thermoregulation. There may not be enough trees in the tundra to support the high-browsing proceropods, but the baropods may be able to survive on the pagophytes and other low vegetation, and so some species may expand their range northward. And wherever there are populations of large herbivores, the predatory onocodonts won't be far away, and so they too may reach the colder latitudes. The onocodonts aren't quite as large as the baropods, so their bodies can't store as much heat, but their endothermy will more than compensate for this. What once evolved as a means of maintaining high levels of activity can now be repurposed to let them colonize variable or inhospitable climates. In contrast to species living in hot climates,
oh my gosh, once again, what is this puppy? Is this a snow fox? I need this. Give me one of these, please. Zoologist, is it legal to own one of these? Also, having a pigeon, having a penguin would probably be fun. Like, not gonna lie, you walk out of somebody's backyard and a penguin starts walking up, and you're like, whoa, is that a penguin? And they're like, yeah, that's my buddy. And then you put a bow tie on him. Hold on now. Think of this penguin right here, but with a bow tie, and he's just like waddling, around your backyard. And it's just like, he's just a chill penguin. That's funny. If I was rich, I would probably own this thing, and I would go check out these things. I would visit penguins. I don't think I would own a penguin. Too majestic, honestly. Although, you put a bow tie on them, honestly, I just need to see a penguin with a bow tie. I think that's what this whole rant that I'm going through right now is about. I want to see a penguin with a bow tie. So scratch that second idea. That's just me. That's just me being weird. I just want to see a penguin with a bow tie. But this thing, this snow fox, this desert fox, I want one of these things. What does it grow to be into? It doesn't grow into this polar bear, right? As long as it doesn't grow into the polar bear, I'm good. But I want this, but I don't want the bear. These are like the most violent, deadly bears of all bears. They're kind of like the worst bears, but also the best bears in that sense. Like, they see you, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. A polar bear will kill you every chance it gets.
Animals living in cold climates tend to have rounded, stocky bodies, short limbs, small ears, and a general lack of any structures that unnecessarily increase their surface area. Likewise, the tundra-dwelling osteopods may become larger and more heavy-set than their southern relatives, with shorter legs and smaller pedipalps. These two clades will serve as the dominant megafauna in the tundra and constitute some of the largest land animals on the planet. We'll call them pachypods and hadrodonts. But despite their adaptations to the cold, most species in these clades may still only inhabit the tundra during the relatively mild summers, as even their gigantothermy may not be enough to help the pachypods endure the coldest parts of the winter, and so they'll be forced to migrate to warmer areas to the south, and the hadrodonts will likely follow their prey populations as they migrate, leaving the seasonal tundra largely devoid of megafauna during the winter. But in some areas, such as the high-altitude regions within the northwestern mountain range, temperatures will remain uncomfortably low all year round, and may therefore be too inhospitable for the pachypods and hadrodonts. Those few clades that do manage to colonize these areas will need a more specialized defense against the cold. Like the onocodonts, the leptopods are endotherms, which gives them an edge in cold climates, so they too may form part of the tundra ecosystems. Once again, in accordance with Bergman's rule, these forms may grow to larger sizes than their steppe and desert-dwelling sister clades, but they may gain further protection from the cold by increasing the efficiency of their thermoregulation. One relatively easy way to do this is to stop the body heat they generate from dissipating, in other words, to evolve a layer of insulation. Many animals do this with layers of fat or blubber, which also acts as an energy reserve when food is scarce. But since air itself is a very efficient insulator, one of the most effective ways to stay warm is to trap a layer of air close to the body. This is most commonly accomplished with some sort of specialized integument or body covering, whether it's fur in mammals, feathers in dinosaurs, pycnofibers in pterosaurs, or any one of the dozens of different dermal structures found among invertebrates. In the case of our leptopods, the sarcopods from which the terrestrial osteopods descend were covered in setae, embedded within mechanoreceptors to sense vibrations in the surrounding water.
Yeah.
However, in a low-density medium like air, vibrations become much harder to detect, and so in most land-dwelling species, the vestigial setae have reduced to a tiny, almost microscopic scale, except in areas like the spiracles, where they serve to keep the airway clear of debris, and around the base of the pedipalps, where they form the hearing mechanism in most species. But while they may have lost their role in mechanoreception, they'll serve as ideal structures to adapt into a coat of insulation, and so these tundra-dwelling leptopods may re-evolve a covering of elongated setae.
We got Harry's.
Which, in addition to their subcutaneous layers of fat and rotund bodies, will make these leptopods superbly adapted to the cold. However, just like with the lystrachirids in the desert, these animals will be at their most vulnerable during their embryonic development. In the tundra, if the mother leptopod simply buries the ootheca and abandons it, like most osteopods
Hey, shout out to Agent XOR.
do, the young may die from the cold before they even hatch. For their offspring to have any real chances of survival, these leptopods will need to...
Hold on, this actually kind of looks like a photo. This lightweight just looks like a blurry photo. Shout outs to Stormy. This is incredible.
Involve a basic measure of parental investment. All osteopods have a pair of gonopods, which assist in the transfer of gametes during mating and help the females deliver the ootheca.
Yeah.
But in this clade, they may also be used to cradle the ootheca once it's been delivered, keeping it close to the warmth of the mother's body.
Okay.
The female's gonopods may become larger to more completely envelop the ootheca and to keep it as warm as possible as the mother wanders the tundra. The mother will only abandon her young once they hatch, at which point they'll be developed enough to survive on their own. Along with their shaggy coats and bulky bodies, this form of reproduction will help these leptopods colonize areas too cold for other herbivores like...
Now, okay, hear me out. I feel like they need to have a social adaptation at this point to be more like elephants, where they're just like, they never abandon their children. They just form villages and small pods with each other. Or maybe they don't, like the kids eventually leave off after they form their own, pod. Like something like with that type of social structure. I think it'd be better for the longevity of this animal here.
The pachypod.
Also, shout outs to Chris Y/Chris Forbes. This is another incredible artwork here.
And with the resulting absence of competition, they'll be free to expand into the as of yet unclaimed megafaunal niches, attaining even larger sizes and becoming one of the most successful clades in the tundra. We'll call them thylacopods. But not all species in the tundra will respond to the cold by getting bigger. Although it's called Bergmann's rule, it's more of a general trend than an actual rule. While a larger body size does let the animal retain a greater amount of heat, it also demands more food to maintain, and so areas of the tundra where resources are especially limited may see clades tending towards smaller body sizes, like how the Arctic tyrannosaur Nanoxaurus was only about half the size of its infamous cousin T-Rex. Similarly, the hadrodonts may be limited in their distribution to those areas with large enough populations of prey, while elsewhere, the predatory niches may be better exploited by some of their smaller relatives who can survive on a sparser diet. The evolution of centaurism gave the onychodonts a major advantage, both in giving...
Guys, this looks this looks like the like art that they show when they're making a game, and it's like, whoa, these are what we're going to be fighting in the game? That's cool.
...them a more efficient limb configuration and providing them with powerful weapons to latch onto large or fast-moving prey. Once this innovation occurred, it wasn't long before one branch of onychodonts took over the niches of the dominant predators, evolving into enormous hypercarnivores. But not all onychodonts will be giant. A separate branch may retain the mesocarnivorous lifestyle of their dromaeopod ancestors, going after smaller prey in open habitats. We'll call them allodonts. and perhaps one clade of these allodontts spreads into the far north, possibly driven from the steppe by competition from their larger relatives. As mesocarnivores, their varied diet will be a great asset in the tundra, as they'll be able to subsist on vegetation when prey is scarce. Like all onychodonts, their forelimbs will be their primary means of catching prey and handling food, while their small pedipalps are used for inflicting damage and in processing food before it's swallowed. Due to their small size, they won't be able to store very much body heat, so they'll need to take every possible precaution against the cold, not only evolving shorter limbs and stockier bodies, but uniquely, these animals may further reduce their surface area by internalizing their gonopods within their abdomen, minimizing their exposure to the frigid air. For additional warmth, they can also rely on their endothermy, which, like the leptopods, they may make more efficient by evolving their setae into a dense coat of insulation. Unlike the leptopods, though, who have simple acuminate setae, these allodont setae may evolve a branching or pectinate shape, which will allow them to form a denser covering and to more efficiently trap air.
Okay.
Also unlike the leptopods, whose thermoregulation operates continuously to keep the body at a constant high temperature, the onychodonts have facultative endothermy, meaning they only regulate their body temperature under energetically favorable conditions. Since they're already capable of essentially switching off their metabolism, this may evolve into a form of hibernation. Unlike the aestivation seen in the Zoroastricans, hibernation typically occurs specifically in response to the cold and is exclusive to endotherms, involving the animal actively disabling its thermoregulation. In this state, virtually all metabolic activity grinds to a halt, and the animal can survive solely on fat reserves for weeks or even months. This hibernation and their dense coat of integument will help these allodonts adapt to the harsh winters. But once again, these animals will need to solve the problem of ensuring their offspring don't freeze to death before they hatch. One option is for the mother to incubate the ootheca by warming it with her own body, but if she leaves the ootheca for even a short time, the young will be left extremely vulnerable. Carrying the ootheca with her will slow her down considerably, which isn't a problem for a large placid herbivore like a thylacopod, but for a predator that relies on speed, dragging an egg sac around everywhere she goes will severely impede her hunting. The only practical way to ameliorate this problem is to increase the amount of time the young spend developing inside the mother, and to reduce the amount of development that occurs once the ootheca has been delivered, which may ultimately result in yet another instance of ovoviviparity. Like the Lystrachierids in the desert, the scarcity of resources in the tundra makes it difficult to provide a substantial enough yolk to last the young for the whole of their development. But unlike the Lystrachierids, these allodonts can't afford to give birth to premature young, as if they're born before they've developed sufficient size and insulation, they'll be at increased risk of dying from the cold. In response to this, instead of relying on lacithotrophy, providing a limited yolk as the young's only source of food, these allodonts may instead evolve a form of matrotrophy, growing a placenta-like organ through which additional nutrients can pass from the mother to the embryos throughout their development. It's important to note that while matrotrophy is most commonly associated with placental mammals, it's also independently evolved hundreds of times in many unrelated clades, including among reptiles, amphibians, fish, and even invertebrates. Although it imposes a greater burden on the mother by requiring her to impart more resources into her developing offspring, matrotrophy is a much more reliable way for the mother to nurture her young than lacithotrophy, and guarantees that a higher proportion of them will survive until they're ready to leave the mother's protection. Although they're not as big or fearsome as their hypercarnivorous relatives, these tundra-dwelling allodonts will be some of the most exquisitely adapted predators within the Arctic latitudes. We'll call them thecapods. As mentioned at the beginning of this episode, the extreme temperatures, low precipitation, and lack of food will result in very low levels of biodiversity for the deserts and tundra, and so the clades we've discussed here will be some of the only ones that will manage to adapt to the brutal conditions that these new biomes present, which will form over a period of about 30 million years or so as the two halves of the supercontinent begin drifting apart. But in the next episode, we'll look at biomes that face the exact opposite situation, when we return to the tropics to see how the abundance of food, water, and energy cultivates the highest levels of biodiversity anywhere on the planet. Thanks to Campfire for sponsoring this episode. I've told you before about their writing and world-building software Campfire Pro, but as of this month, they've launched their brand new software Blaze, a browser-based app.
What's that?
Application that offers all of the features of Campfire Pro, including character sheets, maps, timelines, magic systems, languages, and encyclopedia entries,
I'm interested.
plus a bevy of new tools like a word processor, a research module, and the ability to share and collaborate with other users in real time.
Oh wow.
Unlike Campfire Pro, though, you only pay for the modules you need, either by one-time purchase or through a monthly or yearly subscription.
You only get what you need. You only get what you need.
Allowing you to customize your interface to suit your specific writing and world-building needs. And like I said at the beginning of the video, Blaze is an open
Wait, hold on. Did y'all see some of those
writing
costs?
and world-building needs.
Come on. Lifetime is $30. Annual is $10. Monthly is $1. Free tier? You get a free tier. You also get things for free. I'm not gonna lie. If you're a creator, writer, anything, this should be something that you're looking into right this instant. Even if you just like playing D&D, you should at least be looking into the annual cost or the monthly, you know? I'm just saying, you and the boys want to get together for some great D&D events, go ahead and get the lifetime for $30. I'm sure there's going to be more 3 of y'all, but put in at least $10 a piece, y'all good. Come on, guys.
And like I said at the beginning of the video, Blaze is an open beta for the whole of October, during which time it's totally free. To try it out for yourself or to learn more, check out the link in the description. And in other big news, for those of you who've been asking for a video game based on this series, you're in luck. There's now a game project in the works.
What?
Anyone with expertise...
Hold on now, guys. Me from present day learning about this from a while back. Did this game get made? How much is it? Where can I find it? Is it on Steam? Let me know about this game project. I am interested.
In art, audio, planning, story development, or programming is encouraged to join the development team. Links to the Discord server in the description. And once again, a huge thanks...
Hold on, what's it called?
Links to the Discord server in the...
Terra Alien Biospheres.
Description.
Okay.
And once again, a huge thanks to all the fans over on Discord who submitted artwork for this episode, who saved me a tremendous amount of time when making these videos and make them look a hell of a lot better in the process. Links to the main server and the fan art server in the description. And as always, a massive thanks to all the patrons, whose continued support makes videos like this possible. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Incredible. I'm just looking at the artwork now. This is amazing. You guys are great. You guys are awesome. I love it. Yeah, it's just I don't want to shout out to all the artists, man. Look at this. Look at this. Wow, incredible. Another great video, guys. I learned a lot today. You know, I'm learning more and more every episode. You know, I'm learning about climates and like mountains. I didn't know how mountain ranges really form. I didn't know there was more than one way to form them, okay? I didn't know about all these cactus stuff. You know, again, I'm still waiting on a cactus or possibly a cactus expert to let me know about some stuff. This was a great episode. I keep saying that every time, but like they keep getting. It's like he never puts out a bad one. You know, there's all banger after banger. Shout outs to all the the winter, those harsh winter landscapes. You know, the desert climate was bad, but the tundra, you know, as a winter baby myself, I was born December 21st. You know, winter is tough, you know, winter is harsh to deal with, you know, not many like us who could handle winter, but, you know, also shout outs to the knowledge of like, if you're in a more arid, you know, if you're in a desert area, hey, you might be a little bit skinnier. You're in a tundra, you might be a little bit bigger. That explains why people from the north are a little bit bigger than people from the south. I said it. You guys debate in those comments down below. So yeah, guys, if you made it this far into the video, as always, I do want to say thank you. I love you. Bye. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video. And again, if you've seen the title of the video, you already know what we're here for. I'm sorry for the long wait, ladies and gentlemen, but we are back with Alien Biospheres. Yes, clap, editor, make sure you throw in the claps in there, okay? And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are doing our thing. We're going to be learning about stuff. This is episode 9, so we're going to be learning about the tropical rainforest. So that's going to be a fun one. Who doesn't like a tropical rainforest? Let's see how this one gets created. Let's see how it changes the biosphere, if you will, added another dimension to it. I mean, we already had swamplands. We already had kind of like foresty areas, the fields and stuff like that. We got oceans, obviously. So, this is a nice little thing. Next thing we got to get is the Arctic. We can see what the Arctic's doing. Actually, we kind of touched on the Arctic episode or two ago, so we kind of know what the Arctic's doing. Let's get more in depth in it, but I did like what we heard so far. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been waiting for this, I'm not going to keep you for long. I do want to say though, if you are watching this video, but you haven't subscribed to the original content or seen the original content, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and do that. Link will be in the description below. Go ahead and do a look at Biblitrion. Maybe that's part of the problem is you not know how to pronounce his name. Look in my comments. There are plenty of people who are going to try to correct me myself on how to pronounce the name. Ask any of them and they, or just look at their comments, hey guys, comment down below. How do you pronounce Biblitrion? And then you guys like that comment and all that stuff, and the link will be in the description below. That's the most important thing that I was trying to get to before you guys distracted me, so stop doing that. Yeah, while you're over there liking and commenting and all that stuff, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. You never know what I'll put out or when it'll come out either. I got you there, buddy. Yeah, so if you haven't already, make sure you do that. It's all fun. Something really cool happens when you hit the like button. It's I can't tell you now, it's a surprise from YouTube. Just know it does happen. Yeah, with that being said, we're gonna get right into it. I do got to bring this up. I know I never bring this up, but I will try to bring it up this one time. That is, if you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe. More importantly, subscribe. YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Alien Biospheres 9 Tropical Rainforest.
This alien planet is brought to you by Campfire Technology, who are
Okay.
currently running a holiday sale for their new software Campfire Blaze.
Hey, shout out to Campfire Blaze. This video's kind of old, but I don't know. Maybe check them out. See what they're doing now. I don't know what the current promotions are, but go ahead and see what they're doing now. Go check them out.
For more information, check out the link in the description or stick around until the end of the video.
You know what? He'll probably still have the link in the description. But yeah, we'll try to stick around to the end of the video. I'll let you know exactly what they do. But obviously you already know Campfire, what they do with all the promotional stuff and all the gaming and putting all the it's fun stuff. They do it all. So if you're into like D&D or stuff like that, I'm pretty sure that's the one. Campfire Blaze, place to go.
Last time, we saw how the drying continental interior resulted in the formation of the first deserts, tundras, and seasonal areas, all of which are characterized by extreme temperatures, low precipitation, and low biodiversity.
Okay.
But while the ever-changing climate has reshaped large portions of the landscape, there are a few areas which still experience a climate suitable for supporting lush forests, as they've done since the invasion of land over 100 million years ago.
Hey, shout outs to Dragon. This is actually really incredible.
Most of these areas will occur around the equator, which, due to being more or less perpendicular to the sun's rays, receives the highest levels of solar radiation per unit area of any latitude on the planet, which not only provides more energy for photosynthesis, but also results in constant high temperatures with little to no seasonal variation. In areas near the ocean, this heat will drive extremely high levels of precipitation, with some regions, like the eastern coast of the supercontinent on the windward side of the mountains, receiving 2 to 5 meters of rain every year. The ample sunlight and water will promote abundant plant growth, with the trees here being some of the largest in the world.
Okay.
One clade of xylophytes endemic to this area may specialize for reaching enormous sizes, ensuring that they have the greatest exposure to the light. To provide additional support and stability, their roots may grow outward to form a wider base.
This trunk looks different. It doesn't look as like slimier and stuff as the other one. It does have like less sulfur or like the sulfuric chemicals in it or something. What's going on there? Maybe I'm just personally getting more adjusted to the trees. Is that it? Am I getting better with the trees, ladies and gentlemen? Have you been seeing less tree hate within these videos? I'm still not a huge fan of them, but they have grown on me. If you catch my guys, please don't click off the video. I'm sorry. I in the moment I thought that was gonna be funnier, but I just don't click off the video, please.
Like the buttress roots,
funnier stuff will happen, I'm sure.
On Earth. These roots will also help the tree gather more nutrients over a wider area, which will be especially useful since the constant downpour leaches a large portion of the minerals out of the soil. To prevent the rain from accumulating on or damaging their leaves,
Tara,
they may evolve special grooves.
Look at this. Look at what Tara drew. Look at what Tara drew, ladies and gentlemen. It's incredible. Praise it. Give it some love. Also, shout out. Microphone, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Also, shout outs to real plants, They just look cool in real life. I just like plants.
Drip tips to encourage water to quickly run off the leaves and fall to the forest floor. To maximize dispersal, the gammatangia sprouting from along their trunks may grow into long branches so that the spores fall as far from the parent plant as possible.
Okay.
With all of these adaptations, these xylophytes will become some of the tallest trees on the planet, ranging anywhere from 20 to almost 100 meters in height, and thus we'll call them altophytes. These trees will play a large part in defining the rainforest ecosystems by dividing them into distinct layers, including the forest floor at the foot of the trees, the understory among the trunks and low branches, and the canopy within the dense foliage around the tops of the trees. While all forests share this structure to some extent, the sheer size of the altophytes will accentuate this stratification and provide a greater density of niches than any other biome. And with over 100 million years of uninterrupted evolution under an unchanging, hospitable climate, the inhabitants will have had plenty of time to undergo specialization for every niche the forest has to offer, resulting in the greatest biodiversity of any habitat on the planet, with the eastern rainforest alone accounting for as much as 10% of all terrestrial species.
Now, I feel like this is also this has got to be the same for like Earth, right? Like the rainforest does have a bunch of creatures in it, like the biodiversity of rainforest is incredible. So I'm imagining the same reasoning behind this here is the same reasoning behind Earth. Just comment down below if I'm correct on that. I'm sure I am. Matter of fact, comment down below just how correct I am and always am, and how much you love me, and how much you think I'm really cool and really incredible and really handsome. Just all those type of things that you guys normally comment. Just do that stuff.
One of the primary differences between each of the rainforest layers is the availability of sunlight. The vast majority of light is blocked out by the canopy, with the rest filtering down through the understory such that only 1 to 2% of it reaches the ground. Most low vegetation will struggle to grow in such dim light, so the forest floor is surprisingly open and free of undergrowth.
Okay.
On this alien planet, though, the chemophytes have an advantage in that they can resort to chemosynthesis in the absence of light, which, although it's not nearly as efficient as photosynthesis, will still provide enough energy to support a carpet of smaller plants along the ground. Despite this, the forest floor will still be fairly spacious, perhaps enough to accommodate quite large animals such as the ancestral megalobrachids, dromaeopods, and gymnophons, although the trees may still be too dense for especially large animals like the titanopods. The ground vegetation will predominantly consist of brachyphytes, which have a larger proportion of their surface area dedicated to photosynthesis
Come on.
and chemosynthesis than other clades of chemophyte, giving them an
These
edge
things
in
gotta
low
evolve, though, right? These things are definitely gonna evolve into something even cooler.
light conditions. As we've touched on previously, larger leaves will lose water faster through transpiration and will also be at greater risk of being damaged by the wind.
So they'll get smaller.
However, there's certainly no shortage of water in the rainforest, and the
True.
surrounding trees form an impenetrable barrier against the wind. So
True.
plants growing on the forest floor can afford to
Even
evolve
bigger.
exceedingly large leaves to absorb as
Yeah,
much of the
okay.
scarce sunlight as possible. However, the lack of wind also presents a problem when it comes to dispersal, since most chemophytes rely on the wind to spread their spores and gametes. In the previous episode, the tylophytes were able to circumvent the limitations of wind dispersal by evolving animal-assisted or biotic pollination,
Yeah.
whereby passing animals get the plant's gametes stuck along their bodies and unwittingly spread them to other plants across the desert. This method of pollination is fairly passive and unspecialized, relying on the host simply brushing against the plant's gametangia by accident. But there do exist more efficient means of pollination that ensure that the pollinator will seek out the plant intentionally. Deceptive pollination, also called dispersal mimicry in some contexts, involves the plant producing false signals that pollinators mistakenly identify as food, shelter, or something else of interest. For example, Dracula orchids mimic the appearance and scent of mushrooms to attract fungus gnats. Carrion flowers like the Rafflesia look and smell like rotting meat to attract carnivorous flies and beetles, and the bee orchid has evolved flowers that resemble female bees, which entice males into trying to mate with them. In all of
I'm sorry. Can we just talk about how crazy this last one is? Like, this got to show some type of sentience in like plant life, right? Like, are we gonna we can't just say, oh, it was a coincidence that this one flower that wanted bees to get at it made itself look just like a bee. I mean, it's not like photocopy, but it's like if you're a bee and you know maybe got bad vision, you're just looking around, you're buzzing real you're fast, and you're like, oh, whoa, is that a bee? She look kind of nice over there. And you're just going over there, and now you're pollinating a flower. Like, bro, first of all, blue ball and the bee like crazy. Second of all, like, you know, now you're just like you can't tell me like over time that this kind of have like, you know, oh, it kind of looks like something. Looks, or no, at the beginning it looked nothing like a bee. Nothing like a bee at the beginning. And then over time it was just like, yeah, let's get some of these you know, some of these up here. You know, no bees wanted to bang it, you know, and it was just like, all right, let's get some patterns up in here. No bees wanted to bang it. Then they got the shape right, and they were like, yo, to catch a bee right here, to catch a predator bee, that, oh my gosh. And also these things look creepy. Like if I saw these Dracula plants in real life, I would probably run away from them. And I've seen this before. Obviously, it looks like a Pokemon, but you know, we don't even have to acknowledge that for real. I feel like I would hate these things in real life. They smell like rotten meat. I don't like the smell of rotten meat. I don't like bugs. This thing loves bugs. We're not, you know, we're complete opposites. I'm a human. It's a plant, you know, like we're on two opposite ends of the spectrums. Me and you, we couldn't be friends. Me and you, we probably could be friends. I feel like you could have this as a house plant, but then it's like, yo, can you stop trying to bang bees or have bees bang you? Like, I don't want bees in my apartment. Honestly, I really couldn't be cool with any of these. That, long story short, the reasoning behind all that rambling is that I would not want to own any of these plants. But if I were to own one of them, it would be this last one.
Female bees, which entice males into trying to mate with them. In all of these cases, the pollinators are tricked into making contact with a plant and getting covered in pollen, which they'll then inadvertently spread to other plants every time they fall for the same trick. Because it ensures the plant is visited more frequently, this method of pollination is much more reliable and effective than the one used by the tylophytes, so it seems likely that it may also evolve among some of the rainforest brachyphytes. The asexual brachyphyte colonies will grow in any area with sufficient light and nutrients, forming large patches along the forest floor. In one clade, the parts of the plant that emerge above the ground may evolve to collectively mimic the color, shape, and texture of rotting meat. and to
Okay.
exude a pungent stench to attract scavengers. The male gametangia may suspend their gametes within a slimy coating on their outer surface, which will get stuck all over the body of any animal that comes to investigate, and will hopefully be subsequently deposited into the female gametangia of another colony. Due to their resemblance to carrion, we'll call these plants conophytes.
Okay.
Unfortunately for these
Now I'm looking for like a mushroom type plant, that's gonna be put in the forest. That's gonna be in the forest to help all the other plants surrounding it grow. Like if you guys know about like normal rainforests and stuff and like forests, a lot of times like mushrooms, be used as like a support for other plants and vegetation in the area. So like mushrooms, because they grow underground and they have that whole connective network, they also grow and connect to the roots of like trees, and they can help nourish them and also get nourishment. And once they have a connection of different trees and it's like an actual forest, then it can help support life throughout the whole forest. They can help the trees support other trees. It's actually really incredible how mushrooms and fungi work in nature and stuff. Really, really good stuff to look up one day.
There'll be plenty of scavengers around to serve as potential pollinators. The
All right,
rainforest's
Henry.
hot, humid
All right,
climate accelerates
Era.
decomposition, such that despite the constant flurry of organic debris falling from the upper layers, the forest floor stays relatively clear. Among the decomposers will be the necrophytes, which, unlike most other plants, don't need to worry about the lack of sunlight on the forest floor, as they can obtain all of their energy through saprotrophy. The necrophytes will be assisted in their decomposition duties by the abundant malacoforms, which remain by far the most numerous and diverse of all animal clades, comprising many tens of thousands of species. They're also some of the smallest animals, ranging in size from less than a millimeter to a maximum of about 5 centimeters. And as such, they can't rely on sight.
Not gonna lie, if you see these things in real life, like let's say we have our current bugs, but then random alien comes from space, it's just like, he brought flies with him, and these are the flies. If these are the creatures that we got to start dealing with, people are gonna freak out. Like spiders are already crazy enough. Imagine seeing this thing come out of your tub drain or something. Imagine this thing with the pincers, coming at you, and you're like, oh crap, and then you smack it, obviously, and you're like, all right, now I gotta make sure I don't get poisoned, because obviously we don't know if these things are poisonous or not, when you first see it. Obviously we know because we've seen the videos, but the person who hadn't seen these videos is just like, whoa, 10 centimeter, little creature coming at me. I smacked it. Oh my gosh. I think it kind of cut me a little bit. I got to get a tetanus shot now. Like, come on, bro. These things would be crazy to see. If these were already your normal bugs, you deal with it. But if you're getting introduced to these things as like, hey, we have bugs, but then these things also show up, bro, who's not freaking out? You on your phone right now, you're freaking out.
Size, speed, or armor for defense, so up to this point they've survived by simply reproducing in vast numbers. But the innumerable niches offered by the rainforest may prompt the evolution of new strategies to avoid predators.
Okay.
Many species may evolve camouflage patterns to help them blend in with the red leaves and dark
cuticles
of the rainforest vegetation. But with tens of millions of years of continuous specialization, some clades may take this to a greater extreme.
Yeah, you gotta have the
Defensive mimicry
veins.
occurs when one species, termed the mimic, evolves to resemble another species, referred to as the model, such that predators are unable to reliably distinguish between the two. If the model is a species that predators would naturally have no interest in or would actively avoid.
Okay, guys. Sorry, I know I'm pausing a lot, but this is good information here. How can somebody explain to me in the comments, how does this start happening in nature? Like, how is this coincidence? Is this like, hey, right place, right time? Is this like, hey, over time your body is like, you had these features, so you survived, and now you just keep, passing that gene on? Is that it? Like, how Was it like one of these creatures back in the day was just like brown, like this color, and the other one was just kind of like white. Another one was like orangish, Then they kind of made it, had like a little really brown one, and then he met like another one that was just, the right color tones until eventually, hundreds of millions of years later, this thing was created. Is that how it is? But like not even purposely. Like I seen a video where a guy purposely created a snake with a smiley face just by breeding snakes until the patterns all started to match like a smiley face. And he did that within his lifetime. It probably only took like a couple of years with snakes. I'm pretty sure they have kids really quickly. So it was like, obviously, I feel like I know it can happen. I know we can breed stuff like that, but it takes a long time. Nature did this multiple times by complete accident. Is what, like, this thing knew it should have a mimicry of a hole in the leaf. That's insane to me. This thing, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Out of the three, this one's kind of, the least impressive. It is impressive, but this tail looks like a real leaf right here, and this thing looks like it'll mess you up. This thing, I would just think that's a leaf. I'm a human. I know it's not a leaf. I would think that's a leaf. Look at the bite out of it. It looks like a caterpillar was going after it. Was that on purpose? Is that coincidental? Like, no, I don't know. People in the comments, explain this to me.
Then the mimic will likewise be left alone and will therefore benefit from their resemblance. This puts a pressure on the predators to more effectively distinguish between the mimic and its model, which then puts a further pressure on the mimic to evolve a more convincing resemblance. And given enough time, this arms race can result in mimics and models appearing virtually identical.
Jesus Christ. Look at this. Guys, look at this. Look at this. Look at you. If you're on your phone right now, I need you to stop doing whatever you're doing. Stop washing those dishes. Stop, cleaning up after that baby. Look at this thing on this screen right now. This is insane. Guys, if you're driving, stop paying attention to the road. I'm joking. Keep paying attention to the road, but also pause it and then look at this. This is insane.
For those malacoforms that feed on leaf litter or decaying organic matter, an
Yo,
ideal
Kiwi.
model for mimicry will be the copious necrophytes that blanket the forest floor around them, which carnivores will have no interest in. As well as a pale coloration, they may evolve a crest on their dorsal surface, reminiscent of the necrophyte's small vestigial meristem, and their boneless limbs may elongate to resemble the plant's roots.
Okay.
When faced with danger, they may raise their eye stalks and their hind limbs off the ground in imitation of the necrophyte's gametangia, and as long as they maintain this posture and keep still, most predators will simply pass them by. To contrast them with their necrophyte models, let's call these mimics necroforms. But other malacoforms may opt for a more formidable defense. Many organisms on Earth have evolved to protect themselves using biologically produced poisons or toxins, which can vary in potency from simply leaving an off-putting taste to killing anything that ingests it within a few minutes. Toxicity is especially beneficial for small organisms that can't rely on other forms of defense. So one clade of malacoforms may evolve to produce a toxin that causes a severe burning sensation in the mouth and throat of anything that tries to eat it. However, poisoning a predator does no good if the prey dies in the process.
Real. Like, one of the worst parts about that is you still have to be, like, pretty much eaten. You need, like, like a venom? That way you can offensively use that ability. Like, I'm going to attack you and then you also get, go out. And then maybe have a little bit of resistance.
And therefore, in stark contrast to the necroforms, it's in the poisonous species' best interest to stand out as much as possible, so that their predators can recognize them and know not to eat them. Aposematism is the signaling of danger to a potential attacker, often accomplished with bright warning coloration, which predators then learn to recognize and avoid. On Earth, aposematic coloration most often incorporates patterns of red and yellow, but on our alien planet, this wouldn't be very visible against the background of the red foliage, so the poisonous malacoforms may instead tend towards bright blue or green colors, making them easy to spot even in the low light of the forest floor. and ensuring that members of this clade, which we'll call chloroderms, will be able to effectively communicate their poisonousness to predators. But once this association has evolved, it will be open for exploitation by other clades. A common subtype of defensive mimicry is Mullerian mimicry, in which two or more poisonous or otherwise well-defended species evolve similar aposematic displays, presenting a sort of universal warning signal. For example, the monarch and viceroy butterflies, which both produce toxins that make them unpalatable to predators, have evolved to look virtually indistinguishable, which increases the prevalence of the shared warning signal and offers more opportunities for the predators to associate it with danger.
I'm not gonna lie, which one do you guys like more? Obviously, I feel like I like this one more. This one just feels more like, more intense with it. The black. This one looks more faded, like odor. This one looks like it's fresh, like it's really got a lot of poison in it. I like this one.
Signal and offers more opportunities for the predators to associate it with danger. In light of this, if another clade of malacoforms were to independently develop toxicity, then instead of evolving their own aposematic display, they may simply mimic the signature coloration of the chloroderms, taking advantage of the fact that predators already have an aversion to it. The presence of this new clade, which we'll call cyanoderms, will also provide a benefit to the chloroderms by reinforcing their shared danger signals, which will be further strengthened by every new species that adopts the same coloration. A collection of species that share the same aposematic coloration is called a mimicry ring, and may involve a large number of species from very distantly related clades, such as how orange wings with black tips have convergently evolved among certain species of poisonous beetles, wasps, and moths. So the tropics of our alien planet may be home to many unrelated species of poisonous malacoforms that all mimic each other's warning coloration, ensuring that every member of the mimicry ring will be left well alone.
Now I'm thinking about like the different animals on Earth that look the same but are also like similar, that are like poisonous and stuff, and it's like there are a lot of like snakes that probably look alike, right? Like that probably happens a lot in the snake community, like if you're a snake, let me know how often that happens to you, where you get confused for another snake. People are like, oh, whoa, I thought you were a python. And you're like, whoa, bro, I'm freaking poisonous. You thought I was I was contracting you? No, bro, I'm poisonous. It's crap. And you're like, oh, man, never mind. They just walk past you. And then it's like, oh, whoa, I thought you were a freaking king cobra. And then you're like, well, just because I have the flaps, you think I'm a king cobra? Freaking discrimination. That's when the snakes, as a snake, you'd be like, oh, you're discriminating against me. And then you bite them. And then it turns out you were a king cobra because you lied. It's like one of those, a snake thing. All right, guys, give me one more chance. Don't unsubscribe. Don't click off the video, please. One more chance. I am kind of tired, tired right now. Give me a little bit of a break. I'll do better next time.
Moving up from the forest floor, the availability of sunlight gradually increases, providing more energy for photosynthesis and making it easier for plants to grow. In this regard, the xylophytes have a huge advantage thanks to the rigid support tissues within their stems and trunks, which let them grow taller than any other clade of plants. But equally, their towering trunks will provide a platform that smaller plants may use to reach heights that would normally be inaccessible to them. Epiphytes are plants that grow on the surface of other plants, spending all or part of their life cycle off the ground. Epiphytes are particularly common in rainforests, as the struggle for sunlight incentivizes many plant species to take advantage of the surrounding trees to provide the support they need to reach the bright upper layers. In this case, some caulophyte species may evolve to adhere their elongated stems to the altophytes, creeping up the trunk and producing a crown of leaves once they reach high enough to experience suitable levels of sunlight. And because they can reproduce asexually, new individuals will branch off from various points along their stems, forming a web-like clonal colony that slowly envelops the entire tree, somewhat like strangler figs on Earth. These epiphytes, which we'll call reptophytes, will have access to the same levels of light as their altophyte hosts without needing to invest in the development of rigid support tissues, and so they may see a great amount of success and form a large portion of the understory vegetation. Some species of brachyphytes may evolve to become epiphytes as well. Unlike caulophytes though, brachyphytes have no stem to speak of, as their main bodies have reduced in size to protect the meristem, So rather than growing up the side of the trunks like the reptophytes, they may never make contact with the ground at any point
Oh,
during their
wow.
lives, obtaining nutrients from the fallen organic debris that accumulates around them and forming tightly concentrated colonies along the branches. Once again, though, these plants will face a big challenge when it comes to reproduction. Like the conophytes, they can't rely on wind for dispersal, so they may also develop a mechanism of animal-assisted pollination. But rather than using deceptive pollination, these epiphytes may attract animals using a more honest approach. On Earth, the most common method of pollination involves the plant providing a reward for the pollinator, usually in the form of nectar or some other source of nourishment provided from special glands, or nectaries. Like deceptive pollination, this has the benefit of encouraging animals to actively seek out the plant. But unlike deceptive pollination, where there's an evolutionary pressure on the animal to identify and avoid the plant's deception, this method incentivizes the pollinator to find and feed from the plant as effectively as possible, which makes the plant's reproduction much more efficient. On Earth, the most commonly employed pollinators are flying animals like birds, bats, and insects, which can cover great distances and therefore maximize the plant's dispersal. So on our alien planet, the Opisthophterans, being the only clade of flying animals that have evolved thus far, may be prime candidates for use in pollination. Although most Opisthophtheran species retain the carnivorous diet of their elastospondyle ancestors, the brachyphytes may be able to attract some of the smaller, more generalist species by secreting a nectar-like liquid from glands at the base of their leaves. They may position their male gametes at the end of long, hair-like filaments, such that when the Opisthophterans secure themselves to the plant to lick up the nectar, they brush against these filaments and get the gametes stuck along their undersides. Meanwhile, the female gametangia may evolve into tall, tube-shaped structures, into which the Opisthophterans may unintentionally deposit some of the male gametes they have accumulated from other plants.
Okay.
Once this relationship develops, both the plant and the pollinator will evolve to make it as efficient as possible. The evolution of nectar represents an entirely new food source, and therefore a new niche for animals to specialize for. Nectarovores are animals that feed predominantly or exclusively on nectar, which, although low in many essential nutrients like proteins and minerals, has a high sugar content and is very easy to digest, which lets the animal power a very high metabolism. Some of the most common Opisthophterans in the rainforest are the Leptopterans, which also have the maneuverability to navigate through the dense foliage in search of these epiphytic brachyphytes, which may give them the edge they need to evolve into the planet's first dedicated nectarovores. The most important adaptation for a nectarovore is to have mouthparts optimized for extracting nectar, which in these Leptopterans may manifest as a long, extensible proboscis to reach down into the plant's nectaries. Nectarovores also tend to be very small, as plants typically don't produce enough nectar to support large body sizes, so these forms may shrink down
only
to some of
10.
the smallest of all Opisthophterans, rarely exceeding 10
Even smaller.
centimeters in wingspan. The evolution of these specialist nectarovores...
I was gonna say, I thought 10 centimeters would have been small enough, but hey, I'm no wingologist over here.
which we'll call Picopterans, will prompt the brachyphytes they feed from to become as easy to find and pollinate as possible. One of the most common ways this is accomplished in plants on Earth is with brightly coloured flowers to increase the plant's visibility. However, while Earth plants typically have flowers that grow from the tips of their branches and contain both the male and female reproductive components as well as the nectaries, chemophytes have gametangia that grow out from the base of the plant and contain only one of the two sexes of gamete, while the nectaries only occur on the main plant body. Because all of these elements are housed in separate areas of the plant, instead of evolving multiple distinct flowers, it may be more likely for these brachyphytes' floral ornamentation to be distributed across the entire plant or even the entire colony, with the cuticle and the filaments supporting the male gametes taking on vivid, eye-catching color patterns.
Okay.
Due to this distinctive coloration, we'll call these plants chromatophytes. As they've evolved in tandem, the Picopterans and the chromatophytes will depend on each other for their mutual success, which may drive the evolution of even more specialized relationships between individual species. For example, the flowers of the Passiflora plant have evolved such deep funnel-shaped petals that its nectar is only accessible to a single species of pollinator, the
What?
sword-billed hummingbird,
What
which
the
has evolved...
Bro, what am I looking at here? Can somebody explain to me what the heck? Like, what am I looking at? I don't. This is the only. You evolve just to get this plant, and this plant evolved just for this bird. Bro, what are y'all doing? Just marry each other already. Jeez, what's happening right now?
The longest beak relative to its body size of any known bird species.
Yeah, because what other bird would need a beak this long? You're trying to get this one plant. Think of how many other plants you could have got, bro. You're over here trying to get this one thing. It's like, why do you need a? Forget this thing. Let this thing go away, okay? You focus on being a bird, okay? And you're like, I feel like you're a less effective bird now. Other birds make fun of you because it's like, yo, look how long his bill is. That's weird. Like, you can't even hang around this guy. Freaking knocks you around every time you're near him. He just like looks this way, and it's like, oh, you're freaking knocking me off the branch here, buddy.
So long, in fact, that it can now only feed from the passiflora. This benefits the hummingbird because it won't face any competition for its food source, and it also benefits the plant because it guarantees that the next flower the bird visits will be another passiflora. In the same way, each species...
I'm not gonna lie, shout outs to the passiflora plant. That bird, bro, horrible life choices right there, bird. You're making horrible life choices. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Worst decision you ever made. Now you pretty much made yourself dependent on this one plant. You can't even get to other plants. This is what I was talking about before, man. I tried to give you the one-on-one, bro. You're not even listening. You're just a bird at the end of the day. And this is a video from 4 years ago. It doesn't matter, whichever one.
Species of Picopteran may specialize to feed on and pollinate only one or a small number of chromatophyte species, which in turn may evolve so that only a single species of Picopteran can feed from them. However, pollination is only one aspect of reproduction. Once a female gametangium has been fertilized and the diaspores develop, the plant will need a way of dispersing them to new areas. Without any wind below the canopy, any diaspores the plant releases will either fall straight to the forest floor, where they'll probably die from lack of sunlight, or land right next to the parent plant, and thus will need to compete with their own parent for resources. To mitigate this problem, the chromatophytes might once again employ the assistance of animals. There are two main ways this can be accomplished. The simpler but less common option is to evolve burrs, or specialized dispersal structures that cling to the skin of any animal that brushes by them. Some of the chromatophytes may opt for this strategy, turning their fertilized female gametangia into detachable pods covered in sharp hooks to cling to the wings of the visiting Picopterans. The burrs will eventually be dislodged during flight and hopefully land in a suitable area for the diaspores to take root. But a more common and more efficient option is, much like with pollination, to attract potential dispersers by offering them a reward. Once fertilized, the female gametangia may swell into bulbous, fleshy structures, turning into what might be called fruit. Like fruits on Earth, these structures may be brightly colored and packed with nutritious tissues, which will entice a wide variety of animals into eating them. The diaspores contained within the fruit may evolve a tough outer casing, like a seed, to let them pass through the herbivore's gut without being digested, ultimately getting dispersed in the animal's excrement.
Real?
Like the evolution of nectar, these fruits will present a brand new food source, and therefore another new niche for herbivores to adapt to, leading to the evolution of the planet's first frugivores, or specialized fruit eaters. Frugivory has a lot of advantages over folivory, or leaf eating, as leaves are quite nutrient poor and contain tough, indigestible tissues, forcing most folivores to put up with a low metabolism and to invest in large, complex guts to
Honestly, 3 best examples of low metabolism animals right here.
what little nourishment the leaves provide. In contrast, fruits are rich in nutrients and very easy to digest by design,
Real?
giving frugivores the energy to power a much more active lifestyle. So
Bro,
shortly after
who's over here eating leaves when you can eat fruits and vegetables? And look, come on, bro. You're over here eating leaves? You didn't even wait for fruits to be invented? Come on, man. No patience. Zero patience.
Some rainforest herbivores may specialize to feed
Bro acting like he couldn't wait a few million years to eat, man. Come on, bro.
exclusively. One clade quite likely to exploit the frugivorous niches are the ancestral platodonts, which were some of the first creatures to ever evolve scansorial or climbing behaviors,
Ooh.
and have since become some of the most common and successful arboreal animals. Although some clades of platodonts have adapted to live more or less permanently at ground level, like the Adaphithias and the Copotarsons, in the rainforest, the forest floor doesn't offer very much food or shelter, and comes with a risk of attack from predators like the dromiopods, so most rainforest platodonts may remain within the relative safety and plenty of the understory and canopy.
The trees,
and after
yeah.
tens of millions of years, they may become so specialized for life in the trees that, like many arboreal species in rainforests on Earth, they'll live their entire lives without ever coming down to the ground. The chromatophytes may provide an impetus for this specialization, as their energy-rich fruits can only be found along tree branches, and so, like the Picopterans, these specialist platodonts may co-evolve with the chromatophytes to both clades' mutual benefit. But navigating the complex, variable terrain of the upper layers will present a multitude of difficulties for these platodonts. In many places, the branches that the chromatophytes grow along will be very narrow and precarious, and even a single misstep could send the animal plummeting to its death. Possibly the easiest and most effective way to minimize this risk is to become smaller, which will let the animal support its weight on thinner or weaker branches, as well as increasing the width of the branch relative to the animal's body size, making it easier for it to maintain balance, and it will let them squeeze through tighter or denser areas of vegetation. These species,
I was gonna say, like, they need to learn how to like hook on, like not like with their claws, but kind of like tail adaptations. That's what I mean. Yeah, tails. Get tails.
Will be some of the smallest platodonts, but they'll thrive on a diet of mixed fruit provided by the chromatophytes, and in turn become some of the rainforest's most common seed dispersers. But another clade of platodont may arrive at an entirely different solution to the issue of maneuvering through the trees.
Tails?
Suspensoriality involves hanging below the branches rather than moving along the top of them, as seen in many primates, sloths, and in bats.
Who even knew the name of this? I thought this was just climbing. My bad, scientists. I didn't know what you guys did all day. I didn't know you had a name for literally every single thing. This is why you guys get paid the big bucks. This is what you guys are doing with your day. Suspensory. Yeah, it's hanging on below branches.
A key advantage provided
you hang a set of climb
is that, since the animal is already suspended from the branch, it won't need to worry about losing balance and falling off, meaning the width of the branches won't pose as much of a limit on their maximum size. The most fundamental requirement for suspensoriality is to evolve large claws or digits to grip the branches securely enough to let the animal hang beneath them effortlessly and indefinitely. This may occur among one clade of platodonts when the claws at the end of their walking limbs evolve into prominent hooks, and their ankle joints evolve a high degree of articulation to let them wrap around and grasp branches. They may also...
Bro, what did I say? This is why you always believe me. Please believe me. I be knowing what I'm talking about,
evolve
people.
Longer limbs to help them span gaps in the vegetation and to reach for food such as the fruits of the chromatophytes. Most of these platodonts, which we'll call harpactopods, will be larger than the scandopods, and although fruit may still constitute a decent portion of their diet, they may also retain more generalist feeding behaviors, subsisting on leaves, malacoforms, and other small prey. But once suspensoriality has evolved, it will open up a number of new, more exotic locomotive possibilities.
Okay.
Brachiation is a rare form of locomotion in which the animal moves by swinging arm over arm through the trees. On Earth, this is only known to have evolved among primates, with some groups, like gibbons, evolving such efficient...
Now, doesn't this also count as suspensoria? Or suspensorian climbing under the trees? Or is this different because they're swinging, not just like actively climbing? But can you consider, like, if you saw a kid swinging on, you'd be like, he's climbing around. Is that the same? Or do you not consider this the same? Answer that to me in the comments. Reply. Say the stuff.
Brachiation that they can swing through the canopy at over 50 kilometers per hour, making them some of the fastest of all arboreal animals. This speed helps escape predators and cover greater distances in search of food. So although the rarity of brachiating species on Earth implies that it only evolves under very particular circumstances, there's a chance it may also evolve in a clade of harpactopods. While typically the limbs of most suspensorial animals are of the same or similar length to make them all equally effective in clinging to tree branches, brachiation is correlated with disproportionately long forelimbs, which let the animal span greater distances between handholds. Despite the fact that the osteopods have a much greater number of limbs than vertebrates, these harpactopods may still make use of only a single pair of limbs for brachiation.
Why I look like you're doing pull-ups right now? Like, bro, stop aura farming right quick.
Keeps the body stable and gives the arms sufficient freedom of movement. However, their pedipalps are still used for handling food, and the frontmost locomotor limbs are attached to the base of the skull, which may not be practical for bearing the weight of the whole body. So somewhat bizarrely, it may be the second pair of legs that evolves into the primary brachiating limbs, becoming almost as long as the rest of the animal's entire body. The joints connecting these limbs to the body will need to be extremely flexible to give them a wide enough range of motion to swing forward and back in one swift movement. To help them rapidly latch onto and let go of branches, these limbs may evolve an extension of the ankle bone, almost like an extra finger, to oppose the sickle-shaped claws and close around the branch like a wrench.
Okay.
In contrast, although the remaining limbs may still occasionally be used for locomotion, they'll play only a minor role in brachiation, most of the time simply hanging below the body. And since they no longer need to bear the animal's weight or retain any capacity for walking, these limbs can afford to shrink so as to not get in the way. This will give the animal an overall shape and style of movement similar to that of a pendulum, redirecting the momentum generated on the downswing to propel it forward.
I like this.
With the exception of the Opisthophterans, this clade, which we'll call the Tanabrachids, will be some of the most mobile animals in the rainforest.
Wait, haven't we already...
Frugivores, omnivorous generalists,
I feel like we got one of these
pursuit
before.
hunting predators among their ranks. But there is
I feel like we got a long arms before. Maybe that's just me.
one other way of moving through the tree.
Whoa, are they mating? Or are they fighting? I don't
May
know. I think
evolve
they're
in
fighting.
yet another clade of platodonts. As we discussed in Part 6, many arboreal clades on Earth have evolved a patagium to let them glide between branches and to act as a parachute to ease their descent. On our alien planet, this occurred among the elastospondylus about 60 million years ago. But within the crowded canopy of the rainforest, some of the platodonts may convergently evolve along the same lines, evolving a patagium stretched between each of their 8 walking limbs. Initially, this will simply help them leap between trees, but perhaps with time and the right ecological conditions, they may be able to take this development even further. It's worth emphasizing that powered flight is a very rare trait, so it's by no means inevitable that it will evolve among these gliding platodonts, but with the sheer number and variety of niches offered by the rainforest, the opportunity may eventually come along for them to evolve into the planet's second clade of flyers. However, a major difficulty inhibiting this development will be the existence of the Opisthophterans, which are already a well-established and extremely diverse clade, and will present a considerable source of competition for any species adapting for flight. For these platodonts to have any chance of exploiting aerial niches, they and the Opisthophterans will need to undergo some form of niche partitioning, similar to how on Earth, bats have specialized for nocturnality to avoid competition with diurnal birds. In this case, the platodonts' characteristic broad teeth will be much more efficient at chewing through plant matter than the Opisthophterans' oral tentacles, so while most Opisthophterans will be predators or nectarovores, these gliding platodonts may be able to more effectively fill the niches of flying herbivores, and thus the two clades will avoid competition with each other by specializing for different diets. On top of this, their feeding habits may also be influenced by the metabolic demands of flight itself. Curiously, folivory is very rare among flying animals, possibly because leaves don't offer enough nutrition for a high-energy activity like flying, so as these platodonts specialize for flight, the prevalence of leaves in their diet may decrease, being made up for by the ample energy provided by frugivory. To turn their patagia into full-fledged wings, their second and third pairs of limbs may elongate and become more heavily...
This thing looks super cool. Like, I don't... Something about this part here, this middle section, this is cool as crap. Man, I like that.
Muscles to contribute the bulk of the aerodynamic force. To fuel the constant flapping of these wings, they'll need to evolve a larger lung and heart, and more powerful breathing muscles for greater oxygen consumption, as well as thermoregulatory mechanisms
Go ahead and do that.
to maintain an optimal metabolic
Get
rate.
it done.
Once
Get
they've
it done.
established themselves, this clade may expand into all the niches that the Opisthophterans have thus far left vacant, undergoing rapid diversification as they spread into other habitats across the planet. We'll call them Pleuropterans. But while all of these various clades of platodont will be very successful, they won't be the only arboreal specialists. As the majority of rainforest niches are concentrated in the canopy, many clades typically only found at ground level may be encouraged to take up arboreality, giving rise to species like tree porcupines, tamanduas, and silky anteaters. Such a development may occur among the Desmostricans, which have thus far been largely precluded from the arboreal niches by competition from the platodonts, But once again, niches are so plentiful in the rainforest that it might be possible for at least one clade of Desmostricans to expand their range.
Bro said actually, you know what? Come on, man. Come on. We ain't really been messing with you for a minute. Come on, bro.
Into the trees. Their bodies and limbs may become longer and evolve gripping surfaces on the underside, letting them cling to tree trunks and clamber among branches, and their whip-like oral tentacles may evolve to bore through the crevices in the plant's cuticles and pluck out the malacoforms within. Let's call this clade the Dolichostricans. However, while moving into the trees will help them evade the ground predators, it will also expose them to new threats like the predatory Tanabrachids. Since they're nowhere near fast or agile enough to outrun predators, many species may simply rely on their banded armor for defense. But some species may complement this with another form of toxicity.
Beautiful.
Unlike poison, which simply needs to be ingested in order to take effect, venom needs to be delivered directly into the bloodstream.
Venom! Editor, you know what to do.
Venom glands usually evolve from other chemical-producing structures like scent, salivary, or reproductive glands, and are usually situated near or within fangs, quills, or stings to puncture the target's flesh and allow the venom to pass into the blood. In these Dolichostricans, the venom glands may derive from a series of excretory glands along their flanks, used by their aquatic ancestors to maintain the balance of salt and sulfur in their blood. To penetrate the attacker's skin and administer the venom, the sides of their banded shell may evolve into sharp quill-like points, which will normally lay flat for ease of movement, but will stick up when the animal arches its back or
Brother, if you see this thing, I need you to run the other way for me, okay? At this point, I don't even care how big he tells me this thing is. This thing is freaking insane at any size. What the heck is this?
Getting stung by these quills may result in severe pain, irritation, and swelling near the point of contact, which should be enough to discourage most predators. Like the distantly related chloroderms and cyanoderms, these Dolichostricans will want to make their dangerousness as obvious as possible, and so may evolve similar aposematic color patterns. And just like with their malacoform relatives, once the predators have evolved to recognize and avoid these animals, which we'll call pronacanthids, another clade of Dolichostricans may take advantage of this by evolving to mimic their danger signals. However, it would be quite unlikely for another clade to convergently evolve the pronacanthid's venomous quills in exactly the same way, so the mimics may simply rely on their aposematism to bluff their way out of dangerous situations. Batesian mimicry occurs when a toxic or dangerous species is mimicked by a relatively harmless.
Hey, it's the snakes that I was wondering if they got confused with each other. Some of the, like that.
One, as can be seen in animals like milk snakes, which share near identical aposematic coloration to highly venomous coral snakes, and in hoverflies, which mimic the black and yellow stripes of wasps without bearing any stinger. Unlike Mullerian mimicry, Batesian mimicry doesn't require the mimic to already have some form of defense to back up its warning signals, providing a very inexpensive...
You think one of these snakes saw a coral snake and was like, oh man, ain't nobody messing with him. I gotta be like this guy. And then it's like, all right, I think I got the stripes down. But then it's like, oh, I went black, yellow, black. Oh, his is yellow, black, yellow. Oh, no. You know, it's like one of those situations.
Expensive, yet effective form of protection. Among the Dolichostricans, one clade may become Batesian mimics of the pronacanthids, not only evolving the same general body shape and coloration, but also long structures on their back that resemble the pronacanthids' quills, but don't actually contain any venom and aren't stiff or sharp enough to pierce skin. These animals, which we'll call nothocanthids, will rely on their deceptive appearance as their sole means of defense, and both they and the pronacanthids will be free to forage for malacoforms without fear of attack. But venom can also be used for offense as well as defense. Many predators use venom as a way of quickly subduing prey before it has the chance to escape or fight back. In our alien rainforest...
Guys, didn't somebody mention this before? Like a really cool, handsome, smart YouTuber that you guys are currently watching? Didn't he mention that earlier? Like, poison can be used offensively? Whoa, I wonder who that was. Maybe like, comment, and subscribe to all his videos.
Royal predators are the ancestral elastospondylus, the flightless cousins of the forms that evolved into the Opisthophterans. Although their range and maximum size have decreased over the past 60 million years as a result of the drop in atmospheric oxygen levels and the related shifts in climate, they'll still be common and capable ambush predators found in most areas of woodland across the planet, being especially prolific in the crowded canopy of the rainforest. Perhaps in one clade of these elastospondylus, the digestive glands on the inside of their mouths may evolve to produce a potent venom, which will be delivered into prey along special grooves in the animal's teeth. This venom will give these creatures, which we'll call kentrodonts, a major advantage in tackling large or fast-moving prey. One clade may even specialize for hunting flying animals like the opisthophorans and pleuropterans, which are too agile for most other predators to catch. Gripping the underside of a branch with their hind limbs, they'll lie in wait with their spines bent into a tight curve, striking at anything that flies past with a venomous bite that paralyzes the prey before it has the chance to struggle free, somewhat like the bat-eating behaviors seen in the Amazonian giant centipede on Earth. To aid in this lifestyle, this clade may evolve elongated bodies to increase their striking distance, as well as powerful forelimbs to ensnare prey and restrain it long enough for the venom to take effect.
Okay.
Like most flightless elastospondylus, these forms, which we'll call aspidonts, will be ambush predators, and thus rely on prey coming to them. But another clade may take this a step further by employing yet another variety of mimicry.
Another one?
With the exception of dispersal mimicry, all of the forms of mimicry we've discussed so far are categorized as defensive mimicry, used by prey species to avoid or deter predators. But predators can also make use of what's called aggressive mimicry, luring...
Bro. Microphone, calm down. This made itself look like a plant? You gotta be freaking kidding me. This is like, what is this, like a mantis? Like a praying mantis? Bro, this, oh my God, again, the adaptations that would have had to happen over time. When did they become pink? When did they gotta add a little green in there, because, I'm a plant, I gotta have a little green, gotta pop a little bit with some green. This thing's like a fashion designer.
Prey by resembling something of interest. For instance, the tongue of the alligator snapping turtle imitates the appearance and movement of a worm, tricking fish into trying to eat it, only to end up getting eaten themselves. And many clades of mantis have independently evolved to mimic specific kinds of flower, attracting pollinators such as butterflies, which the mantids then catch once they're within reach. For the kentrodonts, an ideal model for aggressive mimicry will be the chromatophytes, which already attract nectarovores like the picopterans and frugivores like the scantopods and pleuropterans. Initially, these kentrodonts may simply use the chromatophytes' leaves and gamete-covered filaments as cover to implement their ambushes. As they specialize for this hunting technique, they're likely to evolve color patterns that help them blend in with the bright blues and greens of the plant's cuticles, letting them stay hidden until prey comes within range. At this point, this is only considered camouflage, not full-fledged aggressive mimicry, which entails that the animal's appearance actively attracts prey rather than simply helping the predator avoid detection. This may be accomplished with the evolution of a red crest on their back that mimics the chromatophyte's leaves and meristem, which the picopterans and other nectarovores will come to in search of nectar, only to be killed by the kentrodont's venomous bite. These animals, which we'll call phylophorans, will be much smaller than the aspidonts, but thanks to their potent venom, they won't need a great size to make a kill, and will be among the most specialized predators in the canopy.
Okay.
As this rainforest has the highest density and diversity of species of any habitat on the planet, it would be impossible to adequately catalog the millions of clades that inhabit it, and the handful that we've discussed here will represent only a tiny fraction of those that will...
Just assume there's some of everything in here, okay? If you're thinking about, is that in there? Yes. Is that in there? Possibly, but maybe smaller. Is that other really big animal in there? No, it's not. But there's a smaller thing that kind of does something that it does, Think of it like that, there may not be a big old 80-foot giant monster in there, but there's probably like some good 10-foot ones, waiting for you. There's like a 15-foot predator out there. You don't really hear about it, but it gets at you. I'm surprised they haven't gone into any like snake-like creatures enough, but the mimicry was crazy this episode.
Adapt for rainforest life over the 60 million years or so since the althophytes first evolved. But while the residents of this lush jungle will have enjoyed the stable, benign conditions for all this time, The planet at large is about to go through an important juncture in its history.
What?
One that will influence the course of life for over 100 million years to come.
Wait, what's about to happen?
In the next episode, we'll
What?
explore the fate of all of the clades we've discussed so far when the supercontinent finally breaks in.
Bro, the supercontinent is, oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Thanks to Campfire for sponsoring.
Thank you,
this
Campfire. Oh yeah, I told y'all we was gonna stick to the end. Let's hear about Campfire.
Campfire
Come on.
Blaze is a browser-based application that offers all the
Browser-based.
tools and features you need.
Guys, do you like browsers? Do you like being based? Check this out. Have you ever wanted to play D&D but like be like actually cool with it? Take a look at this.
Plan out and document every
Plan out
aspect of your
everything.
storytelling and
Guys,
world-building.
you ever wanted to
A
write
lot
a
of
book?
Blaze's features already
You ever just want to write a book, but you're like, man, I am so good at writing, but not good at like notating everything and setting up my story? Guess what? Campfire.
come with the free version.
Guys,
including
you ever just
entries
wanted to like have digital Campfire and do stuff that Campfire lets you do? Campfire.
characters, maps, timelines, species, languages, magic systems, and the option to share your work
Boom.
and collaborate with other users in
Boom.
real time. But if you want more,
Guys, you ever needed assistance with your work and you needed some guidelines from other users or other creators? Bam, now there you
you can
go.
upgrade your interface by adding new modules to customize your layout to suit your own personal world-building needs.
World
Each module
building.
can be individually purchased either as an ongoing subscription or as a one-time payment, meaning you only pay for the features you need. Not only that, but for their holiday
Whoa, look at these prices. Let's see. Let's just take a look at how expensive this is. So the full thing probably costs you like $100 or something. But then look at this. You could just be like, all right, I just need this timeline. One good time. Bam. $1.
payment, meaning
Hold
you
on.
only
Let me see
pay for the
let me
features
see what
you
these
need.
prices was hitting for. So the annual cost, lifetime cost, monthly cost. Okay. Characters. You can get some characters. You know, the free tier list, you know, get 10 characters. Bam, $1 a month. Not bad, right? You know, how long you got to make this? Annual cost, $10 for a year. Oh, wow. Not too bad. Not too shabby if I say so myself. But for a lifetime cost, it's only $30. Lifetime. It may take you 5 years to write this book. Guess what? $30. Bam. Timeline. This whole timeline thing. 20 different events. You know what? $10 for annually, 30
Only that,
for
but
the
their holiday
lifetime.
sale,
These are not bad lifetime prices. Now, if we're adding this all together and making it be like, oh, that's 60, then it's like a 105, then it's 127.50, then it's like 157.50, and it's like, all right, if this is gonna be under, if this okay, this is another $15. So if it's gonna be under like $200, let's say it's $100 for the lifetime membership for this. Bro, I don't wait. How much was the
subscription and
membership? Let
lifetime
me hear.
purchases for all Blaze modules, which you can get by using the code HOLIDAYBLAZE at checkout.
Yeah.
To sign up for Blaze or to learn more,
Now that's probably already expired, but see what deals he currently has. I'm sure he might still be working with
or
Blaze.
check out the link in the description.
Check out his links. But also, let's say that if you got the lifetime for $100 or less, you are like, it's actually a steal. I'm gonna say that.
Thanks also to the fans over on Discord who
Yeah,
contributed
thank you,
artwork for this
fans.
episode,
Thank you.
and who saved me an
Yes.
enormous amount of time
Chris,
and effort when making these
Era,
videos, while simultaneously making them look
Crafty
a hell of a lot better in the
Crocodile,
process.
Dark
The
Sony,
main server and the
microphone
Biospheres
falling,
fan server in the
Hey
description.
Heath,
And once again,
Henry
a massive
Space,
thanks to all the patrons whose continued support
Interface
makes videos like
5,
this possible.
Joshua,
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next
Kanchi,
video.
Kiwi, the choreographer, Quai Bug, Krav, M1LA, Mira, no, Monica, Omnipotent, Utakana, Pocket Goblin, Rich Nella, Ron Critter, RTC Studios, Sean, Sketchy Dude, Stormy, yeah, everybody. Shout outs to everyone involved. Tad the Water Tribe. I'll finish it out. Tara, Turquil, Unstoppable, you Jenner, Zero the V Man. Yeah, shout outs to all those guys. I think that was the end. And guys, that was a great video. I I feel like I learned a lot about mimicry specifically. This was a very mimicry heavy episode where I had to learn about animal mimics. So there's predators. My microphone hasn't learned how to stay still. There's predators. There's like prey. There's the defensive mimicry. There's like, oh, I'm also poisonous, but he's poisonous, so we're just gonna look alike. There's I'm not poisonous, he's poisonous, so I'm gonna look like him. There's like the whole like, psh, bro, we're just twinning, right? Like I like that whole we're just twinning thing. We're both poisonous. We just got the same jacket on. That's cool. Obviously the whole I'm not poisonous thing. I feel like that only gets you so far. Animals, a lot of them might not test you, but one of them might test you and be like, oh, wait, this guy wasn't poisonous. Haha, screw him. I'm gonna, I get free eats right here. So, yeah, a lot of great stuff we learned there. Next episode, I'm sure, is going to be great because the continents it's going to be multiple continents now. There was one, the life of unity, just one. Now it's two. We're going to be split in half. Who knows what happens to the animals in the middle? They just fall into the ocean. They become sea animals. That's not really how it happens, but maybe. And yeah, guys, that was another one. That was a great one. I got a lot of editing to do, so this will be on the list of things that need to get done as soon as possible for you guys. I don't know when I promised this for you guys, but I'm sure you've been waiting long enough, so we'll go ahead and get this out as soon as possible. So, as always, if you made it this far, I do want to say thank you. I love you. Bye. Glad you didn't click off after those couple of jokes, ladies and gentlemen. I obviously was kidding around there, having a good time if I do. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video, and we're back with a crowd favorite. That's right, Alien Biospheres. We're back. We're back with the Biblitrion. One day I will learn how to say his name. Today would not be that day. So we're going to go ahead and get right into this. If you haven't, make sure you like, you comment, and subscribe to the channel. And while you're down there subscribing to channels, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go to Biblitrion's channel. Link will be in the description below. Go ahead and follow the link. Subscribe to him. And then comment on all his videos. And then like all his videos. Not in that specific order. Maybe subscribe, like, and then comment. But you guys already know what I mean. We have to support Biblitrion. He created the original content. He makes incredible content. I'm here for the personality. You guys love me, right? I'm learning. I know some people may be like, oh man, he's so smart that he might as well have made this. I'm like, no, Biblitrion made this. He's really smart. Now I'm just like, I just seem like a genius, but real life, I'm just a normal guy. Some people may see me, they may see a little glow around me, but that's relatively normal. Some people have a glow around them. I'm one of those people, I think they call it aura, something like that. So, with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get into the video. Today, we're going to be learning all about allopatry. Allopatry? I don't know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you know what it means. But we are going to find out, and we're going to find out together. So make sure you do all the fun stuff that YouTube tells us to do. Speaking of, I do have to bring this up, and I rarely bring stuff like this up in the videos. I know it's not the place for it, but if you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe, more importantly, subscribe, YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Alien Biospheres Part 10.
Alien Planet is brought to you by Campfire Technology.
Whoa, what's going on?
If you're a fan of the Alien Biospheres series and looking to make your own alien planet, or any other kind of world building or writing project, Campfire Blaze can be a big
Guys, Campfire Blaze, make sure you support the sponsors. This video's old. I'm not sure if he's still working with Campfire Blaze, but go to his channel. Again, link is in the description. Check him out.
help in keeping your work organized.
Oh my gosh, no. What am I doing? Guys, ignore that part of the
Individual
reaction.
facts, statistics, and miscellaneous details for every individual
I just
species.
wanted to make sure the quality
There
is
are
better.
also
There
tools
we
for
go.
fleshing out the human aspects of your world, like cultures,
Really?
politics, language.
Guys, are you going to be playing D&D soon? Are you going to be making a book? Are you going to be writing a book soon? Ladies and gentlemen, in the comments right down below if you plan on writing a book anytime soon, because you could be using this.
Languages,
That's all I
religions,
gotta
and
say.
magic, along with pages for narrative elements like characters, relationships, timelines, and
Yeah.
story arcs. Blaze's free version already
Whoa.
includes most of these features.
Whoa, there's a free version and a paid version. So you don't even have to buy it. You could use the free version for all you guys use. And then you can, you're like, oh man, a free version is so good, I might as well get the paid version.
But you also
Incredible.
have the option of individually purchasing new modules to let you catalog your world in even more detail.
Yeah.
To sign up for Blaze or to learn more, check out the link in the description.
Link is in his description, probably. But Blidrion, my buddy, my guy.
Over the last few episodes, we've explored
So many pauses already. I'm sorry, guys, but look at this artwork. We have to appreciate the artwork here. Mermaid Izza made this for our entertainment. We have to show some appreciation. This looks incredible. Those kind of look like penises. So I'm just gonna throw that out there. And I'm pretty sure that's kind of what they are. And these are, so it's like, it makes sense. I'm just throwing it out there,
each of the major biomes of our alien planet and seen how their
Incredible.
respective ranges
Incredible.
of temperature,
I love it.
precipitation, and resource availability have shaped the evolution of their
What is this? I like this. It's got a little CGI to it. You see, it's like one of those like early 2000s cartoons that people watch sometimes.
species. But in the enormous spans of time over which evolution occurs, conditions rarely remain stable for long.
Yeah.
As the eastern and western tectonic plates gradually drift away from each other, the supercontinent that has existed since life first moved onto dry land will finally break apart into two separate land masses. This will have several immediate effects on the climate.
Okay.
What was once the arid continental interior will now form new coastlines, and the proximity to the sea and the resultant increase in precipitation will turn the plains and deserts into tracts of forest.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the mountain ranges along the exterior coasts will continue to rise, which will lower atmospheric carbon dioxide levels through silicate weathering, and the snow and ice that accumulates on their slopes will increase the planet's albedo, leading to a gradual
Wait, have we seen this plant in the last one? Was this plant in the last video? I feel like it may have been, but I don't remember it. But this is interesting, a snow version of them.
accumulates on their slopes will increase the planet's albedo, leading to a gradual decrease in
Reflection of solar radiation. I didn't know what albedo was. I thought he mispronounced libido, like the planet had a low libido, like the planet couldn't get it up anymore. Like, hey, that's what I thought. But now I know we're increasing the albedo, which is reflection of solar radiation. Now, I feel like you could have just said reflection of solar radiation. It's more layman's terms, like the layman would more know what reflectivity of solar radiation is versus albedo. Albedo, I don't know, whatever it is. I felt like this is a better way to say it, but words have words for a reason.
average global temperatures. And if these mountains, especially those in the northern plateau,
Hey, shout-outs
see
to
the
Rome.
formation of ice
Shout-outs
caps
to
and
Aaron,
glaciers, then for the
Triplet,
first time in the history of
Azua.
terrestrial life, the planet will have entered an ice age. Up until now, the planet has been going through a greenhouse period, in which there were no polar ice caps or continental ice sheets. But as the planet cools, a cycle of glacial periods may begin, wherein for intervals spanning roughly 100,000 years, the global temperatures will drop by several degrees, sea levels will fall by as much as 100 meters, and ice sheets will advance from the poles and intrude into the temperate zones. Due to subtle changes in the planet's orbit, these glacial periods will be punctuated by relatively warm interglacial periods, each of which may last several tens of thousands of years. These drastic shifts in climate will have numerous ramifications for many ecosystems across the planet, but the breakup of the continents has another important consequence. With the exception of particularly mobile species, the respective inhabitants of the two continents are now cut off from each other, and thus evolutionary developments that occur on one continent won't affect the other, meaning they'll now have entirely separate evolutionary trajectories. Such a situation is called allopatry, and occurs whenever a population becomes separated by a physical or geographical barrier.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong in the comments here, but this also happened with humans, right? Like the people who went through the Bering Strait and became like the Native Americans are like slightly genetically different than people who didn't make that change because they were isolated for like 10,000, like at least 10,000 years or so. And they have their own like genetic mutations that happen within them that didn't happen within other people, or vice versa. Like, is that true, or did I just make that up? You guys let me know. I feel like that is true. Belief wise, it's 100% true. Factually, I'm waiting on you guys to correct me. There you go. Allopatry, when populations can no longer interbreed due to geological separation. Now, this did not happen. We can still interbreed. Or wait, you can still. Maybe this didn't happen with humans. I don't know. You guys, let me know if I'm right or wrong. Did I make that up, or did I just say something real? Like, like we definitely can still reproduce. We're just like like this. We're like this. We're not like this. We're still all one species on Earth here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Whether it be a mountain range, a body of water, or anything else that might prevent the two halves of the population from interbreeding. Since gene flow can no longer occur, a frequent consequence of allopatry is that the separated subpopulations evolve into different species, which on a global scale will result in the clades and ecosystems on the eastern and western continents gradually diverging from each other. In light of this, for the first time in this series, we're going to need to keep track of biogeography, or the distribution and range of each of our clades, particularly whether they exist on the eastern or western continent, which will be essential for determining how ecosystems form. To begin with, the overall landscape of the eastern continent will remain much the same as it was before the continent split apart, since it will remain largely within the tropics as it drifts eastward, and even during an ice age the equator will still experience high temperatures. While stretches of tropical forest will occur along the coast, the inland areas will stay comparatively sparse, especially within the rain shadow of the eastern mountains. During the glacial periods, the forests may diminish with a decrease in rainfall, mainly surviving as patches of fragmented gallery forest separated by stretches of open plains. Environments like these allow plains-dwelling animals to live alongside forest-dwelling ones, a perfect environment for large browsers like the proceropods, as they'll be able to continuously feed on the treetops while still having enough space to move freely between areas of vegetation. When it comes to browsing herbivores, the larger the animal becomes, the better its ability to reach for food, and the more food the animal can obtain, the larger it can afford to grow. And in especially lush areas, like the periphery of the equatorial forests, this—
I swear, nature loves tall people. It is insane. Like, these tall animals get the advantage, tall people get advantages. We gotta do something about this. Not like I'm short or anything. Like, don't get that. I'm like super tall, by the way. I'm just throwing it out there for the untall people who may not be like around 6 something, like if I'm not saying I'm like under 6 feet tall, I'm not bro, if I would stand up right now, but this is recording, you wouldn't even see the whole, that's why I'm not doing it. That's the only reason I'm not doing it. I mean, I could compare myself, it don't even matter. I'm like way over 6. I'm like so far over 6 feet tall. It's like insane. People see me, they look up all the time. It's hard for me to get into buildings. Whatever, guys. I'm not. What are you talking about anyway?
This feedback loop may result in these already massive proceropods growing even bigger. To help them reach upward, their legs and pedipalps may elongate, and their foreguts may expand to contain and process the enormous volumes of nutrient-poor foliage they feed on throughout the day. To support such a huge cephalothorax, they may develop stronger muscles and hardened tendons within their back, which will attach to enlarged projections of bone along the dorsal surface of their limb girdles, functioning much like the neural spines of many large animals on Earth. Being big also acts as a deterrent to predators, and as the largest animals on the eastern continent, these proceropods will be virtually immune to attack once fully grown. We'll call these gigantic beasts stylopods.
Okay.
Scurrying among the feet of these giants will be a menagerie of smaller herbivores like the leptopods. Most leptopods are adapted to live in open habitats, but in this patchwork of plains and fragmented forest, some clades may evolve to occasionally wander among the stands of trees in search of food. These clades may benefit from a more generalist diet than most other leptopods, feeding not only on brachyphytes, but also on mixed caulophyte species, necrophytes, and low tree branches. The trees will also provide a degree of shelter from large steppe-dwelling predators, though they can still rely on their speed to avoid attack when out in the open.
Yeah.
But many leptopods and other herbivores may settle on another common form of defense.
What's that?
We've brought up the concept of competition many times in this series,
Yes, you have.
but whenever we've mentioned it before, we've been referring to competition between different species, or interspecific competition. However, intraspecific competition, or competition between members of the same species, is an equally important factor in evolution.
Okay.
The fewer resources are present in a species' habitat, the more intense the intraspecific competition will be to gather those resources. In environments where intraspecific competition is especially high, a species may evolve territorial behaviors, aggressively repelling other individuals from their...
Now, tigers are like pretty solo dolo. Like, they don't really like other tigers anyway, right? I don't even think they... So like a Bengal tiger and a white tiger probably will automatically be like, yo, I don't even really mess with you like that. Also, can we talk about how cool white tigers are? Like, one of the coolest tigers. I feel like I only know like 2 types of tigers, and they're both in the same photo right now. But either way, top 2 tigers in existence right here in my face, right here.
Home range to keep as much of the local resources to themselves as possible. On the other hand, though, the presence of other individuals does come with some benefits. The more animals are around, the easier it will be for them to collectively keep an eye out for danger, and the less vulnerable each of them will be to attack, since predators will be forced to pick out and go after only one target. Because of this, many species exhibit collective behaviors whereby individuals instinctively congregate in groups, which, depending on the clade and group structure, can be described as herding, flocking, shoaling, or various other terms. Along the periphery of the coastal gallery forests of the eastern continent, food will be abundant enough to keep intraspecific competition to a minimum, and so the resident leptopods can afford to evolve collective behaviors for greater safety, forming herds comprising anywhere from several dozen to over 100 members, giving these leptopods, which we'll call camptopods, a further degree of protection from the many predators they share their habitat with. The largest predators on the eastern continent will be the onocodonts, most of which will be steppe-dwelling hypercarnivores preying on a variety of big game. However, along the edges of the coastal forests, many of the local titanopods, like the stylopods, may be too large and formidable to risk attacking, so many onocodont species may specialize for hunting smaller, faster herbivores like the camptopods and other leptopods.
Okay.
To catch such nimble prey, they may...
This photo is so incredible right here. It really makes me feel like I'm like in there. So shout outs to Dragon one more time, because this is actually really good. I like the perspective of this, where you're like down low. You almost see like the fear within their eyes, their many eyes, as they're running away, and this creature is standing menacingly over them. Very intimidating, I will say that. So incredible image, makes you feel like you're there. I love it.
Adapt to improve their already impressive weaponry. The onocodont's greatest asset lies in their centaurism, which lets them run faster and more efficiently than other predators and frees up their forelimbs to use for manipulation.
Oh.
As they play an increasingly prominent role in catching prey, these limbs may evolve into specialized raptorial appendages, developing pointed serrations along their undersides to close over the prey like a vice and minimize the chance of it struggling free. As these limbs take over the role of securing prey, the pedipalps may reduce into a pair of retractable fangs that can be jabbed into the prey's hide to kill it quickly and efficiently. These eastern onocodonts, which we'll call cryptodonts, will be adept pursuit hunters in open areas, but in this landscape, the trees will be plentiful enough to provide cover for ambush predators like the deinognathans. The rivers and watering holes may be ideal habitats for the semi-aquatic trachognathans and dolichognathans, and the fully terrestrial ancestral forms may thrive along the forest periphery. Going after plains-dwelling herbivores may bring them into competition with the onocodonts, and thus the two clades may need to undergo a degree of niche partitioning if they're to coexist in the same habitats. The Dinognathan's signature mandibles are so large and robust that they can't be used to chew or process food, this job instead being relegated to the pedipalps, which break up the food and pass it into the throat, the exact opposite condition to that of the onocodonts. Whereas the onocodonts use their pedipalps to inflict precise puncturing bites to kill their prey quickly, the Deinognathans rely on their tremendously powerful bite force to crush their prey, which may serve as a pre-adaptation for new modes of feeding. Durophagy is a feeding behavior characterized by specializations for cracking open shells, bones, or other hard structures, for which having a high bite strength is a fundamental prerequisite. As such, while the onocodonts may only be able to feed on the softer, fleshier parts of their prey, some species of Deinognathans may adapt to feed on the bones and other carrion they leave behind.
Yeah.
For most other carnivores, these parts of the carcass would be inedible, and thus these Deinognathans will face very little competition as they evolve into durophagous scavengers. As briefly mentioned in Part 6, scavenging doesn't yield as much food as active predation, so these bone-eating Deinognathans will likely be smaller than their macropredatory cousins, and will still actively hunt prey when carrion is scarce. Durophages often have blunt, rounded teeth, an optimal shape for breaking through hard materials like bone, along with extra chambers within their digestive tract and especially powerful stomach acid. Among these Deinognathans, these adaptations may also let them crunch through the shells of Plecostricans and other diplostomes, or even to subsist on tough woody vegetation. On account of having such powerful crushing jaws, let's call these animals Maleognathans. On the far side of the continent lies the coastal rainforest we covered in the last episode, which fortunately will be largely unaffected by the onset of the Ice Age, as it will still receive plenty of rainfall thanks to the warm ocean currents along the coast.
Okay.
It is, however, blocked off from the rest of the continent by the mountains, meaning many of the local rainforest species will exist nowhere else in the world.
Oh, wow.
But a select few clades may still be able to pass over the mountains, most notably flying animals like the Opisthophorans and Pleuropterans. And since these clades have co-evolved with and helped to disperse the chromatophytes, they'll carry these plants with them as they expand their range westward, effectively bringing their own food source into their new habitats.
Okay.
The earliest Pleuropterans will be small generalist frugivores, but the forms that spread over the mountains and colonize the rest of the continent may grow to larger sizes and adapt for long-distance flight. The same rules of wing design that apply to the Opisthophorans will also apply to the Pleuropterans. The bigger they get, the larger their wings will need to be in proportion to their body.
Hey, guys, what is this? What is this? It's our good buddy, the square cube law. Let's go.
To keep them airborne.
Tell him.
Many of these forms may retain a similar diet to the ancestral Pleuropterans, feeding mainly on fruit and other mixed plant matter, as well as the occasional malaciform. This radiation, which we'll call the Platypterans, will comprise the majority of Pleuropteran diversity outside the eastern rainforest. But some species may spread into habitats where the chromatophytes, their principal source of food, may not be able to grow in any abundance, forcing them to adapt to new food sources. We mentioned last time how the Pleuropterans and Opisthophorans would avoid competition with each other by specializing.
This is incredible. Joshua Knip. Yo, I like this. It looks like a bat, but at the same time, it looks so much scarier. It almost looks like a person-human bat combo, like trying to stay up on something. And this one, I don't know. This one also looks cool. Shout out to Omnipotent. I like the detail in this one. This one looks more like the creature that I would see. This one is just like, this one is also a really good image, though. I like so much of the art.
For different diets. However, while the Opisthophorans only have their elastic spines and simple struts extending into the wing membrane, the Pleuropterans have a fully developed skeleton, which lends them enough internal support to grow much larger than the Opisthophorans can. This means that once the Pleuropterans reach a certain size, they won't face any competition if they exploit carnivorous niches, which may result in some of the more generalist clades evolving predatory behaviors. Their wings may become more pointed to give them bursts of speed when hunting, and their teeth and pedipalps may sharpen to snatch up and butcher their kills. These forms, which we'll call Theropterans, will feed on prey.
I feel like there was a good chance to call this one the Dark Knight. I don't know. This one actually just looks more like a real Batman bat character.
Too big for any of the Opisthophorans to catch, such as large diplostomes, small osteopods, or even other Pleuropterans. Many of the Pleuropterans may also manage to fly across the sea. And
what is this? We're getting animation now from these guys? You guys are sending him animations now? Is this thing? Guys, somebody send me some animations or something. What is this? What am I looking at here? This is cool as shit. What is this?
Find habitats on the western continent as well, where they'll find a very different landscape to that of the east. The dry Ice Age climate will turn the majority of the continent into deserts and arid steppe, with the newly created coastline being the only area to support any sizable forests. In the inland regions, the retreating woodlands will give way to plains of tylophytes, pagophytes, and any other brachyphytes that can manage to withstand the dry conditions, with the drought-resistant nodophytes forming isolated pockets of forest around lasting sources of fresh water. Such a huge change in climate and vegetation, and the oscillation in temperature between glacial cycles, will radically restructure many ecosystems across the continent. The most vulnerable animals will be ectotherms, like the ancestral platodonts, dromiopods, and deinognathans.
No! I ain't gonna lie. This guy up here, one of my favorites. Top five. So far. I was gonna say Dead or Alive, but I don't know about that, because that bat creature just now, that last one, that guy, he was kind of cool. I ain't gonna lie, that guy. It's like one of those, you'd get a tattoo of that if it, and you'd have some type of weird meaning behind it, like, oh, this is because I'm so unique and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I'm a free spirit. I like to fly away, but also I'm a predator or something like that. Don't clip that, but just realize what I was saying in a whole and then put that together, but just don't clip the one part, because that'd be crazy.
As they're unable to generate their own heat to combat the effects of the cold, and so many species may die off outside the tropics. Even megafauna like the titanopods may be forced into decline, as even though they're able to maintain a more stable internal temperature than other ectotherms thanks to their gigantothermy, this still may not be enough to let them contend with the constant oppressive cold and the lack of food in the inland deserts.
Okay.
Only the pacopods may have any notable presence in the temperate zone, as they're better equipped to deal with the cold than other titanopods due to their thick layers of fat and stocky build.
Yeah, but you're gonna need some fur, buddy. Go ahead and put some fur. Become a furry. Come on, bro.
But even they may struggle to survive beyond a certain latitude.
Yeah.
On the other hand, endotherms, like the Eurychirids, leptopods, and onocodonts, will have a huge advantage in the new climate, and begin taking over the vacant niches of the ectotherms in temperate areas. The bulky, cold-adapted hadrodonts may remain the dominant superpredators in the northern regions, primarily hunting large, slow prey like the pacopods. But other varieties of onocodonts, especially those that are more gracile and lightly built, may have the advantage in warmer areas. The cryptodonts would likely thrive in these regions, but since they only exist on the eastern continent, a separate clade may evolve to exploit similar niches in the west, although they may do so in a completely different way. While the cryptodonts, along with most other onocodonts, have vertically aligned pedipalps to bite down through their prey's hide, in this western clade, the pedipalps may instead evolve to oppose each other and to
What is... Now we're getting some of this motion? The freaking side claw?
close laterally,
Come on now.
acting like a pincer to securely grab prey while simultaneously inflicting lethal wounds. This means that unlike their eastern relatives, these forms won't need to use their forelimbs for restraining prey, so these limbs may shrink to allow the animal to support larger, stronger pedipalps. Let's call these forms ensodonts. But the animals that are best suited for the Ice Age will be the thylacopods and thecopods,
thylacopods.
both of which have specialized integument to complement their endothermy. And with such efficient thermoregulation, they'll thrive as the climate cools and other clades are driven from the temperate zone.
I forgot they already had one with fur on them. Shoutouts to these guys.
But as they proliferate and spread across the continent, they'll need to face new challenges. While the tundra where the thylacopods first evolved was too cold and desolate for any predators other than the thecopods, as they move further south they may come into contact with much larger predators like the hadrodonts and ensodonts, which may incentivize them to invest in some defensive adaptations. Since the majority of the western continent consists of open landscape, They can't rely on the cover of vegetation like their camptopod cousins, so their speed and stamina will be their primary means of evading attack. And in the arms race against the swift orcodonts, they may adapt
This
to
thing looks freaking huge. Look at this thing.
become even faster. The 8-legged gait of most osteopods provides a stable base, but if an animal is going to invest in speed, any superfluous legs may get in the way and present a waste of energy. Long ago, centaurism evolved in the ancestors of the orcodonts, granting them increased speed and coordination. And now, perhaps these thylacopods may convergently undergo the same development for a similar reason. Even among tetrapods on Earth, centaurism has independently evolved many times, so it's likely to be widespread on this alien planet as well. With only 6 legs, they'll be able to run more efficiently, and their newly freed up forelimbs can now be used for manipulation and gathering food along with the pedipalps. With this development, along with their unrivaled ability to tolerate the cold, this clade of thylacopods, which will give the name alabrachids, may become some of the most successful megafauna within the temperate latitudes.
And they look like giant tarantulas at that. Ain't that insane? Imagine you are in the middle of the freaking, like, you're in a winter-coated woods right now. You know, snow all over the place. You just see this thing come out from around the corner, looking just like big old tarantula, just walking towards you. Then he looks, you know, little things start moving around, sniffing, tingling in the air, and then he moves past you. Bro, also, if you pee or poop yourself, then he will kill you. So there's like, you really got to like watch out in that moment, because then he sniffs it.
Where there's a relative abundance of food, like the nodophyte forests along the northeastern coast, some alabrachids may exploit the niches left vacant by the titanopods, growing considerably larger and using their forelimbs and lengthened cephalothorax to reach for foliage. Their size will not only increase their feeding envelope and discourage predators, but will also increase the amount of body heat they generate, making them even more resistant to the cold. These animals, which we'll call teleobrachids, will be the largest of all leptopods, browsing on nodophytes and other trees within the northern forests. Other alabrachids may retain more generalist grazing behaviors, taking over the niches of some of the basal leptopods. Like their camptopod relatives in the east, species living in areas with enough food to support a large number of animals may evolve herding behaviors as a further defense against predators. But the structure of and interactions within these herds may be influenced by the thylacopod's unique physiology. Back in Part 5, we introduced the dichotomy between R selection, maximizing the quantity of offspring with minimal parental investment, and K selection, producing smaller numbers of offspring but investing more heavily in them to increase their chances of survival.
Yeah. Guys, before he even says it, is this a K or an R? I'm guessing this is more of a K situation right now. This is definitely like a K selection where if they're going to be living in a group, there's going to be more of them. You know, they're going to have a better opportunity to raise their kids. They're already going to be a large species, so it's not like you need to produce like, you know, you'll probably get to live a long time, so you don't have to produce as many at each individual time. So I'm going with K selection.
Where a species falls on the spectrum between R,
because you know, the humans, you know, we kind of number one, and that's, you know, who's beating us real, like who's beating humans real. Like, I wish a non-human would even step up to me. I'm telling, oh my gosh, it ain't, I can't, YouTube, I'm sorry, but if I'm just thinking about non-humans trying to attack us, and I'm like, who do you think you are? You're not a human. What are you doing here? You're not going to compete with us. I don't care what planet you're from, sir. We're humans. We're going to win. Have you seen Independence Day, alien? Sorry, you didn't. You lose. That's your first mistake. You didn't even see Independence Day. You didn't even see War of the Worlds. You didn't even see War of the Worlds, the really bad one with Ice Cube in it. Like, guys, you didn't see none of that, alien. What are you doing on Earth? Oh my gosh, the things we would do to these aliens when they come here if they tried it. They better be nice. You aliens better be nice. You watching from space right now, when you come to Earth, show some respect, take your shoes off at the door, you know, all that stuff. Don't be causing no drama around here, because get packed out. You like Earth. You enjoy being on Earth. You ain't gonna be here for long with a bad attitude. I'll tell you that right now. I speak on behalf of everybody from Earth right now. Yeah, everybody from Earth. We all rep the same. We all in it together. You aliens come down here trying to talk some smack. Get smacked up back to your planet. That's what's
Foreign
happening.
K selection as a key aspect of its life history, or the pattern of survival and reproduction throughout its life cycle, which will be influenced by a variety of factors. Typically, clades will transition from R selection to K selection as they evolve larger body sizes and as their populations reach carrying capacity. So by this point in history, most species of megafaunal osteopods will likely tend towards K selection.
Real.
The thylacopods will be more K-selected than most, since the female protects her young from the cold while they're within the ootheca by cradling them with her gonopods, which gives the young a much greater chance of surviving through their development, at the expense of encumbering the mother. Note, however, that only the female bears this burden, which ties into another aspect of life history. One of the only universally applicable differences between males and females
Is being a man is almost always awesome, and being a woman comes with so much responsibility and so much extra stuff that as a man I would never want to deal with. I feel like that's universal for every species. Women, I love you. I'm sorry that you have to deal with everything you have to deal with, but at the same time, I'm glad it ain't me. Like I got to deal with like man stuff, I gotta fight for y'all, like make sure nobody, you gotta stay safe, and I gotta, I got man stuff to do, but like outside of that, you guys got all the real work. I ain't gonna lie, like you guys gotta be doing all the extra stuff that it's like, whoa, who wants to deal with that? Yeah, I'm sure you don't even want to have to deal with it. You just deal with it. So once again, shout outs to you. Women are incredible. If you don't think women are incredible, you don't know enough of them. Literally talk to any of them. They're pretty much all incredible. There's some bad women out there, but mostly good ones. And guys, we try, but you guys just women deal with so much stuff that it's like, they deal with things that I don't even think about on a daily basis, and then they deal with the things that I do think about on a daily basis. So again, shout outs to women, but your lives aren't great. A lot of you are depressed, and there's a reason behind that. It sucks being a woman sometimes. I can see it. I'm not even a woman. I can see it from a distance. I'm like, whoa, wouldn't want to be her. Like. Like if I was a woman right now on the internet, people would probably be saying all types of negative stuff about me, who knows, or harassing me in different type of ways. Now I'm a guy and I'm a black guy, so people only give me negative comments every once in a while, like I'm sure going on one of these rants or something might get me a little bit of heat, but probably not even. People probably going to agree with this. Honestly, all smart people are going to agree with everything I just said right now. So if you don't agree with me, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you are dumb. Okay. Let's get back to it. The rant went as far as I could take it.
across all clades is that, by definition, female gametes are larger and require more energy to produce than male gametes.
Oh, that's what he was talking about. Yeah, that too. That was going to be my second answer. Was that the women are, the gametes are larger. But the first thing is also true.
And therefore, males usually have a higher fecundity than females. This is especially true in species with internal fertilization, since once a female is fertilized, she'll be unable to mate again while she carries the developing young, further limiting the potential number of offspring she can have during her lifetime.
True.
This results in what's known as Bateman's principle, the concept that reproduction is a greater investment for females than for males.
Yeah. Did we need Bateman to give a principle about this? Come on, Bateman. I thought this was a factual statement right here. When reproductive burden is unequal between the sexes, the sex with the greater burden, almost always the female will be more selective in mating choice. That makes 100% sense. Outside of like seahorses, which I guess if you're a male seahorse, you get, now you're choosing, you're over there like, hey, what's going on Seahorse OnlyFans, or no, it's Seahorse, what's the one where people be getting together? you know what I mean. It's like, what's going on there? Bam, I got a date. You know, you got like 3 seahorse dates later on. Only one of them, you know, he only plans on getting pregnant by one of them. So, ladies, seahorse ladies, you better have some game. Start learning how to talk to these seahorses out here. For a real seahorse, find some appreciation somewhere. You know, it will. That I'm speaking on behalf of all the male seahorses right now who have the burden of delivering children. So you know, but outside of that, all other women, you know, sorry to tell you this, but this goes back to what I was saying before. The burdens that you guys have are unequal. But at the same time, as a guy, I appreciate you for doing all that. I can't make it equal, and even if I could, I don't know, because being a man is actually pretty cool. Like I don't I know for some people it's gonna suck to hear, but like it is awesome. Like it's pretty freaking awesome. Like I think of like a bunch of, like, I love females. I have so many in my family. I'm thinking of like, would I switch places with them in life? Probably not. Probably not. Just the periods thing alone makes me want to never make that switch. Like you guys got to deal with that every month. Bruh, if it happened to me one time, I'm thinking about ending it all. But you guys deal with that every month. Oh my gosh, and there's emotional things with it too. Like Jesus Christ, like can we get a break? If I'm a woman, I'm like, yo, can we get a break? Like, can I get like a month or two off of this? Like I did 12 months, 12. Let me get 10. I'll do 10. You know, that's what I would say.
And therefore, while males are usually incentivized to mate with as many females as possible to maximize their reproductive output, females need to make sure that every attempt at reproduction will be worth the investment.
True.
This means that females will often only choose to mate with males that display an adequate degree of fitness, and who will therefore pass on their fitness to the offspring, meaning the males will need to compete with each other for the right to mate, another form of intraspecific competition. However, in the osteopods, there's the confounding factor of sequential hermaphroditism. The earliest ancestors of the osteopods were capable of changing sex during their life cycle, which many modern clades may retain, but exactly how their hermaphroditism operates will vary based on their life history strategy. Sequential hermaphrodites can be either
I was literally just thinking about the clownfish. Like they could do like the clownfish, where like, what is it, like the most alpha male in the group becomes the female, and then the second biggest alpha male becomes the new alpha male. Like it kind of works that way in their group. We're like, oh, you're the strongest, toughest guy. You're a chick now. Congratulations.
Protandrous, capable of changing from male to female, or protogynous, changing from female to male. However, this change in sex will usually only occur if it presents a potential increase in the individual's reproductive success. For example, in a population with a biased sex ratio, switching to the less common sex would present more opportunities for reproduction, and therefore, a high degree of competition between males for access to females will favour protandry. Keeping all this in mind, among the thylacopods, the burden of carrying the ootheca while the young develop increases the cost of reproduction for the female, which will incentivize her to be more selective when it comes to mate choice, which will increase the competition among males, and ultimately lead to protandry being the dominant form of hermaphroditism among these species.
Okay.
The difference in reproductive priorities between the sexes may also lead to differences in their physiology as well. Sexual selection occurs when traits evolve based on their role in competing for and acquiring mates, often arising from a preference for the trait by the opposite sex. Sexual selection frequently operates differently between the two sexes, sometimes resulting in sexual dimorphism, wherein males and females of a species exhibit different characteristics beyond their reproductive system.
Now, I do wonder how stuff like this started, where like, you know, maybe there was one of these birds that just was like slightly different. Like maybe all the birds looked alike at one point, and then one was just born with a slight mutation, and then the other female birds like that. And then they kept having offspring until eventually maybe all the birds got some of these like little patterns, but then the males specifically, because of the, you know, the breeds, their tails started getting longer, and then longer tails started being a thing. So now men want longer, you know, male birds want the longer tails. So, or the female birds want the longer tails. So now they're only having babies with the longer tail ones. So now their babies are having even longer tails, until thousands of years after that, it becomes this. where now the male has freaking blue and greens and reds and all these other things, and the females just look all right. They just look normal. And I guess it's the same thing here. Where like one day it was a slightly darker bird, until eventually it was like, yo, pitch black birds. That's crazy.
The thylacopods already exhibit sexual dimorphism in the shape of their gonopods, as only the female has the distinct pouch-like gonopods to help her carry the ootheca, while the males have more typical gonopods to help them fertilize the females. But sexual selection may end up driving further dimorphism. One very common dimorphic trait is body size, which is also highly correlated with mate competition. Typically, the more intense the competition between males, the larger the males will be in comparison to the females,
True.
which may therefore also be the case in these alabrachids. If competition is particularly fierce, males may also evolve horns, antlers, or other structures with which to spar with each other over access to females, which can also double as a defense against predators. In these alabrachids, the equivalent of these structures may evolve from their recently freed up forelimbs, while the females and the juveniles may simply use these limbs for manipulation and gathering food. In the mature males, these limbs may strengthen and grow hardened club-like ends to turn them into powerful punching arms, with which the males may batter each other into submission. To withstand the blows from these limbs, they may also develop reinforced bones within their skull and further armor around their cephalothorax. Due to this distinctive armament, we'll give them the name ceratobrachids.
Horn harms? I thought, I don't know. I feel like we should have had like skull head, or like, what's a good one? Something about the head. But I guess we gotta accentuate the arms in this species, this clade, if you will. This clade, as some may say. I don't know how to say it.
However, even if a male ceratobrachid wins a contest for a mate, he may still sustain injuries during the battle, which may reduce his chances of winning further contests, or, in extreme cases, may even result in him dying shortly thereafter. So these fights may end up
I'm not gonna lie, this is insane. Okay, let me see this fight animated, because if you won, buddy, hey, the other guy must have been tough as hell, bro, because if you won, that other guy must have been... What did the other guy look like? Like, if you won, what did the other guy look like? Jeez. Come on, bro. Like, you gotta... I thought y'all were just gonna use these. You were using some of these, some of this. You were freaking bashing them all the way through. You bashed your own head in.
limiting the male's long-term reproductive success. Because of this, another clade of alabrachids may settle for a less violent way of competing for mates. Another common sexually dimorphic trait is the presence of frills, crests, or vibrant coloration, which males use to advertise their fitness without needing to engage in physical confrontations. One clade of alabrachids may opt for this strategy, with males evolving large, colourful crests on their arms and cephalothorax to use in courtship displays. Structures like these usually have no function outside of attracting mates, and therefore come about purely through sexual selection, providing no direct benefit, or sometimes even posing an active disadvantage to the individual. In a process called Fisherian runaway, a sexually selected trait may become so exaggerated that it reduces the individual's overall fitness, such as how the enormous tails of peacocks and widowbirds demand a lot of energy to grow and maintain, and hamper their ability to escape from predators. At first, this seems to contradict the fundamental premise of natural selection. We'd expect males that are hindered by overly large or costly ornamentation to be less likely to survive and reproduce, and to be outcompeted by males with more reasonable, less encumbering displays. So how is it
I don't know. I feel like this one here, I forgot what they call it. I feel like these birds, this intimidation factor is kind of good though. Like, cause all these have these little these little circles on them. They can like move when he's moving. He can kind of like make them do stuff, with the movement. So it's kind of like, I could see an animal not knowing what this rest of the stuff is and being like, I'm not about to risk it. These could be creatures that could also attack me one at a time. Like, like the animals wouldn't know.
Such exuberant and costly traits can persist. The answer lies in the fact that if a male has survived to maturity despite having such a huge and obvious handicap, then that, in and of itself, is an indicator of his fitness. So the
True.
females may maintain a preference for the trait even if males that possess it have lower survival rates than those without it, creating a feedback loop that selects for increasingly exaggerated ornamentation. Among these alabrachids, Fisherian runaway may select for larger and larger crests, which, despite the fact that they'll get in the way while feeding and make the male more visible and vulnerable to predators, will be maintained purely because of the female's preference for them. In these animals, which we'll call corythobrachids, a male's reproductive success will primarily be determined by the size of his crests, while less successful males may become female as a way of easing the intensity of the competition, shedding their crests as they do so.
I'm not gonna lie, couldn't be me. I'm not letting some other dude make me shed my crest. You know, like, yo, I'm not being a woman. I'm sorry. You gotta shed yours, bro. Like, I'm not doing it, bro. You gotta do it, and then come on back here. Let me get hit.
With these clades of thylacopods, the thecapods will also come to thrive in the temperate latitudes, though they'll still live in the shadow of much larger onocodonts like the hadrodonts and enzodonts. Most species may avoid competition with these clades by remaining comparatively small and inhabiting areas with too little prey to support larger predators. Where prey is especially scarce, like the cold deserts and barren scrublands that form the majority of the continental interior, the smaller, more generalist species will have the upper hand. To help them handle a wider variety of food, their mandibles, which in other onocodonts are simply designed for cutting meat into pieces small enough to be swallowed, may acquire additional grinding surfaces to help them chew vegetation as well, while the role of shearing off chunks of flesh may be increasingly played by the pedipalps, which may therefore acquire additional cusps and cutting edges, an innovation broadly equivalent to heterodonty in Earth's vertebrates. But beyond these physical adaptations, the limited availability of resources in their habitat may also have implications for their life history. Once again, Bateman's principle posits that the difference in investment between the two sexes during reproduction will incentivize the females to be selective in mate choice and for males to mate with as many females as possible. However, the lower a species' population density, the fewer opportunities there'll be for mating. So at some point, instead of wasting time and energy searching for multiple females, a male may ultimately achieve greater reproductive success by investing more heavily in a single mate.
True.
Possibly the most extreme case of this phenomenon occurs among ceratioid anglerfish, which live at such low population densities that, when a male encounters a female, he may never get another chance at reproduction, and so he permanently attaches himself to her, providing her with a steady input of sperm to fertilize her eggs. While the thecapods are unlikely to be driven to
Just like me, for real. I'm sorry, I had to say
such an extreme,
I had to
the
be that guy.
scarcity of resources in their habitat will inevitably result in low population densities, which may select for increased reproductive investment in the males and ultimately culminate in the evolution of monogamy, staying with only a single mate at a time. Monogamy is quite rare as a reproductive strategy, but may evolve when females are widely scattered or if the offspring are likely to die without investment from both parents. When a male fertilizes a female, he may remain with her while she's pregnant, assisting in hunting and helping to care for the young once they're born. He may only leave once the young are old enough to survive on their own, at which point he may begin looking for another female, a behavior called serial monogamy. Another consequence of resource scarcity will be increased intraspecific competition, so to protect their access to local food sources, these thecapods might exhibit territorial behaviors. However, in the search for a mate, the male will be forced to wander far and wide, and thus it may not be feasible for him to defend a territory of his own, instead sharing a territory with the females he mates with. But the female may not accept his presence lightly. Having a male within her territory will mean she'll have to share her resources with him, which she may only tolerate if she judges him as a decent mate, violently attacking him and chasing him off if he doesn't meet her standards. Because of this heightened interest in territorial defense, the females may be larger and more aggressive than the males, and since the process of finding and acquiring a mate is a lot more hazardous for the male, finding his own territory and becoming female may present a potential increase in reproductive success, and therefore protandry will once again be the dominant form of hermaphroditism in this clade. With this life history strategy, these thecapods, which we'll call amphidonts, will be some of the most highly case-selected animals yet to evolve, letting them maintain stable populations as the Ice Age encroaches. But while the cold-adapted thecopods and thylacopods will have an advantage in the new climate, so will the clades that once inhabited the central desert, whose ability to survive on very little food and water will let them considerably expand their range as the continent dries out. The amblypods may begin outcompeting other small herbivores in arid areas within the tropics, while the lystrachirids, being adaptable enough to eat just about anything, may be able to spread into the temperate plains and scrublands. As they arrive in these more fertile areas, some lystrachirid species may increase the proportion of plant matter in their diet, with their broad multi-purpose teeth enlarging to help gnaw through brachyphyte bulbs and tree roots. As they rely less and less on scavenging, their pedipalps, previously adapted for reaching inside carcasses to probe for fresh meat, may lose their role in feeding and assume an entirely sensory function, essentially becoming a pair of antennae. Both their fossoriality and their nocturnality will be major assets, having originally evolved as a way of escaping the desert heat, but now serving to help them avoid the higher levels of predation they'll encounter as they colonize new ecosystems. But one of the most exceptional aspects of their biology is in their reproduction. While the offspring of most other osteopods are precocial, more or less fully developed at birth, the lystrachirids are highly altricial, undergoing a significant portion of their development after they're born, with their young being blind, boneless, and largely immobile. For these young to have any chance of survival, they'll need at least some help from the parents, which in the basal desert-dwelling species came in the form of birthing the offspring within a carcass to serve as a first meal. But in these new species, this may evolve into a more dedicated form of parental care, such as keeping the young safe within a deep burrow and providing them with food as they develop. Once again, however, Bateman's principle means that a male will see greater reproductive success from mating with multiple females, and spending time and energy caring for the young will limit his ability to look for mates. So unlike the amphidonts, whose females are widely scattered enough to justify the male assisting in parental care, the role of nurturing the young may fall solely on the female lystrachirid. However, while multiple matings will maximize the male's fitness, searching for mates will expose them to many of the steppe-dwelling predators, and so an individual's reproductive potential may be cut short by an early death. If a species has an especially high mortality rate, then rather than relying on a decently long lifespan to provide multiple opportunities for mating, an animal may benefit from investing in only a single clutch of offspring early in life while it still can. Therefore, while most osteopods are iteroparous, producing multiple clutches of offspring over the course of their lives, some of these lystrachirids may evolve to become semilparous, investing all of their energy in exactly one reproductive event and dying soon afterwards. Semilparity is most commonly seen in R-selected species, and is correlated with small sizes, short lifespans, low survival rates, and large clutch sizes. Semilparity is quite rare in clades with internal fertilization, especially among tetrapods, but it does happen occasionally. Likewise, iteroparity is likely to be the norm for most osteopods, but at least some of these lystrachirids, especially smaller species with high growth rates, may be some of the few osteopods to evolve semilparity. Like many animals, the lystrachirids may time their reproduction to occur during the part of the year when food is most abundant. During this time, the males may become extremely aggressive and compete furiously to find and fertilize as many females as possible, with the less successful males taking advantage of protandry to bypass the competition. The fertilized females may then dig a burrow in which to incubate the offspring, of whom they'll be fiercely protective until they're developed enough to survive on their own. Both the males and the females will begin to die off once the breeding season ends and winter approaches. The death of the adults may also help the young survive by limiting intraspecific competition between adults and juveniles. If older individuals are able to more effectively gather resources than younger ones, which will almost certainly be the case for altricial species like the lystrachirids, the juveniles may end up being outcompeted before they can reach adulthood. Having the older generation die after the juveniles leave their mother's protection will help to relieve this competition, but some species, especially those that retain iteroparity, may further avoid competition by undergoing a form of age-dependent niche partitioning. These lystrachirids are generalist omnivores, but the ability to digest vegetation requires a large foregut, which the young won't have developed yet by the time they're born.
Oh.
Because of this, the younger animals may be more inclined to feed on meat and other food sources that are relatively easy to digest, growing expanded foreguts and thickened teeth as they age, gradually transitioning from carnivory to omnivory. This unusual life history will give these animals, which we'll call trypanochirids, a bizarre mixture of R-selected and K-selected traits, since they simultaneously invest in large clutch sizes and high growth rates while also exhibiting parental care.
They're K.
As mentioned earlier, K-selection tends to become increasingly favored.
And as I said earlier, K-selection is the best selection. It's your only selection. I wish somebody in a other selection would try something. You get these two. They don't start with K. They start with a H. It's these hands. I wish any other type of selection would, bro. We K all day over here. K selection, gang, everybody on Earth. You guys also have to be with me. We're all K selections, so the gang is all of Earth, all humans at least. You a human? You ride with me. I got you. We here together.
As ecosystems become more heavily populated and as clades reach larger body sizes. But there are some niches where R-selection is likely to be maintained. Parasitism is a form of symbiosis in which one species benefits at the expense of another, usually characterized by the parasite living on or within a host from which it derives part or all of its nourishment. On Earth, parasitism is seen in a huge number of entirely unrelated clades, although curiously, it's virtually non-existent among vertebrates. Possibly because their physiology and life history strategies are often the opposite of what would be optimal for a parasite. Parasites tend towards small body sizes, which let them attach to hosts more easily and less conspicuously, and are usually strongly R-selected, as the biggest obstacle to their reproductive success is usually the challenge of dispersing to new hosts, which may only be overcome by producing offspring in vast numbers. Contrary to this, most clades of vertebrates are biased towards relatively large sizes, which usually goes hand in hand with K-selection, putting them at a disadvantage in competing for parasitic niches. Likewise, the osteopods share similar specializations to vertebrates, so they too may take up parasitism less readily than other, smaller clades. In particular, the malacoforms are some of the smallest animals on the planet, and have largely maintained the R-selection of the ancestral lophostomes, making them prime candidates to evolve parasitism. The transition to parasitism may begin with phoresis or phoracy, using another organism simply as a means of transport, usually without any negative impact on the host.
You know what? I never knew that this is how that started. I kind of figured it was like they started off as creatures that wanted to eat like eat off of other creatures, and then they just conveniently got a ride. I didn't think it started off as like, oh no, we just needed a ride, and it turns out they also have food in the car. This
may be ubiquitous among the tiny malacoforms, as hitching a ride on a larger animal will let them travel much further than they could possibly crawl on their own. But perhaps some of these malacoforms adapt to use their host not just for dispersal, but also for feeding, subsisting on the organic debris, glandular secretions, or even dead skin that builds up on the animal's hide. If these malacoforms are especially vigorous in their feeding, they may even open wounds on the host's body, which may result in some species evolving hematophagy, or blood-drinking behaviors. Blood has a very high nutrient content, making it an enticing food source for many animals. While in facultative hematophages, blood forms only a part of the animal's diet, obligate hematophages are specialized for feeding on blood exclusively. These specializations may involve optimizing the mouthparts for blood-sucking and the production of chemical agents to stop the blood from clotting while the animal drinks it, maintaining a constant flow of blood as they feed. This may be accomplished in these malacoforms with sharp, toothy tentacles to bite through the host's skin and simultaneously inject anticoagulants into the wound. Hematophagy doesn't automatically qualify as parasitism, as the interaction between a hematophage and its host is often quite brief, while parasitism typically entails a long-term association. To be considered a full-fledged parasite, the animal must be adapted to
what is this? Why is it digging into somebody's skin? Get that out of there. What is
attached to the host for a
Is that a
significant
tick?
portion of its life cycle, which these malacoforms may achieve by evolving powerful spine-covered tentacles to securely anchor themselves to the host, and a long proboscis to bore into the skin and reach the bloodstream. The specializations a parasite undergoes will be contingent on the exact physiology of the host, resulting in co-evolution between the two. As such, many parasites are extremely host-specific, only adapted for parasitizing a single or a small number of closely related host species. So this clade of parasitic malacoforms, which we'll call mysignathans, may contain many hundreds or even thousands of different species, each one adapted to its own unique host species.
Sucking jaws.
But another clade of
I ain't gonna lie, I wish this blue skin one would also do some stuff, because it looks cool.
malacoforms may evolve parasitism in an entirely different way. While ectoparasites like the mysignathans attach themselves to the outside of the host, endoparasites live inside their host's body, where they're protected from the environment and are less likely to be removed. This requires a way of entering the host, which very small, especially microbial parasites may achieve by infiltrating the respiratory tract, burrowing through the skin, or even by using another parasite or hematophage as a vector. But one of the most common methods is by allowing themselves to be eaten. Among the malacoforms, many species may lay their eggs along or under leaves, where they may end up being unwittingly swallowed by foraging herbivores. If one clade evolves to produce eggs that are durable enough to survive the digestion process, some of the larvae may hatch out while still inside the herbivore, where they'll be able to feed on the contents of the animal's gut. Offering ample nutrients and devoid of predators, the herbivore will serve as an ideal incubator, prompting some malacoforms to spend their entire lives within their host. However, one drawback to this lifestyle is the difficulty it presents when it comes to dispersal. Being unable to survive outside the host means that the only way to transmit their offspring to a new host will be to disperse their eggs in the host's excrement, in the hope that they land somewhere where they'll have a chance of being ingested by another herbivore. To maximize the chances of this happening, most endoparasites once again tend toward R selection, producing enormous quantities of eggs of which the vast majority will die. While their reproductive systems expand, many endoparasites also show a
Sucks to be one of those eggs, I'll tell you that.
severe reduction or simplification in other body systems, as passively feeding on the host's gut doesn't require a great deal of bodily complexity, to the point that many endoparasites, like tapeworms, thorny-headed worms, and horsehair worms, have no functioning digestive or respiratory tracts.
I'm about to say, they all look alike. They just look like one big organ. What's that main long tubular organ that's throughout the body? You know what that is, guys. Go ahead and comment it down below. Believe it or not, I'm actually not a doctor. Did you guys know that I'm not a doctor? Like, they don't pay me to be a doctor. Like, I have zero medical experience. I know, shocking. No, I know. Don't be aghast. I said a factual statement there. I am not a licensed doctor.
Instead, simply absorbing oxygen and nutrients.
I'm good with my hands, but that's for the ladies.
Their outer surface.
Yeah, get what I mean there. Yeah, you guys got the joke.
Similarly, in these malacoforms, the eye stalks and other sensory organs, being essentially useless inside a host, may atrophy completely, along with the limbs and the majority of the internal organs, while the oviduct may grow so large that it extends into the spine-covered proboscis, with which they anchor themselves to the wall of their host's intestines. This lifestyle is likely to have first evolved very early on in the history of terrestrial life, with the parasitic clades diversifying in tandem with their hosts.
I don't know about that.
Like in ectoparasites, co-evolution with a host results in most endoparasites being highly host-specific, but with one major caveat. Being utterly reliant on a single host means that if the host dies, then so does the parasite, which is an especially big problem if the host species experiences a high rate of
You want to be able to jump from host to host, coast to coast, ghost to ghost. There was a joke in there. I forgot the name of the show. Was it Ghost Rider? No, it's not. It was definitely a Comedy Central thing. No. Cartoon Network? Toonami? Space Ghost goes coast to coast? It's Space Ghost goes coast to coast. It was a talk show. You guys, if you don't know about Space Ghost, go ahead and watch you some Space Ghost. It was a pretty funny show. Honestly, go back and watch the original Hanna-Barbera. Go watch Hanna-Barbera stuff. It was pretty good for the 80s. And then go watch Space Ghost Goes Coast to Coast and the interviews. You'll see it's hilarious.
Because of this, unlike ectoparasites, which are often monoxenous, completing their entire life cycle on a single host species, many endoparasites are heteroxenous, developing inside one or more intermediate hosts before being transmitted to the final or definitive host, only then maturing into their adult form and commencing reproduction. On the barren scrublands of the western continent, one clade of these malacoforms may co-evolve with a family of xerostricans, which will serve as prey for some species of theropterans. When a theropteran kills and feeds on one of these xerostricans, it may unwittingly ingest any malacoforms infesting it, which, if they survive, may adapt to use the theropteran as their definitive host. This will have the added benefit of massively increasing the range of their dispersal, since the theropterans can travel much further than the slow, ponderous plecostricans can.
True.
This heteroxeny means that in order to complete their life cycle, endoparasites like these often rely on their intermediate hosts being eaten. So to maximize the chances of this happening, they may produce chemical agents that alter the morphology or behavior of the host to make it more susceptible to predation, such as how the nematode Myrmica causes the abdomen of the ants it infests to turn bright red, making them more noticeable to predators.
Oh, wow.
While lancet liver flukes manipulate their ant hosts into climbing blades of grass.
Now, I've heard of this second one, but this first one is insane. Never did you just put the red dot on me, bro. You really just added the red dots on my freaking forehead like that? Like every animal ain't just coming after me now? Bruh.
Where they're more likely to be inadvertently swallowed by cows, which serve as the fluke's definitive host. In these malacoforms, when the larvae reach maturity, they may secrete chemicals that cause their xerostrican hosts to lose their fear of predators, and to forage for food during the time of day when the theropterans are most active. Only once the larvae pass into the theropteran's gut will they develop their expanded oviducts and begin producing eggs. This may be only one of hundreds of different life cycles that develop among this clade, with every species adapting for its own sequence of hosts within its local ecosystem. We'll call them echinostomes. While it would be impossible to account for all the changes that occur as the continents break apart, the clades we've discussed here will constitute some of the major groups that will evolve over the course of about 30 million years as life in the east and west diverges. But beyond the two continents, there are some habitats on this planet that present opportunities for far more extreme forms of allopatry to occur, and whose biogeography demands a more thorough examination.
Are we about to talk about islands?
In the next episode, we'll explore how life...
Bro, come on, give me the clap, everybody in the audience. Give me the clap. Give me clap. Wait, I don't think I'm supposed to say it like that. That feels different. Okay, clap for me is what I should have said, ladies and gentlemen, because I correctly said that this was going to be islands next. He's talking about islands next. I can't wait. Guys, there's like multiple things that I don't want you to clip up in this episode that would just seem weird if you did. I mean, I'd laugh and I'd probably watch it, but like, you know, like, you guys know what I meant. I didn't say give me the clap. I meant clap for me. Microphone, you're not making this better right now. You're actually hurting my argument right now by falling. What are you doing? You're supposed to be on my side here.
Adapt to colonize the many islands across the sea, and explore the unique and highly unusual ecosystems that arise as a result. Thanks to all the artists over on Discord who contributed artwork for this episode, and who saved me an enormous amount of time and effort when making these videos.
Artists, you guys are all incredible. I'm telling you, every single one of you deserves a pat on the back.
Simultaneously making them look a hell of a lot better in the process.
You know what? Thousands of people already saw the artwork on his channel. I'm sure hundreds more may see it on my channel. You know what? I hope everyone in your family already saw it. You know, give you some congratulations. I hope you guys became, you know, even more famous artists now. I hope there's somebody who got something put up in a museum. You know, there's a piece of artwork that's like in some type of art museum, modern art museum, and it's one of these guys. I don't know.
Links to the main
maybe it's this guy.
And the Alien Biospheres fan server.
Maybe it's Bloody Pigeon.
And once again, a massive thanks to all
that
the
Bosa
patrons
one was actually
and
pretty
server
dope.
in the description.
Bosa.
And once again,
I feel like we didn't see this one in the video.
A massive thanks to all the patrons whose continued support makes videos.
Nah. Dark Sun.
And once again, a massive thanks to all the patrons whose
Dark Sun. Sunny. I'm gonna say one of those were right. This guy always puts out some bangers. I'll say that. I've noticed that. Whenever I see his name up, I'm like, oh, this is about to be incredible.
Continued support makes videos like this possible.
Default.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
This one was pretty nice too. Dragon, also in that list of people, when you know his name is coming up in the artwork, it's about to be really good. Because, like I said, this one right here, this image right here, boy, this was good. It made me feel a way. And that's how I know art is affecting me when I start to feel a certain way about it, you know? Oh man, shout outs to Joshua, Nat, Goldenrod, Greeniverse, Hollow. You know, so many great artists. Guys, which artwork was your favorite piece? You know, comment down below if you had a favorite art piece, the name of the artist. If you guys know how to get in touch with one of these artists or anything, if you're an artist, guys, feel free, send me some art to my channel. There's links all in the YouTube thing somewhere here. Editor, put that in my hand. There's other links for like different, places you can reach me at. My email address, whatever. Send me some artwork. I love this type of stuff. I think it's incredible. I would love to be able to promote some great artists like this. Let them know, hey, you see some great artwork, you go this guy. Even right now, the 2 images that I use, I will give credit out to the channel now because he's a dear friend of mine, Perseus Prime on YouTube. Check him out. He has made artwork for me on this channel that I've used a lot, actually. The little editor guy, the angry editor guy that you saw the one video. So, hey, I have some. I would just love more because stuff like this is really cool. So again, Perseus, shout outs to you. Thank you for the artwork as always. I really do appreciate it. You already know we're probably going to watch some King of the Hill later. But yeah, anybody else out there who wants to be part of the watching King of the Hill crew or just making video or making stuff for me, let me know. I'll shout you out. It's always really cool. Guys, that was a great video. I got to say, they just keep getting better. We're going to be talking about islands next, so that's going to be an interesting one. But in this one, I did learn quite a bit. Obviously, there were some things I already knew, like their lives aren't the best. It kind of sucks to be a woman, but tell us something we didn't already know. Also, women, ladies, I'm sorry. I don't mean this negatively or anything. And if you do think this is a very negative thing for me to continuously say, I do apologize. But being a guy is awesome. I just want you guys to remember that. A lot less responsibility. We got responsibilities, but y'all have more. And I want to make sure that is well known within this video that I believe personally, as a man for my whole life, it looks way harder being a woman. And I would never trade for it. It just feels so awesome being a guy. But with that being said, that's why I love women so much. I think you guys are incredible. I think you women, you ladies, you're all incredible. Shout outs to you. Hurrah, hurrah for you. Now, with all that being said, if you like the ramblings, the rants, all the entertaining stuff you saw here, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Like the video, maybe comment some stuff. If you want to comment something negative, go ahead and do it. You want to comment something positive, go ahead and do it. I'm not stopping you. I don't control you. But yeah, we had a good time here today. I had a good time. That's the most important thing because I'm making a video. So if you also had a good time, like, comment, subscribe. And if you made it this far, as always, I got to say thank you. I love you. Bye. Ladies, I love you guys the most. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video. And this one's a little bit different because this one I actually did live a few days ago. If you were there, then you got to witness it all live and go down. But if not, then this is our, just the video coming back up for you guys who didn't see the video. Again, you guys, I'm going to start doing live streams more often. Catch the live streams. I'm thinking of doing them on Fridays, maybe Saturdays. So you guys let me know in the comments below how you feel about this. But we are back with Alien Biographies number 11. Sorry, what am I talking about? Alien Biospheres number 11. You would think I would get this right, but hey, welcome to the channel. But yeah, Alien Biospheres by our good buddy Bobidrian. Again, I don't know how to say his name, and you guys are gonna keep commenting down below. I don't know if it's helping for real. I'm gonna go with what I feel more comfortable with, and that is it. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it, this is episode 11. Make sure you guys are hit that like button, just comment down below, you subscribe, and while you're doing that, more importantly, make sure you subscribe to Bobidrian. He's making this incredible content. We gotta support him. Link will be in the description below. So go to Bobidrian, subscribe to him, let him know I sent you there. Tell him, hey, the best reaction YouTuber ever just sent me to your channel. I had to subscribe. So yeah, guys, with that being said, do want to bring this up, this one last thing up. I almost never bring it up in videos, so I do want to bring it up now. That is, if you guys don't like, comment, and subscribe, more importantly, subscribe, YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Alien Biospheres number 11, Islands.
This video is brought to you by Campfire Technology. Campfire Blaze is a browser-based application packed with tools to help you exhaustively catalog all of your world building and storytelling in one place. The interface is both very easy to use and incredible.
Make sure y'all get Campfire Blaze. It really seems like a really good tool, especially if you're doing things like creating a story. You're over here being a story maker. You need things to make your story. Well, guess what? Now you got this. You're playing some D&D. Now you got this to play some D&D with. Glorious days.
Incredibly comprehensive, with built-in sections for maps, timelines, cultures, species, languages, and narrative elements like characters, relationships, and story arcs. But you can also add additional pages, folders, articles, and panels to flesh out your project in as much detail as you want.
Sorry,
you also have the ability to customize each of your pages with their own themes and templates, and to link different pages together to keep all of your information cross-referenced. And you can even join different projects together as part of a shared universe. Blaze's free version already comes with the basic functions of all of these features, but if you want to add even more options, Blaze has an extremely flexible pricing scheme, letting you individually buy whichever modules you're interested in as either a subscription or a one-time purchase, or just unlock everything for only a few dollars a month.
Hey.
To sign up for Blaze or to learn more.
Hopefully he's still doing Blaze, content. We'll see. Hopefully, one day I'll make it to the end of this series and then maybe do another series from him. We'll see if he's still doing Blaze ads. If that way you guys can get the most recent deals he got.
Check out the link in the description. In the last episode, we saw how the eastern and western clades began to diverge from each other as a result of the separation of the two continents.
Yeah.
But as well as these continents, there are numerous other...
Look at this! Look at this, guys. When I make this video, maybe this should be the thumbnail, like right here. This right here might be a good thumbnail.
Land masses across the planet, each one representing a separate instance of allopatry, isolated from and unaffected by evolutionary developments that take place elsewhere in the world. Of particular relevance are islands, which differ from continents in several key aspects that have significant implications for the species that inhabit them. The defining characteristics of islands are their size and their isolation, both of which will affect the potential species richness the island can support.
True.
The larger the island is, the greater the number of species it can accommodate, and the closer it is to the mainland, the easier it will be for new species to migrate to it. But these same factors also exert unique pressures on the island's inhabitants, often resulting in highly unusual species and ecosystems in comparison to the mainland.
Oh, lock in. We about to learn some stuff. Yeah, lock in, everybody. Lock in right here in your brains. We about to learn some good stuff right now.
For our alien planet, there's no way we could realistically delineate the ecosystems of every single one of the thousands of islands across the ocean, but we can focus on a select few of them that best exemplify the effects of ecological isolation on the native species. Much of the time, islands will have once been part of the mainland before becoming separated by continental drift or rising sea levels.
Okay.
On our alien planet, many such islands are likely to form when the eastward and westward movement of the continents eventually grinds to a halt, at which point the coastal mountain ranges, no longer being sustained by tectonic activity, will diminish as they're eroded by wind and rain, and as both continents begin to drift south, the regions of northern tundra will be moved out of the Arctic Circle. Both of these factors will decrease the area available for the formation of glaciers, which may ultimately bring the Ice Age to an end, returning the world to a greenhouse state. This will have many effects on the flora and fauna of the mainland, which we'll follow up on in future episodes, but as this happens, the melting ice caps will cause a considerable rise in sea levels, trapping many species on the islands that form as the low-lying area.
Holy crap, I ain't gonna lie, I feel dumb right now. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little dumb right now because I felt like there was gonna be like some type of shift or something, like some type of tectonic shift that like caused these islands to break apart. I didn't even think about just water levels just rising, creating natural islands within like, you know, mountain ranges or like peaks of former mountains. Like this is actually this makes a lot more sense, honestly. This makes a lot of sense. The Earth is like all connected anyway. This planet's all connected. You know what? We are lock in, everybody. You know what? They were you know what? They were right. Lock in. We about to learn some stuff, everybody, right now. Lock in. I'm locked in right now.
Let's take a closer look at just one of these islands, a small landmass about 50 kilometers across just off the coast of the eastern continent that we'll call Isla Proxima.
Okay.
On islands like this, the native species will initially be more or less identical to those found on the nearby mainland, which in this case will include clades such as the titanopods, cryptodonts, and camptopods that live along the northern coast. But soon after they become stranded, these clades may undergo some rapid developments in response to their newfound isolation. The smaller a landmass is, the less food and space it will offer, and on an island as small as Isla Proxima, animals that require large amounts of resources may struggle. In particular, large predators often do poorly on islands, since they require extensive hunting grounds and sizable prey populations, which small islands are rarely able to support. On top of this, species that find themselves on island habitats have to contend with the founder effect, the reduction in genetic variation that arises from a new population being established by a small number of individuals, which results in a high degree of inbreeding and increases the risk of extinction. Predators typically live at much lower population densities than their prey, and the very few members of a given species that become stranded on newly formed islands may not be sufficient to form a stable breeding population. All of these factors mean that large predators are especially vulnerable to dying out in isolated habitats, and so are frequently absent on small islands, although there are some notable exceptions that we'll touch on later. Therefore, Isla Proxima may not be able to accommodate the cryptodonts and other large onocodonts, so these species may go extinct.
Yeah, but the birds, like any of the ones that can fly, I feel like the ones that can fly are really going to pop off in this one right here. They're going to have a good time.
On this island soon after the rising sea levels sever its connection to the mainland. While other large animals on Isla Proxima will likely face similar pressures, things will generally be easier for megafaunal herbivores like the titanopods, especially with the disappearance of the big predators, letting them browse on the island's vegetation without fear of attack. However, in comparison to the endless stretches of bountiful steppe and forests on the mainland, the tiny island offers a very limited supply of food, which the titanopods will have to adapt to if they're to survive. One of the most common evolutionary trends for island-dwelling animals is described by
Foster's rule, aka the island rule. Animals' body size will be proportional to the availability of local resources. Look at me reading. Oh my god, I can do it. That was the exception. That was the exception he meant. Flying predators can be eronimus on island. Oh yeah, yeah. I figured they were gonna be that. I figured they were gonna be the exception. Flying, like that one especially. It was close to the island. Like if you're gonna need food, you're either gonna go into the water, be one of those one of those creatures that just goes in and out of the water, or you're gonna like fly and go back to the mainland when you need more resources.
Foster's rule, which posits that species may undergo a change in body size to best suit the availability of resources in their environment. While this can theoretically apply to any habitat, the most obvious and dramatic examples of this phenomenon usually occur in isolated environments like islands, so much so that Foster's rule is sometimes simply called the island rule. Since smaller animals need less food to survive, large animals that end up on islands very often exhibit a significant...
Wait, y'all got animals in California over there? Like Santa Cruz? Wait, are these actual islands? I thought these were just cities. Is Santa Cruz like an island, or is this like some type of like, is this like not an 100% accurate map? I don't know. I feel like this is an accurate map. I'm not gonna doubt his maps, but I didn't know these were islands here. I thought these were all like normal like coast, like cities that were just like on the coast. Crazy.
Reduction in body size in comparison to their mainland counterparts. This manifestation of Foster's rule is called insular dwarfism, and can be seen in bovids like the anoa or dwarf buffalo, in the dozens of unrelated species of dwarf elephants, and is even known to have happened among dinosaurs like Europasaurus and Magyarosaurus. Generally, the smaller the island is, the fewer resources will be available, and therefore the more extreme the effects of insular dwarfism will be. So on an island as small as Isla Proxima, the local titanopods may end up shrinking down to less than a quarter of the size of their relatives on the eastern continent. Since such a small island will only be able...
I ain't gonna lie, now they pet-sized. Now they're pet-sized. That's actually crazy. Message redacted. I don't know what that would have meant. What could have the redacted word have been? What could the redactive sentence have been? That's the live chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching this later on, just know that you could have been watching this live with the live stream and the live chat. So maybe join next time. Who knows?
Able to maintain a very limited level of biodiversity, this clade will contain only a single species, which, to contrast them with their larger cousins, we'll call Nanopus proximensis. But while large animals...
Nanopus. I ain't gonna lie. Childish. Very childish.
Like these may respond to their isolation on Isla Proxima by getting smaller, somewhat...
Yeah, small body needs less food. You are correct about that one. I ain't gonna lie.
Paradoxically, Foster's rule may also result in other animals evolving in the opposite direction. Living on a small, secluded island means there won't be much competition, which, along with a lack of large predators, will relieve a lot of evolutionary pressure for the inhabitants, particularly for animals that would otherwise need to remain small to help them hide or escape danger.
Okay.
This means that for small animals, islands may actually offer greater access to resources than the mainland.
True.
And therefore, in accordance with Foster's rule, they may undergo a change in body size, in this case resulting in insular gigantism, growing much larger than their continental relatives. On Earth...
So this is funny. The big animals get small, the small animals get big, and now everybody's a little medium, Now we got little fat little rats and fat birds that can't fly. I know about this bird. This one cannot fly. This bird can't fly. It's just, I'm pretty sure it weighs too much for its wings. And they just like are on the ground all day. crazy.
This is seen in numerous species like the Tenerife giant rat, the giant parrots of New Zealand like the kakapo, and the New Caledonian giant gecko, the largest living gecko species. On our alien planet, some of the most common and adaptable osteopods are the Eurychirids, which by this point have become a very successful and widespread group, with their endothermy letting them survive in a variety of climates, and their generalist diets helping them to take advantage of every available food source, giving rise to clades like the Lystrachirids in the deserts and the related Trypanochirids in the temperate steppes and woodlands. And being so prolific, it's more than likely that at least a few species will end up on Isla Proxima. The mainland varieties can vary in size from only about 20 centimeters to almost a meter, and are primarily small scavengers and generalist omnivores. But on Isla Proxima, once the Onychodonts die out, not only will they be free to grow bigger, but also to move into the vacant predatory niches. Although their maximum size will still be constrained by the limited food and space on the island, they may still grow into some of the largest of all Eurychirids, going from generalist scavengers to dedicated predators. They may evolve to use their broad digging claws and strong forelimbs to grab prey and wrestle it to the ground, while their serrated pedipalps, once used for stripping meat from inside carcasses, may now adapt into sharp saw-like appendages to pierce their prey's hide and tear off chunks of flesh. Once again, due to the limited species richness the island can support, this clade will include only a handful of species, all of which will be united in a single genus that we'll call Teratochirus.
But monstrous hands. Okay, so part of me feels like I mean, no, you're right. They're all kind of, these guys specifically are part of that branch. Like, I want to see where the other ones of this, like some of the more like smaller spider ones and stuff, also come into
These
play.
won't be the only creatures to take advantage of the demise of the Onychodonts. Ever since the Onychodonts first evolved, they've dominated the niches of terrestrial hypercarnivores thanks to adaptations like their thermoregulation, centaurism, and cursoriality. Meanwhile, the other dromaeopods that lack these specializations have been on the decline for the last few tens of millions of years, and have been largely outcompeted in most open habitats, but a few of these more basal forms will still survive as small mesocarnivores in tropical latitudes. However, if any of these species end up on Isla Proxima, then once the Onychodonts disappear, they'll experience a huge decrease in competitive pressures, and will now be free to exploit the macropredatory niches they've been precluded from on the mainland, which may once again result in an instance of insular gigantism. This will likely bring them into competition with the Teratochirids, so the two clades may need to undergo some form of niche partitioning, which may involve specializing for different styles of hunting. Like most other basal dromaeopods, these forms may use their powerful back legs and great speed to chase down prey over short distances, making them much more able to tackle fast running.
Holy crap, hold on now, alien biospheres. Hold on, buddy. You got animations? Hold
to chase
on. Buddy just changed the game now.
Down prey over short distances, making them much.
Shout outs to his audience, brother. I'm telling you, this has got to be a great community to be a part of, because he's using your animations. Guys, send me animations. I'll use them too. How about
more able to tackle fast running prey like the Camptopods. While the Eurychirids don't have the same adaptations for pursuit hunting, but will still be able to employ ambush tactics to hunt smaller or slower prey, and are adaptable enough to subsist on carrion and mixed vegetation if need be. Along with Nanopus and Teratochirus, these dromaeopods, which we'll place in the genus Romeliopus, will be some of the many clades on Isla Proxima whose evolution will be shaped by Foster's rule, resulting in substantially different ecosystems from those on the mainland in only a few million years following its separation. However, the longer an island remains isolated, the more divergent its ecosystems will become. On Earth, Madagascar has been separated from Africa for over 88 million years, and as a result, about 90% of all Madagascan plant and animal species are found nowhere else in the world. Our alien planet offers some even more extreme examples, with some land masses, like many of the islands dotting the Southern Ocean, having been isolated since the invasion of land over 150 million years ago.
Oh wow.
And with such a long period of isolation, they'll be totally unlike any other environment on the planet. A key factor relating to this is that, unlike Isla Proxima, none of the mainland clades will have ever had any presence on these land masses, since they only evolved after these islands were already separated. So everything that comes to live there will have had to disperse there from elsewhere. In the case of plants, most chemophytes reproduce by releasing their diaspores into the wind.
Yeah.
So while the early chemophytes were first spreading across the mainland, some of these diaspores may have been swept up by the winds of the massive storm systems that were common during this time, and, by sheer luck, may have been blown across the sea to some of these islands. Dispersing across such huge distances by accident will obviously be an extremely rare event, so these islands will initially be home to only a handful of plant species, but some chemophytes may be more likely to make the journey than others. Once the xylophytes evolve, most of them will still make use of wind dispersal like other plants, but in the swamps along the coasts of the old supercontinent, some plants may have evolved to take advantage of the plentiful rivers and floodwaters for dispersal. Once fertilized, their female gametangia may grow into bulbous pods that detach from the parent plant and drop
then
into
just
the water
drop off
below.
into the water. First of all, I was about to say that. Okay, I was about to say that. We're going to talk about rafting events. What? Oh wait, hold on, I missed one. It's getting stranger. The longer an island is separated, the more unique the animals living on them. Yes, that is true. But yeah, I was gonna call this, they're dropping off their seeds in the water,
Floating downstream and eventually settling on a new stretch of riverbank. This same strategy is also used by plants on Earth like coconut palms, nika nuts, and the looking glass tree, which produce buoyant structures called drift seeds, or drift fruit, that are adapted for being dispersed by water currents. Although these xylophytes will have initially evolved in coastal swamps, these drift fruit may serve as a pre-adaptation for colonizing islands, since they'll be able to cross stretches of water that would be virtually impossible to bridge using wind dispersal, with some drift seas on Earth known to ride the ocean currents for thousands of kilometers and to remain adrift for months at a time. If some of these xylophytes evolve similar specializations for oceanic dispersal, they may become some of the most common and successful plants in coastal and island habitats. On account of their buoyant drift fruit, we'll call these plants coelophytes. And fortunately for these coelophytes, the islands that they arrive on will not only be devoid of competition from other plant clades, but also of any of the mainland herbivores, and so act as a safe haven for them to diversify and flourish. But it will only be a matter of time before other colonists find their way here.
I do like this image right here, where it's like these two trees just looking up out in the sun. It actually looks like they're just having a really good moment right here. Like this is I imagine this is like a father and son, just like, son, look at the beauty of the world that we live before the other animals come to attack us. This is every day, just waking up, seeing this. This is coconuts.
But it will only be a matter of time before other colonists find their way here. Before the evolution of flight and semi-aquatic lifestyles, most animals will be confined to the supercontinent, but eventually a very small minority of species might happen upon another form of oceanic dispersal. Rafting events occur when organisms are carried from one landmass to another by floating mats of vegetation and other debris. As improbable as this may seem, this has been directly, albeit very rarely, observed on Earth, such as how green iguanas have been recorded rafting over 100 kilometers between islands in the Caribbean.
What?
And the biogeography of some clades suggests that rafting events like these can even take place over distances of thousands of kilometers, which is thought to be how lemurs originally arrived on Madagascar.
Not gonna lie, guys, this monkey in the middle, this monkey in the center right here, something about its eyes, I don't trust this one. This is the most, out of these three, I trust this guy the least, and it might just be me.
And how the ancestors of New World monkeys and caviomorph rodents traveled from Africa to South America. Even though these events are extremely rare, over time spans of millions of years, they're bound to happen at some point.
True.
And even a single breeding pair reaching a new landmass may be enough to establish a population. The most likely animals to undergo rafting events are species that are small enough to have their weight supported by floating mats of plant matter, and are hardy enough to survive a journey that might take anywhere from several days to a few weeks. This being the case, the malacoforms seem like prime candidates.
I was just bringing up these guys. Like, I wonder what these guys are up to.
For rafting, since they're tiny enough to stay afloat on even the smallest piece of debris, including, for instance, the drift fruit of the coelophytes. Any malacoforms that infest the tissues of these fruit may be carried with them once they detach from the parent plant, serving as a perfect vessel to ferry them between islands and letting them spread relatively quickly among all the land masses that the coelophytes reach. On the other hand, rafting events involving larger animals will happen much less frequently, since they'll require much sturdier rafts such as mats of fallen branches, logs, and other driftwood, which aren't likely to form very often. Relating to what we mentioned at the beginning of this episode, the rate at which new species will
Yeah, so the closer ones, high immigration, it's like closer and small. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, if it's close and large, high immigration. Far and large, moderate. Close and small, moderate. Close, small and far, nobody wants that. Nobody wants an island that's far away and it's small, okay? Size does matter sometimes,
raft to a given island will be contingent on its size and its distance to the mainland, so land masses like those off the southwest coast of the supercontinent, which are relatively large and only a few hundred kilometers away, are likely to experience a relatively high rate of rafting events and so share many clades in common with the mainland, while more remote land masses may see only one or two rafting events throughout their existence, which will have some crucial implications for their biogeography. Long before the first osteopods, the lophostomes were already a well-established group, even including various megafaunal clades among their ranks. Along with the ubiquitous malacoforms, a few of these larger species might have also been rafted across the sea during this early period. Perhaps in one chance event, a few members of a small, adaptable species of the ancestral Desmostricans were sent on a voyage of over 2,000 kilometers to make landfall on the island off the supercontinent's southeastern coast, a landmass that we'll hereafter call Crescentia.
Okay.
If enough of them survive to overcome the founder effect and form a stable breeding population, then they'll find themselves in an ideal sanctuary, lacking any other animals beside the malacoforms they feed on. This will be especially fortunate for them considering that a few million years after this rafting event occurs, competition from the newly evolved osteopod clades will drive most of the older lophostome species to extinction, with the only lineage of Desmostricans that survive on the mainland descending from a clade of small malacivores. But on Crescentia, they'll be safely secluded from developments taking place on the supercontinent.
Oh my gosh, once again, look at these guys. Look at these guys enjoying their day. Oh, nothing bad's ever gonna happen to us. Oh, we're just having a good time here. Oh, the world's looking so great and wonderful today. Yeah, bro, I'm looking at it just like you. Look at us, 6 eyes, moving around, looking everywhere, being like, yo, look at the sunset. Let's scavenge for food. Such a beautiful day for these guys.
And thus they'll survive as the only representatives of an ancient branch of lophostomes that won't exist anywhere else in the world. These surviving species will represent what's known as a relict, the remnant of a population or clade that was once widespread but now retains only a fraction of its former range and diversity. An area or habitat that supports a relict is called a refugium, which islands frequently serve as, such as how the thylacines survived on the island of Tasmania up until the last century despite having died off on the Australian mainland thousands of years earlier, and how New Zealand is home to the tuatara, which, although it closely
basically a sanctuary. Yeah, you're right.
Resembles a lizard, is actually the only surviving species of Rhynchocephalian, an entirely separate clade of reptile that once had a global distribution before being largely wiped out along with the non-avian dinosaurs. Likewise, Crescentia will serve as a refugium for these relict Desmostricans, which will continue to thrive on the island even as the megafaunal lophostomes are replaced by the osteopods elsewhere in the world. We'll call their unique lineage the Notiforms. Once they fully colonize the island, the lack of competition will have several immediate effects. First of all, although their lack of an internal skeleton and the diminishing levels of atmospheric oxygen will still restrict them to only a dozen or so kilograms at the most, the abundance of food and the absence of any osteopods to compete with will once again result in insular gigantism, with many species growing much larger than the vast majority of the mainland lophostomes, much like how the lack of mammals in New Zealand has allowed the giant...
Guys, I'm trying not to be the person who says don't go to New Zealand, but then I gotta see stuff like this. How do I tell people, yeah, it's safe to go to New Zealand, and then there's stuff like this everywhere? Like, what? Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. How am I supposed to do it? Think about it.
wetter to evolve into one of the largest insect.
I can't like with a moral compass. I can't tell people to go to New Zealand when I know there's things like this out there. Come on, people.
On Earth. Another common occurrence among animals that migrate to isolated or uncolonized habitats is for them to undergo an adaptive radiation, rapidly diversifying into a multitude of different forms to fill all the unoccupied niches. And especially...
Hold on now. Never did you just say that. Never did you just say, this guy is harmless? Is that what you're talking about? Are you saying this guy is harmless? You know what? It's not harmless. Because I would have a heart attack just seeing it. How is that harmless if it's giving me a heart attack? Can you explain that for me? How is it harmless if I am personally having a heart attack from seeing this thing? This thing jumps on me, I'm dying, okay? My heart, boom. The cartoons you see where the cartoon is like the soul comes out and he looks at the body, that's me. I'm looking at my body from the other side, looking at this thing, and this thing's looking at me like, whoa, you died? I'm harmless, buddy. And I'm over here like, wow, I'm just a spirit now, getting floated up into the sky. The gates are right there. Saint Michael is looking at me like, oh, whoa, you're a little early here, aren't you?
Another common occurrence among animals that migrate to isolated or uncolonized habitats is for them to undergo an adaptive radiation, rapidly diversifying into a multitude of different forms to fill all the unoccupied niches. An especially famous example of this is Darwin's finches, which all descend from a recent common...
Not his fault. Okay. You know what? It's not directly his fault. Indirectly, completely his fault, okay? Indirectly, his fault, 100%. Call it whatever animal crime you want to. I'm no animal crimeologist here. I just know a bug that would, freaking Darwin finches.
Ancestor that arrived on the Galapagos Islands within the last 2 to 3 million years that then promptly evolved into over a dozen different species. This effect will be particularly extreme on an island like Crescentia, since all the niches for animals larger than the Malacoforms will be completely vacant when the Notiforms first arrive, leaving almost the entire food web up for grabs. The original Notiform species that first rafted to the island was a small generalist omnivore, a lifestyle that many subsequent Notiforms may retain. But soon after they arrive, one branch may specialize for feeding on vegetation, evolving a large, powerful gut supported by bulky, weight-bearing legs and strong, compact mouthparts to masticate plant matter.
Hey, that sounds just like me for real. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, gotta get that strong gut there, buddy.
Being indiscriminate herbivores, they won't need the antennae-like sensory tentacles of the early Notiforms to sift through the leaf litter, so these appendages may shrink to not interfere with feeding, and their banded shell may acquire a distinct saddle shape to let them angle their heads upward to reach for food. We'll call these herbivores Thyreostracans. Meanwhile, another group may specialize for carnivory, evolving into the island's first large predators. Like most Lophostomes, the Notiforms won't be very nimble animals, with their stubby, boneless limbs only letting them manage an awkward waddling gait. However, the Desmostracans are more maneuverable than most Lophostomes thanks to their flexible banded shell, and reducing...
Okay, I remember these guys. They eventually had a adaptation where they could they're the ones who adapted to their shells actually broke into pieces, but end up having slits so they can kind of roll in a ball shape.
Shell even further will allow the muscles along their flank to contribute to locomotion, increasing their stride length by bending the body into an alternating S shape.
I'm not gonna lie, these things look disgusting now. This looks disgusting right now. If I see that thing oh my gosh, I feel like it's gonna leave us a trail of slime.
This will make them some of the fastest of all land-dwelling Lophostomes, which, along with other adaptations such as camouflage patterns to conceal them amid the undergrowth and sharp, toothy mouthparts to latch onto prey, will let them fill the majority of the carnivorous niches on Crescentia, from small, worm-like mesocarnivores to meter-long macropredators. Both the Thyreostracans and these predators, which we'll call campylospondyls, will continue to proliferate over tens of millions of years to exploit all the
Not gonna lie, I feel like this, like somebody could make a game based off of this series. Here's my pitch for the game, guys. Make sure commenters, make sure y'all copyright this next speech right here. I want to make sure nobody else gets steals my idea for this one. So let's go ahead and make sure y'all copyright that one. So here's the idea, guys. It's a one of those like survival games. You got to survive and like build, some type of like fort or something like that. Like you got to like be doing constant things to stay alive in this survival scenario. But there's all these crazy creatures around and stuff. Some of them you don't know which ones are good or which ones aren't. You don't know which ones are like herbivores or nothing like that. You're on a whole nother planet. You fall onto the planet. This is the planet that you're on. These are the creatures you got to live with. You got to survive, build, you can craft stuff eventually. There's going to be a whole crafting mechanic. Don't worry about that, people. We're going to make sure you can craft stuff. But then, we'll have you like document some of the aliens, like, oh, this is for research, basically Ark Survival Evolved. Yes, this will be like Ark, but imagine Ark, but I've played it before. that would be this game. I've never played Ark. I've heard of it from people who like those type of games, but I will be honest, those are not my type of games. So even in the game that I'm pitching to you guys right now, I probably wouldn't play this game as much. I would play it to support Alien Biography or Biospheres. That's what I would say. But Belligerent, I want to support that guy. So I would buy the game. Would I play it a lot? I don't know. I can't say I wouldn't be. This wouldn't be like the game I play all the time. This ain't my Marvel Rivals, but it would be a game that I have on rotation and make sure to tell everybody else to get it because I support my boy. We all support Belligerent around here, okay? That's the type of house we live in. We're in the Belligerent supporting household, even if we don't say his name properly, okay?
niches Crescentia has to offer, resulting in ecosystems completely unlike anything on the mainland. However, over the 50 million years following their arrival on the island, the conditions may eventually come into place for another rafting event to occur.
Okay.
Perhaps this time, a handful of small arboreal platodonts will be cast out to sea within a tangle of fallen branches, brought by the currents to the shores of Crescentia. Even though by this point the island will have been thoroughly colonized and its ecosystems filled, the arrival of these platodonts will pose a significant threat for the notiforms. Because islands generally have lower levels of competition and predation than the mainland, newly introduced species can quickly become invasive and cause considerable ecological disruption, as seen in species like the brown tree snake in Guam, the common brush-tail possum in New Zealand, and the water hyacinth in Madagascar. In this case, these platodonts will present a new source of competition that the notiforms will have had no way of preparing for, and will have a huge competitive advantage due to their internal skeletons and active respiration, which will let them exploit niches that are inaccessible to the notiforms and allow them to undergo an adaptive radiation of their own, giving rise to a new lineage that we'll call the Xenodonts. Since they're already predominantly arboreal, the Xenodonts may quickly come to monopolize the niches in the treetops, feeding on leaves that the bulky Thyreostracans on the ground can't reach. And within the relative safety of the canopy, they can proliferate and evolve into larger forms, and following the changes in climate and atmospheric composition that take place during this period, the megafaunal notiforms will gradually begin losing ground, giving the Xenodonts the opportunity to take their place as Crescentia's dominant fauna. One of the Xenodonts' most distinct advantages will be their speed, as their skeleton and limb configuration will give them more efficient locomotion than even the Campylospondyls, which one clade may take advantage of to become fast, nimble predators. These forms may retain some arboreal behaviors, but may also exploit the relative lack of competition on the forest floor and—
I'm not gonna lie, I love this color. I love the coloring. I love the way that his hide looks with the stripes. The stripes around the like the legs and stuff around here. This is really getting me. I really like that.
spend time hunting at ground level as well, with the hooked claws that originally evolved to help them climb trees now letting them—
This image looks insane. This looks dark.
Latch onto and disembowel their prey. However, such large claws will be at risk of being worn down from abrasion against the ground, so they'll need to evolve some way of keeping them sharp.
Oh, like a retracting.
One solution is to keep the claw raised off the ground, like the foot claws of dromaeosaurids or the retractable claws seen in most varieties of cats, the Madagascan fossa, and the grey fox, all of which rely on their claws to both climb trees and to catch prey, and so keep them retracted when not in use to prevent unnecessary wear and tear. Alternatively, another option is knuckle walking, a fairly rare condition wherein the animal supports its weight on its knuckles, keeping the tips of the digits off the ground so they can be used for other purposes. Knuckle walking can be seen in semi-arboreal animals like chimpanzees and gorillas, which use their dexterous fingers for handling food and climbing, but it's also seen in animals that need to maintain long, sharp claws to help them feed, such as the giant anteater, which uses its huge claws to break open insect mounds.
I did not know this. I thought they just walked normal.
While the extinct calicotheres, which used their claws to reach for and pull down tree branches, even saw the parallel evolution of both knuckle walking and retractable claws. While the anatomy of the osteopod foot isn't exactly equivalent to that of vertebrates, these xenodonts will have inherited flexible ankle joints from their arboreal ancestors to wrap around and grip tree branches, so when they come down to the ground, they may walk on their wrists with their feet bent backwards, keeping the points of their claws.
I'm not gonna lie, I felt like we should have went through the retractable claw route. The knuckle walking is cool. Retractable claws are cooler.
Facing upward and away from the ground.
I'm gonna be that guy.
A trait for which we'll call them streptotarsans. Meanwhile, the relative lack of competition and the bounty of vegetation may encourage some other xenodonts to independently evolve a ground-dwelling lifestyle and adapt into dedicated herbivores. No longer needing to remain light enough to be supported by the tree branches, these herbivores can now afford to grow much larger, evolving into a clade of heavy-set browsers that fill similar niches to the megalobrachids on the mainland, and convergently evolving strong, robust mandibles with flattened teeth to crush and grind down plant material, and a large, multi-chambered foregut to maximize digestive efficiency. Unlike the megalobrachids though, their front walking legs, used by their arboreal ancestors to reach out for and to hook onto branches, may retain their large sickle-shaped claws to assist the pedipalps in reaching upward and pulling down foliage towards the mouth. Once again, these claws will need to be kept long for them to be effective in feeding, so
I ain't gonna lie, these pedipalps have been literally saving this creature's whole species since the beginning. Nah, this worker better for their this works better for their anatomy. Okay.
These animals will also need a way of preventing them from becoming worn down. But unlike the streptotarsans, which need to keep all of their claws sharp so they can be used for climbing trees, these exclusively ground-dwelling herbivores will only need to keep their feeding claws long, which provides an additional option beyond retractable claws and knuckle walking. In other episodes, we've seen centaurism evolve in both the onychodonts and the allobrachids, in both instances evolving as a means to allow the animal to run faster and more efficiently. But in this clade, centaurism may occur as a natural consequence of evolving a ground-dwelling lifestyle, as only the hind 3 pairs of legs evolve to bear the animal's weight, with the claws on these limbs becoming blunt and hoof-like, while their front limbs may become specialized for feeding by being held off the ground to stop their claws from scraping against the soil.
Okay.
This will make them vaguely analogous to animals like Therizinosaurus, which, thanks to its centaurism, could afford to evolve enormous rake-like.
Bro, what is this? Is this a Pokemon? Did the guy who made Pokemon make, this looks like what was that fire one? The fire fighting type? You guys know what I'm talking about. What's that? What is this Pokemon's name? Name that Pokemon. Wait, no. Who's that Pokemon? Dear. And then, we editor in the edit later, make sure you put that Pokemon in the edit. Just make it funny.
Feeding claws to reach for vegetation. Due to this distinctive feeding arrangement, we'll call these xenodonts brachiocephalians. The brachiocephalians and streptotarsans will represent only
a plant-eating theropod dinosaur with 10-foot arms. Yes! Yes, that's what we were looking at before. Incredible,
Fraction of the
right?
diversity that the xenodonts will achieve over the tens of millions of years that they hold dominion over the crustacean ecosystems, but even these creatures won't be able to maintain their
Gotta love
supremacy
it.
in the face of a rapidly changing climate. With the onset of the Ice Age, the landscape of Crescentia will change.
Claws at least a meter long. Guy, I'm sorry, I am in America, so you are gonna have to convert that. Meters, that feels long, but how many baseball bats is that long, you know? How many what's some American conversions? How many apple pies is that uh in a row? You gotta tell me. You got to give me an American conversion, you know? How many football fields long? how many basketballs on top of one another do I need to put to get that a meter, you know? Answer me that, chatter below, please.
Change drastically, with most of the lush jungles giving way to seasonal forests and tundra. This will be a huge challenge for the native species, as most animals on Crescentia won't have any form of thermoregulation.
3 to 5 feet long. Nice. I love it. See, this is what I'm talking about here. This is why we need more chatters like you. Because I was like, hey, can you convert that for me? Immediately converted it for me. That's what I'm talking about.
Making them very sensitive to cold temperatures. And with the scarcity of food brought on by the retreat of the tropical forests, only a small minority of Crescentia's former diversity will manage to survive. But on top of this, during the glacial periods, the stretch of sea between Crescentia and the eastern continent will shrink as the sea levels drop. And if
Okay.
the sea freezes over, it may be possible for animals to travel from one landmass to the other. Crossing a several 100-kilometer stretch of sea ice will be a hazardous and impractical journey for most animals,
Yeah.
but a small number of migratory or wide-ranging species from the mainland might be able to trek across the ice and find their way to Crescentia. The most likely animals to make a journey like this are small, adaptable species that are able to withstand the cold, which on Earth include animals like the Arctic fox and the Falkland Islands wolf, both of which were able to cross the frozen seaways that formed during the last ice age to arrive on Iceland and the Falkland Islands respectively.
I ain't gonna lie, that's just something dogs would do. You know, you guys ever have dogs, you know? I bet if you just let a dog outside, it would find itself halfway across the world, you know, just off some like being a dog, you know. Real ones know, real dogs respect other real dogs, you know. Shout outs to both of these species of dogs. This second one looks a little extinct, but shout outs to it. The Falkland Islands, is that the island where like South America and like Britain had like a little mini war over? Like that little, it's like South, it's like in South America, it's like a South American island that like nobody really cares about. I think they had like a little spat about that in like World War II or around that era. But yeah, crazy. This was the island? Okay, I thought this was the right island.
And are both the only land mammals other than humans to ever inhabit their home islands. In this case, the allodonts living along the southern coast of the eastern continent are generalist enough to feed on whatever food they can find on the icy plains, and their endothermy will help them resist the cold once the ice age arrives, an advantage they may strengthen by evolving a shaggy coat of fur from the tiny setae that cover their bodies, a near-identical development to what occurred in the closely related thecopods, making the two clades appear very similar despite existing on opposite sides of the planet. For these cold-adapted allodonts, which we'll call Eriotheres, migrating south would present an escape from the fierce competition of the mainland, prompting at least one species to cross the frozen seaway to Crescentia. By the time they arrive, almost all the large xenodonts will have died out, so they'll face very little competition as they move into the island's megafaunal niches. And once the Ice Age ends, they'll become stranded on Crescentia as the sea ice melts, leaving them to thrive in allopatric isolation just as the notiforms and xenodonts did before them, undergoing their own radiation.
Oh, it was Argentina and the United Kingdom. It's owned by the UK, but it's near Argentina. Yes, that was the island. Shout outs to, see, this is why I love my audience. You guys are actually like, you guys are a smart, sophisticated crew. You know, you guys are like able to do have these type of conversations. You can't just have these conversations with anybody, and not every YouTuber is gonna just know that type of stuff. So also shout outs to me. I don't think I get enough credit for doing the little things, reading, sometimes pronouncing the words that you guys put on the screen correctly. At times I do pronounce things right every once in a while. Shout outs to me.
Over the coming tens of millions of years as Crescentia continues to slowly drift south. But Crescentia will be only one of thousands of islands scattered across
Bro, who made this?
the ocean.
Is this
Many of which will be too...
Okay, I don't want to call you dumb, but that's the artist's name. Dum. This is an incredible piece of art right here that I'm looking at, people. Like, we're gonna get stronger islands, so everyone lock in. Oh, stranger, my bad. I told you, every once in a while I'll say it correctly. Not every single time. We're getting stranger islands. Let's lock in, everybody. Lock in. Also, once again, this image, incredible. If you are an artist or person who knows how to do art out there, I love stuff like this. Send me art sometimes. Links all on the channel. You know where to... I believe in you guys. You can just send me links. You'll find me. You search on the internet long enough, I'm sure you'll find me.
Crescentia will be only one of thousands of islands scattered across the ocean, many of which will be too small and remote to be reached by crossing sea ice or land bridges, and for which...
Hold on. Does that look like a little face to you guys as well? Like, this is like the face, kind of like a little nose, little smile right here. Do y'all see it, or is that just me adding faces to non-living objects? Like, is that just me being weird, or is that like you guys see that too?
Many of which will be too small and remote to be reached by crossing sea ice or land bridges, and for which rafting events will be vanishingly rare. By far the most likely animals to make it to islands like these will be flying and semi-aquatic clades, especially migratory species that are adapted for traveling over long distances.
The semi-aquatics right here, and the flying ones. We're about to get into the flying ones, aren't we?
The first clade of animals to develop flight were the Opisthophterans.
Yeah.
And once long-ranging species like the Magnopterans evolve, it won't be long before some of them adapt for a seagoing lifestyle.
True.
Soaring over the ocean and snatching acanthopods out of the water, much like seabirds and fishing bats on Earth.
Fishing bats? Have y'all ever seen a fishing bat before? Like, I've never seen a fishing bat a day in my life. I never knew these existed. Everybody, lock in, everybody. We are about to be learning.
For animals like these, remote islands will serve as ideal mating grounds, where they can carry out their courtship and lay their eggs without needing to worry about predators. This degree of safety may even encourage some animals to spend their entire lives here, which may go hand in hand with another development. Flight provides a number of distinct advantages, especially when it comes to dispersal and escaping predators, but it comes at a steep metabolic cost, hugely increasing the amount of food the animal needs to consume and requiring a number of anatomical specializations to be efficient. This means that if a flying animal finds itself in an isolated environment with few predators, then flight may no longer be useful enough to justify its energetic demands, and the species may end up losing its ability to fly altogether. As such, flightlessness is an extremely common evolutionary trend on islands, seen in groups like the elephant birds of Madagascar, kiwis and moa in New Zealand, dodos on Mauritius, and many, many others.
That's crazy. I never even thought about this. This makes so much sense. I never thought about this a day in my life. Like, is that even like kind of count with... I know Australia is different, but like, does that kind of count with Australia too? Like with ostriches? Like, I don't know.
Becoming flightless may also allow species to expand into new niches with which flight would be incompatible. Since the majority of seabirds feed on fish, they obviously need to enter the water in order to find and catch their prey. But swimming and flying are very different forms of locomotion, mainly due to the drastic difference in density between water and air, and specializing for moving through one medium will unavoidably decrease the animal's efficiency of moving through the other. This is exemplified by seabirds like the pelagic cormorant, whose short, broad wings help them steer while underwater, but also give them the lowest flying efficiency of any bird species. This trade-off has also shaped the evolution of specialized feeding behaviors. Some flying piscivores, like skimmers and greater bulldog bats, never enter the water but instead fly overhead and snatch up fish that swim near the surface, while others, like gannets and brown pelicans, dive into the water to pursue their prey. For species that specialize for piscivory, the pressure to evolve effective swimming may outweigh the benefits provided by flight, so becoming flightless will allow them to adapt more completely for aquatic life, and has consequently occurred in many seabirds like penguins, great auks, and some varieties of waterfowl.
Okay.
Likewise, many of the island-dwelling magnopterans will no longer...
That's not just a regular duck. That's a waterfowl. All ducks are waterfowls, I'm assuming? That's the assumption I'm going through here. I imagine I'm correct on that one.
Need to worry about evading predators or dispersing to new areas, so they can afford to give up flight entirely to let them more efficiently hunt aquatic prey.
This actually looks like a seal. This actually looks just like a seal already. I like that.
Give up flight entirely to let them more efficiently hunt aquatic prey. This flightlessness may be accompanied by an increase in body size, not only due to insular gigantism, but also because larger sizes increase diving efficiency. This will be complemented by their efficient respiratory system and the internal support provided by their gladius, letting them grow into some of the largest lophostomes on the planet. To support a heavier...
I gotta say, I don't know if you guys respect the imagery of this, but like, first of all, I love all the art in this, but images like this specifically, like, it's so, like, with the blotchiness of it and everything, it's so simple, yet it's so, like, detailed. It gives me, like, such a vibe of being there, but, like, I'm looking at the creatures, but, like, this is how I feel like they would look. Not, like, how I think I would actually be seeing them in real life, but, like, the feeling. I feel like if I saw the creatures, like, this exact creature in real life, and then re-saw this image would give me the feeling that I had when I saw the creature in real life, if that makes sense. If you guys understand, let me know if that makes any sense. I'm probably just yapping because I love to yap, guys. You know this. You've watched the channel before. There's nothing new here.
Grow into some of the largest lophostomes on the planet. To support a heavier body, their wings and canards, having a much greater degree of musculature than the boneless walking legs, may take over the role of locomotion on land as well, letting them awkwardly haul themselves along the ground, unlike most other opisthophorans which fold their wings backward when they land. These wings may shorten into a pair of powerful flippers to provide effective underwater propulsion, while the canards will help them steer and maintain stability, making their style of swimming less like that of wing-propelled divers like penguins and auks, and more similar to that of foot-propelled divers like loons and the extinct Hesperornis.
What the Hesperornis? Okay, guys, what the Hesperornis are you talking about here? This creature looks insane. That's like a feathered bird, but it's like, look at the legs. The legs are all like, that's so crazy to me. Now, I get this is probably more like how it would actually look, you know? But even this, like, seeing this image right here is insane to me. This duck is fully underwater. Like, get out the water, bro. What are you doing? If I'm a fish, okay, if I'm a fish and I'm a sea creature and I see this guy, I'm literally looking at this guy like, what are you doing down here? Like, who do you think you are? Like, is this the life this ain't the life you live, buddy. You need air. Go be with your people. Don't be coming down here with messing up our life, being a underwater duck, bro. Get out of here. That's what I would say.
Along with a more streamlined body, they may evolve valves within their spirit.
A human-sized seabird with teeth. Is that what you're describing to me? Did you just comment a human-sized seabird with teeth? First of all, you thought I'm not recommending you to go to the New Zealand because of that one cricket. I'm telling you right now, do not visit this island specifically. Actually, I should probably just say this whole planet, but I'm be honest, this planet got some nice stuff to it, but it'll be better in that video game we were talking about before. Guys, lock in. Go ahead and create the video game. I only take like 40% of the profits. Just give me 40%. Take the idea, run with it. Put my name in the little special thanks to this guy for bringing up the idea on a live stream dated 9/12/2025. You already know, timestamp that. I came up with the idea. You guys created it. Shout outs to both of us though. It was a collaborative effort, me and the person who's eventually going to create the game that I just recommended.
To let them hold their breath while underwater, and the regional endothermy that lets their wing muscles function optimally will also allow them to maintain a stable body temperature in cold water, which will be of great benefit once the Ice Age arrives, and will give them an advantage in...
Hesperonychus lived around the same time as T-Rex. Whoa. Imagine going back in time. You see a T-Rex, you're running away from the T-Rex, right? Okay, here's the scenario. Bro just told me this was in the middle of the T-Rex time, so that just made me, I gotta yap for a second. You are in prehistoric time. You got a time machine, you land in prehistoric times, okay? You see a T-Rex, you run from that thing. You're like, whoa, this T-Rex is crazy. Let me get out of here. Into the water. Oh my gosh, I'm safe. I'm headed towards the water. You see a human-sized bird with teeth coming at you. You go underwater, it's diving in there too. It's a swimmer. It's a fast swimmer. Now all of a sudden, it's hitting moves. You over here like, whoa, what the? I guess I'm just dead, right? I guess that's just my life right there. I guess that's just how I end, thanks to this human-sized bird with teeth that can swim. Once again, human-sized swimming bird with teeth. There you go. That's the video. Not really, but you know what I mean, guys. It's actually getting insane there.
Competing with other semi-aquatic clays like the Actopheres.
Oh, trust me. It's far from the worst thing in the sea. I know! That's the crazy part. This ain't even the worst thing in the sea. That's just in my mind canon. Imagine you just running away from the T-Rex. You see that thing first. It's freaking you out. But then you got to realize, wait, why am I going to the water? This is probably the least safe place to be in the prehistoric times. Long story short, wasn't no place safe for us. We live in the best timeline currently, where we became humans after all the dinosaurs were already extinct. For the most part, like shout outs to our ancestor who was like some type of small little rat creature just surviving, Shout outs to the first mammal just out there just surviving, living life, being a small rodent type creature probably. Shout outs to the very first mammal. You the OG, you did it all. You walked so I could run today. Look at us now, OG. You the OG for real. Look at us now. We got internet and stuff, baby. We good. You started all this. I want you to know, if you're watching this from up above, prehistoric mammal creature that, made the first thing that became humans, I appreciate you. We would live underground. Yeah. Shout outs to underground.
Island habitats. Opisthophterans clade. These creatures, which we'll call Diptopterids, will be just one of many Opisthophterans clades that independently become flightless in response to their secluded island habitats. And once they're sufficiently adapted for a semi-aquatic lifestyle, they'll be able to swim across the sea to reach other islands, or even the coasts of the mainland, coming ashore to breed and to lay their eggs. However, the evolution of the Diptopterids will be shortly followed by the appearance of the Pleuropterans, which, having also evolved flight, will share the same long-distance capabilities as the...
I forgot how much I like these things. This is such a great design. And also, once again, shout outs to this guy's audience, because look at this. Look at this. This is They are sending him this
islands,
stuff.
or even the coasts of the mainland.
Look at this animation right now. This is incredible animation. I'm telling you. Like, this would be some, like, you worked very hard to get this animation. Color me impressed, people. I am impressed by the artistry that it takes to make this on your computer. I can't do it. 3D animation. Yeah, it's... Wait, you don't like it? Like Pixar, yeah.
Or to breed and to lay their eggs.
Oh,
however, the evolution...
Okay. I thought you said it was shit, but you was like 3D animation and shit, like Pixar. That makes me... I get it now. I get it.
The Diptopterids will be shortly followed by the appearance of the Pleuropterans, which, having also evolved flight, will share the same long-distance capabilities as the Opisthophterans, and so will likewise be poised to spread across the planet and find their way to habitats that are unreachable for other clades. Since the Opisthophterans evolved over 60 million...
Guys, look at the detail in this image, though. Like, some of these things really just pop. Look at the detail in this one specifically, and then the island behind it and the water. I'm sorry. Like this one, I actually really like this one. I enjoyed this art style, you know?
In years before the Pleuropterans, they'll have had a head start in colonizing most islands, but a perfect opportunity for the Pleuropterans may arise with one particular geological development.
Okay.
Over millions of years, underwater volcanic activity fueled by hotspots on the planet's mantle can produce plumes of rock large enough to emerge above the ocean's surface, effectively creating a brand new island or even chains of islands as the crust slowly drifts over the top of the hotspot. On Earth, islands like Iceland and Hawaii were formed through this process, and on our alien planet, one such hotspot may occur in a remote region of the ocean, resulting in the formation of an archipelago that we'll call Pyronesia. When they first form, these islands will be nothing but barren outcrops of solid rock, completely devoid of any native species, but even habitats as desolate as this will still attract species to colonize them.
True.
However, as this archipelago will be over 4,000 kilometers from the nearest coast, it will be almost impossible to...
Wait, is this gonna be like the furthest island away from the mainlands so far that we've seen? This is crazy. Pay attention. This is gonna get weird. Are these your favorite islands? Yeah. Hey, I think
reach with passive
he likes
dispersal
his
mechanisms
video.
like rafting.
I can see why.
So
I like
flying
this one
animals
too.
will once again be the most likely organisms to
Wait
find their
and
way
see.
here, including
Wait
not
and
only
see. No, don't spoil it for us. Don't spoil it for us.
the Opisthophterans, but also the newly evolved Pleuropterans. Like the ancestors of the Diptopterids, the flying species that arrive on Pyronesia will likely be migratory acanthivores that come to the islands to feed and lay their eggs away from the perils of the mainland.
Okay.
As they migrate to the archipelago, they may unwittingly bring other clades with them, such as phoretic malacoforms clinging to their skin and the diaspores of plants adapted for animal-assisted dispersal like the chromatophytes. The populations that these species establish will slowly transform the archipelago into a stable habitat through a process called ecological succession, the progressive change in the structure and composition of an ecosystem over time. Succession
Okay.
can be divided into primary succession.
So like first the plants take over, and then that causes the area to change, obviously creating plant life. Probably like the grass and everything forms first, which immediately turns it from a barren wasteland to like at least a place that has a lot of grass. Then I imagine like some trees or like bigger plants start to form, which attracts smaller bugs and creatures, which attracts probably birds and other creatures that want those smaller creatures, which attracts slightly bigger ones, which would eventually, change. Also, like when roots grow and everything, it probably changes the look of the environment as well. So yeah, I think I get this now. The alien bugs.
In which an
Yes.
ecosystem forms in a brand new habitat with no pre-existing species, and secondary succession, where the ecosystem recovers after an ecological disturbance.
Oh.
Pyronesia will be a perfect example of the former, as the landscape will initially consist of nothing but newly exposed rock. The first stage of succession is initiated by pioneer species, usually small plants, lichens, and fungi that are hardy enough to grow.
Guys, I'm no genius here, but did I not just call this Like, am I not like at least kind of a genius, a little smart, kind of smarter than your average bear? I don't know.
Grow on
Give me
bare
a little
rock,
credit here.
which, assisted by erosion from the wind, waves, and rain, will start to break down the rock into mineral-rich soil.
Okay.
In the case of Pyronesia, the pioneer species may include some of the chromatophytes, which, being epiphytes, are already adapted for growing in the absence of soil, and without any towering altophytes around them to block out sunlight, they'll have a much easier time growing on these islands than in the rainforest, forming a carpet of multicolored filaments along the ground. These pioneer species will pave the way for intermediate species like some of the other brachyphyte clades and various caulophytes, which will further contribute to soil formation.
Holy crap, what is this? Is this like a AI image? Is this like a 3D AI? Like, is this 3D generated, or is this like a fully AI image? Either way, this is crazy. This is actually very impressive. I was not expecting to see freaking real life stalks of grain here on this island. What is this? This is incredible.
Until it ultimately becomes suitable for trees to take root. In most ecosystems across this planet, the niches of trees are filled by the xylophytes, but with the exception of the coelophytes, these plants aren't well suited for long-distance dispersal, as their diaspores are much smaller and more prone to desiccation than plants like the chromatophytes, making them comparatively...
It's 3D modeling. You hate AI images? No, I hope it's not like an AI image as well. You guys are saying it's not an AI image, it's just 3D modeling. Good. I like when these are all made by actual people. I enjoy that more. Even if it was AI, though, I will say that was probably, if it would have been one of the most impressive AI things I've seen. But I don't find a lot of the AI to be impressive at all, so the bar is not super high. I am happy this was made by humans, though. We need actual human creativity to keep making art, because that's what art is, ladies and gentlemen. Art is like just part of like the human creativity. You know, things are beautiful in nature, but it takes a human mind to see it as art or be like artistically inspired by it. You know, that's just part of being a human. It's being aware and being able to create art.
Relatively unlikely to survive a trip all the way across the ocean. This means that the xylophytes may not have much of a presence on Pyronesia, providing an opportunity for other plants on the archipelago to move into their niches. The xylophyte's signature adaptation is their layer of rigid tissues that gives them the structural support to grow enormously tall trunks to reach upward for light. But although this has allowed them to become the dominant form of tree across the planet, it's unlikely to be a unique adaptation. Even on Earth, plants that we would recognize as trees have independently evolved across many clades, like for example how palm trees are actually more closely related to grasses than to conifer trees.
Really?
Similarly, on our alien planet, even though the xylophytes are the most widespread group of tree-like plants, there are likely to be many other plants that have convergently evolved tough, inflexible stems for greater support. And on Pyronesia, with very few xylophyte species to compete with, one such clade may now be able to grow into the archipelago's dominant large flora, a clade of plants that we'll call nothodendrons. And throughout the process of succession, new niches will also be opened for animals as well, which may incentivize the migratory opisthophorans and pleuropterans to take up permanent residence here and to integrate with the local ecology. And with no other...
Wait, why do they have these little spiky things here? Are these like for pollination? Like, are they gonna like shoot out when these things are like ready to pollinate? Like, do they just like shoot out of them and just fall to the ground and like help replant? Because I ain't gonna lie, that'd be pretty cool. Wait, are you saying Elisa Savant mine? Am I a savant? Probably, you know. That's just me. I'm like, get me on a piano, I'm a savant. Get me on the drums, I'm a savant. Get me in a raps, I'm a savant. Get me in a battle, okay. That's what a real person could do right there. I could be a rapper if I want. See, I would be a rapper, but you know what? We only got 6 minutes left. My rap would immediately make this 40
be open for animals as well, which may incentivize the migratory opisthophorans and pleuropterans to take up permanent residence here and to integrate with the local ecology. and with no other diplostomes or osteopods on the islands, the conditions will be ideal for both clades to undergo an adaptive radiation to spread into every niche the islands have to offer. Unlike the ancestors of the Diptopterids, the Opisthophorans on these islands will still need to contend with a considerable amount of competition and predation from the Pleuropterans, and so they may still retain their flight to help them escape danger. Due to their limited size and lack of a true skeleton, they won't be able to effectively compete for the niches of apex predators and megafaunal herbivores, and so will be relegated to the niches of malacivores, scavengers, and even frugivores and nectarivores, convergently evolving to fill similar niches to the Picopterans and Leptopterans on the mainland. On the other hand, the Pleuropterans will be at the top of the food chain, so once they begin adapting for ground-level niches, their flight may be more of a hindrance than an asset, with their wings restricting their movement through the dense groves of nothodendrons. But if they become flightless, the middle two pairs of legs and the wing membrane they support can shrink so as to not get in the way of the forelimbs and hind limbs, which will be the only legs involved in locomotion, making these forms the only quadrupedal osteopods to evolve thus far, and thus giving them some of the most energy-efficient locomotion of any land animal.
I see this thing just walking around like he's just wearing like he's just walking around here like he's just wearing his pajamas or something. You know, just like, it's the middle of the night, gotta go to the bathroom, got a blanket wrapped around me or something like that. Like, bro, what are you doing? Looks like he's about to go into the fridge in the middle of the night. You still got the blanket wrapped around him.
In reference to the vestiges of the wing membrane connecting their legs, let's call these animals Chlamypterans. No longer constrained by the demands of flight, these Chlamypterans will now be free to expand into new niches that they would otherwise be precluded from. As mentioned in Part 9, leaves are difficult to digest and don't offer enough nutrition for folivores to maintain a very active lifestyle.
Hey, and once again, shout outs to pandas for almost, if it weren't for human intervention, I'm pretty sure these things would have died because all they like to do is eat bamboo, which is not nutritionally enough to sustain them. But they're also super lazy and they refuse to get other things, and now you gotta have them in zoos, apparently. Like, now these things, like, they never just got smart enough to eat other things. Like, at this point, I think it'd be better for the species to just start eating people. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. I know you guys want to. I know you're like, whoa, when is he going to be wrong about something so I can correct him? It's like he's never wrong. Oh my gosh. Yeah, a perfect 100 for 100.
You know? Making them a poor food source for flying animals. But once these Theropterans become flightless, they won't need to maintain such a high energy diet and will now be better able to explore.
Interesting. Is this like a art over like a real image at is this like the created art in the foreground and then like underneath it is like a real image of the ground? I like this one. This is interesting. Like, can somebody explain if this is like, or if this was also like made? Because the art in this right here look a lot different than here. Yeah, probably. Okay, that makes sense.
Niches of large herbivores, similar to how the majority of ratite species took up herbivory after they gave up flight. To cope with a constant input of tough, nutrient-poor foliage, these Theropterans may evolve an expanded, complex foregut like many of the megafaunal clades on the mainland, and an elongated cephalothorax to browse on the leaves of the nothodendron.
Now it's just a giraffe. It looks like an image drawn on top of, yeah. It does. It does kind of look like a real picture with the actual image drawn on top of it. But we're just looking at giraffes now, people. This is just their version of the giraffe. Also, these plants, absolutely insane. I like these. I something about this plant. I like this plant, but this giraffe creature is actually insane.
In compliance with Foster's rule, their body size may be contingent on the availability of food on their home island, which, while not enough to let them grow to sizes comparable to mainland megafauna like the titanopods, will still let these animals, which we'll call hypsirhynchids, evolve into some of the largest animals on Pyronesia. And with clades like these filling the herbivorous niches, other varieties of Chlamypterans may subsequently adapt to prey on them. Having evolved from the same flying ancestors as the hypsirhynchids, they'll inherit the same long-legged gait, chasing down their prey in a sort of bounding gallop. Their pedipalps, used by their ancestors to snatch acanthopods out of the water, may evolve scythe-like claws to kill and dismember their prey, recalling large island-dwelling predators like the giant marabou stork and the enormous pterosaur Hatzegopteryx. With the evolution of these predators, which we'll call temnorhynchids, all of the major niches on the Pyrenesian ecosystems will be filled, and the process of succession will reach a point of equilibrium, culminating in what's sometimes called a climax or steady-state community. Processes like these will occur on each and every one of the innumerable islands on this planet, each one independently cultivating its own unique assemblage of species and ecosystems, with the few we've described here serving to illustrate a small selection of noteworthy island-dwelling clades to evolve throughout the planet's history up to about 20 million years or so after the Ice Age comes to an end. But away from isolated habitats like these, there are other innovations quietly taking place across the world at large that deserve special attention. In the next episode, we'll return to the mainland to take a closer look at the evolution of sociality and cooperative behaviors.
Oh, hold on. That's actually going to be a really good video. I ain't gonna lie.
Thanks to all the artists on Discord who contributed artwork for this episode.
Once again, shout outs to all the artists. I have so much love and respect for all the art that I see in these videos. Shout outs to Oblivion, obviously, first and foremost. He's the guy that gets it done. He does this. He's got the audience. I support him. Make sure you guys all subscribe to him.
And who say
but the artists themselves do deserve some praise as well. They're really adding an extra dimension to these videos by just providing their artwork, and it's actually so incredible.
Give me an enormous amount of time and effort when making these videos, while simultaneously making them look a hell of a lot better in the process.
Exactly.
Links to the main server and the Alien Biospheres fan server in the description. And once again, a massive thanks to all the patrons, whose continued support makes videos like these possible. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
The tree of life is looking very complicated now. Yeah, that's true. It's a complicated life cycle here, you know? We're living in the more complicated reality. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be ending this stream in a moment here. I think we had a pretty good time, and for anybody who wanted to see more Harry Mack, I'm sorry. Tomorrow, okay? We'll do something tomorrow for some Harry Mack. It'll either be a live or recorded. Let me do this. How about that? I just want the images to stay showing this whole time here. But yeah, guys, if you've made it this far into the video, how did you like this live stream? It's the real question, you know? How did you like being a part of the live stream? You know, if you're watching this after it's already been re-edited and put out for this specific section, I imagine this is like 2 videos. This part might get cut out. Who knows? But, you know, how did you like the recorded version of this? Comment down below. Live people, how did you feel about the live video, you know? Yeah, next episode, social behaviors. It's going to be incredible. Shout outs to you, Townsend Coleman? Townsend Coleman? I may be able to pronounce your name on the next live stream. That I won't promise you, but I believe in myself, and you believe in me, and I believe in me, and that's the most important thing. Yeah, and also TTYL, you know, it's like talk to you later right there. I know that one. I'm a millennial, as they say. But yeah, guys, I had a lot of fun with this one. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, if you made it this far into the video, I do want to tell you, thank you. I love you. Bye. All right. And we are back. And we're here with another live stream. So, ladies and gentlemen, yay, welcome. If you're watching the replay of this, well, you know, I hope you're having a good day. If you're watching one of the clips that'll come out after this, then I hope you're having a great day then too. You know, we're just here chilling, chatting, about to get started with the Alien Biospheres. Let's go ahead and get started with Alien Biospheres number 12, Society and Cooperation.
This video is brought to you by Campfire. Campfire is the all-in-one online tool suite to help you flesh out your world-building project in as much detail as you want. You can create an account for free and get access to over a dozen different modules, including...
Guys, make sure you support Campfire. Campfire is a great website. Again, if you're just out there trying to do some like gaming or adventure games, you're trying to like make up the whole adventure and story, and maybe you're trying to like create a some type of book. Maybe you're trying to do some hardcore D&D. I don't know what you're trying to do, but this will help you with it. You'll get the script, everything out, have an area for like creating characters and have everything. So it's like you're in the right mindset to get everything taken care of. Maps, relationship webs, species, locations, build all of that stuff with this same website, Campfire.
Including world-building tools
Campfire,
like species, languages, religions, and magic systems, and narrative tools like character sheets, timelines, maps,
What y'all know about magic tools?
and
Come on.
relationship webs. Plus a manuscript editor that lets you cross-reference all your entries while you write.
Ooh.
And you can unlock
Look at this, Campfire Learn. Y'all could be learning stuff too. Yo, what's going on? Anthrax Crab, that is a hilarious name. I've got to tell you that. That is a funny name you got there.
extra features, either with a one-time purchase or...
But yeah, welcome in, Mr. or Miss Crab. I don't know. I'm not gonna gender you right now. Welcome in, Crab. I hope you're doing well. We're just getting started. We're gonna be starting with some alien biospheres tonight.
through a subscription for as low as 50 cents a month, meaning you only pay for the features you need. Everything you make is...
Oh yeah, make sure you get Skillshare, or not Skillshare, but Campfire. Make sure you get Campfire. This is some good stuff here. If you like D&D or any of that stuff, get Campfire. This is some good stuff.
safely stored in the
Maybe
cloud,
you're creating.
and you can
Maybe you're a
choose to either
creator.
keep your work
maybe
private,
you like,
or you can publish
I
your
want
project
to write a
on the
book.
Explore tab to share
Use
it with a
this.
community
Come
of
on.
thousands of other users and start building an audience of your own. Plus, you can
It lets you build in your audience. This is like a whole social media right here. Also, this is a kind of long ad. I ain't gonna lie. Shout outs to Oblivion. This guy can make some good ads.
access the Learn tab for in-depth tutorials and
He's
resources
getting some good
on
ads
all
right
sorts
here.
of writing and world-building topics. To sign up for Campfire or to learn more, check out the link in the description.
Go to the link in his description. Check out his links. Maybe check out one of his newer videos and go to those links. I'm not sure how long these links stay open. That's just a personal thing. I don't know. Maybe they last forever. I feel like they have a limit. Check out his newest videos.
Last time, we explored the effects of ecological isolation on the island-dwelling clades
islands.
across the planet.
That was some good stuff.
But in the meantime, the mainland clades will continue to diversify and develop new survival strategies, involving not only physical adaptations, but also behavioral ones. One class of behaviors that deserves special consideration is cooperation, which encompasses any behavior in which multiple organisms work together for each other's mutual benefit. At first glance, organisms cooperating with each other seems somewhat paradoxical. An organism that behaves altruistically, expending its own resources and energy to help another individual, will have fewer resources for itself and is therefore inherently more likely to die, and so won't spread its altruistic genes onto the next generation.
Yeah, but on the other end, if you think about it in a communal way, let me go over here for this. There we go. If we think about it in more of a communal way, then if you all work together, then that helps resolve the issues, and then everyone gets to share. If everyone's putting in their own and then also sharing with the group, that means the whole group is going to be better off for it. Like, everyone in the group wins in this scenario, versus just like, maybe you surviving and then somebody else goes off because, maybe they could put in one way that you can't. It's about filling in, within, like, this way is cool, the altruistic way that works for some. But then there's going to be gaps in which you can't do in just life in general. So if you think about it, working as a group, you get people to help fill in the gaps of things that you can't do in life. It's like society, life. This is like a team sport. We gotta be working together. Let me get this back. Okay, there we go.
While a selfish individual will be able to acquire more resources for itself and will therefore be better able to survive and reproduce, meaning that natural selection will always favor selfishness. And yet, cooperation, both within and between species, is extremely common in nature, so there must be some circumstances under which organisms gain greater fitness from cooperating with others than they would from acting individually.
Yeah.
One of the more common examples of this occurs in mutualistic symbiosis. Contrary to its popular usage, symbiosis refers to any long-term association between two species, regardless of whether their relationship provides a benefit or a detriment to either one. This means that parasitism is also considered a form of symbiosis, as is commensalism, when one species receives a benefit without any net gain or expense to the other, while a situation in which both participants benefit is called mutualism. So far in this series, we've already seen several instances of mutualism, such as between the early chemotrophs and their algal symbiotes, and the coevolution between the chromatophytes and the picopterans. Mutualism will be selected for if the benefits conferred to both species outweigh any costs to either of them. Although the algal symbiotes need to provide their chemophyte host with a portion of the sugars they produce, they gain the benefit of making sure the host they depend on stays alive and healthy, and in the chromatophytes, the cost of expending energy to produce nectar is outweighed by the reproductive benefit provided by the pollinators that the nectar attracts. But these are only two examples among thousands that will emerge across the planet's history. Some species may resort to entering mutualistic relationships in response to the ever-changing climate. As the Ice Age comes to an end, the mountains that once separated the coastal rainforest from the rest of the eastern continent will erode, allowing the species native to the rainforest to spread inland. However, many of the rainforest clades have specialized for lifelong arboreality, never once coming down to the forest floor, a lifestyle that's only possible because of the density of the rainforest canopy. But although the erosion of the mountains will allow the rains to reach further into the continental interior, the inland forests won't grow anywhere near as dense as they do along the coast. And in most areas, groves of trees will be separated by large stretches of open landscape that would be very difficult and dangerous for arboreal animals to cross by themselves.
True.
So they'll be confined to relatively small patches of territory with a suitable density of trees. To disperse to new areas, they may have to rely on the assistance of other animals. In Part 10, we briefly brought up pheresis, using another organism as a means of transport. Pheresis is considered a form of commensalism, since the phoretic species gains the benefit of increased dispersal without any positive or negative consequence for the host.
I'm gonna say a little negative. Like, I don't know if bro really wanted you on his back. You know, you probably don't even speak his language. You know, it's just like hopping on somebody's back, like, or this is more like jumping in somebody's car. You know, it's like, are you the Uber? You know, did we establish this in nature? Like, you take me here, I'm gonna bite some flies off you or something. Like, get some of your parasites off. Like, did they establish that yet? I don't know.
This will be an optimal solution for animals like the pronacanthids and the other dolichostracans, as while almost none of the terrestrial lophostomes are very mobile, the arboreal dolichostracans are especially cumbersome on the ground because
Hey, shout outs to this artwork right here. I do like this one. You're being crazy. Let me just... Okay, just had to make sure the volumes was good. My microphone's being weird. Have you ever seen a 9-pistol shrimp goby pair? Oh, wait. Ever seen a pistol shrimp? I have seen a pistol shrimp. The one where they hit so fast. I don't know why I thought I read 9 pistol shrimp. It was a pistol. I know what a pistol shrimp is. They hit so fast, it's like a sonic boom. When they do it, it's like, bam, they got you. That one's actually really cool. I mess with that. I like that. I enjoy that one.
For crawling along branches. Pheresis will provide a means of dispersal for at least one clade of pronacanthids, who may climb onto the backs of passing herbivores to be ferried across the steppe and scrubland to reach new patches of forest. Not all herbivores are likely to tolerate a 20-centimeter pronacanthid clinging to their back, but the presence of the pronacanthids does provide them with some advantages. For one thing, the pronacanthids will feed on the malacoforms that infest their host's hide, ridding
Okay.
it of parasites in a similar way to cleaner fish and oxpecker birds.
Okay, so they're establishing that now. They are gonna eat off some parasites and stuff. That's okay, that's cool.
But the pronacanthids also offer the herbivore an extra degree of defense. The pronacanthids' fringe of venomous spines, whose dangerousness is advertised by their vibrant aposematic coloration, will be enough to deter most predators. Perhaps one clade of leptopods evolves to seek out and accommodate the pronacanthids to protect itself like a living suit of armor. And once this relationship evolves, co-evolution will ensue, with both clades specializing to make the relationship as efficient as possible. Because the pronacanthids are now their primary means of defense, the leptopods won't need to invest much energy and speed, so they can afford to become more heavily built with broad backs to provide space for as many pronacanthids as possible. And as the pronacanthids become increasingly reliant on the leptopods, they may specialize for phoresis by turning their limbs into pincer-like appendages to secure themselves to their host, much like how remoras have adapted their dorsal fin into an adjustable suction pad to attach themselves to larger fish. We'll call these pronacanthids phylactocanthids, and their leptopod hosts hoplopods.
I love these the naming convention.
And their leptopod hosts hoplopods.
These are good names here. The guarding spines and then the protected feet.
But as this instance of cooperation evolves, another will need to occur simultaneously. The greater the number of phylactocanthids on the hoplopod's back, the greater the collective defense they can provide, meaning they'll have to cooperate not just with their hosts, but also with each other. Sociality is the degree to which individuals of the same species, or conspecifics, tend to associate with each other. Unlike mutualism, sociality...
They form relationships with goby fish. The shrimp build the house and hunts. The goby fish uses its eyesight to scout for danger. What? I ain't gonna lie, I didn't know all that. That's so freaking cool. Bro's like, yo, I'll build the house, I'll protect us and stuff, but I'm bad at seeing, so I'm gonna need you to see the danger for me. We are in the ocean. I need to be able to see. The fish is like, I got you, brother. You don't even got to tell me twice. I will be looking all around all the time. You go out there and do your destructo damage fist, super power fist thing every time you see somebody. And then every time I see somebody, I'll tell you, I'm going to say left, right. You just got to go that way. Bam. Hit him with the claw. Hit him with the super claw. I imagine that's how fish are communicating with each other. They're saying things like that, the super claw, hit them with that, Kamehameha wave. They're probably using all those things, right?
Comes with an unavoidable cost. Unlike mutualism, sociality comes with an unavoidable cost. If the organisms are members of the same species, they'll be competing for the same resources, which discourages cooperation, so the vast majority of species are solitary. For sociality to evolve, there needs to be some benefit that outweighs the costs of this intraspecific competition and results in a net gain for every individual involved in the social interaction. One such benefit that frequently drives the evolution of sociality is mutual protection from predators, since having more individuals around makes it easier to keep an eye out for danger and presents a more formidable barrier against attackers. This will be the case for the phylactocanthids, as well as for the camptopods, alabrachids, and the many other herbivores across the planet that have evolved herding behaviors. In most of these species, these social groups will have a very loose structure, and the animals that comprise them will simply tolerate each other's presence without forming any lasting social bonds. Consequently, these social groups will be fission fusion societies, fluctuating in size and composition as new members come and go. But other animals may evolve to form more long-term associations with each other. Although the Leptopterans originally evolved in forests, some species may eventually spread into open habitats like the steppe and scrubland. But whereas in forests they can find food in the canopy, far out of reach of the predators on the forest floor, in the steppe they'll have to descend to the ground to forage for malacoforms and other small prey among the brachyphytes, where they'll be much more
Yo, I gotta call it out.
To forage for
I wasn't expecting full-on animation right now. That's a good animation right there.
The
That was a good. One more time.
Step they'll have to
Shout outs to the extinction underscore XYZ.
descend to the ground to forage for
This is a
malacophores
good
and other
one.
small
Look at
prey
this.
among the
Bam.
brachyphytes,
Got him.
where they'll be
That was a good animation, guys. I gotta call it out when I see it. That is a great animation.
much more exposed and vulnerable. Because of this, many species may gather in groups while foraging,
Look at this.
increasing their collective vigilance, and as they become
It's
increasingly
incredible.
reliant on the other group members for protection, they may more efficiently coordinate their activities by evolving a division of labor. Sentinel behavior occurs when an individual forgoes foraging for food to assume lookout duty, alerting the rest of the group if they spot danger, seen in a wide variety of social animals like Barbary ground squirrels, prairie dogs, and pied babblers. Sentinel behavior is a prototypical example of altruism,
Whoa.
since the sentinel not only misses out on feeding opportunities, but their alarm calls may also attract the predator's attention, making the sentinel a more likely target. This once again raises the issue of how this behavior can persist. We'd expect the individuals that exhibit sentinel behavior to eventually die out and their altruistic genes along with them. But acting as a sentinel may ultimately be worth the trouble if the other group members can return the favor. Reciprocal altruism occurs when an organism behaves altruistically towards another individual with the expectation that that same individual will later carry out the same behavior for it in return.
Now, this is where humans are probably on the list. I feel like this is more like human cooperation right here. It's altruistic, but it's more like reciprocal, where I do expect you something back, you know, get tit for tat, all that stuff.
For example, vampire bats regurgitate a portion of the blood they've drank to members of the roost that have been less successful in their feeding, and are in turn fed by other bats when they've been unable to find food. Reciprocal altruism can serve as a way for sentinel behavior to evolve. All the individuals in the group will take turns as sentinel, mindful of the payback they receive when others take their turn. But this raises another problem. What's to stop one individual from simply never taking a turn as sentinel, receiving the benefit of the other group members' altruism
Group punishment. That probably comes into play sometime.
without ever going to the trouble of reciprocating it? This risk of exploitation poses a danger to the entire group, so they'll have to ensure that every member of the group pulls their weight, punishing or even exiling individuals that try to cheat the system. This requires the cognitive capacity to recognize each of the group members and to keep track of who's been serving their time as sentinel, which will be easier to do with fewer individuals in the group. So unlike the more or less random congregations of the Camptopods and Alabrachids, these Leptopterans will live in small, tightly knit groups with a low degree of fission-fusion dynamics and strong social bonds between group members. However, this whole system relies on the sentinel having some way of alerting the other group members to danger, so these Leptopterans will need some way of producing alarm calls. Animals on Earth show a huge variety of different mechanisms for creating sound. Some, like stoneflies, simply tap their legs or abdomen against the ground, while cicadas produce their characteristic sound using corrugated drum-like structures in their abdomen called tymbals, and others, like the death's head hawk moth and the Madagascan hissing cockroach, create sounds by rapidly expelling air from their mouthparts or spiracles. But one of the most common forms of sound production is stridulation, where a sound is produced by rubbing or scraping two body parts against each other. For these Leptopterans, one of the very few parts of their body they can feasibly use to produce sounds is their teeth. Initially, they may signal to each other by flexing their oral tentacles to scrape or rattle their teeth together, and as they become increasingly dependent on these sounds to communicate danger, some of these teeth may lose their role in feeding and evolve into specialized stridulating structures with which they can produce a range of chirping sounds.
Yo, shout outs to the people who made the sound effects for this. They really doing the extra work over here. What is it? Tenderloin 1, 2, 3, and Hero Bane, bro. Shout outs to these guys.
However, these calls will be of little use if they have no way of being detected. Hearing is extremely widespread, though not universal, in animals on Earth.
I ain't never seen what a frog's ear looks like. A lizard's ear. or these are 3 ears I've never seen before in my life. I promise you guys, no BS. I have never seen the ears of any of these 3 creatures before. Let me make sure everybody can see what I'm talking about here. Guys, look at these ears. Have y'all ever seen a fish ear like this before? Like, is this the ear? I think this is the ear. I don't even know for real. Look at this. I've never been this close to one of these lizards before. I've never even looked at what an ostrich ear looks like before. I've never even Googled that. This is like new information for me. I've never even thought about this stuff right here. All right, let's get back to it.
While all tetrapods have inherited a similar hearing structure from early fish, hearing organs have independently evolved over 24 times among arthropods, with their placement being extremely variable between clades. But almost all of these hearing organs have converged on a similar structure, consisting of a membrane called a tympanum, or eardrum, which vibrates in response to nearby sounds, stretched over a hollow chamber through which the auditory nerves run. Most lophostomes have a fairly unspecialized hearing mechanism, simply detecting vibrations that reach the sensory nerves within their oral tentacles and eye stalks. But in species that communicate using sound, as these Leptopterans do, the hearing organs tend to be especially sensitive to the frequencies of the sounds they produce, which may require more acute hearing, so the areas of the nervous system that detect and process vibrations may enlarge into dedicated auditory lobes, with the nerves running into hollow chambers on either side of the eye stalks. With these physical adaptations maximizing the efficiency of their group behaviors, these small Leptopterans, which we'll call pipiodonts, will be specialized for sociality, living in cohesive groups of 5 to 10 individuals, with a sentinel perched at all times on a nearby tree or other elevated position to make it easier to scan their surroundings. But beyond group defense, sociality can also provide a benefit to predators. Pack hunting is a behavior in which multiple individuals work together to bring down prey, seen in a disparate variety of clades like wolves, lions, hyenas, and even invertebrates like velvet worms. But despite it having evolved so many times, pack hunting has only been observed in less than 10% of carnivorous species,
Really?
suggesting that in most cases, pack hunting isn't an evolutionarily stable strategy.
Ha! Except for us humans, that is. Humans are like up by a million in nature's, we're up by so much in nature on Earth. At least we're like living large. Literally, we have houses. Nobody's making houses like as good as ours. I'll say that. Some people may have some cool houses out there. You got ants; they got some cool houses. Not like our bees. Bees have cool houses. I'll give bees that. They have cool houses. Wasp, all those things. They all have cool houses. Not everybody though. Snakes aren't building cool houses, bro. They're living in the ground. They're living in caves, stuff that's pre-made. They're not redecorating it like that. It's not as cool. Spiders probably have cool houses. They're making themselves. Shout outs to spiders. They have cool houses. Flies, no cool houses. They're not doing nothing. They're just being annoying.
The primary benefit of pack hunting is that it allows a group to take down prey too large or well defended to tackle individually. But the drawback is that every kill will have to be divided among everyone in the pack, meaning a smaller share of food for each of them. If the average prey is small and common enough to be taken down by a solitary predator, or doesn't provide enough food for more than one individual, then pack hunting won't be an effective adaptation. This may be why on Earth, pack hunting is extremely rare in rainforests and other regions with abundant prey, and is found almost exclusively in tropical steppe, as well as occasionally in temperate plains and tundra, all habitats where widely dispersed populations of large prey force predators to work together. The tropical plains of the western continent are home to the titanopods, many of which are too large for even apex predators like the enzodonts to feasibly take down on their own, which may prompt some species to form packs, the size and structure of which will depend on several ecological factors. A larger pack will let them take down bigger prey, but not only will it mean a smaller portion of the kill for each pack member, but also, just like in reciprocal altruism, a larger pack will be more susceptible to cheaters, as only so many pack members will be needed for a successful hunt, and any superfluous members that don't participate in hunts will still benefit from the other pack members' efforts. The optimal group size will therefore be equal to the minimum number of individuals required to take down their typical prey, which for these enzodonts may be somewhere between 4 to 10 pack members. In some pack hunting species, group size and cohesion fluctuates with the availability of prey. Fossa are mostly solitary, but they have been observed occasionally grouping up to hunt together, which may be a lingering remnant of older pack hunting behaviours that evolved to help them hunt the now extinct Madagascan megafauna. But species that specialise for pack hunting may evolve more permanent associations and more sophisticated behaviours, such as a division of labour among the pack members, each individual filling a different essential role during the hunt. When lionesses stalk their prey, some pack members take the role of wings, encircling the prey and driving it towards the centres who wait in ambush, while chimpanzees divide hunting duties into up to 4 highly specialised roles. The need for different roles to be filled into
what are those roles? BRB? Okay, I gotcha. Let's see. Ambusher, blocker, chaser, and driver. Interesting. Somebody goes, all right, I'm going to wait for the ambush. And then, hey, all right, I'm going to block their path. I'm a good blocker. Then it's like, all right, I'm going to do the chase to get them in the right spot. And then the driver, what would they be doing? They're probably the one actively, driver's probably going after them. Chasers following that person. Blocker is blocking them from being stopped. And then ambusher comes at the end and finishes them off. That's what I assume. If that's true, that's a good strategy. And also shout outs to me.
4 highly specialized roles. The need for different roles to be filled during the hunt can even lead to cooperative hunting between different species, such as how groupers are known to cooperate with moray eels, which are able to slither among stands of coral to flush prey into the open where the groupers can more easily catch it, increasing hunting efficiency for both species. Like many pack hunting animals, these enzodonts may establish hunting roles based on age, size, and experience, with the younger pack members surrounding the prey and blocking its escape, while the older and larger members move in for the kill. These tactics will give these enzodonts, which we'll call prionodonts, a competitive advantage over their solitary relatives and let them tackle large prey that most other predators would struggle with.
Oh my gosh, Lace! This is incredible. This looks like a real image. I'm actually a little afraid right now. He looks like he's smiling too, like he's so happy. But he's not. He's trying to scare them off. But this is I see a smiley face here. Hilarious. But yeah, these guys are about to have a good time right now.
As well as increased protection and hunting success, another big advantage provided by sociality is easier access to reproduction. After all, even if an animal remains solitary for its entire life, as long as it reproduces sexually, it will still need to cooperate with another individual to reproduce, which can drive animals to congregate to make finding mates easier. One common example of this is lekking, a mating behavior in which the males of a species gather in a single location during the breeding season to compete in courtship displays and attract visiting females. These gatherings, or leks, make the process of mate selection much more efficient, since the females won't need to waste any time or energy searching for a mate when all the males are gathered in one spot, and it will be easier to judge the males against each other and evaluate who will be the best mate. Because all the males carry out their displays in such close proximity to each other, leks inherently involve a high degree of male competition, which, relating to what we covered in Part 10, often drives the evolution of male display structures and ornamentation that they can use to compete with each other, and as such, lekking is strongly correlated with sexual dimorphism. This being the case, lekking behaviors may evolve in sexually dimorphic clades like the ceratobrachids and corythobrachids, who will gather in huge groups during the mating season all across the landscape of the western continent. In most lekking species, leks occur within a single relatively small area with the males within sight of each other. But if some species live in areas of dense vegetation or other environments with a limited line of sight, then the males can't rely on visual signaling alone to attract females, and so may evolve to advertise their position using sound. While stridulation is a very widespread method of sound production, for animals with active respiration like tetrapods and osteopods, the movement of air through the respiratory tract provides an easy way of generating calls, which, when produced in this...
Guys, real actual question here. This may sound ridiculous, but do y'all think this may possibly be how communication started with humans? Like, just regular talking. Do you think it started us, with us being able to breathe and stuff like that? And then we were just like grunting until aggressively grunting at a point, and then being like, all right, I need a new call. And then eventually being like, you know what? Let me try this talking thing. Like, like the grunts eventually got more, and then obviously we needed to, do call outs and stuff in battles. So, you have to get more specific. And then eventually it's like learning, you want to be able to communicate and learn to your offspring, to teach them stuff. So there's like several things. I feel like mating was still part of how talking got started, like communication got started with humans. I'm sure some anthropologist or something out there is going to tell me it actually started like this, and I will probably believe you. If you know how it started, comment down below. I'm going to go ahead and believe you.
This way are called vocalizations.
Or not, maybe. I don't know.
Many vertebrates
convince me.
evolved special organs to augment and amplify their vocalizations, like the syrinx in birds and the vocal cords in mammals. Osteopods have two separate breathing canals, one on either side of the body. Most species don't have any well-developed means of creating vocalizations, though some may be capable of forcefully exhaling to produce grunts, chirps, or whistles. But as these corythobrachids increasingly rely on these vocalizations to attract mates, their airways and spiracles may evolve special resonating chambers to let them produce bellowing or trumpeting calls. Again, however, these vocalizations rely on these corythobrachids being able to hear one another. The ancestral osteopod's hearing mechanism developed from the mechanoreceptors that let them detect vibrations underwater, which, in the transition to life on land, evolved to become sensitive to specific frequencies, functioning in a similar way to the sensory hairs of some insects and the hair cells inside the inner ears of vertebrates. The majority of these setae will be concentrated on the pedipalps so they can be angled towards a source of noise, in much the same way that many mammals can adjust the position of their ears. While some early clades may maintain this simple design, many later forms will evolve more acute hearing by developing tympanic hearing chambers within their pedipalps, which will be inherited by most of the subsequent osteopod clades. Since these corythobrachids rely on long-distance auditory signals to coordinate their social activities, their hearing chambers may enlarge and become more sensitive to lower frequencies to let them discern each other's calls.
Okay.
These animals, which we'll call chamarobrachids, will remain in relatively small fission fusion societies outside the breeding season, but will form leks of up to 100 males spread out over many square kilometers of variable or forested terrain, relying on their vocalizations to stay in contact with each other. Because each male aims to attract as many females as possible, lekking is usually considered a form of polygyny, a mating system in which, within a given breeding season, a single male will mate with multiple females while a female typically only mates with one male. Polygyny is one of the most common types of mating systems, seen in as many as 90% of all mammals, which isn't too surprising considering that, as described by Bateman's principle, males receive a greater reproductive benefit from multiple mates than females do.
Not gonna lie, this right here probably goes crazy in like gender studies classes and stuff. Just this whole concept right here probably goes absolutely wild in those classrooms,
But while in lekking species, a male will typically form no long-term bond with any of the females he mates with, if the females represent a limited resource, then the male may need to protect his access to mates by forming permanent associations with them. A harem is a form of polygynous social group usually consisting of a single male and multiple females, all of whom stay together throughout the year and function as a cohesive group, ensuring that the male always has access to mates. Haremic mating systems may emerge among some species of captopods, many of which have already evolved basic herding behaviors, so forming harems may help these species achieve a greater degree of reproductive success. But evolving to live in harems may also prompt some physiological adaptations.
Really?
Because the harem represents the male's access to reproduction, the dominant male will need to defend it from other males who try to mate with his females.
True.
Any males that are unable to acquire or maintain their own harem may engage in kleptogamy or sneak mating, infiltrating another harem while the dominant male is distracted and mating with some of the females.
Brother, this is actually insane. You gonna sneak your boy like that? Get one of his other ones while he trying to, he trying to maintain the harem, and you over here sneaking in, bro? That's that's actually wild, bro.
Or they may even challenge the dominant male directly for control of the harem. This means that competition between males is often very high in haremic species, which once again drives the evolution of sexual dimorphism. In these captopods, the males may become larger and more heavily built than the females, and evolve prominent horns and facial armor with which to spar with each other. Although these horns can serve as formidable weapons, most of the time the males will seek to avoid injury, and so will instead simply try to intimidate their rivals into backing down. In animals on Earth, threat displays like these commonly involve vocalizations, so the males of these captopods may evolve special membranes in their spiracles to help them produce deep, booming growls to scare off opponents.
Well, that would scare me off. I'm out of there, buddy. I would have been out of there at your last sound effect, but this one's even crazier. Yeah, I'm out of there, bro. You ain't got to tell me
But
twice.
unlike the harems of tetrapods on Earth, the males of these captopods will face an additional source of competition as a consequence of sequential hermaphroditism. In sequentially hermaphroditic species, the change from one sex to the other normally only occurs if it's likely to increase the individual's reproductive success, which, in the case of harems, if a female were to become male, then since the harem is formed almost entirely of females, her number of potential mates would hugely increase. Therefore, whereas monogamy and random mating systems are correlated with protandry, protogeny is most often associated with polygynous and especially haremic mating systems. So whereas most of the distantly related allobrachids on the western continent will be protandrous, these captopods will be primarily protogynous. But while becoming male may ostensibly give a female more opportunities for mating, it's unlikely that this will be tolerated by the harem's dominant male, as he'll want to keep all the females of the harem to himself, so he'll need to assert his dominance to maintain his position at the head of the group and discourage.
Okay, now, who drew this? Greeniverse? How were you able to display this much anger within this one and dominance, and also so much sadness and pity within this one? It's like just by doing this extra swoop right here or something, it just feels more menacing. And like, is this kind of like an eyebrow here? And then this one, head down. Look at the droopiness there. This guy just looks strong. Like, bro, art is incredible because literally I see it. I see the dominance right now. Like, don't even think about it. What are you doing over there? What is that growing on your head? You better not let that thing grow. Oh, get out of here. You think you're about to get some of these women. This is my harem. This is what he's over here explaining to him. And yeah, it's good stuff right here. I like it.
Any of his females from challenging him.
Get out of
If a
there.
female begins to perceive the dominant male as an unfit mate or an inadequate leader, this may trigger her transition from female to male, after which she'll fight with the dominant male and attempt to take his place. With this social structure, these captopods, which we'll name Sphenoceratons, will have constant access to reproduction while benefiting from each other's mutual protection. But although polygyny seems to maximize reproductive success for both sexes, there are forms of social organization that are based around other mating systems. In Part 10, we discussed how monogamy evolved in the amphidonts in response to living in desolate environments at very low population densities, conditions under which males gained a greater degree of reproductive success from a single mate than from many. When they first evolve, they'll be solitary and territorial, but when the glacial cycles end, the warming climate will increase the levels of rainfall across much of the continental interior, turning some of the regions of cold desert and tundra where the amphidonts live into tracts of steppe and scrubland. Although these habitats will have a greater abundance of food, they'll also support a greater diversity of prey and predators, presenting the amphidonts with new sources of competition. While their adaptability and relatively small size will be a great asset, some amphidonts may further avoid competition with the larger daylight predators by evolving nocturnal or crepuscular lifestyles. To help them hunt in low light and to judge distances more accurately, their lateral pair of eyes may enlarge and evolve special bones that allow them to be swiveled in different directions to track prey, which may also function as sclerotic rings to help the eyes maintain their shape. To complement their keen vision, they may also evolve more acute hearing, but unlike the Camara brachids, these forms will have the openings of their hearing organs positioned at the apex of the pedipalps, so they can be more easily turned towards a source of noise, and an ear canal running down to the tympanic membrane within. These openings may be surrounded by tufts of hair that keep them clear of debris, as well as to help funnel vibrations into the ear canal in a similar way to the pinnae in mammals. This improved hearing will make it more feasible to communicate through vocalizations, so they may evolve expanded respiratory tracts with special valves to let them produce a variety of rasping, chattering growls.
Oh. I'm telling you, I would be afraid of this. I would pee my pants at that moment.
But on top of these physical adaptations, evolving sociality will also give them a huge advantage, as even though their ancestors were fiercely territorial, the increase in local resources as the climate changes will reduce interspecific competition, and pack hunting may be the only feasible way to take down many of the large herbivores they now share their range with, so they may evolve to live in clans consisting of anywhere from 3 to 15 monogamous pairs. Like in all social groups, conflicts will occasionally arise between clan members over access to food and mates.
True.
To streamline these interactions, many social animals form dominance hierarchies in which every group member has a social rank that represents.
I would be the one that's like, I call top rank. I want to be top of the pyramid. You guys got to be the bottoms to my top, guys. It is what it is.
Their access to food and reproduction relative to the other group members. In most species, dominance is established by size, age, and aggression, but it can also vary based on sex. In African wild dogs, males and females occupy 2 separate hierarchies.
Whoa, what are these guys doing over here? Calm down, buddy. There's probably kids watching or something. What is this guy over here trying to get down with, bro? What? Calm down, buddy. Like, what's happening? We're probably still at the park right now. We're just chilling. You doing too much. Get a little too freaky.
Dogs, males and females occupy 2 separate hierarchies, and in hyenas, even the lowest ranking females are still dominant over the males. Hyenas also determine dominance through nepotism, with offspring inheriting the rank of their parents.
Dang.
In the ancestral amphidonts, the need to defend.
Dang. So, like, if somebody in the, you're in a hyena community. If you're a hyena out there, let me know. Shout outs to you. But there's people in the hyena community who's just like, yeah, they didn't like my dad. He had a messed up job. Now I got to get the same job. Like, whoa. Brother, he ain't me. He don't got. I'm a whole person. Let me be me, and then I'll show you who I am and what I'm about. You over here being like, nah, his dad was kind of whack. I bet he's gonna be whack. No, bro, that's not how this works, man.
Fixed territories resulted in the females evolving larger body sizes and more aggressive temperaments than the males, which in these social species may translate into dominance hierarchies that naturally favor females, with the proviso that since these animals are protandrous, a male may end up becoming female if he stands to gain dominance in so doing. Sex may also play a role when it comes to dispersal. To avoid inbreeding, social animals will need to periodically evict individuals from the group to join or establish another. In the majority of social species, males are more likely to disperse than females, especially in polygynous systems like harems, where the young males are exiled from the group to live solitary lives until they form harems of their own, occasionally joining up with other males in small groups called bachelor herds. In contrast...
Dang. I ain't gonna lie, that sounds like you got issues with your parents, bro. You need therapy. Like, I know you forming these bachelor herds and all this stuff, trying to get harems of your own. That's just generational trauma. Just keep recycling. These animals, I ain't gonna lie, they need therapy. You know, talk to somebody, help you work through the issues you have with your parents, and then you can get back into being a normal monogamous species. By the way, that's a joke and this is sarcasm. I have been seeing some comments not understanding sarcasm recently, so I guess I have to clarify these things now.
Female dispersal is quite rare, but most often occurs among monogamous species, or those with low levels of mate competition and a need to defend their access to local resources. So since these amphidonts retain the monogamy of their ancestors, they may therefore favour female dispersal. But sociality offers additional reproductive advantages than just increased access to mates. One of the most common forms of altruism is parental care, acting in a way that increases the chance of the organism's current offspring surviving by incurring a cost to its own survival and its potential to bear future offspring. The factors that favour parental care are encapsulated by K-selection, the general trend being that the greater investment a reproductive effort represents, the greater the pressure will be to ensure that the investment pays off. So species with slow growth rates or that require large amounts of resources to reach maturity will benefit the most from parental care. But recall that reproduction is typically a greater investment for females than for males, so females usually experience a greater selective pressure to ensure the young survive. Because of this, the most common form of parental care is female-only parental care, seen in almost all mammal species, while male-only parental care is much rarer, especially in animals with internal fertilization. But if sexual selection is low, and if there are any ecological factors that increase the cost of reproduction for the male as well, such as if juveniles have very low survival rates, then the male may be incentivized to incur the cost of losing out on additional mating opportunities to help the female in caring for the young, resulting in biparental care. Biparental care often goes hand in hand with monogamy, since investing in a single mate means the male can expend the energy he would have spent searching for more mates into caring for the young instead. Biparental care is seen in the vast majority of bird species, possibly because their highly altricial young require a great amount of care from both parents to survive. Although monogamy initially evolved among the solitary amphidonts as a response to low population densities, it also provided the opportunity for the males to assist in parental care, so biparental care will be an ancestral trait for the amphidonts. But the species that evolve sociality will have the opportunity to employ an even more effective strategy. There are other ways for an organism to pass on its genes than simply producing offspring.
Okay.
In a species that reproduces sexually, an individual inherits half of its genes from each of its parents, and will therefore also share half its genes with its direct offspring. Statistically, it will also share, on average, half of its genes with each of its full siblings, a quarter with half-siblings, an eighth with first cousins, and so on. This means that when an individual reproduces, it's not only propagating its own genes, but also those of its relatives, and thereby acting to increase their fitness as well as its own. This concept is called inclusive fitness, and provides a way for altruism to still result in a net reproductive benefit. The conditions under which altruistic behaviors will be selected for are described by Hamilton's rule, which takes into account this proportion of shared genes, or relatedness, as well as the cost to the initiator of the altruistic act. And
so pretty much your good genes are going to be spread against, out there more in the crowd. That makes sense,
the benefit to the recipient. Hamilton's rule predicts that the more closely related two individuals are, the more likely they are to behave altruistically towards each other, since the greater the proportion of their shared genes they're helping to propagate and the greater inclusive fitness they gain. Because of this, most social species usually have a relatively high degree of relatedness between group members, meaning they all gain inclusive fitness from one another's reproduction. To maximize this benefit, some social species, especially monogamous ones, exhibit cooperative breeding, in which young receive care not only from their parents, but also from other members of the social group, usually called helpers in this context.
Hey, it takes a village, man. It takes a village.
If the clans of these amphidonts have a suitably high degree of relatedness, then they may seek to increase their inclusive fitness by sharing the duties of parental care among the entire clan. All the clan's young will be kept together in a communal nest site, and the adults will take turns guarding them while the others are off hunting, giving these amphidonts, which we'll call xenopsids, a very high rate of juvenile survival. But if the right ecological factors are in place, some clades may evolve to take cooperative breeding one step further. One of the osteopod clades that's most reliant on parental care are the trypanochirids, as their highly altricial young, or grubs, are completely unable to fend for themselves until they develop bones and functioning eyes. In the Semmelparus species, the female can afford to expend all of her energy into caring for the young, since she inevitably dies once they're developed enough to leave her protection. But species that can't afford such extreme parental investment may rely on another form of cooperative breeding. Once again, the higher the relatedness between the individuals, the greater the inclusive fitness an organism will gain from helping a relative's offspring, and so the stronger the impetus there'll be for cooperative breeding. This being the case, one of the most common types of cooperative breeding is the rather poorly termed helpers at the nest, in which care is provided to an individual by its older siblings, who remain with their parents instead of...
Brother, that's just like having a babysitter. At that point, that's just your older sibling being a babysitter. Relearning the pundit square from high school. Oh wow. Hey, shout outs to you, bro.
dispersing to begin their own broods.
I don't know if I ever learned that from the beginning. I'm be honest. I don't remember what it is specifically. Also, it's been a while since I've been in high school. I'll be honest with you. It's been quite a while since I was in high school myself.
If this happens in the trypanochirids, while the males may remain semmelparous, the females may evolve longer lifespans to let them produce many clutches of offspring over multiple breeding seasons. Semmelparity operating asymmetrically between the sexes like this is fairly common in semmelparous species on Earth, and will provide these trypanochirids with the opportunity for each clutch the female produces to help care for the one that follows it. Remember though, that relatedness is only 50% between full siblings, so if a single female has multiple clutches of young with different males, then the average relatedness between all of her offspring decreases, along with the inclusive fitness they gain from helping each other. So helpers at the nest will be most strongly selected for when the relatedness between siblings is maximized. In other words, that they all have the same father, meaning that monogamy is an essential prerequisite for most forms of cooperative breeding.
Oh.
However, there are ways to ensure maximum relatedness without
That
forming
makes
an
a lot of
exclusive
sense.
pair
I
bond.
will say that.
In some animals, the female has the ability to store the male's gametes within her body for an extended period after he inseminates her, and to choose when to use them to fertilize her eggs. And if the female is inseminated by multiple males, she can even choose which male's gametes she uses. In this way, the female can produce multiple clutches of offspring over her lifetime from only a single mating, and can guarantee that all of her offspring have the same father to make the relatedness between them as high as possible, ensuring they gain the maximum possible benefit from cooperative breeding. The helpers can also forage for food, dig and maintain the burrow, and engage in sentinel behavior to watch for predators. To signal to each other, these animals may once again evolve a means of producing vocalizations. All Eurychirids have complex scent chambers within their spiracles, inherited from their scavenging ancestors, which in these creatures may develop specialized vibrating vocal folds to produce a variety of high-pitched chirps.
Let me hear it. It sounds like a little bird. Like, what are the... I don't know bird ball like that, I'm be honest. I was going to say like not a pigeon. Parakeet? I don't know. I don't know bird knowledge.
To pick up these calls, they may evolve in large tympanic hearing chambers from the hollow space left behind as their pedipalps shrink into antennae, with small bones at the base of the pedipalps helping to conduct vibrations like the middle ear bones of mammals. Fossorial animals tend to lack pinnae and other external structures that might otherwise make it difficult to squeeze through tight burrows, so these hearing organs and the pedipalps they're attached to will remain relatively indistinct. And since the pedipalps have entirely lost their role in handling food, their mandibles may evolve into a multi-purpose beak-like structure, equally equipped to handle both meat and plant matter, for which we'll give them the name Ramphidonts. In most cases, these Ramphidonts' offspring will remain with the mother and maintain their role as helpers for at least one full breeding season, eventually dispersing to begin their own broods. But if helping their mother reproduce returns an especially high degree of inclusive fitness, then they may be selected to forego their own reproduction entirely. Reproductive suppression occurs when individuals are inhibited or prevented from reproducing, often due to a pressure from the dominant individual of the social group who monopolizes reproduction.
I've heard about it with these guys over here. I remember seeing that in a video about them. Like, it was kind of messed up. It's like the mom was stopping the daughter from getting pregnant or like kicked her out the group. It's crazy.
In clownfish, subordinate members of the group don't even develop functioning reproductive systems until the dominant female dies. And in meerkats, the dominant female attacks and evicts any other females in the group who try to mate.
Yeah.
As it hampers or even eliminates any chance of the individual achieving any direct fitness, reproductive suppression is only viable if the individual stands to gain greater inclusive fitness from helping its relatives reproduce than it would from producing its own offspring. As well as high levels of relatedness between group members and highly altricial offspring that are likely to die without many helpers caring for them, an important factor that contributes to this is a high cost of dispersal. Many animals that exhibit reproductive suppression live in environments where patches of resources are separated by stretches of barren or uninhabitable landscape, making it less practical for offspring to disperse from the nest to begin their own broods. So for the Ramphidonts living in the arid scrublands and deserts near the center of the western continent, the newly matured adolescents may only rarely brave the perilous terrain and myriad predators to attempt to find mates, more often remaining within the safety of their mother's burrow to help her raise more offspring. Plus, staying within their home nest also comes with the possibility of inheriting the nest, along with privileged reproductive status, once the breeding individuals die, without having to go to the trouble of establishing their own nest elsewhere. Which helper
I'm waiting for my parents to go out so I can have a new house. Wild. What? These fish are absolutely insane, bro.
Becoming the new breeding female will be determined
what?
by another...
This animation is next level.
Elsewhere. Which helper ends up becoming the new breeding female will be determined by another form of dominance hierarchy based on age and size, with Protandry once again providing a way for males to achieve dominance. And if the right ecological circumstances are at play, some Ramphidont species may specialize to take this bizarre lifestyle to an even greater extreme. The ultimate culmination of reproductive suppression is eusociality, a form of social organization in which reproduction is monopolized by a small number of breeding individuals who are assisted by multiple overlapping adult generations of their offspring, who spend their entire lives tending to the breeders without ever producing any offspring of their own. In facultatively eusocial animals like naked mole rats, if the breeding female dies, the most dominant helper takes her place and inherits her reproductive privileges. But in obligately eusocial animals like ants, bees, and termites, the helpers remain sterile for their entire lives, and if the breeding female dies or runs out of stored sperm, then the entire colony ultimately dies as well. An individual's role and reproductive status within a eusocial colony is referred to as its caste.
I've never heard of the king. I've always heard the queen bee. I never knew about like drones and king bees. So these are just like, they also fly. That's the difference.
Basic caste distinction being between helpers, or workers, and breeders, the females of which are usually called queens, and the males either kings or drones. Once again, this whole system relies on the workers achieving greater inclusive fitness from helping their mother produce more offspring than attempting to reproduce on their own. Notably, eusociality has evolved in the hymenopterans, the ants, bees, and wasps, at least 8 times, which may at least partially be the result of their haplodiploidy, a unique sex determination system in which males inherit only one copy of each chromosome directly from the mother, while the females inherit two, one from the mother and one from the father, which results in a bizarre pattern of asymmetrical relatedness in which the females are more closely related to their sisters than they are to their own offspring. However, both in the hymenopterans and in eusocial animals with more typical sex determination systems, the maximizing of relatedness between offspring is still largely accomplished via monogamy, although many eusocial species revert to other mating systems once eusociality has been established. In termites, the reproductive male and female, the king and queen of the colony, remain together and mate continuously to produce a constant supply of workers, while in ants the semiparous males die after inseminating the female, who is able to store the male's sperm for as long as 30 years to keep on producing new generations of...
Jesus, lady, let it go. Get some more action somewhere else in your life. Whoa.
Offspring. As a consequence of so rarely dispersing, almost all eusocial species live in huge communal nests that are usually concentrated around resource-rich areas of otherwise barren habitats. The burrowing ramphidonts may build such nests by digging out huge underground warrens and tunnel complexes, feeding on tree roots, tylophyte and cryptophyte bulbs, malacoforms, and any other food they can unearth. Since they live almost entirely in these lightless underground nests, the enormous eyes characteristic of the lystrachirids are now almost vestigial, and so may shrink into barely functioning pits, as commonly happens in many fossorial animals. Their primary sense may come from the mechanoreceptors on their pedipalps, which may lengthen into whisker-like structures to help them feel their way through their underground passages. On top of adaptations like these, many eusocial species display physiological differences between castes to help them specialize for the role they play in the colony. This is usually accomplished through phenotypic plasticity, the capacity to undergo physiological or behavioral changes in response to environmental stimuli. For instance, in their larval stage, Hokkaido salamanders will adopt either a broad-headed attack morph if there's a local abundance of prey, or a large-tailed defense morph if there are lots of predators around. Unlike evolution, which occurs over many generations as a result of changes in gene frequencies, phenotypic plasticity occurs within individual organisms, and doesn't involve a change in genes, but only which of the organism's genes are activated or deactivated. Phenotypic plasticity provides a way for the different castes of eusocial colonies to physically differentiate. In most eusocial species, the breeders grow much larger than the workers and have much longer lifespans, with swollen abdomens filled with expanded reproductive tracts to continuously produce new young. In species that specialize for eusociality, phenotypic plasticity can also allow the breeders and the workers to differentiate into finer caste distinctions. Since eusocial animals depend so heavily on a single nest that provides them with all of their food and shelter, they'll need to protect it from predators and other animals that try to raid the nest of its resources.
True.
So many eusocial species have a distinction between normal workers, whose main jobs are to care for the young, collect food, and maintain the nest, and soldiers who defend the nest from attackers. Soldiers are often larger than workers and have bigger heads and stronger jaws to deliver powerful bites. In fact, in some termites, the soldiers' jaws are so large and specialized for biting that they can no longer be used for eating, and so they have to rely on the workers placing pre-chewed food directly into their mouths.
That might be one of the sadder things I've heard recently. But yeah, that's actually really cool. These guys are like the tanks of the ant universe, and it's like, hey, somebody got to play tank, bro, but I will make sure to give you some food. You got a big head. What up, big head? That's what they say to him.
In these ramphidonts, the normal workers will have broad, spade-shaped claws well suited for digging, but those who become soldiers will develop sharp, blade-like claws and teeth with which they can aggressively repel any threat that comes near the nest. Both the workers and the soldiers will spend their entire lives tending to and protecting the enormous queen, whose reproduction represents their only means of achieving fitness. Only a select few young will develop into dispersers, the only members of the colony other than the queen capable of reproduction, who will leave the nest once they reach maturity to begin new colonies. To give them the best possible chance of surviving outside the safety of the nest,
This just looks incredible, people. Look at what we're looking at here. This is actually Really great artwork.
May time their dispersal to coincide with the onset of the wet season when resources are most abundant, like the nuptial flights of some eusocial insects. The male dispersers will spend the rest of their lives seeking out and mating with as many female dispersers from other colonies as they can, the few who are lucky enough to avoid being eaten by predators dying naturally once the breeding season ends, and the fertilized females will find suitable spots to dig their burrows and begin producing new colonies. With a single nest containing over 100 animals, these rhamphodonts, which we'll call oryctochirids, will exhibit some of the most complex social organization of any animal on the planet. But even eusociality, as astonishingly complex and specialized as it is, still isn't the pinnacle of cooperative behaviors.
What?
If division of labor is extensive enough, then the members of a social group may evolve to associate with each other not only socially, but also physically. In colonial or modular organisms, all the members of a colony grow together to collectively form one single superorganism. In clades like corals, pyrosomes, and siphonophores, what looks like a single individual is actually an entire colony, called a genet or zoon, composed of many interdependent organisms called ramets or zooids. Much like the castes in eusocial colonies, some colonial species have ramets that differentiate into one of a number of specialized morphs that fulfill a specific function. In the Portuguese man-o'-war, one ramet acts as a swim bladder to keep the colony afloat, while others catch prey and pass it into yet other ramets that act as stomachs, digesting the prey and transporting the nutrients to the rest of the genet. And one type of ramet is responsible for producing gametes, which are released into the water to eventually encounter gametes from other genets to grow into new colonies. Since these are the only ramets involved in sexual reproduction, the only way for the other ramets to achieve fitness is to work to keep the reproductive ramets alive and healthy so they can propagate the genes they all share, achieving inclusive fitness for the whole genet. This is reinforced by the fact that in almost all colonial organisms, ramets are produced asexually, meaning that all the members of the colony are genetically identical, and so they share the same relatedness with any other ramet's offspring as they would with their own. So the inclusive fitness they gain from another ramet reproducing is identical to the direct fitness they would gain from reproducing themselves. The ability to reproduce asexually is also an ancestral trait among the chemophytes, though they can also employ sexual reproduction to increase their genetic diversity and dispersal, which some clades like the chromatophytes have specialized for by evolving mutualism with pollinators. The earliest chromatophytes were epiphytes, growing in tightly clustered asexual colonies along tree branches, with the outer surface of their male gametangia covered in long, gamete-covered filaments, which are brightly colored to attract the attention of nectarivores. The more members of the colony contribute to this colorful display, the more visible and alluring they'll be to pollinators, making this floral ornamentation not only a form of cooperation, but also a marginal instance of altruism, since one plant's display will increase the likelihood of other members of the colony being pollinated as well, which they can afford to do since all the members of the colony share the same genes. And if this tendency for colonial cooperation continues, some of the subsequent chromatophyte clades may evolve into full-fledged colonial organisms, evolving division
Well, this actually looks very cool. I like this.
of labor among the members of the colony and differentiation into specialized ramets. Some will serve as structural support, growing into a sort of stem to reach upward for light. Some may spread along the ground like roots to gather water and nutrients. Some may fill the function of leaves, distributing the sugars they produce from photosynthesis to the rest of the colony. And some may specialize into reproductive structures, the only members of the colony to produce gametes and to be involved in pollination. These colonial plants, which we'll call zygophytes, will be more adaptable than most plants thanks to their flexible body plan, and so will become successful ground plants in tropical areas, rapidly spreading thanks to the mutualism they've maintained with their pollinators and seed dispersers. In a way, colonial organisms like these can be seen as analogous to the evolution of multicellularity. All multicellular organisms are associations of interdependent cells, each of which differentiate into one of many different kinds of cell to carry out a specific function, all working together to keep the superorganism, the individual, alive. But only the sex cells will actually be involved in reproduction, and will be the only ones to pass on their genes, and the genes they share with the other cells of the superorganism, to a new individual. So, in a way, All multicellular organisms, even solitary ones, are examples of sociality in action. The possibilities for cooperative
Yes, that means you, dear viewer.
behaviors are almost limitless in their variation and complexity, but the clades we've looked at here will exemplify some of the more common ways for sociality to manifest, evolving within the time between the first glacial periods up to about 30 million years following the end of the Ice Age. But shortly after this point, the adaptations of all of the mainland clades will be put to the test in the face of a new challenge. In the next episode, we'll explore the ecological upheaval that occurs when the two continents merge back into one.
Oh, crap. Already?
Thanks again to all the artists on Discord who contributed artwork.
Once again, shout outs to all the artists. I love the artistry. Shout outs to the video, but also the art.
For this episode,
Artwork's
and
incredible.
who saved me an enormous amount of time
Come on,
and
round
effort
of
when
applause
making
for
these
the
videos,
artists
while
here,
simultaneously
people.
making them look
They did a
hell of
great
lot
job,
better in the
ladies and
process.
gentlemen.
Links to the main server and the Alien Biospheres fan server in the description. And once again, a massive thanks to all the patrons.
Also, a special shout out to everybody who did the animations. The animations were so on point. It was incredible.
Whose continued support makes videos like this
screen
possible.
so you see their names.
Thanks for
and
watching,
stuff.
and I'll see you in the next video.
There we go. Put myself right up here so we can admire the artwork together. Incredible. Hey, hold on now. Hold on now. What was Buddy's name here? What was Buddy's name there? That name looks familiar. Hey, who is this guy? That is actually not me, but shout outs to this guy. Dragan. Come on, man. Oh yeah, Extinction. XY_XYZ. Bro, the animation was on point. If you ever watch this video, if you're ever just being like, oh man, I hope somebody did a reaction and they look at the part that I did, bro. I appreciated it. Whoa, oh yeah. Was that also the other animation? Because that was pretty cool too. Yeah, these images were really cool, bro. I like these gaps. Shout outs to gaps. Honestly, if you're looking for art, I would say hit up any of these people on their art pages. You're going to get some great art. This one, I really did like this one so much. Bro was like, oh, angry. Like, how would you were able to express that? Bro was so, like, dominated. It's crazy. All of these were great. All of these were great. Anime quality right here. It's hilarious. I love the hand-drawn ones too. Ooh, the landscapes are incredible. Good stuff, good stuff. I'm letting all these through. I honestly did not know it was gonna be this long. I thought it would be like a quicker thing, but shout outs to Belligerent. He's still getting all these people to, help out with all this. It literally takes a community. Whoa, there we go. Turns into crocodile. Interesting. Okay. Guys. Whoa, not yet. Not yet. Got to talk about that last video. Because I enjoyed that video. I think that one was really good. One of the, it had some parts in it where I was a little bit like, oh, interesting. Some parts that I knew more about than other parts, but for the most part, I was more in the blind about all of it. So I really enjoyed learning that stuff there. A lot of things about different types of communication, or not communication, but different types of cooperation. But also, cool communication. And it did make me think. It made me really think and consider, how did humans start actually cooperating together and why? And I think part of it, I think it's a multifaceted issue, but I think a major part of it was just, hey, we need to be able to mate. That's what it made me think of. It was just the fact that we needed to mate. All right, and we are back. 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 Welcome. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another reaction video. More specifically, we're back with more Boblitrion, ladies and gentlemen. Yay, yay, I know people have been waiting for this one. I've read the comments. I do apologize again. I just live a busy life, but at the same time, I'm here for you guys, and that's why I'm back with episode, what are we at? 13 now of Boblitrion. Oh my gosh, we are on our way, all the way, almost off the journey, but we, again, if you haven't seen it recently on the live stream, we have started another series, but, we're back with Boblitrion. We want to make sure to get this one finished out because we've been getting some really great episodes. And recently, I have been seeing in the comments that this one is going to be a really good one. This is the biotech interchange. No, biotic interchange. That's probably better. That feels more like what it actually says there that I'm reading. So yeah, biotic interchange. Now, guys, I don't know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. Those two words, I feel like I've heard those two words separately. I haven't heard them together, so I imagine this is going to be a good one here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe. I know you've been waiting for this for a while, so we're going to get right into it. Also, want to thank everyone who's been subscribing to the channel and viewing the live streams. I do enjoy doing the live streams, so if you guys are around or free whenever you see the pop-up notification, join in, ask some questions, recommend a video, put out words that you don't think I can spell or pronounce after you put them in there. All the fun stuff, we have a good time on the live streams. So ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, also, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Boblitrion. It is highly important that we subscribe to the creator. He makes really great content. We've all been enjoying the series. So if you have, for some reason, just been watching my content, but you haven't subscribed to him, make sure you go subscribe. Link will be in the description below. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and get right into this because guess what? I already spent a bunch of time watching a different video, and then I was like, wait, I actually saw this one. So I just rewatched another Boblitrion video. So we're going to get into the right one that we're supposed to be reacting to. Again, sorry, I feel like I've been off my game this week. It's the whole time change thing. It really messes me up every time. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get into this. I don't have anything else to say. Except the one thing I do have to say is, guys, make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe. We're on our way to 2K subscribers, so hopefully we get there by the end of the year. So yeah, like, you comment, you subscribe to the channel. If you don't, unfortunately, YouTube will come through that door right over there, and they will. Alien Biospheres, episode 13.
This is brought to you by Campfire.
Campfire!
Campfire is an online writing and world-building application designed to help you plan out and organize.
Again, Boblitrion, I may have asked this before, but hit me up with your Campfire guy. We'll do an ad together, bro. We'll do a me and you 1-2 double team. I throw up the oop, you dunk it type of ad. You people don't even do that on YouTube. We're gonna be revolutionary within the YouTube game. Me and you, buddy. Hit me up. Campfire, hit me up. I'll do the ads for you. But Blendrion does a great job. But guys, watch this. Watch me doing that right quick. Campfire, are you a writer? Let's say, are you a writer, by the way? Of course you're a writer. You wrote tons of books, but now you'll be able to write books with a lot more of the background where you get to pre-fill it out, have everything in one spot where you'll get all the systems, the characters, the languages, the timelines, the freaking, the maps, how everything looks in the world. You can have that all put together in one area, timelines, arcs, locations, all the different things you'll be able to put in one, have sectioned off in one area. So when you're writing your book, that novel that's going to go triple, quadruple platinum, you're going to be the best book writer out there. Now you'll have all the things to go back and reference, be like, oh yeah. And then say you want to add some new stuff, then you come back, easy, add new, boom. Now you got new stuff to add. Now you can look through the characters, their history, all the stuff. Oh, wow, you're a D&D player. Oh, my gosh, I didn't know that. Actually, of course I knew that because I know my audience. So, guys, let's say you're trying to set up your D&D, and next thing you know, you want to put all the characters, all the maps, all the languages, all the timelines, all the things you're going to be doing for the adventure all in one place, and you guys get to come back and reference this throughout your entire journey. Ladies and gentlemen, this is incredible. Literally incredible. You'll never see deals like this because Campfire Blaze will do that. Plus, they'll also have different actions or different things where you can actually learn. They have a learn tab, an explore tab, so you can learn about how to get these things accomplished. Say you want to learn how to write a novel. You don't know how to write one yet. Boom. First thing you do, buy pen and paper. Actually, no, don't do that. You probably need to buy a laptop, but okay. First thing you do, read a book. There you go. You'll go ahead, learn how to, once you read a book, you can start writing books. That's step one. Step two, then you go buy a laptop. Exactly. You buy a laptop and then you start writing. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is going on for a while. I know some people have already clicked off the video, but I find it very entertaining. But Blendrion, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and pass the oop to you. Once again, you see how we're doing this dual ad thing already? We're already pre-synchronized. So when we get that together, we'll already super synced. Boom. So now I'm going to let you finish the ad. I'll hop in when necessary.
All the details of your projects in one place.
Boom.
Campfire Write includes 17 different modules.
17 different modules to help you guys out.
Each handle different aspects of your project.
Including
characters, locations, species, languages, magic systems, and more.
And you know what? It's super collaborative. It's secure. It's private. It's a Triforce.
All of these modules have a free version.
Look at this.
But for the ones
free
that you specifically need for your project, you can get the full version for as low as 25 cents a month.
25 cents a month. You guys honestly can't afford not to do that. It's going to be cheaper than a bag of chips. Let's say you want to get 12 bags of chips. You could have got this. It would have saved you. It would have been double as much, twice the cost of doing this.
Or if you prefer, you can unlock everything with a one-time purchase. You can choose to keep your work private or to collaborate with other users and share your project on the Explore page to start.
Look at this, communities. You got people within who are using this, actually showing you their work, and they're like, guys, how do you feel about this? Like social. It's a social media. Explore other people who are also doing this.
Building an audience of your own. And on the Learn page, you can find tutorials and guidance on all sorts of world building and storytelling topics. Plus, there's a mobile app in development.
They got mobile apps.
Will be ready for release in the next.
Come on, mobile app companies, hit me up. I know you guys want to add.
Few weeks. To sign up for Campfire or to learn more, check out the link in the description.
Guys, make sure you go to the link in the description. It's got some great information in it.
Over the past few episodes, the allopatric separation of the eastern and western continents has resulted in both developing their own distinct biota, or unique collection of native species.
Biota. Okay.
But after they reach their maximum degree of separation, the continents will begin slowly drifting back towards each other until they finally rejoin, setting the stage for ecological chaos. Biotic interchange occurs when two or more biotas that had previously been allopatrically separated come into contact with each other, such that species from either biota migrate into each other's habitat.
You know what? For some reason, this was not what I expected the biotic interchange to be. But you know what? Shout out. This is actually good information here. Biotic interchange. I know what that means now. Different clays of entities, continents come together, and now it's like, it's like America, if you really think about it. Biotic interchange is America. American as hell. We're the most biotically interchanged country in the world, I'm assuming, because I live here. You know what? I feel like I'm in a pretty good vantage point. I'm going to say I'm right.
The immediate effect of this is that species that have evolved for equivalent niches in their respective biotas will now be brought into competition with each other, usually resulting in extinction for whichever one happens to be less well adapted, causing a substantial restructuring of the biotas in only a few million years. The longer the biotas have been separated from each other before the interchange, the more time they'll have had to diverge from each other, and therefore the more dramatic the effects of the interchange will be. One of the most profound interchange events in the history of life on Earth was the Great American Interchange, when North and South America, which had been separated since the age of the dinosaurs, collided with each other about 3 million years ago, allowing species to migrate across the Isthmus of Panama, resulting in huge changes to the biotas of both continents. Curiously though, the interchange had a much greater effect on the South American biota than the North American one, with the majority of the native South American megafauna being rapidly outcompeted and driven to extinction by their North American competitors. So that today,
Hey, I am not gonna lie though. Shout outs to North America. Again, if you're South American watching this video right now, I'm sorry. You guys had great... You had some great creatures out there. They did their thing back in their time. They just ran into prime North American creatures. It's like, freaking Charles Barkley was incredible, but he just ran into Michael Jordan. It is what it is. You hate to see it.
Half of all South American mammals descend from North American ancestors. Interchange events often show this sort of asymmetry, where one biota finds greater success and largely supplants the other, which are therefore sometimes called the donator and recipient biotas respectively. The approach of the two continents on our alien planet will likewise result in biotic interchange on a continental scale, turning the interface of the two continents into an evolutionary battleground. The exact outcome of such a large-scale event is difficult to predict, but there are a number of ecological factors that may influence how things play out. Possibly the greatest predictor of the outcome of interchange events is land area. The larger a habitat is, the more resources it will offer and the greater diversity it will support, and the more competitive its native species will be. This is one reason why island ecosystems are at such risk from invasive species from the mainland, while island-dwelling species rarely pose similar threats if they spread to other land masses. The island of Isla Proxima formed at the end of the Ice Age as a result of rising sea levels, but in the tens of millions of years that follow, tectonic uplift and changing coastlines will eventually reconnect the island with the eastern continent, resulting in interchange with the mainland clays. During its isolation, Isla Proxima's small size and limited food resulted in the death of the dominant clades of large herbivores and predators, creating a relatively uncompetitive ecosystem where smaller clades thrived. But when the island rejoins the mainland, the native herbivores, like the nanopods, won't be able to compete with their larger...
Whoa! Oh, I like this one. Shout out to the crafty crocodile. I like how, lifelike but animated they feel. Also, the eyes feel so... I feel like I see some soul within the eyes here. And this guy's up here is pretty scary. So
relatives.
I see how they feel.
And the predatory teratochirids and mammaliopods aren't as well equipped as the onocodonts to tackle large prey.
Okay.
And so virtually all of Isla Proxima's native fauna will be swiftly driven to extinction.
Dang.
Even on a continental scale, the more successful biota during interchange events is usually the one from the larger landmass. While North and South America are of roughly similar sizes, North America has been periodically connected to Eurasia, and by extension Africa, throughout its history, meaning its biota was representative of a more or less global area, while South America had been completely isolated for tens of millions of years by the time the interchange took place. Even species that rafted to South America from...
So, like, wait, did, like, South America break off first? Like, what was the first continent, do we know? Like, the continent that broke off Pangea verse? Like, who was it? Was it them or Australia? You know, was it Antarctica? You know, which one was it? Comment down below. Who was the first person to do that? Or not person, what was the first continent to do that?
Africa, like the ancestors of New World monkeys and caviomorph rodents, were still able to compete effectively with the South American biota, and have since become highly successful and diverse groups, with some even managing to spread into North America. Though the Western continent is the slightly larger of the two, both are still roughly comparable in size, so any competitive advantage as biota gains from land area alone may only be very minor, but the outcome of the interchange may also be influenced by the climate. In the American interchange, South America's warm tropical conditions made it relatively easy for North American clades to migrate south, while South American clades moving northward were impeded by drier habitats that they had no adaptations for coping with. On our alien planet, the eastern continent has remained centered on tropical latitudes throughout its existence, and so much of the landscape has enjoyed a warm, stable climate, while the western continent has seen much greater climatic variation. As well as experiencing a huge faunal turnover as a result of the Ice Age, the continent's great latitudinal breadth allows it to support a wide range of biomes, from tundra and cold deserts in the north to temperate forests and plains to large coastal rainforests at the equator and expanses of hot deserts for...
This really is just America, isn't it?
further inland. This means the western species will have little difficulty in adapting to the fertile plains and forests of the eastern continent, while any eastern species migrating westward will quickly arrive in biomes that are less hospitable than those they evolved in. This asymmetric migration may mean that the western species will comprise the donator biota and the eastern clades will serve as the recipient biota. The first stage of the interchange will begin before the continents even join. As they approach each other, the diminishing distance between them will make rafting events more feasible. As early as 4 million years before the Isthmus of Panama formed, a species of North American procyanid managed to raft across the Central American Seaway and establish a radiation of South American forms, even giving...
What the heck is this thing? What is this guy? This is like a furry. This is like a guy in a furry suit. This don't... Oh my gosh, this is so creepy looking. I would literally die of like just shock from seeing that thing if I ever saw it in person. How big is this thing? Is it like the same size as this other raccoon over here? Because if not, if it's like human sized, I'm actually gonna think it's a person in a furry outfit. If I saw that, I would think that's just a person.
Rise to large predators like forms, small diplostomes, and some of the basal platodonts. But when a land bridge finally forms, it won't be long before megafauna make their way across, among the first of which will be large herbivores seeking new feeding grounds. Since the Ice Age, the most successful group of large herbivores on the western continent have been the alabrachids, of which at least one clade living in the southern areas near the land bridge may move into the eastern plains, where they'll now enter competition with the camptopods and other eastern leptopods. Although the outcome of this competition may not be as one-sided as what occurred during the American interchange, the alabrachids do have several key advantages over the camptopods. Their centaurism gives them more efficient locomotion and greater speed, and allows them to use their front limbs to forage for food, and their fur makes their thermoregulation more efficient, letting them sustain longer periods of high activity and allowing them to survive in a greater range of climates, which is a big reason why they were able to fill the niches of older herbivores during the Ice Age. But one of their biggest advantages pertains to their reproduction. Being thylacopods, female alabrachids use their pouch-like gonopods to cradle their developing ootheca, giving them a much higher rate of juvenile survival than most other osteopod clades. With this pre-hatching parental care, these animals have specialized for K-selection.
K-selection over here. We're all K-selections. Shout out to all my K-selections watching.
Which provides the greatest benefit in ecosystems with high levels of competition and that are near carrying capacity. While some captopods may have evolved nest guarding behaviors and other basic forms of parental care, they don't have the same degree of K-selected traits as the alabrachids, who will therefore have a sizable edge in the highly competitive habitats at the interface of the two continents. This advantage will also be strengthened by their breeding system. All species that have a distinction between male and female sexes will have to contend with, say it with me now, Bateman's principle, which states that males gain a greater benefit from having multiple mates than females do.
Whoa, Bateman. I didn't think we were going to go sue Red Pill this episode. Okay, this is the episode where we all get Red Pilled. Bring out the fresh and fit. Come on. Come on. Bring them all out. Where's the thing where guys should have multiple partners, but women should be in the kitchen and all the stuff? Come on. These birds should stay in the house while the guy goes out and makes a bunch of other birds. Let's hear it. Come on. That's called sarcasm, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
It therefore seems logical for species to tend towards polygyny, which is indeed one of the most common breeding systems, but females do still get some benefits from mating with more than one male. For one thing, it means greater genetic variation among her offspring, increasing their chances of survival in variable and competitive environments and speeding up the rate of adaptation.
True. But then think of the societal implications when her parents have to hear about that. And they're like, oh, my daughter's a... I'm sorry. I'm still making sexist jokes because of the fresh fit thing. They're not, I don't know. Are these jokes actually sexist? I don't know. Women, comment down below. Are you offended? Hopefully not. These were all literal sarcastic jokes. Back to the video.
After all, increased genetic diversity is one of the key advantages of sexual reproduction in the first place. Plus, in species in which the female is able to store the male's gametes, having multiple mates will give her a greater variety of gametes to choose from, and let her preferentially select gametes from the fittest males even after she's mated with them.
Really?
Many of the captopods...
Hold on now. Is that a thing y'all can do? Ladies, is that a thing y'all can do? Is this something you guys been hiding from us the whole time? These are one of those things that you just don't tell men about. Like, oh yeah, by the way, I can like pre-select which one. You know, if I'm, you know, okay. Again, these are jokes. I know I've had an issue sometimes where people can't tell when I'm being serious and then when I'm making a sarcastic joke. So I just want to clarify that was a joke. Unless y'all know actually how to do that, then be serious with me. Women, comment down below. Can you choose? I just want to know. You know what? Starting to think about it. Right to choose. Right to choose. Okay.
Such as the Spheneceratops have evolved polygynous
That's enough for me right now.
mating systems like harems, which, since all the group's offspring share the same father, have fairly limited genetic diversity. While the looser structure of the alabrachid herds and their lekking behaviors may lead to many species evolving polygynandry, in which both males and females have multiple mates within a single breeding season.
Hey.
This greater genetic diversity will complement...
Whoa, holy crap. What is this? What am I looking at right now? This is like a real video.
their adaptations for K-selection.
Who made this? Burpopo? Bro, you need to be working for Discovery Channel. What is this? This is incredible. This is like next level. I was not expecting this whatsoever. I don't know if this, like, I want to make this the thumbnail, but also it may not be like the most colorful thing. But at the same time, this is actually freaking incredible. Look at what's happening on the screen right now.
Which, along with their efficient locomotion and thermoregulation, will let them gain a foothold on the plains of the eastern continent, giving rise to thermoregulation their adaptation single breeding season.
But look at this.
This greater genetic diversity will complement their adaptations for K-selection.
Look at what I'm looking at.
Which, along with their efficient locomotion and thermoregulation, will let them gain a foothold on the plains of the eastern continent, giving rise to a new clade of eastern alabrachids that we'll call the neobrachids. But as they establish themselves, some
Nice.
neobrachids may also manage to move.
How would you go about pronouncing the artist name here? Like fat, f, you know, PHTH. It's like when you throw like a needle, like. Okay, guys, I don't know what's happening with me right now. It's the time zone change. I'm never used to it. It gets me really loopy throughout the day. I don't know. Am I me?
Move into the niches of larger herbivores.
I'm just saying things at this
On
point.
the eastern continent, the titanopods have held their position as the largest herbivores since they first evolved over 100 million years ago. While on the western continent, the Ice Age killed off most titanopod species.
Okay, I hate to be that guy, but I really did think these two were down here getting busy, like right in front of everybody, bro. Like this, we don't even this is a whole nother guy right here. We're just gonna do that right in front of this guy. You're letting this guy watch? Like that's crazy. He already got the little shadow over him, like he's in a corner or something. But no, they're just play fighting.
He's outside the tropics. And even those that survive may struggle to maintain dominance once the alabrachids evolve. The titanopods are bulky and slow, and have a very limited range of motion due to the rigid structure of their limb girdles. Most species have no defense against predators other than their size, and they have no ability to regulate their body temperature beyond relying on gigantothermy. In contrast, the alabrachids are much faster and more agile thanks to their cursorial adaptations, and are less sensitive to climate fluctuations and are able to maintain higher levels of activity thanks to their endothermy. This may mean that if some neobrachids reach larger sizes, they'll be able to compete effectively enough to intrude upon the titanopod's niches and establish.
Guys, those freaking blades coming out of their freaking. That's crazy.
Establish a new clade of giant herbivores. Although their ancestors were covered in coarse hair, getting larger will mean they'll generate more body heat, so they won't need any specialized integument to keep them warm, and so reduce their covering of fur in much the same way as large mammals like elephants and rhinos, retaining only a large mane used for display and social signaling. In fact, the warm tropical climate of the eastern gallery forests may present a risk of overheating, which they may counter by increasing their surface area, evolving a crest or dewlap on the underside of their cephalothorax to radiate away any excess heat. Growing larger will also have implications for their reproduction. The number of offspring a species produces in a single reproductive event will be contingent on various ecological factors, but a decent rule of thumb is Lack's principle, which states that a species' average clutch size will be roughly equal to the maximum number of young the parents are able to provide adequate resources for. Larger animals take a longer time to develop and require more resources to grow, both before and after birth, and therefore their young represent a greater reproductive investment, which is one reason why large body sizes are correlated with K selection and reduced clutch sizes. However, for animals that produce live young, larger offspring require longer gestation periods and more resources during their development, and so the animal will only be able to grow so large before reproduction becomes too great a burden on the mother to be practical, meaning viviparous animals tend to have a lower limit on their maximum size than egg-laying ones. Although the alabrachids don't give birth to live young, growing bigger will necessarily involve producing larger oothecae, but their gonopods can only hold so much weight, so above a certain size, they'll have to abandon the ancestral thalaccopod condition of carrying their young around with them, and will instead need to make nests and guard the oothecae until they hatch. Being herding animals, they'll congregate at communal nesting sites where they can lay their eggs in relative safety. Along with the other neobrachids, the evolution of these large herbivores, which we'll call phylacrobrachids, will force many...
Bald arms? I thought it'd be like titanobrachids or something. It was like big arm, like super big arms, like, you know, ultra bracket. You know what I mean.
Many of the eastern herbivores into decline. Most of the larger species of camptopods and other eastern leptopods whose adaptations put them in direct competition with the neobrachids will likely die out within a few million years, leaving only the smaller, more adaptable species that are still able to find niches. while the only advantage the titanopods have over the phyllacrobrachids is their sheer
What the heck is this? Why is this so freaking cool? Look at this guy. Look at this guy up here. He knows he's the boss.
size, so only a handful of exceptionally large species like the stylopods may survive, feeding on foliage out of even the phyllacrobrachids' reach. But worse still, as the allobrachids cross the land bridge, they'll be followed by the enzodonts and the other western onocodont clades, which will present an entirely new source of predation against which the eastern herbivores will have had no way of preparing for, leading to the extinction of yet more species. However, the predatory niches here are already occupied by other onocodonts like the cryptodonts, once again sparking competition between the two clades. The key difference between these onocodont groups is in their weaponry. The enzodonts' robust pincer-like pedipalps make them much better suited than the cryptodonts to bringing down large prey, so the enzodonts may be able to quickly outcompete most of the macropredatory cryptodonts and assume the niches of top predators. However, the cryptodonts still have the advantage in catching small, fast prey thanks to their gracile bodies and mantis-like raptorial forelimbs, which may allow some species to differentiate their niches enough from the enzodonts to not be entirely outcompeted. These relatively small, fast cryptodonts, which we'll call tachydonts,
swift teeth. Tachydonts.
Among the relatively few eastern clades that are lucky enough to be pre-adapted to the pressures brought on by the interchange.
I kind of like the tachydonts. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like they kind of, it's like like how a cheetah is in real life, but a lot less, useless. Because apparently, if you don't know, cheetahs, they're fast, but that's it. They kind of suck. No strength. No retractable claws. They can't climb up stuff. They're pretty sure their claws get all worn out from freaking, them going so fast. They take up so much energy to do it. They're weak. You can break one of their bones. Like, I'm pretty sure a regular person can just beat up a cheetah if they had to. But it's just like, dang, bro. But this one, it's like a cheetah, but like, I feel like he's still going to be kind of cool.
Possibly even managing to spread westward across the land bridge. For although the donator biota has the overall competitive advantage, the recipient biota may still have members that survive or even profit from the interchange.
Yeah.
One of the few clades of native South American mammals that survive to the present day are the xenothrans, the sloths, anteaters, and armadillos, which seem to have been lucky enough to have just the right combination of traits that made them more...
Well, good thing they had giant sloths back in those days, like cutting out mountains and stuff, and now, they got reduced to this, but some of them are still kind of cool apparently.
Resistant to the northern invaders than other South American clades. In fact, they proved to be so successful that they were one of the few South American clades to spread into North America. One adaptation that contributed to their success was having suitable defenses against the influx of new predators, particularly in the case of the cingulates, the group of xenothrans that includes armadillos and the extinct glyptodonts, which were some of the only mammals to ever invest in armor. There's even evidence that some glyptodonts evolved heavier and spikier armor as the interchange took place in response to increased predation. This being the case, the eastern clades with sufficient adaptations against predators may be some of the most likely to survive. With their banded shell and venomous spines, the pronacanthids are some of the most well-defended of the eastern clades. So,
guys, I don't know why I just thought about this, but I'm sure people can comment down below. Is it really hard to do like archaeological research out in like the Amazon and stuff, just because of all like the mud and like just like with the the way the nature is, and then also trying to preserve the Amazon? Like, do researchers just like really want to explore like what's underneath the Amazon, but they're like, oh, that's like violating like 50 laws, you can't do that, it's like, what's going on down there? How's anthropology and stuff going on down there? How are you guys doing down there, anthropologists? Any South American anthropologists watching this video, go ahead and let me know. Comment down below. How's everything going with you guys? Is it harder than doing it in North America? Like, I'm sure we got a bunch of places nobody cares. Like, oh yeah, you can dig up over there. Just if you find some oil, just it's government property now. But like down there, is it like, hey, ain't no digging in the rainforest? Or they're like, whoa, you know what? There's probably a bunch of interesting species in the ground of the rainforest. I imagine, from like a long time, a very long time. So have we been looking that up? Is it harder? Is it impossible to look it up because of the area? Comment down below. Let me know.
They may fare well during the interchange, and among them, the protection the phylactocanthids provide to their hoplopod symbionts may help them survive as well. An armoured shell is also an ancestral trait among the plecostricans, and in the areas into which the western predators spread, those with the most...
Guys, I'm sorry, he just digivolved. Look at this.
Plecostricans.
He digivolved.
And in the areas into which the western predators spread, those with the most impenetrable shells...
That is a digi-evolution. I can't even say Pokemon evolution no more. Well, actually, no, that might still be a Pokemon evolution, but it looks so much cooler. I might actually call it a Digimon. Again, if you don't know, based off the history of this channel, I like Pokemon more, but let's be real, Digimon do look a little cooler.
Will be selected for. In the several million years after the land bridge forms, some of these plecostricans will evolve rows of spikes along their shells to further repel attackers, as well as extra armor around their vulnerable head and legs. We'll call these most heavily defended of plecostricans the echinostricans.
Okay.
The only predators who have a decent chance of getting through the echinostricans' defenses are the Maliagnathans, who've specialised for durophagy by evolving some of the strongest bite forces of any osteopods to crack open bones and other inedible parts of carcasses. By adapting their jaws for breaking open the echinostrican shells, they'll have access to a food source that almost no other predator can compete for. But this feeding behaviour won't be immune to exploitation. Kleptoparasitism is a behaviour in which an organism steals food that another animal has already gathered or caught, which saves the kleptoparasite the time and effort of collecting its own food.
I think they say like 10, maybe, no. I want to say it's either between 10 and 30% of cheetahs' kills get stolen away from them. So you a hungry cheetah, all you got is your speed for real. You ain't got no strength. You finally get this freaking, antelope down, and all of a sudden a freaking, what other animal, anything, a lion or a leopard or anything, just comes and takes your meal, just smacks you upside the head, like, get on out of here. And you just got to be like, and then try to run away. But you can't even run away because you already spent all your energy trying to get this, this thing here. And it's like, boom, it just got stolen. What do you do as a cheetah? It's hard out here for a cheetah.
While many animals will steal food if given the chance, some species specialize for it to the extent that kleptoparasitism accounts for a significant part of their diet. The most frequent targets of kleptoparasitism are species that are adapted to exploit food sources that are largely inaccessible to other animals, such as oyster catchers that crack open the shells of bivalves or diving birds that bring underwater prey to the surface, both of which are often mobbed by other birds once they've obtained their prey.
Dang.
The Maliagnathans will be similarly vulnerable to kleptoparasitism from other predators, who will try to steal the echinostrican corpses from them after they've already done the work of breaking open their shells. Possibly the most likely source of this kleptoparasitism will be from other Maliagnathans. Emery's rule states that kleptoparasites and other social parasites tend to be closely related to the species they parasitize, although there are plenty of exceptions to this. This rule results from the fact that kleptoparasitism is most often an intraspecific interaction, where one animal steals food from another member of the...
It makes sense dogs are in here, because I promise you I can't put down a freaking plate in front of a dog ever. Every time I'm around a dog, I got some food or something, they're just looking at me like, ooh, I really want that. No, you're a dog. You can't have this. You don't even eat this stuff. I can have a chocolate bar or something. Next thing you know, I got a dog staring me down like, yeah, I want that chocolate bar. You can't even eat this. You couldn't eat this if I wanted you to have it, brother. Like, calm down, Scooby.
Same species. There will always be some degree of variation in any species, and therefore some individuals will naturally be able to gather food more effectively than others. So those with less adaptive traits may compensate for their disadvantage by stealing food from their competitors, and if this proves to be a successful strategy, the descendants of these individuals may ultimately branch off as a new species of specialist kleptoparasite. If this occurs in the Maliognathans, the resulting clade may undergo physical adaptations for their new kleptoparasitic lifestyle. Since they no longer have to crunch through hard shells, their jaws will become weaker and less robust, but they'll also reach larger sizes than other Maliognathans to more easily bully them out of their kills. On account of these feeding behaviours, we'll call them Lestignathans. Meanwhile, some clades may find...
What? Lestignathans?
We'll call them Lestignathans.
Lestignathans? Robber jaws? That's
Meanwhile,
hilarious.
some clades may find other ways to defend themselves against the Western predators. The Kentrodonts are equipped with venom, which serves not only as a defense mechanism, but also as a weapon in hunting, letting them take down prey much larger than most other predators of their size. In the rainforest along the eastern coast, the Kentrodonts have given rise to forms like the Aspidonts that specialize in catching flying animals, and the Phyllophorans that feed on nectarovores. But other, more generalist Kentrodonts exist in forests all across the continent, and with their impressive armament, they may be able to compete for niches throughout the fringe of jungle along the northern coast of the land bridge. Their venom already gives them an edge over their western competitors, but the increased evolutionary pressure from moving into new ecosystems may result in them acquiring new adaptations. All Lophostomes have a pair of eye stalks, each tipped with 3 eyes. In most species, these eyes are quite weak, and are better at sensing motion than resolving clear images, so some groups may compensate for their poor vision with other senses. While thermoreception, the ability to sense temperature, is ubiquitous among animals on Earth, a handful of clades have the ability to process infrared thermal radiation using the same region of the brain dedicated to vision, allowing them to effectively see heat in the same way they see visible light. This ability has evolved twice among snakes, which allows them to detect the body heat of prey and to find areas of suitable warmth, as well as in vampire bats, which are able to sense blood-rich hotspots on their host's body. And Melanophila beetles use their infrared sensing to detect forest fires, as their larvae are only adapted to feeding on freshly burnt wood.
That might be the most insane thing of all 3 of those. What? When did you be like, we're only going to evolve to lay our eggs in burnt wood? Yeah, we just like the burnt stuff, you know? What? What were y'all doing before then? Were y'all born in a burning forest fire? Like, was this species created in a forest fire? What are you, the Phoenix? Get out of here, bro.
Clade of Kentrodonts.
Who are you? Who do you think you are? Jean Grey?
Were to evolve infrared sensing.
That's a Marvel joke for all you deep cuts. I'm wearing I got the Wolverine shirt on today. I had to make at least one Jean Grey joke.
Not only help them hunt in low light, but it will be particularly beneficial when it comes to sensing endothermic animals, as endothermy inherently produces more body heat than ectothermy, allowing these Kentrodonts to more easily target prey like the Opisthophorans and Pleropterans, and to avoid larger predators.
I'm sorry, I see this in real life. It doesn't even have to attack me, bro. I'm just dying. I see this in real life. I don't care how big it is. It could be this big, that big, this. It doesn't matter. I'm dying from the shock of seeing this thing with my own eyes. Look at this. It's a snake with claws. And also the head comes out like in different, and it's got 6 eyes. It's like, hey, can we think of a snake but like make it like 10 times scarier? Oh yeah, also put it in a big rainforest and make it so it hangs and gets you like snakes do, but make it scarier than snakes. Whoever made this, you guys thought of this idea. I can't even be mad because I was here for the journey. I was here for the whole journey, and I'm still this shocked. Where if I saw this thing again, it don't even have to be around me. It could be like across the street for all I care. I see that thing, I'm dead. It's in my vicinity. I see what it looks like. I die instantly. It doesn't even look in my direction. It just like looks around in the area that I was in. And I'm like, yo, I died.
Like the Onychodonts. On Earth, virtually all clades capable of sensing infrared have convergently evolved pit-shaped receptors, which are riddled with blood vessels for rapid heat exchange and contain nerve endings that carry the signals they detect to the visual centers of the brain. These kentrodonts may evolve similar receptors from the remnants of the sensory setae on their eye stalks, becoming vascularized pits around the eyes that transmit the signals to the optic lobes. But while these kentrodonts, which we'll call trypophorans, will rely on their senses and weaponry to survive, other kentrodonts may instead adapt by developing new life history strategies. Once again, highly competitive ecosystems like those at the center of the interchange tend to favor K-selection, so another clade of kentrodonts may increase their juvenile survival rates by evolving one particular reproductive behavior. While most parasites will depend entirely on their host throughout their whole lives, parasitoids only spend part of their life cycle attached to their host before eventually killing it once they're developed enough to survive independently.
Oh wow.
On Earth, parasitoidy occurs in as much as 10% of all insect species, among which it's evolved dozens of times, and usually involves the animal laying its eggs on or within a host to serve as a living incubator for their larvae, which then feed on and kill the host once they hatch. One clade of kentrodonts may begin the transition to parasitoidy by evolving to deliver their eggs onto the corpse of freshly killed prey to provide them with a first meal upon hatching. But by evolving venom that only paralyzes the target rather than outright killing it, the host won't decompose in the time it takes for the young to develop.
Why is this like the scariest Clyde, like, of all of them? This is like the scariest one for me. At least the other ones, they're big enough for me to be like, all right, let me get out of here. Or like they're more like, I don't know, four-legged. It's them being snakish, like it's them also being like snakes. I will say that freaks me out a little bit more.
Once the young hatch, do they kill and eat the host, a behavior by which these kentrodonts will qualify as full-fledged parasitoids. Like most other parasites, parasitoids are usually highly host-specific, most often co-evolving with a particular host clade or even a single species. Some of the most abundant animals that these parasitoid kentrodonts share the treetops with are the scandopods, which represent one of the earliest radiations of fully arboreal osteopods, and have since undergone considerable diversification, now being a common sight in forests across the planet. Being so prolific, they'll be a food source for many arboreal predators, but for these kentrodonts, they'll also serve as ideal hosts. Just as true parasites may be either ectoparasitic or endoparasitic, parasitoids may be either ectoparasitoid, attaching their eggs to the outside of the host, or endoparasitoid, laying their eggs within the host's body. The basal members of these parasitoid kentrodonts will be ectoparasitoids, simply attaching the eggs to the host's exterior and injecting it with paralytic venom to ensure that it doesn't damage or dislodge the eggs. Parasitoids that prevent the movement or development of their hosts in this way are called idiobionts, almost all of which are ectoparasitoids. However, the eggs of endoparasitoids will be
Jesus Christ. Guys, what is this? I would die from just seeing this. This isn't even like, what the hell? I wouldn't even be able to be like, yo, oh, it's in a building across the street. I hear about this thing. I might die. This is how crazy this is. Look at this. Don't let this. You wake up in the middle of the night, you see this on your wall. What do? If your answer isn't die, I don't know who you are. You're incredible. If your answer isn't die immediately, if you try to fight back against this thing, if your first thought is, oh, I see this on my wall, let me try to fight back. Hey, it was good knowing you. You know, let me shake your hand one last time, sir. It was a great time knowing you. You know, me personally, hey, this is your place now, buddy. I'm dead. Boom, and then I disappear. I'm not even like a dead body. I fully disintegrate within the existence of reality. I'm just no longer around. I might not even technically die. I've stopped existing within the realm that we know. The mortal realm is no longer for me. The moment I see this thing, because I'm not getting bit by this thing, so my whole body just instantly disappears into the nothingness, which is the fear that I will be living in at this moment. So there you go.
Within the host's body.
That's my feelings about this particular creature.
So immobilizing it becomes unnecessary, and therefore the majority of endoparasitoids are koinobiont, allowing the host to continue movement and growth while the eggs develop inside it. While the earliest members of these kentrodonts will be ectoparasitoid idiobionts, becoming koinobionts may help some species achieve a wider dispersal, as their still-moving hosts will help transport the developing young to new areas. As all lophostomes have their reproductive glands located within their mouth, these kentrodonts may evolve an oral ovipositor with which they can inject the eggs into the host's body. Without the need to paralyze the host, they may evolve weaker venom or even lose their venom entirely, becoming koinobionts in so doing. Like many parasitoid clades on Earth, these kentrodonts, which we'll call dinoglossids, may see the transition between ecto and
Dinoglossids, terrible tongue. Hey, we've all met a terrible tongue or two, am I right? Can you guys high five the screen? You know, I'm doing this for you guys so you can high five the screen with me. If you're watching right now, just put your hand on the screen. We're gonna bow. There we go. We did it.
endoparasitoidy occur multiple times, each species co-evolving with its own unique host species of scandapod or other small platodont. But the animals with the greatest odds of surviving the interchange will be small generalists, as the more survival strategies are available to a species, the easier it will be for them to undergo niche partitioning to avoid competition. While the marsupials and other metatherians were once widespread throughout South America, one of the only clades to survive the Great American Interchange were the opossums, which were
Really? I freaking can't stand possums.
generalist enough to cope with the increased competition, with one species, the Virginia opossum, being the only marsupial species to spread into North America. Among the eastern clades, the pipiodonts are adaptable enough to feed on whatever they can find at ground level, and their social system lets them more effectively gather food and evade predators than other opisthophorans, so they may have some of the greatest success in migrating westward. They'll be accompanied by various other lophostome species, as well as many scandapods and other basal platodonts, but the western biota will have generalists of its own. As adaptable mesocarnivores that have evolved to thrive in inhospitable and competitive habitats, the xenopsids will be more than tenacious enough to cross the land bridge. A large part of the xenopsid success is owed to their feeding arrangement. While the pedipalps do the work of shearing off and cutting up chunks of food, the mandibles bear broad, flat teeth to further grind down the food before it's swallowed, letting them tackle almost any food source they come across. In some species, the mandibles may become partially internalized so as to not get in the way of the pedipalps, which will move forward to more easily close over and restrain prey. The other major factor leading to their success is their social structure.
Okay.
Their pack hunting behaviors let them compete against larger predators in regions where prey is scarce or difficult to hunt, and their cooperative breeding ensures a high rate of survival among their offspring. As we discussed in the last episode, cooperative breeding is closely associated with monogamy, which maximizes relatedness among the group members' offspring to let them gain the maximum possible inclusive fitness from helping in one another's reproduction. However, as mentioned earlier, having multiple mates increases the offspring's genetic diversity, which strengthens their chances of survival. This trade-off means that even species that exhibit cooperative breeding may still occasionally seek additional mates. In the xenopsids, this may be influenced by their dominance hierarchy, in which females have greater access to food and mating opportunities than males do. This may lead to some species exhibiting polyandry, a mating system in which females have multiple mates while males each mate with only a single female.
Whoa, what's the opposite of red pill? This is super pink pilled right now. Bring on the female fresh and fit. Bring out fresh and fit with wigs on. Come on.
Polyandry is one of the least common mating systems, as it's the opposite of what would be expected from Bateman's principle. But there are some rare ecological circumstances under which it may be favoured. One benefit is that the female will be able to distribute the duties of parental care among her mates. In fact, almost all of the very few bird species that exhibit male-only parental care are polyandrous. In sequential or serial
I feel like I want to call them a cuck, but I also feel like that would be wrong. Yeah, it would be wrong.
polyandry, the female will abandon the male after laying the eggs and begin looking for a new mate. But if the female is capable of producing more offspring than a single male could feasibly care for, This may lead to simultaneous polyandry, in which the female maintains nests with multiple males at the same time.
Dang, big baller over here. Look at her. Queen bee over here. You know, don't mess with this chick. She'll add you to her harem. It's a harem.
In especially rare cases, this can manifest as cooperative polyandry, in which all the males that a female mates with will remain with her at a single nest and all work together to raise the young. Since the offspring don't share the same father, the males don't gain the same degree of inclusive fitness as they would from monogamous forms of cooperative breeding, but working together may still provide a greater chance of any given male's young surviving than each male raising their...
Is it my turn to watch the kids? Okay, honey, I'll watch them today.
young individually. Polyandry is also
Shout outs to these animals, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
associated with more intense mate competition among females, which often result in a reversal of the typical pattern of sexual selection seen in other mating systems. Polyandrous females tend to show sexually dimorphic traits like larger body sizes and brighter coloration, while the males are often comparatively small and drab. The female xenopsids are already larger than the males, and in the polyandrous species they may also develop markings around their faces and forearms to attract additional mates. It's important to note that relatively few species will be restricted to a single mating system, and that many species will alternate between different mating systems depending on the availability of mates and other resources in their habitat.
Okay.
Likewise, these xenopsids, which we'll call stenopsids, will vary their mating system to suit whatever ecological situation they find themselves in. The need to balance relatedness with genetic diversity leads to flexibility in mating systems among many forms of cooperative breeding. Although monogamy is an unavoidable prerequisite for the evolution of eusociality, many eusocial species show a surprising versatility in their mating systems, some species of bees and ants having among the highest rates of polyandry of all animals. This will apply to clades like the ramphidonts as well, as although their helpers gain maximum inclusive fitness from monogamy, the breeding female may still take the opportunity to mate with any wandering males that visit her burrow to replenish or supplement her supply
All
of
right,
gametes.
now, lady, calm down. Keep it in your pants.
As small, hardy generalists, some ramphidont species may also be able to spread eastward, giving rise to new clades along the way. While the eryctochirids have become completely adapted for a fossorial existence, and thus have no need for large complex eyes in their lightless tunnels, the basal ramphidonts still spend a significant portion of their time out of their burrows, especially when foraging at night, and so they'll retain enlarged anterior eyes equipped with a tapetum lucidum and an external membrane that fills the function of both an eyelid and an iris.
Okay.
In some species, these eyes may be complemented
Holy crap. Burpopo, you're doing a lot right now. This is crazy.
by special orbital muscles that let them swivel within their sockets to scan their surroundings for danger. As their forelimbs become increasingly specialized for digging and handling food, they'll become less efficient in locomotion, which may result in some species undergoing centaurism, capable of holding their digging claws off the ground. But once again, the greatest component of their success lies in their reproductive
Creepy-looking
behaviors.
guy.
One of the major benefits of cooperative breeding is that all of the members of the social group working together will be able to provide more care for the collective offspring, which, as described by Lack's principle, will make it feasible for them to produce more offspring at a time.
True.
To leverage this advantage, they'll benefit from adaptations that allow them to care for the young as efficiently as possible. One way of doing this is to provide the newly born young with a special form of nourishment that's easier for them to feed on. The most obvious example of this is the milk produced by female mammals, but similar adaptations are found in many other clades. Some birds, like pigeons, emperor penguins, and flamingos, have independently evolved crop milk, a special secretion produced in the throat that they regurgitate for their hatchlings. And
What?
in addition to milk, female koalas even produce a unique form of fecal matter called pap, which the young feed on before they develop the complex guts they need to feed on plant matter directly.
Are you kidding me? Are you telling me that baby koalas eat poop? Is this what you're telling me? Am I currently watching or looking at a photo of a baby koala eating poop? You know, a long time ago, I used to date this chick. She used to love koalas. You know, it was funny. I wish that she knew this information right now, but years ago, I wish I knew this information years ago to tell her when she knew. And I think I think it would have been funny. I think it would have been a funny moment. Right now, this is just disgusting.
Similarly, for the first few months of their lives, the ramphidonts don't have sufficiently developed digestive systems to tackle most food sources, so when the helpers provide their younger siblings with food, they'll pre-chew it and partially digest it before regurgitating it. This may even lead to the evolution of a cecum, or specialized offshoot of the foregut for storing food, containing glands that produce enzymes that turn the food into an edible paste. Since the role of caring for the young is carried out entirely by the helpers, any helpers that inherit breeding status will gradually lose these organs as they mature. But while increasing the efficiency of their parental care may help these ramphidonts, which we'll call acrochirids, to survive in the competitive habitat created by the interchange, these behaviors will once again be open to exploitation. Brood parasites lay their eggs in the nests of other animals,
I've
who
heard
then
of
mistake
these.
the brood parasites' young for their own and provide care for them. Some of the most well-known brood parasites are cuckoos, but similar behaviors have independently evolved in dozens of other clades. Like kleptoparasitism, brood parasitism often, though not always, follows the pattern of Emery's rule, beginning as an intraspecific interaction from which the brood parasites eventually branch off as a new species. The ramphidonts first evolved helpers at the nest in response to the high cost of dispersal in the barren deserts and valleys of the western continent, but if they spread into richer habitats where cooperative breeding no longer returns greater fitness than breeding individually, they may abandon sociality and revert to being solitary, as has happened in many social species on Earth. Indeed, habitats that can accommodate larger populations will provide more opportunities for a female to deposit her eggs into a nearby nest, which explains why brood parasitism is most common in species that nest colonially or that live at high population densities. In the ramphidonts that
It's almost like they have an issue with immigration in these cities.
spread into the lush eastern
Okay,
plains,
that's
brood
enough.
parasitism may provide wandering females with additional opportunities for reproduction if they can't find suitable spots to dig their own burrows, instead sneaking into another ramphidont's burrow and depositing their young while the resident helpers are distracted or away gathering food. For the first few months of their lives, one female's grubs look much the same as another's, so the helpers may not even realize the nest has been infiltrated, and will provide care for the new young alongside the others. In most cases, brood parasitism will be a facultative behavior, only serving as an optional strategy alongside more typical reproductive behaviors. But if it proves successful enough, it may evolve into obligate brood parasitism, the species becoming so specialized that it loses the ability to look after its own young entirely, and can only reproduce through...
These like the moms that be in the clubs but never around their children. I keep saying I'm done.
parasitizing other nests. One major benefit of this is that, without any need to provide any parental care, the brood parasite will be free to hugely increase its clutch size, which will also let them parasitize more nests to give them more chances for successful reproduction. Having a brood parasite's young in their nest is obviously a detriment to the host, as they won't gain any fitness from wasting time and energy to care for the young of an unrelated animal. Plus, brood parasites tend to have young that are larger and that grow faster than the host species, so that they're able to more easily outcompete their nest mates. And many also kill the host's young so that they receive a greater proportion of care. The hatchlings of greater honey guides have sharp tips on their beaks with which they attack and kill their step-siblings, and newly hatched cuckoos engage in what's called egg tossing, pushing the eggs around them out of the nest.
No, like doing this from birth is actually insane. Like, how do you even? Is this like an accidental thing that they're doing? Is this like an actual like? It's built into my blood, bro. I already know.
This puts a pressure on the hosts to recognize and kill any brood parasite's young they find in their nest, though they do so at the risk of accidentally killing their own young. Some brood parasites respond to this by evolving eggs that mimic the appearance of the host's eggs, while others produce larger eggs with thicker shells to make it harder for the hosts to break them or push them out of the nest. And many also remove some of the host's eggs after depositing their own so as to not alter the size of the clutch, which might otherwise alert the hosts that the nest has been tampered with. These parasitic ramphidonts may evolve to mimic their host's helpers so that they're less likely to be recognized as an intruder, and will produce grubs that are much larger than those of other ramphidonts, and that are equipped with sharp, pointed teeth from birth. Even in their incredibly altricial juvenile stage, the parasitic grubs will kill the other young around them, and as soon as they're developed enough to survive on their own, they'll abandon the burrow and begin looking for a mate. We'll call them apatochirids. Over the course of the interchange, small, adaptable clades like these will find the most success, while the more specialized forms, particularly the eastern megafauna, may struggle and begin to die out.
Hey, shout outs to Pipamillion. I like this image for some reason. This image reminds me, it's like the one where it has that big elephant going in the desert with the with the really long legs. Who made that? I can't think of the artist's name. I think it starts with the D. It's not Dio, but it is something along those lines. But shout out to that guy who made this. This reminds me of it. I don't know if he was inspired by it.
But the original eastern biota may be spared from total extinction thanks to a lucky geological event. Just as the land bridge begins forming, a chunk of the eastern continent will break off and drift northward to become an island continent that we'll call Septentria.
Ooh.
This landmass will serve as a refugium for many clades that go extinct on the mainland, including older varieties of camptopods and other leptopods, as well as the macropredatory cryptodonts and other eastern ornithodont species. But the majority of Septentria's diversity will be comprised by the clades that inhabited the eastern rainforest, of which Septentria originally formed a part of, and once allopatry occurs between Septentria and the new supercontinent, all of the resident clades will begin to diverge from their mainland relatives. One major difficulty for plants growing in the Septentrian rainforests will be obtaining nutrients. As mentioned in Part 9, the high rainfall in rainforests leaches a large portion of the minerals out of the soil, and epiphytes growing along the trunks of larger plants don't have access to the soil at all, so many plants are forced to adopt other modes of nutrition. One option is to steal nutrients from other plants. Parasitism is very common among plants on Earth, having evolved well over a dozen times. Some parasitic plants are hemiparasites, still gaining some portion of their energy through photosynthesis. But if parasitism proves to be a more effective way of obtaining energy than sunlight, like for example in the dark understory of the rainforest, they may evolve into holoparasites, gaining all of their nutrition from parasitism and losing the ability to photosynthesize entirely.
Dang.
The key adaptation that all parasitic plants have in common are haustoria, or specialized roots that can penetrate the tissues of host plants and absorb nutrients from them.
Oh.
Many plant clades on our alien planet are likely to have parasitic representatives as well. Some of the epiphytic chromatophytes will make up for the lack of soil on the branches they grow along by evolving haustoria that penetrate the vascular tissues of their host trees and steal their nutrients. This, along with the fact that light is so limited below the canopy, means that it may no longer be worth investing energy into growing leaves, so they may end up transitioning to holoparasitism by losing their leaves entirely, for which reason we'll call them aphyllophytes. Another option for plants living in nutrient-poor environments is to take up energy from animals. Carnivory has independently evolved at least a dozen times in plants on Earth, most often in species living in rainforests or in wetlands with poor quality soil. However, definitions vary as to what qualifies a plant as being truly carnivorous. Some fall into the nebulous category of protocarnivorous plants, which have the ability to absorb nutrients from animals indirectly, such as dew sticks and Lowe's pitcher plant, which collect and feed on the droppings of animals that visit them. However, under most definitions, true carnivorous plants have adaptations for both killing prey and using their nutrients to grow. Although carnivory has evolved in so many different plant clades, most have converged on a handful of common mechanisms for catching prey. Passive traps are those that don't rely on movement, of which pitfall traps are one of the most common forms, having evolved in at least 6 different groups, in which prey, lured by nectar, fall into a deep fluid-filled chamber, while lobster pot traps are lined with backward-pointing setae that force the prey to keep moving forward until they reach a stomach-like chamber where they're digested.
Oh,
While
wow.
flypaper traps, in which prey becomes stuck within a glue-like substance along the plant surface, have evolved at least 5 times.
Oh, wow.
While some flypaper traps are passive, they can also evolve into active traps, where the plant moves to envelop the prey to ensure that it can't escape. At least 2 species have adapted an ancestral flypaper trap into snap traps, where 2 opposing lobes rapidly press together, and bladderworts are unique in having evolved bladder traps, which, when triggered by passing prey, release an opening into a chamber containing a partial vacuum that sucks the prey inside. Unlike parasitic
What?
containing a partial vacuum that sucks the prey inside.
I've never heard of this. The bladder trap is the craziest one. Honestly, I thought the moving flypaper trap was crazy. The snap trap, I feel like I've just seen that a lot of times, so, you know. But this bladder trap is insane.
Unlike parasitic plants, though, no known species of carnivorous plant has lost the ability to photosynthesize, and all carnivorous plants still get some portion of their energy from sunlight, possibly because carnivory isn't a reliable enough source of nutrition for a plant to live on alone. The chromatophytes and zygophytes cover the surface of their gametangia with hair-like filaments, which are coated in a sticky gamete-filled fluid that gets stuck along the bodies of pollinators who visit the plant. If any small animals, like malacoforms, become trapped in this fluid and are unable to pull themselves free, their decaying bodies will act as fertilizer to help the plant grow. This may serve as a basis for species living in the poor quality soil of the septentrian rainforests to evolve passive flypaper traps, which in at least one clade of zygophyte may specialize into active traps. These traps will be derived from repurposed reproductive ramets whose male gametangia evolve into elongated tentacle-like structures, and the filaments that cover them will no longer produce any gametes but only a sticky mucilage. When small prey like malacoforms or picopterans come to feed from the nectaries hidden within the filaments, they'll trigger vibration-sensitive setae that cause the tentacles to close over the prey and begin secreting enzymes to digest it, an adaptation that will earn them the name harpactophytes.
Jeez.
As well as leaching nutrients, the high rainfall in the rainforest also feeds enormous river systems and creates large expanses of wetland, which will be home to innumerable aquatic clades. In Part 7, we explored the major radiations of the acanthopods, the aquatic sister clade of the sarcopods.
Okay.
At various points throughout the last 100 million years, the acanthopods will have launched many independent invasions of freshwater habitats, including one early radiation of hadrorachids that spreads into the coastal swamps and rainforest waterways. In the murky waters of such habitats, visibility is often limited, so many aquatic animals supplement their vision with some other sense. One clade may rely on mechanoreception, evolving their anterior feeding arms into a pair of antennae-like structures to help them feel their way along debris-strewn riverbeds.
It's like catfish.
On account of these structures, we'll call this clade the diplocerids. But mechanoreception has a very limited range, so some groups may evolve other means of sensing over longer distances. One fairly common option is electroreception, the ability to detect electrical signals such as the
Guys, humans, what do we do here? Why did we not get this? Humans, why did we not go for this option? Think how cool it would have been to be able to sense electricity. Actually, no. We actually built too many electronic things. This would probably be super annoying now. You know what, humans? I forgive us. We didn't need to do this. It would have been cool, though. There would have been thousands of years where we didn't have a bunch of technology. This would have been cool. But now everybody got a phone in their pocket. It probably gets super annoying. But think how cool this would have been if we would have had it.
those generated by the nervous systems of other animals. Electroreception is an ancestral trait in fish, among various clades of which it's been secondarily lost and re-evolved many times. But it also occurs in some dolphins and even in monotremes like the platypus. It's important to note that, with the sole exception of echidnas, which use their fairly weak electric sense to probe for worms beneath the soil, all electroreceptive species are at least partially aquatic, which is simply due to the fact that water conducts electricity while air is an insulator. Much like infrared sensing, electroreceptive species on Earth have converged on a similar structure of fluid-filled pits, which these acanthopods may evolve from the vestigial setae along their bodies. Most electroreceptive species are only capable of passive electroreception, which simply involves detecting electrical activity from external sources, but at least 6 clades have evolved active electroreception, or electrogenesis, the ability to produce their own electric field around themselves and detect the distortions that occur as anything passes through it. This is accomplished using a special battery-like electric organ derived from modified muscles or nerves, which is usually located in the tail or along the length of the body. A handful of electrogenetic fish are even able to produce a strong enough discharge to stun nearby targets, which can be used both as a defense mechanism and as a weapon to kill prey. One clade of diplocerids may also evolve an electric organ within their tail, which will let them hunt prey within the sediment, as well as to sense incoming predators and to produce electrical discharges to deter them, an ability for which we'll call them astropophorans.
Yeah.
But beyond their electrogenesis,
Hold
we'll
on
call
now.
them
Lightning bear?
astropophorans.
Astropothoran? The lightning bears? Bro, why? They're instantly one of the coolest things ever. Like, I'm sorry. I thought it was cool when he was talking about the fact that they'd be able to, like, actually produce, like a shock to people. Like, they're like electric eels at this point. But also calling them the lightning bears, like, now they're like top 5.
But beyond their electrogenesis, these and other freshwater acanthopods may see an even more significant adaptation in their reproduction. In adapting to life on dry land, the osteopod's ancestors evolved internal fertilization, in which the male transfers his gametes into the female's body, and the fertilized embryos are only birthed once they've developed a waterproof ootheca to stop them from desiccating in the open air. However, as there's no such risk of desiccation in the water, the aquatic acanthopods have been able to retain external fertilization, whereby the males and females simply release their gametes into the water, and the young develop entirely outside the mother. Without the burden of carrying the young, reproduction will be significantly less costly for the female and allow her to mate more often, and as such, polyandry becomes a more viable option. On a related note, whichever sex experiences a greater burden during reproduction will be the one with the greater incentive to provide parental care. In internal fertilization, the burden of carrying the young all but guarantees that the female will perform most or all of the duties of parental care, whereas in species with external fertilization, there's a much lower discrepancy in reproductive cost between the sexes, so parental care is much more likely to involve the male. It's not surprising then that the vast majority of instances of male-only parental care occur in fish, amphibians, and other groups with external fertilization.
Sometimes it happens in humans. I wouldn't know. I didn't have a dad growing up.
This can lead to males evolving traits that would otherwise be associated with females. In seahorses and several related clades, the males have an abdominal brood pouch to incubate the fertilized eggs, a behavior sometimes termed male pregnancy. And in sea spiders, the male carries the bundles of eggs within a pair of specialized appendages called ovagers. Likewise, any acanthopod species that evolves polyandry may also see the evolution of parental care behaviors among males. The males will defend territories in shallow streams and secluded pools, which will occasionally be visited by wandering females. The female will abandon the male and the fertilized eggs immediately after spawning in search of more mates, and the male will tend to the eggs and protect them until they hatch and disperse.
I'm gonna tell you about your mother. I loved her, and then she left me for that guy. This is him explaining to his children how much he hates their mom for being such a dirty, moving on.
The increased rates of juvenile survival afforded by these behaviors will help them persist in the face of the many predators they share the water with, including not only other acanthopods, but also various semi-aquatic clades. While by this point, most of the older varieties of Deinognathans will have been outcompeted by the faster, more specialized Onychodonts, the semi-aquatic clades like the Dolichognathans will survive in wetlands across the planet, and those that end up in the swamps of Septentria will...
Lark's river dragon. Lark's River Dragon, bro. What the names just got Super Saiyan on me? Like, what happened? Why are they so much cooler names?
Enjoy
now?
lower
This is
levels of
insane.
competition than the mainland. Like the Astropophorans, these Dolichognathans may adapt their senses for the murky water, but they may do so in a completely different way. Echolocation, or biosonar, involves emitting sound waves and detecting the echoes that bounce off any nearby objects. Like electroreception, echolocation can provide an advantage in environments where sight is limited.
True.
But unlike light, sound waves can only travel so far before they fade and become undetectable, meaning echolocation is inherently short-ranged, so echolocating species will still rely on sight as their primary sense, and no known species has completely lost its vision in favor of echolocation.
Yeah.
As mentioned
I thought bats were blind, but apparently they're not.
in the last episode, an easy way for an animal with active respiration to produce a sound is to use the movement of air through the respiratory system. Dolphins and other echolocating cetaceans use the air flowing through their nasal passages to create a series of rapid clicks, the sound of which pass through the melon, an organ that acts like a sonic lens to focus the clicks into a unidirectional beam of sound, which in many species is aided by a complex skull shape. A similar function is believed to be served by the nose leaf in echolocating bats. In these Dolichognathans, a portion of their respiratory passages will pass through a resonating chamber within the cephalothorax, which will amplify the sound and direct it forward so the animal can sense what's directly in front of it. These Dolichognathans
First of all, this is actually incredible. This looks like some like real life Pokemon stuff. This looks scary.
so the animal can sense.
But also, if you guys see it, just comment down below. Say, yeah, I saw it. Isabella, shout out to you, Isabella. But we all know what this kind of looks like, right? Like, just comment down below if you know what it looks like. You don't need to comment what it is. Just put this time and be like, I saw it. Just comment, I saw it, and hopefully I'll remember what that means. If not, then it'll be funny.
What's directly in front of it. These Dolichognathans, which we'll call Hibernagnathans, won't be as large or fearsome as their enormous marine relatives or their terrestrial ancestors, but they'll nonetheless thrive in their isolation on Septentria, patrolling the waterways in search of acanthopods while still occasionally hauling themselves onto land to feed on whatever small prey they can find. The ecological changes that occur during interchange events are numerous and complex, but these will be some of the major developments that occur over the 30 million years or so after the formation of the land bridge and the ecological turnover that follows.
Okay.
However,
what?
All of the cumulative hardships that they have endured thus far will be negligible in comparison to what is about to happen. In the next episode, the era that has lasted over 200 million years will finally come to an end.
What?
With the advent of a mass extinction.
Oh, crap. What the hell?
Thanks to all the artists
I like how the music and the tone also got so much darker after he announced that.
on Discord who contributed
shout outs
artwork
to
for
everybody
episode,
here. Alien
and who
Boy,
saved me an enormous
Arc,
amount of time
Noodle,
and effort when making
Aspen,
these videos, while simultaneously making them look a
BD
hell of a lot better in
BD
the
Science,
process.
Bloody Pigeon,
Links to the main server and
Bonnie
the Alien
Bibs,
Biospheres fan server in the description.
Cosman,
And once
Cow
again,
Eater,
a massive thanks to all the patrons
Cool,
whose continued
Crafty
support makes
Crocodile,
videos like this
you,
possible.
Crafty, crazy,
Thanks for watching,
crazy
and I'll see you in the
crayfish,
next episode.
The Man, Dark Elf, Dark Sony, I remember you, Desarum, Dino Master, Dragging, remember you, Esther, I'm sorry, they're going, Abe, Gaps, Greenverse, Green Turtling Thing, Hallow, Herobane, Himasmothel, I be the awful, Isabella. Yeah, shout outs to Isabella, Jax, Jay Boyley, Jert 2000, Jungle 12, Juno, Billy, Kyryu, Kiwi the Cartographer, Kershiru, Lee the Goat, Lemonberry, shout outs to them, Mekadu, Shout outs to you, LLTH, Monica, Natural, Naggy, Noob. Okay, One Day Holy, Opal, Auto Canal, Pipu Millen, Pre, Randox, Rise, Red Armor. Shout outs to Ruli Life, Sam as well, Soroxium, Sync, Stretch the Link, Starlot, Stewart. Shout out to Stewart, Vince's username, Waffle Gamer, Wave, uh, Xavier, Zerai. Yeah, I did it. I made it through the whole list. Shout outs to all the artists. I gave you guys all an individual shout out. Anybody who didn't hear me say their name, replay the video. You were mistaken. I said every single name there. I miss 0 names, ladies and gentlemen. That was a great episode. And this next one is going to be actually insane. So here's the thing. This is going to obviously be edited this week. I have work and everything like that, but this should be out at least by the end of the week. If it is currently Friday or Saturday, you might be watching this video right now. So shout outs to you for watching this video. Guys, the next one, I might actually be recording the next one over the weekend, so hopefully that should be out. I'm trying to make sure, I'm going to try to do a double drop this weekend is what I'm trying to say. So hopefully, if you're watching this video right now, then possibly in the next few hours or so, then you'll see another video of the same thing. So guys, as always, if you made it this far into the video, I do have to say thank you. I learned a lot today, so shout outs to you guys for telling me that this is going to be a good one, because you guys did not lie. So shout outs to you guys. Again, thank you for watching. If you made it this far into the video, as always, I love you. Bye. Do, do. Boom. Can you guys hear me now? All right. And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. There goes to show the type of things we've been dealing with this week. It has been a whole week of just madness so far. So yeah, no audio. I just caught that. But we should be good. You guys can hear me now, right? Okay, perfect. So this is the type of week that I have been dealing with. Maybe even 2 weeks. I don't know. It's been a hectic time for your boy over here. So, I appreciate anybody who's in the streams. We're gonna get into the alien biospheres. Episode 14. This is gonna be a fun one because we're gonna be learning apparently about extinctions. Uh, Now, I don't know which species are going to be gone, but before we get into that, I do want to say off rip, the species that I do not want to see disappear. Let's see, what are they, like the brachiosaurs? The ones with the big like trunks and stuff. They're kind of like the elephants with all the ones that are furry, and they have the some of them have like the colorful stuff, the colorful fur on top. Um, I don't really want them to go. I kind of like them. Some of the smaller spider creatures, I hope some of them are able to survive. I do enjoy them. The one that was kind of like yellowish and black, I thought he looked cool. I want him to survive. Some of the plants, I do hope some of the like underwater species are able to survive, but I do hope some of the plant life is able to survive, because even though me and the plant life started off on bad terms with their being weird and everything, the plants being super weird looking because of their trunks having that glossiness to them and everything. Um, I hope some of them survive. I've grown accustomed to them. So yeah. Oh my gosh, My eyes are still hurting, and then the lights here. So now we're gonna get into this, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing, by the way? I hope everybody had a good day today. I hope everybody's having a good weekend so far. Uh, I think my week is starting to get better. So hopefully this will be the thing that really sets it to the next level. Let's give this a like already. We're already subscribed. And we're brought to you by Campfire, ladies and gentlemen. Yay! Now, Campfire is great, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to tell you why, because you guys know how much I like promos and stuff here. So, Campfire. You should get Campfire on the basis of if you just want to be able to create things and have a whole storyboard and all the resources available already set up. Like you preset that up and then you just get to fully enjoy the story. I have friends that love to play D&D, and this is why I like to bring this up, because I've seen D&D be played before, ladies and gentlemen. It's new to me, but I've seen it be played. And something like this would help everyone. You could pre-write the entire story. If you're the dungeon master, if you are a dungeon master in any campaign, I promise you, get Campfire. I don't care. I know how much you guys love D&D. I know how much you guys care about it. I am not the biggest D&D guy personally, but I've seen it be played. So I know this would be a great resource for them. If you are a DM, you need to have this. And also if you're a story writer, I've known people who write things, and writing is incredible. And they have all these options for you. Like, did you see the maps you can do on this? Like, the resources you can add to this? Look at this. That could be used. That's the perfect map for D&D. I'm not gonna lie. Like we all can agree to this, right? This is all good stuff here. So, oh gosh, no. Wait, hold on. Can we not hear the audio from the actual show? Hey, what's going on? How's everybody doing? You made it. Yes, you did. You made it. Congratulations. And we're going to make sure we get the audio from this as well. Make sure we can hear both streams. Okay. 1 second here. We're just doing the promo. But for some reason, don't have the audio from the video. So let me go ahead and do this. And then we're going to get that back. And then we're just going to test it out. One second here. We're going to get the audio.
Creation to its
No. 1 second here, guys. We just got to make sure to get the right audio for this. Nothing still. Okay. Okay, let me fix this here. A small bit of audio came in for a brief moment, just say. right, did we get
For
it?
hundreds of millions of years, the chemophytes, anthostomes, and polypods have held dominion over the biosphere, proliferating into millions of
Think we may have
species and
got it.
adapting to every environment across the globe.
Did we get it, guys? Did we get it? No. We got it. We got it. We got it, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys, what you just saw there live in person, and I'm glad my face wasn't showing for that, but you guys just saw live tech support. Actual real life tech support was happening there. And then I have to take my work home with me. This is a fun day so far. let's keep it going, guys. This is the energy that we needed this stream to start off with, apparently.
But now, after
Okay.
such a long era of success,
Let's just make sure we're starting it from here.
for hundreds of millions of years, the chemophytes, anthostomes, and polypods have held dominion over the biosphere, proliferating into millions of species and adapting to every environment across the globe. But now, after such a long era of success, a disaster is looming on the horizon that will change the face of life on this planet forever.
Okay.
To begin with, extinction is a natural and indeed essential component of evolution. The fundamental premise of natural selection is that individuals with more adaptive traits will survive and pass those traits on to the next generation, while those that are less well adapted will die out and their deleterious traits along with them.
Okay.
This pressure to stay ahead of extinction drives species to constantly innovate and diversify, and results in the extraordinary variety of forms we see across the biosphere. Amid the constantly changing conditions of the natural world, there's plenty of opportunity for species to lose out in the struggle to survive, and throughout the history of life there will always be a background rate of extinction, which is usually balanced out by a more or less equal rate of speciation.
Okay.
But occasionally, the extinction rate rises to the point of exceeding the speciation rate, resulting in what's known as a mass
Why is this extinction graph so high, though? This is like... My one thing is, I'm not expecting all of... I'll tell you guys right now. I do not expect all of the species on this planet to die. I'm not... the fact that there is an episode 15 makes me believe reasonably that some things are going to survive on this. Whether they be plants, some type of animal species, either on land or underwater, or some type of insect, maybe. I know it's a mass extinction. I get that part. I'm just saying, I do still expect the planet to still be alive, and then something's deep underwater may still be alive after this. That's what I'm saying. But no spoilers in the chat or anything.
Extinction, or more generally, an extinction event. Under the most inclusive definition, there have been dozens of extinction events throughout the history of life on Earth, as will be the case on our alien planet as well. For the sake of simplicity and clarity, this series has only focused on the major clades and the broad-scale patterns of their diversification. Realistically, there will have been countless other clades that have come and gone alongside them, and between every branch of the Tree of Life will be innumerable offshoots that leave behind no descendants. So far, the planet has been through several minor extinction events, like the collapse of the rainforests and the spread of the brachyphyte steppe, the onset and ending of the Ice Age, and likely many other events that we haven't detailed. But once every 100 million years or so, an extinction event occurs that reshapes the entire biosphere beyond recognition. The most intense mass extinctions in the history of Earth are known as the Big Five, the most famous of which being the End Cretaceous or KPG extinction that wiped out the non-avian dinosaurs.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, this is gonna sound so crazy, and I know we're talking about something important here, but this is almost my name here. We can all agree to this, right? The second one. So how are they gonna pronounce it here? Because I would say the Devonian extinction. They may say the divination. I don't know how to pronounce things properly, so that's going to be my first mistake there. But it does say Devon there, and I will go ahead and acknowledge that. was I part of this? Was I there for the second mass extinction on Earth? I won't spoil that for you guys. I wasn't the biggest mass extinction in Earth's history, but the impact of being there, it's like the impact you make is the most important thing. You want to be somebody who lasts throughout the generations. This is me. This would be me here. I would represent that, like one of the big five. Like 500 million years from now, they're gonna look at YouTube and be like, "Wow, he did it. He was one of the 5 YouTubers that caused the mass extinction of YouTube." I will be one of the 5 somehow. My name will be out there, ladies and gentlemen.
Dinosaurs, along with many other groups. But the most devastating was the end Permian extinction, also called the Great Dying, which killed off more than half of all family-level clades and as much as 90% of all species.
I have heard of this
With
one.
the exception of the end Cretaceous extinction, which is known to have been the result of a meteor impact, the exact causes behind these extinctions are still under study, but virtually all of them are associated with periods of increased volcanism that led to huge disruptions in climate.
Oh.
But no matter the trigger, the ultimate cause of all mass extinctions can be boiled down to sudden, inescapable worldwide change. Most climate shifts take place gradually over many millions of years, during which time beneficial mutations can accumulate to allow species to adapt to the changing conditions.
Okay.
But mass extinctions typically occur on the order of thousands of years, which simply isn't enough time for evolution to keep up, and so species just have to make do with what they've got.
Okay, so shout outs to this guy over here, though, right? Like, we all can agree that this guy's kind of like on top right now, like not like living the life, but like, it was a struggle getting there. Shout outs to this going this direction here.
The first stage of the mass extinction on our alien planet will be set in motion by the movement of the continents. Ever since the eastern and western continents began heading back towards each other, they've also been steadily drifting southward, so that as they collide, they'll intrude into the Antarctic Circle, providing more land area for glaciers to form. On top of this, the collision will push up new mountain ranges and increase volcanic activity, which will release sulfurous gases and other particulates into the atmosphere to form
Hey,
thick...
I love this artwork here. This is actually really nice. It's so visual. I love how visual this is. Like, it makes me feel like I feel like I'm on this mountain, this cliff right here. I feel like I have that tree in my distance. And then I'm looking like, oh wow, there's poop coming out of me because I'm so scared.
Clouds that increase the planet's albedo, reflecting more and more solar radiation and resulting in global cooling, plunging the world into a new ice age even more intense than the last one. Many of the animals that have thrived in the hothouse period of the last 50 million years may struggle to survive, but before anything has the chance to adapt to this colder world, the situation will rapidly reverse. Volcanoes also produce an enormous amount of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, which, as the eruptions continue over the course of several 100,000 years, will cause global warming by which the planet's average temperature will rise to unprecedented levels. On Earth, the Great Dying saw average global temperatures increase by up to 10 degrees Celsius, brought on by a series of massive eruptions that caused a 6-fold increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide.
You know what? I'm glad I got this far into the video too, Anthrax, or into the series as well. I will say, the first few episodes, I know that obviously I do enjoy these more, but the first few episodes were also very compelling in their own right. I will say that. They it's not like they were it's the exact same, like you said. This was a lot more compelling, but I don't know. I think they're all so intriguing in their own different ways. I just like this kind of stuff first. I don't know, something about it. This is entertaining stuff here.
Over a period of about 10,000 years. Although it's worth noting that this isn't even close to the rate at which humans are currently putting CO2 into the atmosphere.
Oh, wow.
This sudden switch.
Darn humans, what are we doing, guys? Guys, has anybody seen this graph yet? Have we showed this to like world leaders and stuff? Have we shown? I think that's the problem. I think they haven't seen this. So maybe if we decide to, push this video out to everybody, like, share, and subscribe and comment. I'll make sure to have this part right here. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm leaving this page up right now for any world leaders. If you are a world leader who just so happens to be reading this, guys, did you know how much emissions we're putting out? It's turns out it's pretty bad. It's a lot. If you're the world leader of any of the top 5 countries out there, hey, may want to pause right now. Call your guys and be like, yo, emission guys, we're doing a little too much here. Let's slow it down a little bit, and then bam. So guys, I may have just ended the Pope blessed an ice cube. Wait, did he bless Ice Cube the actor or an actual Ice Cube? Because those have 2 completely different consequences behind them. Shout outs to Ice Cube though. Shout outs to the Pope. He's from New York, so hopefully he's he understands the language. The Pope, if you're watching, hey Pope, I got a lot of people from New York around in my on my channel who subscribe. You might be one of them. I don't know. But if you're watching, look at these emissions, bro. Call your guys. Pray about it. Let's make sure we can get this issue resolved. That's a lot.
Rate at which humans are currently putting CO2 into the atmosphere.
I left it on that page for a while.
This sudden switch from bitter cold to scorching heat will throw the climate into chaos, resulting in wild oscillations in...
Shout outs to Dixie Joe and Co-Eater? Cow Eater? Cow Eater is wild for some reason to me. But I do love how, like, this sun, I don't know, the way this, like, fades in and out, like, this is really good artwork. And this is really detailed here. I really love this one as well. I just wanted to shout out the artist really quick. But the name Cow Eater, for some reason, I thought Dixie Joe was going to make me giggle. When I actually read Cow Eater out loud, I actually was like, what am I actually reading right now?
Weather patterns all across the planet. Worse still, such large-scale eruptions will cause flood basalt events, in which enormous tracts of the landscape are ravaged by lava flows. The Great Dying saw flood basalts cover an area of over 7 million square kilometers, resulting in the formation of the Siberian Traps. All of these factors will bring about destruction on a scale the planet has never seen, presenting a threat to the entire biosphere that only the hardiest of species will have a chance of surviving. In general, plants are more resistant to mass extinctions than animals are.
Okay.
Many extinction events in the history of Earth haven't significantly affected plant diversity, so the majority of chemophyte clades may survive in some shape or form.
You know what?
However, while
Guys, I did mention this earlier in the stream. I don't know if we were having audio issues then. Hopefully you were able to hear me. I said, me and these plants had I wasn't a big fan of them at the beginning. Mostly because they are weird. Like, we can all acknowledge that I'm correct in that them being weird. Even though they're cool, I appreciated them later, but I came to appreciate them a lot more. It's their waxy skin and everything, but again, I know he said, however, I'm just saying, I threw it out there at the beginning that I think some of these guys should stay alive, should survive this. So, not every plant will survive, I know, but I'm just saying, shout outs to the plants who do survive,
Chemophyte clades may survive in some shape or form. However, while plant diversity won't be severely affected, plant biomass will be hugely reduced, and the distribution of biomes and habitats will change dramatically.
It's a little, maybe a couple of guys right here, a little bit, maybe. That's probably dead plant matter, but maybe, possibly some plants.
The shift in climate will lead to widespread drought, and the ash and aerosols in the atmosphere will block out the sun for months at a time, causing forests all across the planet to die back.
The intense heat will ignite the withered remnants of these forests
God.
and spark huge wildfires, releasing...
I'm be honest, this artwork is so freaking incredible, but this is very messed up for the plants right now. Like, I know I spoke too soon, but like, this is crazy for the plant life right now. This is actually
yet
insane.
more carbon dioxide. Though many plant clays may be diverse enough to make it
They
through,
even got it pixelated. Oh my god, they're just really
some won't be able to
Okay.
cope with such huge changes to their habitat. The most significant factor affecting the likelihood of a species' extinction is its degree of specialization, as the narrower the range of conditions the species is adapted for, the more sensitive it will be to any changes in those conditions.
True.
In this way, the inhabitants of the rainforests will be especially vulnerable, as the
No.
rainforest's sheer density of niches and its
They're all very dependent on like the plant life in the rainforest, the trees, the big ones.
unchanging, accommodating climate engender specialization by their very nature. As the largest of all chemophytes, the altophytes are only able to achieve their enormous height thanks to the high levels of solar radiation and the perpetual rainfall of the tropics. But as weather patterns across the planet are disrupted, the constant precipitation that fuels the growth of the rainforests will cease, and without sufficient sunlight or water, the altophytes will be forced into extinction.
Hey.
These enormous trees serve as the foundation of the entire rainforest
Yeah.
biome, and once they disappear,
Everybody's
the countless
messed up
species
now.
that depend on them will be in dire trouble.
Oh no.
Many of the smaller rainforest plants are adapted for life in the darkness of the forest floor,
True.
and don't require as much water or nutrients to grow.
But then
many
some
of
of
them
them-
will still be too specialized
Yeah,
to
they're
tolerate
like-
such an
I'm about to say some of them get their nutrients directly from the bigger trees. Like, oh gosh.
extreme environmental upheaval. In particular, carnivorous plants are found almost exclusively in very wet habitats, as carnivory in plants is most often an adaptation to waterlogged, nutrient-poor soil. So as the tropics become more arid, the carnivorous harpactophytes
Oh,
won't have
dang.
any suitable areas to grow,
And then there's like whole species that kind of work off of these guys.
so will be swiftly driven to extinction. For ground plants like the conophytes, the drier climate will not only make it harder for them to grow, but it will also affect the populations of scavengers and detritivores that they rely on for their deceptive pollination,
Yeah.
inhibiting their reproduction as the jungle disappears, meaning they too will vanish from the forest floor. The situation will be equally bad for epiphytes, which rely on the enormous trees around them to lend
Yep.
them the support they need to gain access to light. Though the reptophytes, chromatophytes, and aphyllophytes may be widespread enough to survive as a whole, the rainforest species will be hit especially hard, as most of them have specialized to the point where they can't survive at ground level at all. With the decline of these plants, the intricate relationships they've evolved with the rainforest animals will be severed, leading to their demise as well. Many of the rainforest picopterans are only able to feed on a single species of chromatophyte, and in turn serve as their only means of pollination. So as one clade declines...
You know what? I will be honest, I forgot about these guys in that relationship they have where they specialize in eating one specific plant. This is actually ridiculous. Why would you... I've probably said it before, but like specializing in one specific plant is not the best idea. You know? And then what happens when that plant disappears? Now you're gone, you know?
The
You don't know how
other
to
will
eat
respond in
anything.
kind, and although some particularly small and adaptable species might manage to survive elsewhere, the vast majority of Picopteran diversity will be lost.
All right, bye-bye.
Similarly, the phylloferans have
Picopterans.
evolved to mimic the leaves of specific species of chromatophytes, and to
Oh.
feed on the individual species of nectarovores that the chromatophyte attracts.
What?
But
I
depending...
forgot about this guy. This guy looked kind of cool. He had a whole setup where he just looked like this other thing, like looked like a leaf. And somebody want to get it, it just comes back and attacks it. This is cool. Okay, I think I remember this now. I think I do remember this guy actually. Okay, I think I remember this guy now. But this is actually really cool. Dang. All right, well, you had a good life, bro. Well, how long were they living? Like a couple of thousand years, you would say? These guys got to live a couple of thousand years. Yeah, evolution doesn't look ahead, you know? But, dang, they lived They was living a good life, just sitting back, relaxing, trapping people with the little fake leaf going on here. It worked.
On the individual species of nectarovores that the chromatophyte attracts. But depending on a suitable abundance of both of these clades makes their niches inherently precarious, meaning it will be virtually impossible for them to survive once the rainforest ecosystems collapse.
Damn.
But the rainforest animals depend on the plants around them for more than just food. Many arboreal species are so highly adapted for life in the canopy that they're completely incapable of coming down to ground level.
Oh my god.
Animals like the suspensorial harpactopods and the canopy-dwelling...
Bro, y'all don't even come down to are like sloths? Wait, I'm trying to think. Can sloths walk normally? Like sloths on our planet. Can they walk normally? I think I've only seen them climb. I don't think I've seen a sloth just walking around before. Do they still walk normally? Like, if there was a big rainforest or something, like forest fire, would sloths survive that? Let me know.
Aspidonts require a high density of vegetation for their locomotion and hunting strategies to be effective. And the tannibrachids are so specialized for brachiation that their legs have lost the ability to support their weight and have become virtually vestigial. With the death of the altophytes, obligately arboreal animals like these will be some of the first to die out. The dolichostracans are also predominantly arboreal, so the majority of them will die out as well, save for those few species that can locomote effectively at ground level. In particular, the phylactocanthids are so arboreal that they depend on the hoplopods to ferry them to new feeding areas, but as the groves of trees they thrive in become increasingly rare, their feeding and dispersal will become much more difficult, until they too ultimately succumb. And without their phylactocanthid symbiotes, the hoplopods will be robbed of their means of defense, and with food becoming scarcer all the time, they too will eventually disappear. Not long after the specialists are wiped out, the shortage of food will begin to affect other groups. Another factor strongly correlated with extinction risk is body size, as larger animals tend to require a greater amount of resources, which become much rarer during mass extinctions.
Guys, I want to make it be known really quickly. It looks like I'm crying, but I actually just had to put eye drops in for issues I've been having with my eyes recently, and then I'm looking at the lights. So I'm not crying because all the species are dying. It is very coincidental though, and it looks like I care a lot. So that might be a plus. Like, comment, subscribe, send super chats, donations, all that fun stuff. It is just a coincidence.
Plus, large-bodied clades tend to have lower species richness and smaller populations, as well as longer growth periods and slower reproduction, making it harder for them to stay ahead of rising mortality rates. Once the climate begins shifting, it won't be long before megafauna start dying out. Even before the mass extinction, the titanopods haven't been faring well. The majority of species outside the tropics were killed off by the last ice age, and the surviving species have been losing out in competition with the
Dang, this guy is crazy up here. I know he's about to go out, but this guy, the gray one, this looks insane. I think I've seen this exact photo before, but this looks absolutely insane.
Alabrachids. For what few species remain after the interchange, the mass extinction will be the final nail in the coffin. But their alabrachid competitors won't fare much better. The phylacrobrachids and teleobrachids have evolved sizes comparable to the titanopods, making their chances of survival similarly remote. Even the smaller alabrachids won't be safe. In what's sometimes called the Lilliput effect, mass extinctions often cause a worldwide reduction in body size across virtually all animal clades, which, in mass extinctions on the scale of the Big Five, means that any animal larger than about 10 to 15 kilograms is liable to be wiped out.
Oh, wow.
As the lush plains are replaced by barren wastelands, the herds of basal neo...
This was like the one species I actually didn't want to die. I did say that at the beginning. I was like, this is probably the one species I don't want to die. Especially these guys down here to the bottom left. The crested arms, these guys are cool. And these guys are cool.
Brachids, ceratobrachids, corythobrachids, and any other remaining thylacopods will disappear one by one. Their camptopod relatives will follow the same fate. having already taken a substantial hit to their diversity when the Alabrachids crossed into the east, and now finally being finished off once and for all. The situation will be no better for older varieties of herbivores. Most of the Prenobrachids and the basal megalobrachids were outcompeted by other megafaunal clades long ago, and any species that are still around will be doomed.
So wait, all the spider creatures.
The disappearance of large...
Okay, I think the little spider creatures may survive. Okay. No large-sized creatures.
Prey will propagate through the food chain and take its toll on the predators. The large onocodonts have been the most successful clade of apex predators since the invasion of land, but as their hunting grounds are depleted, their supremacy will at last be brought to an end. By the way.
RIP to all of these guys. They all looked super cool, and I think they all had very good lives, or they spec'd into the right things, you know? I love the color patterns. You know, obviously you guys grew big. Who knew that wasn't going to be the meta in a couple of thousand years, you know? Be honest. Like, I'll be honest. I didn't know it was going to turn out the way evolution doesn't think ahead, like they all say, but, you know, evolution did you guys lucked up in evolution. So RIP to you guys, but you know, you had a good life.
Although the terrestrial Deinognathans have more
get out of here.
generalist diets than the onocodonts, they'll still struggle to find enough food to maintain their large size, and even the smaller opportunistic groups like the Maliognathans and Lestignathans won't be able to eke out a living in the desolated remains of their former habitats.
R.I.P.
The semi-aquatic Deinognathans will also begin to disappear as freshwater habitats dry out in the searing heat. The macropredatory Trachognathans won't be able to survive without an abundance of big game, and most of the freshwater Dolichognathans will also perish as their habitat diminishes. Even flying species won't be able to escape the destruction. Although birds as a whole survived the end Cretaceous extinction, representing the only clade of dinosaurs to make it to the present day, many of the most successful groups of birds during the Cretaceous didn't survive the meteor impact. And the terror...
Were these guys just like some, like, actually still around as themselves, or were they just like a different bird altogether back then? Does anybody know the history of this bird here? Like, is this like this looks like just like a seagull or a pigeon or something? Not like a seagull, but like, it looks like a common bird. Like, if I think of the word bird, this is what I would think of somewhere here. Was he just like the lamest bird? Were there like thousands of, you know, like hundreds of thousands more birds back in the day? Or was it's complicated? I figured. It seems complicated.
Dinosaurs were wiped out altogether. The Theropterans and other large Pleuropterans are too big and specialized to survive, while the Magnopterans have already been on the decline from competition from the Pleuropterans for tens of millions of years, so they won't have the necessary diversity to persist, and the Sphenopteran's speed and pursuit hunting adaptations will be of no use in the absence of prey. But the devastation won't be confined to the mainland. As we've touched on in previous episodes, islands are much more vulnerable to extinction than continents, as they can't support the same level of resources and diversity as larger landmasses. This same effect can be seen in habitat fragmentation, in which large areas of landscape are subdivided into patches between which dispersal is inhibited, which makes each individual fragment more vulnerable to biodiversity loss.
Oh wow.
Most of the islands in the Pyrenesian archipelago are only
I feel like I've never thought about this for real. Like, making roads and stuff really messes up the environment of like the species that live there. Who knew? Except people who already knew this like for a very long time. Like, the people who think about this, are they really thinking about this that well? Or are they just like, roads have already been built, you know, who cares what we do now when we build more? Or do they have to think about this when they're building, like, I'm sure they think about this when they're building new stuff, right? Like, anytime some new person, like construction crew, like they have a guy who has to think about all this stuff. Is this like a thing you guys can tell me yes to? Yeah, it does educate folks, but I just hope that there's like a guy who thinks about all this stuff before they just plan out new things nowadays, you know? I hope that's some guy's job.
Most of the islands in the Pyrenesian archipelago are only a few tens of kilometers across, which constrains the population sizes of their native species and makes them more sensitive to environmental disturbance. So the majority of Pyrenesian fauna will die out shortly after the climate begins changing. And if that weren't enough to seal their fate, the volcanic hotspot that fuels the formation of the archipelago won't remain active forever, and as the islands drift over it, they'll gradually be eroded by wave action until they crumble into the sea, and all of Pyrenesia's unique indigenous clades will disappear with them. The island of Crescentia will suffer an even worse fate, as it will have the misfortune of being right at the center of the continental convergence, first freezing over as it nears the South Pole and the cooling period begins, then scourged by tides of lava once the eruptions ensue.
Oh, God.
What few notiforms and xenodonts survived the Ice Age and the arrival of the Areotheres will be promptly snuffed out, and even the Areotheres themselves won't be able to survive as the island is made completely uninhabitable by the ongoing volcanism. The mass extinction will present an entirely different range of threats to oceanic ecosystems. As the ash clouds darken the sky, the phytoplankton that form the basis of the marine food webs will have a harder time photosynthesizing, depriving the swarms of tachypods, anthostome larvae, and other zooplankton of their food source. And the once
Damn. These guys were like OGs, if you think about it. Like, these guys were here since, like, what? Episode 2 or 3 or something? I think, like, 2 or something like that. So to see them go is kind of, like, crazy.
Tachypods, anthostome larvae, and other zooplankton of their food source. And the once prolific swarms of tiny organisms will vanish from the surface waters. Additionally, the rising levels of CO2 will react with seawater to form carbonic acid, increasing the pH of the oceans and making it harder for species with mineralized exoskeletons to form their shells. This ocean acidification was a major factor that led to the marine invertebrates suffering the heaviest losses during the Great Dying.
Why did I think marine animals survived better during the apocalypse? Or, not apocalypse, but during mass extinctions. I don't know. Is it just the land creature in me that thinks that being underwater is just naturally safer? I feel like in my mind, and I understand, like, you know, a lot of most of the animals from the Cambrian, all this stuff from the Cambrian era, like, they're all gone, but it felt like they died in not like a mass thing, but I guess it was a mass thing. So I guess that's me. That's a me thing, guys. I'm realizing that as I speak now. This is a thing where I thought sea creatures get hit, like, I thought land creatures get hit harder, but apparently sea creatures get hit pretty freaking hard. Sea animals get hit harder because parts of the ocean turn to acid. That's the part that I didn't consider in my mind. I didn't realize that the ocean would turn into acid. But if the land is turning into freaking a volcanic, mass, yeah, why wouldn't the ocean turn into acid?
Many clades losing over 90% of their diversity. Anthropogenic climate change is beginning to cause similar effects, such as coral bleaching and the reduction of calcification of many oceanic organisms. Most of the marine anthostomes have calcareous shells, and the reefs formed by the sessile species in coastal waters are some of the richest of all marine habitats, and their death will cause a catastrophic decrease in ocean productivity and cause entire food webs to collapse. On top of this, the changing climate will drastically alter the ocean currents, causing huge disturbances in the distribution of oxygen and nutrients. This is made worse by the fact that as water becomes warmer, its levels of dissolved oxygen decrease, which, along with the changes in ocean chemistry and productivity, will result in an anoxic event, turning large expanses of the seas into dead zones, areas where oxygen levels are too low for any marine animals to survive.
Oh, wow.
Just as on land.
Wait, hold on. Is this like a real thing we're going through right now in life? It feels like he's not talking about the other planet anymore. This feels like he's talking about Earth at this point. Is this us? Is this like something that's going to be happening to Earth soon? Is that what's happening right now? Can sea animals not live like on the coast of Florida. What? This is us? We are doing this? Guys, why are we not stopping this yet? How have we not stopped this stuff yet? What is going on here? Like, no, like, okay, I don't like to curse and stuff on the channel, but no bullshit. What the fuck are we doing right now about this? Like, are we actually, like, helping? Because we kind of need animals and, like, you know, sea creatures and stuff. We're trying to? Have people seen this yet? Has this video gotten popular enough for, like, people important to see this? This seems like they spit, like, 2 crazy big facts about the Earth, like, in the last, like, 18 minutes, okay? Like, you know, they already mentioned the carbon, you know, how much we're polluting, you know, those emissions. We paused it for that, okay? We paused it for the emissions, guys. We're doing a lot of it. Crazy amounts. Have we seen this? Like, if you're a New Yorker and you're like, hey, I want to go fishing, guess what? You probably can't. All the fish are dead in your area. Do you live in Florida and you like fish? Guess what? They're probably dying right now. The Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of no fish. How about that? What is going on here? Oil company doesn't want people to know about this? Guys, we need to know about that. This is very important stuff. What is... Like, if you think this is crazy, just wait until life rebounds. Your mind will be blown again. Will my mind be blown when it? I hope this can life rebound in real life. What does that mean? Is that a good thing? Like, is it a good thing for us and people in Japan to be able to get fish? Like, people in Nordic areas to get fish. Y'all love fish in Japan and Nordic areas. Why are y'all gotta be doing extra about this, right? Like, they gotta be doing a little bit extra because they love the stuff. Diversity will be huge. Okay.
Turning large expanses of the seas into dead zones, areas where oxygen levels are too low for any marine animals to survive. Just as on land, the biggest and most specialized marine species will be the most vulnerable. The largest animals in the sea, and indeed anywhere on the whole planet, are the thalattotheres, including the filter-feeding isopterygians and the predatory anisopterygians, many of which exceed 10 meters in length. At such a huge size, even the slightest change in the distribution of resources presents a serious risk, making their extinction inevitable. Even the smaller semi-aquatic animals like the actotheres and diptopterids don't have comparable levels of diversity to fully marine groups, and so won't be widespread enough to outpace their rising death toll. Many fully marine clades like the acanthopods, colepods, and tentaclostomes will also take heavy losses. Particularly, large filter feeders like the tylopods depend on high concentrations of plankton and oxygen, and apex predators like the temnopods can't survive without sufficient quantities of large
I enjoy both of these creatures.
Prey. But the marine clades won't be the only ones affected by the change in ocean chemistry. At the bottom of the sea are large deposits of methane clathrate, a form of ice consisting of bubbles of methane held within a lattice of water molecules. These clathrates are only stable under high pressures and low temperatures, so as the sea warms up, the clathrates will dissolve and release the methane from the ocean depths into the atmosphere, a mechanism known as the clathrate gun. Methane is a far more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide, this will result in an even sharper rise in global temperatures. Is this also happening
on Earth in real life too? This is gonna be like, is this video gonna turn me into like a pro, like whatever they call that? Like, I am like very much trying to keep Earth alive right now for some reason, even though we're not even talking about Earth except the parts where we are, which are like the parts where I'm like, whoa, hold on, I live there. What's going on here? Like, what is he talking about? Things are cool when he's talking about the other planet. It starts to worry me when all the things he's talking about with the other planet are like in effect on our planet right now. That's the part that gets me a little bit like, what are we doing here? Can we make some changes? Because we're not talking about like a fictional place anymore. Now we're talking about like a real, yeah, I'm going to go outside and hug a real tree now because of this. Like, what's going on here? Like, Was this whole thing just for me to like be like, oh yeah, let's get him super hyped up, and then it turns out at the end he actually wants to stop global warming? Is that I didn't know this was all my videos from now on are gonna be somehow I'm gonna relate it back to make sure we do something about this because I didn't know this was happening.
And create
Apparently
a
this is
feedback
happening
loop
now.
by which they climb higher and higher. For thousands of years, the entire planet will be smothered by the oppressive heat and clouds of ash,
Jeez.
as lava flows lay waste to vast swathes of landscape, and once fertile habitats are reduced to baking deserts, and species die out at a higher rate than any other time in the planet's history. It will be millions of years before conditions become tolerable again, but even after the eruptions end and the planet begins to heal, some of the survivors may later succumb to extinction debt, having lost so much of their former diversity, abundance, or habitat that they'll be unable to recover, and will be doomed to die out at some point after the extinction event itself has ended. Although the basal platodonts are by and large very adaptable animals, many of the older varieties won't be able to deal with the massive change in conditions after the extinction. The copotarsons may be among those that lose out, as they never achieved a notable degree of diversity, nor did they spread much beyond the coastal swamps they first evolved in, making it harder for them to keep up with the constantly shifting climate. The echinostracans' main advantage is their spiked shell that makes them virtually immune to
I love these creatures. R.I.P. bro.
attack, but even if they survive the extinction, their signature adaptation won't be of any use when all the predators are dead, leaving them to be outcompeted by smaller, more adaptable plecostracans that can survive on less food. Over the enormous stretches of time that evolution operates, even clades that were once very successful and widespread may ultimately dwindle and die out. The trilobites were some of the most successful and abundant animals in the history of life on Earth, but after losing the vast majority of their diversity in the late Devonian extinction, they were never able to reclaim their
Devonian, that was me. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to take out this species, but it is what it is. They were, now I got to make sure to. I came back after taking out this species. I reincarnated as a human, so we can stop the next one, guys. I learned my lesson. It wasn't a good idea. I want to make sure to stop the next, extinction that may happen to Earth. Apparently,
former success before they were finished off by the Great Dying. And the multituberculates were the most diverse clade of mammals for over 130 million years, but despite surviving the end Cretaceous extinction, they ended up declining and dying out shortly afterward. Even groups like sharks and crocodiles, which have famously been around for hundreds of millions of years and lived through many extinction events, have still undergone significant losses in diversity. Roughly half of all crocodilians died out during the end Cretaceous extinction, and about 70% of all shark species disappeared in an extinction event about 19 million years ago. The basal dromaeopods were some of the first terrestrial predators to evolve, but since then they've been losing out against other predatory clades, and even if they manage to endure the mass extinction, they won't have enough of a competitive advantage to re-establish themselves. The leptopods have been some of the most successful herbivores in the planet's history, but with the death of the dominant groups like the alabrachids and the camptopods, the leptopods will have had their moment in the spotlight, and as new herbivores evolve, most of the remaining species will follow their larger cousins into extinction. At one time, the metaxopods were successful enough to invade the land and give rise to the osteopods despite the competition from the lophostomes, but since then they haven't been able to compete effectively with their osteopod descendants on land, nor with the acanthopods in the water, and what narrow range of niches they'll have managed to occupy will be compromised by the mass extinction, even to the point of wiping them out completely.
Jeez.
The only animals that stand a chance of surviving are those that are small, generalist, and resilient enough to cope with extremely rapid and drastic changes to their environment. Though there'll be considerable turnover in many marine ecosystems, the tachypods and other constituents of the plankton are so abundant and have such a high fecundity that some tiny fraction of their diversity will survive, persisting in the few patches of sea that retain enough oxygen and nutrients, and rapidly multiplying to refill the empty oceans once conditions become favorable again.
Okay.
The smallest members of the major clades of acanthopods will also survive, as will the colepods and the lithostracan tentaclostomes within the relative shelter of the ocean depths. Being limited by their lack of internal support to only a few kilograms at the most, the majority of the lophostomes will be within the range of body size necessary to avoid extinction. In particular, the malacoforms are so small and diverse that they may make it through virtually unscathed, much like how insects have been largely unaffected by most extinction events in the history of Earth. The xerostracans can make use of their aestivation to sit out periods of intense drought and famine, which they may make use of to become one of the most successful diplostome clades during the extinction event. Though the larger opisthophorans, like the magnopterans and sphenopterans, will be wiped out, many of the letopterans have remained small enough to make it through.
Okay.
Although the reduction of chromatophyte abundance will pose a danger for nectarovores, a tiny percentage of picopterans will be small enough and reproduce quickly enough to survive on the decreased food supply, just as how the lepidopterans survived the end Cretaceous extinction, while most pipiodonts are opportunistic enough to get by on malacoforms, seeds, and other meager scraps of food. As most of the flightless elastospondyls are arboreal, the worldwide deforestation will claim a large chunk of their diversity, but some of the basal species may still be able to find small prey at ground level and within the isolated pockets of woodland that remain. The tropopherans may survive by virtue of their infrared sensing, by which they can find and hunt prey more easily than many other elastospondyls, while the survival of the dinoglossids won't be as contingent on the availability of food as it will be on the abundance of their scandapod host species. Fortunately for them, the scandapods are some of the smallest and most diverse of all platodonts, and while they'll certainly undergo a reduction in their diversity, the clade as a whole will still survive. The pleuropterans were able to achieve sufficient diversity prior to the extinction event such that, although the theropterans and many of the larger, older, and less competitive pleuropterans will be killed off, a handful of platypteran species will be small and successful enough to survive. The amblypods were lucky enough to be adapted to arid habitats before the mass extinction, which will make them the only clade of leptopods to survive, consigning these once prolific...
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't expect them to survive, but they're probably gonna... I assume they're gonna die off afterwards, but who knows?
Herbivores to only a few small species wandering the deserts and scrublands. But of all the polypod clades, the Seniscians will have suffered some of the heaviest casualties.
Jeez.
From the very beginning of their history, they've been specialized for attaining large sizes, developing robust, weight-bearing skeletons and becoming some of the first terrestrial animals to move into megafaunal niches. But in the long run, these very same traits will be their undoing. After the marine forms are wiped out and the terrestrial species are all but annihilated, almost the entire Seniscian lineage will be gone. But sometimes,
R.I.P. to the Seniscians.
whether a clade lives or dies during a mass extinction comes down to sheer luck. Along the coasts of Septentria, the climate may remain hospitable enough for a few patches of wetland to be preserved, and within their waterways some scattered populations of the hibignathans may be fortunate enough to be spared, living on the few diplocerids and other freshwater acanthopods that still dwell on the shrunken remnant.
I feel like these guys all got introduced recently, too. Like, I know this guy got introduced in, like, either the last or the episode before that. I remember that. Larky's River Drive. I remember the name being super cool.
Scattered populations of the hibignathans may be fortunate enough to be spared, living on the few diplocerids and other freshwater acanthopods that still dwell on the shrunken remnants of the once expansive river systems. And even then, only one genus will survive, clinging on in the Septentrian swamps as the very last of the Seniscians, and a bizarre relic of a bygone era,
This is
just as how the
two
Tuatoscians,
Can we
and
give a shout out to Burpopo? This is incredible.
relic of a bygone era, just as how the Tuatara lives on in New Zealand as the only remaining species of the once widespread Rhynchocephalians. But not all of the surviving clades will emerge from the extinction event in such a sorry state. For some clades, the destruction will bring opportunity. Whether they're wiped out by the mass extinction or simply lose out in competition with their more adaptable relatives, the older clades of Eurychirids will be forced into decline, as will the more specialized groups among them like the Apatochirids, who depend on dense populations of their host species to implement their
out of these three, will one of them survive? I'm gonna take a wild guess to say if anybody's gonna survive out of these guys, it's probably gonna be this guy right here that burrows. Probably, I
Food
don't know.
parasitism.
I think they might all die.
But many of the other acrochirids, along with the oryctochirids and some of the basal ramphidonts, have a suite of characteristics that will make them some of the most successful animals during the extinction. Their small size means they can survive on very little food, and their diets are broad enough to subsist on whatever they can unearth from the barren soil. Their endothermy lets them maintain constant activity, and makes them less sensitive to fluctuations in climate, and they can avoid the worst of the perilous conditions on the surface within the shelter of their burrows. They have very high reproductive rates, and their extensive brood care and social systems ensure that a high proportion of their young make it to adulthood. With this array of adaptations, these little creatures are poised to not only survive the extinction, but also to act as pioneer species, which in the context of mass extinctions are sometimes called disaster taxa, being some of the first animals to recover and thrive in the post-extinction world.
Hey,
but they
I ain't
won't.
gonna lie. I feel like this image feels symbolic right here, right? Like, you're just growing, and the world is just tough around you. That feels like symbolism, right?
Be alone. All that will remain of the dromaeopods after the extinction will be the allodonts, most older clades of which will also perish soon afterward in competition with other groups. But if any of them survive, the xenopsids will certainly be among them. With their unique feeding arrangement, these small, tenacious mesocarnivores can feed on anything from rotting meat to plant tubers, and their facultative endothermy lets them tolerate variable climates and slow their metabolism to conserve energy during times of food shortage. Not to mention the increased survival rates afforded by their social behaviors and cooperative breeding, all traits that will let them establish themselves as a dominant clade after the mass extinction.
Let's go.
Even as these surviving groups begin to repopulate, the scars left by the mass extinction will be all too clear. Whereas before the extinction event, there was a more or less seamless spectrum of forms across...
Guys, let's do one RIP for all the creatures that we lost. This is a lot. This is a lot of species, but we got some survivors. So, shout outs to all these guys. You guys had decent to good lives. Most of you, especially in this series, I know we started another, like the Opano series recently, with shout outs to Project Opano. Those guys are amazing over there. Shout outs to them once again. Make sure you subscribe to them. These guys seem to have lived slightly better, existences than some of the other creatures. A lot of these guys were food, but a lot of them got to hunt. And especially in this clad here, a lot of these guys had decent lives in this clad. I ain't gonna lie. It wasn't like they're the plants who literally the plants literally just get eaten, and then they try to survive, and then they try to, make fruits and stuff, spread the seeds, all the stuff, and then these guys just come around and eat them, and then they eat each other, and then all they do is eat stuff. So, but they had good lives for the most part. Nobody was like living for like 24 hours and then dying, and then getting like, chewed up or nothing. They all seem to have been... This was more of an attack species here. So everything from this, creed and clade, however you say it, they all, it was a good life for them.
The Tree of Life. In the aftermath, so many branches will have been removed that the survivors will appear to be grouped into distinct clusters that share key traits in common. This effect can be seen on Earth in the fact that clades have historically been described in terms of classes, such as how vertebrates have been traditionally sorted into mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, and fish. However, these groups only appear distinct from each other because the intermediate forms have gone extinct, and if we take these into account, it becomes much more difficult to distinguish where one group ends and another begins.
That's crazy. This is crazy. Could you guys imagine? Yeah, a lot of the guys are dead. Could you guys imagine, just for a quick moment, going back in time, having let's say you guys have some type of suit on that makes you can't You can't be hurt. You know, nothing can happen to you. You're just able to see all these species. Is that not like, would that be like one of the coolest things of all time? Is being like, oh yeah, I know the species that I'd actually seen the evolution that go from tiger all the way back to lizard. It's crazy. They can also go into bird. It's insane. It depends on what that species was going through at the time. Insane work. You know, it's like seeing, you'd see so many creatures just going back in time. If you could just go back in time and just see what was just happening, you wouldn't even need to step outside the ship. You would just want to go back in time, just be on the ship that you're in, and then just look around. Just look around for like a day. No stepping foot on anything. It would be, it would literally change the way you think about life up here, I think. Like, I think you would just look at everything differently. Like, wow, these guys, their existence, everything, just what are they doing right now? They're just, you know, living, and then bam, something crazy comes up at you. You're just like, whoa, what is that? You know, it's just like a whole nother thing. It's something you've never seen before, something you never even dreamt of. Science wouldn't have been able to even, like, we got the skeletons of things that we can never fully visualize. I don't care if you could put the meat on it. You know, you could be like, oh, well, maybe it had this type of bone structure. You know, we see the bone structure. Maybe it had this big a muscle. We don't know. These things could have been 1,000% muscle. You know, gigantic trees everywhere, just a part of life. I don't know. I'm going on a rant here, but I'm just thinking, seeing things back in time, whether like from this fictionalized world, makes me think of seeing things back in time on our world and realizing it is so fantastical that it would feel like magic. Like, it would just seeing gigantic trees, bigger than any tree you've ever seen in your life, and just everywhere, you'd freak out.
In reality, these classes are defined almost arbitrarily, and often don't represent valid cladistic divisions.
Oh,
Of the
wow.
osteopods that survive the extinction event, two of the most distinctive groups will be the Xenopsids and the Ramphidonts, which, since their Peliscian ancestors diverged from each other over 200 million years ago, have each inherited a unique assortment of distinguishing features. The Ramphidonts are characterized by their beak-like mandibles, enlarged anterior eyes with external dilating membranes, antennae-like pedipalps with tympanic hearing organs within their proximal segment, digited forelimbs, endothermic metabolism, and altricial grub-like offspring, while the Xenopsid signature traits include their serrated pedipalps with apical hearing organs, their binocular-like lateral eyes that bear sclerotic rings, coat of pectinate setae, internalized gonopods, and facultative endothermy. Both of these groups will be immediately distinguishable from all of the remaining Peliscians, while the few hybignathans that live on will form a peculiar outlier as a sister clade to all other osteopods. But now that the mass extinction has passed, these surviving clades will have the whole world to themselves, and with so little competition, they'll be free to establish an entirely new dynasty of life. We've mentioned before that when species find their way to uncolonized habitats like islands, they rapidly undergo an adaptive radiation to take advantage of all the empty niches. Mass extinctions have the effect of turning the entire planet into an uncolonized habitat, triggering an adaptive radiation.
I'm not gonna lie. Also, shout outs to that fact that the creatures that are left are gonna, you know, be able to try to quickly adapt to it. But this photo, this image here, I don't know what type of artwork this is considered, but this is like literally art. This is like literal a piece of art. Like, this feels like this should be hung up. Z person, shout outs to you, bro. Like, I would love, I want to hang this up on my wall. I'm not gonna lie, this feels like something I want to actually hang up on my wall, and people will be like, what is that? Oh, that's, what do you think it is? And then they just look and then just see their face ponder as they realize that this is a once beautiful land being taken over by lava and fire and death and destruction. And this is just, I don't know, it's just incredible. They almost look like the ghost of previous animals just going off, you know, the spirits of all the other creatures just kind of flowing off. Watercolor? Y'all think it's watercolor? It might be watercolor. I think this might be watercolor. This is incredible.
On a global scale. This concept is termed punctuated equilibrium, whereby long stretches of evolutionary stasis are interrupted by spurts of rapid diversification, usually as a response to sudden environmental disturbances like mass extinctions. Additionally, the reduction of competition means that species can afford to experiment with new designs and survival strategies, and as a result, the period immediately following the mass extinction is likely to produce some of the strangest clades in the planet's history, much like the explosion of bizarre groups that appeared during the
What is, guys? What's this thing right here? Why does this look so familiar?
Triassic period following the Great Dying. The first stage of recovery will occur over several million years as plants and eroding mountains start to slowly absorb
Sam,
the
I
excess
hope
carbon
things are good with
dioxide.
you too, bro. Sam, bro, I feel like we haven't talked in a while, Sam. But I hope you're doing well.
And return the atmosphere to equilibrium. Once the climate stabilizes, the process of secondary succession can take place and new ecosystems can be established. The chemophytes will slowly begin regaining ground as the landscape once again becomes suitable for the growth of forests. However, whereas beforehand the xylophytes were the dominant clade of trees, the mass extinction will provide other plants with the opportunity to replace.
Anthony, you got to get ready for work. Well, you know what, bro? I hope you have a good day at work. I will keep the rest of this video as entertaining as I possibly can. So when you get back, you'll have a lot of things to look forward to listening to. You'll be able to leave off of this part and come back and be like, wow, it continued to be incredibly entertaining after that. Incredible. Amazing. Sam will message me. He's doing his own podcast channel next year. All the graphics and stuff have been done. Well, you know what, bro? As a person who's been on a podcast with you several times, and I mean so many times we've done podcasts. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't seen the Wrestle Dogs, make sure you check out Wrestle Dogs podcast. I was on there a lot a little bit ago. But all the graphics, let me know. I'll definitely, I'll try to hop on and contribute if you want me to. Just, reach out to me anytime, Sam. You know I'm there for you, buddy.
Them. Many mass extinctions on Earth coincide with significant changes in vegetation, such as how the death of the lepidodendrales and the other lycopsids during the Carboniferous rainforest collapse led to the rise of the conifer forests, and the end Cretaceous extinction saw the flowering plants replace the gymnosperms as the dominant form of tree in tropical and temperate latitudes.
Oh, wow.
Up until now, the zygophytes have remained relatively small ground plants, but as the trees around them vanish, they may be able to recover much faster than the xylophytes and evolve into a new form of tree, adapting their ramets into
What is this?
plants.
What evolution?
But as the trees around them vanish, they may be able to.
Bro said, no, I can actually get big now. Hold on, I can get big now. Let's all get big together. He brought his friends with him. They're all getting big now. This is incredible.
To recover much faster than the xylophytes and evolve into a new form of tree, adapting their ramets into trunks and branches bearing colourful inflorescences composed of their hair-like gametangial filaments. The reef-like jungles that these colonial trees form will constitute an entirely new type of habitat, while the forests of xylophytes will only occur further towards the poles in colder and more arid regions.
Okay,
these
guys,
new
I
trees,
have to pause the
which
stream
will
for just a moment, okay? Just give me 2 minutes here. All right. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Everything in life always happens at once. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. So remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Things tend to happen all at once.
Call zygodendrons will provide innumerable niches for a myriad of arboreal species. As some of the few forest-dwelling animals to make it through the extinction, the surviving scandopods will begin to replace the extinct varieties of arboreal platodonts. Whereas the early scandopods' tiny size let them move along narrow branches, the new larger forms will need to adopt other methods of arboreal locomotion. In one group, the limbs will elongate to help reach between gaps, and their feet will develop flexible joints and hooked claws to let them grip to vertical surfaces, leading to a clade of scansorial
Oh, wow.
and suspensorial
I
forms
like
that
these things. This is actually, hold on, this is actually really cool.
we'll call the fulcoscalids. Some fulcoscalids will be small fruit and seed
Oh my
eaters that
gosh.
dwell on the zygodendron.
Hold on now. Shout outs to K, man.
Some fulcoscalids
Because that artwork is amazing. I feel like I would have that on my wall. I love that. Shout outs to N as well. I like this too. I'm sorry, I just don't want to compare because they're both great. Art is incredible on its own. We don't need to compare it. But something about when I'm looking at this one here to the left, I really just enjoy this. It scratches that itch in my brain.
will be small fruit and seed eaters that dwell on the zygodendron's gametangial filaments, while others will be meter-long predators that snatch up smaller scandopods scuttling along the branches below them.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, a separate lineage will evolve in the opposite direction, developing longer, more
Whoa.
gracile bodies to let them maintain balance on narrow footholds and to
This is so creepy. Oh my gosh.
longer, more gracile bodies to let them
Something
maintain
about it spinning around this and then coming back and doing something about that is so creepy to me. And I can already see why does that kind of look like a face right there? But I can imagine these evolving to have like some type of patterns that almost look like faces on them. And that makes it even creepier for me. Like imagine this, but it almost looks like it has a skull on the back or like eyes. Just anything where it looks like it's going to have eyes on its back, to make sure predators feel like it's always looking at them. That's going to make it so much creepier.
balance on narrow footholds and to squeeze through dense vegetation, and short, strong legs to let them cling to the underside of branches. Both the fulcoscalids and this new clade, which we'll call the brachyscalids, will
Wait, this series has what I like to call bumpers. It's difficult to get into. It's difficult to keep going past episode 7, but it's a really fun time if you get over that. Hey, I understand. Me personally, just keeping up with a series in general is a little bit more difficult for me. Again, I have ADHD. I have a job. I have things I'm trying to maintain in life, and sometimes all those things just so happen to all be trying to fight each other for different spots in time. But even through all that, just being able to maintain a series and the interest in the series between myself as well as the audience is difficult. This is one of the ones that's like, hey, so far, I've enjoyed every episode I've done so far. I don't think there's been an episode where I was like, I wasn't really feeling that one. Maybe mindset wise, I wouldn't have been in the best mood to do all of them at certain times. But I don't think I've ever really had an issue with this series at all. Like, it's always been entertaining. I'm trying to remember what episode 7 was while I'm yapping. And I can't remember specifically what episode 7 was. I will say that. If you can remind me what episode 7 was about, because I'm trying to think. Was episode 7 the hardest one for me to get through? I know there was one that was going into some real deep science knowledge, like some real educational stuff, and I was kind of like, man, I feel like I don't have too much to add towards this, which I try to do in my own way, but I still feel like every episode gives at least the layperson an opportunity to get something out to say about it or think about some aspects of, your everyday life with this. Episode 7 was Return to Water. Hold on. Return to Water was a pretty good one. They had a lot of diversity and stuff come out of that one. it may have been okay. I think the difference is episode 6 and everything when they were getting out of the water and going into the plant life or like the plants and then the animals. I think by episode 6 they were really so deep into like it was really starting to get good with the animal species on land, and then it was like okay, now back to the sea, which was cool. But I think in comparison, as a land creature myself, I think talking about land creatures is pretty cool, obviously some people enjoy the sea creatures as well. I do too, but I can see why some people would be like, episode 7, return to water. I could see it, although it was still a really good episode. I feel like it was a really good one.
Present the vast majority of scandapod diversity in the new era, both radiating into thousands of new species. But at ground level, the Ramphidonts will undergo a diversification event of their own, modifying their ancestral design into a plethora of new forms. One curious adaptation that's occurred in several vertebrate clades is limblessness, the most obvious example being snakes, but also seen in other reptiles like the legless lizards and amphisbaenians, and even in amphibians like the caecilians. In virtually all of these groups, limblessness seems to have evolved as the result of a burrowing lifestyle. After all, fossoriality is associated with the reduction of any external structures that might get in the way while burrowing, including the limbs if they don't play a significant role in digging. The fossorial Ramphidonts are already born without any solidified bones in their limbs, making them of little use in walking, so the grub's primary means of locomotion will be writhing or squirming, wriggling their bodies from side to side. If this proves to be a more efficient way of moving through loose soil, then some species may undergo neoteny, never developing limb bones even in their adult form and ultimately losing any vestige.
Why does this look so much crazier than a snake or anything I imagined in my mind? I feel like this was gonna be like full on, maybe like it's the arms, guys. I didn't think the arms were gonna still be there. I really thought the arms were gonna disappear. This looks so much crazier with the arms on them. Like, imagine if snakes had arms. You'd be like, what the hell am I looking at? This is a snake with hands. This is... like, I can't be the only one who's like, yo, snake with hands, that's weird. You think about that because I'm thinking about that because of the arms. I know they needed to burrow, but like, who would have expected the arms though? This is
legs,
crazy.
Retaining only their front claws that still serve in digging and handling food. As most species will spend the majority of their lives underground, the large eyes and acute vision of their ancestors will diminish, some species losing one or more pairs of eyes and some even being completely blind. There will be many hundreds of species of these serpentine Ramphidonts, which we'll call apodomorphs, ranging in size from only a few centimeters to over a meter, found everywhere from the leaf litter of dense forests to the scorching sands of sub-meter.
Shout out to some of this artwork here. I like the
found
diversity
everywhere
of art. Fish Bunko? Okay, this is very trippy. This is extremely trippy. It's like it's almost like they're trying to do it through the sight, like that vision, the heat vision sight. This is like also like if somebody did drugs and went into the forest, this might be what they see.
From the leaf litter of dense forests to the scorching sands of subtropical deserts. While the apodomorphs and many other Ramphidonts will remain largely fossorial, the absence of any competition will coax many Ramphidonts out of their burrows to exploit ground-level niches.
Snake.
While all Ramphidonts have a light covering of setae, fossorial animals tend to have short or sparse fur to keep their bodies sleek, and larger animals can simply rely on gigantothermy for warmth. But the smaller species that move above ground may evolve a thicker coat of fur to make their thermoregulation more efficient. Additionally, the joints where their mouthparts attach to their skulls will evolve a unique structure that allows the independent movement of the left and right mandibles, a similar mechanism to the chelicerae of sun spiders. This will let them chew and process a wide variety of food sources, giving rise to an extremely successful radiation of generalists that we'll call the Dystrophiognathans. In one branch of Dystrophiognathans that remains small opportunists, Their pedipalps will become long whip-like structures riddled with scent and taste receptors, with which they can probe through dirt, leaf litter, and other debris to pick out the tiniest scraps of food. The posterior portion of their abdomen will enlarge to house an expanded reproductive system, which, along with their tiny size and adaptable diet, will allow these generalists...
That looked absolutely insane.
The posterior portion of their abdomen will enlarge to house an expanded reproductive system, which, along with their...
Hey, this image right here, absolutely insane. If you walked in the forest and that was the first thing you saw, I think you'd immediately walk out, right? Like, we can all agree. Shout outs to Kiru. This would be insane to see. You're just walking down the street. You turn to your right. You're like, whoa, what is? Oh, a big, giant, like 8-legged creature, killing another. Like, okay, guess I will walk back into the house now. It looks like this. It's in real life. Yeah. Again, what were the centimeters on this guy? Didn't they say this guy was like over a meter? Like, a meter? That's almost as tall as a normal person. Like, what are we talking about? I'm not going nowhere near this thing. Like, this thing would be so crazy.
A tiny size and adaptable diet will allow these generalists, which we'll call flagelliferans, to spread into virtually every habitat.
Centimeters? Are these things centimeters or meters? I think this series is starting to finally educate me on the difference between centimeter. Okay, they were 15 centimeters. Never mind. You might smush them then if you saw them. But at the same time, still, crazy looking creature. Some people may freak out if they saw this. You saw this in real life, 15 centimeters or not, you might turn the other way. You know, you might be like, whoa, what the hell? What's going on today? I don't like this.
On the supercontinent and become some of the most prolific of all ramphidonts. In other dystrophiognathans that reach larger sizes, the huge claws of their fossorial ancestors will no longer be of any use in digging burrows, but one clade may instead use them to unearth subterranean food sources. From this lineage will come predators that break into the nests of...
My bad for cursing, guys, but what the hell?
Phoryctochirids,
That was still another curse word, but what's going on? That was actually a jump scare.
From this lineage will come predators that break into the nests of Phoryctochirids, apodomorphs, and other fossorial prey, plucking them from their burrows with long serrated mandibles, as well as herbivorous species that dig up roots and plant tubers, and even forms that specialize for tearing open logs and tree trunks to expose malacoforms and other small prey beneath their cuticles. The broad spade-like claws that all of these forms share in common will earn them the name hadronychids. Another lineage of dystrophiognathans will evolve into small, adaptable predators and scavengers. These forms will develop pincer-like mandibles that terminate in narrow points to nip at and cut through soft meat, while also bearing ridged serrations to let them gnaw through tougher foods like bones, shells, and plant matter in times of scarcity. This clade, which we'll call dryptognathans, will fill the niches of mesocarnivores, scavengers, and small predators across much of the planet. As the dystrophiognathans proliferate, a separate branch of acrochirids will specialize for the roles of dedicated herbivores. One of the signature adaptations that distinguishes the acrochirids from other ramphidonts is their cecum that allows them to store and predigest food. While this first evolved as a way for them to process plant matter before regurgitating it for their grubs, it will also allow the herbivorous species to avert the contents of the cecum back into the foregut, in a similar way to how ruminants regurgitate and chew cud. In one lineage, the cecum will significantly expand, effectively becoming an extra chamber of the foregut where fermentation can occur prior to digestion. Again, however, it will take some time for the grubs of these species to develop such powerful, complex guts, making them less able to feed on vegetation than the adults. In some species, the juveniles will simply rely on their parents to provide them with regurgitated food that they can still digest, while in others this may result in ontogenetic niche shift, a phenomenon in which a species occupies different niches at different stages of its life cycle, which eliminates the risk of the juveniles being outcompeted by
Is it just me, or did frogs get used as quite a few examples in these? Shout outs to frogs, bro. Frogs are pretty dope, aren't they? Like, evolutionarily wise, like, frogs are kind of like really interesting creatures. Like from an evolutionary standpoint, like frogs have got to be like one of the more interesting creatures to just look at.
The adults. Therefore, while the adults will be more or less exclusively folivorous, the juveniles of most species will be much more generalist, feeding on fruit, seeds, or even subsisting on meat if need be. Another common adaptation among herbivores is for their jawbone to evolve an offset that allows the upper and lower teeth to all come into contact at once, improving their ability to grind down vegetation, which these forms may emulate by evolving a distinct right angle between the bones of their lower mandibles, allowing the flattened interior edges of the teeth to press together like a wrench, giving this line of acrochirids, which we'll call proseciforms, the most efficient plant-eating mechanism of any osteopod, and let them dominate the herbivorous niches in virtually every habitat. Some of these proseciforms will adapt for speed and cursoriality, not only evolving narrow ungular-grade feet and elongated flexible spines, but also undergoing another instance of centaur.
They're gonna be like horses now.
Becoming the first osteopods.
I love this guy. Shout outs to Apple Tater.
Run on only their hind two pairs of legs, with both the first and second pairs held off the ground. This radical innovation will reduce the energy required for running.
Cows, zebras, if you're who says zebras? That's British people. Shout outs to British people, bro. Shout outs to people in the UK. If you say zebras instead of zebras, very interesting.
Giving them some of the highest locomotive efficiency of any clade yet to evolve. Some will only exhibit facultative centaurism, still keeping 6 legs on the ground when resting, while in others the front legs will effectively serve as a second pair of feeding arms. These swift quadrupeds, which we'll call oligopods, will branch off from the other proseciforms early on in their history, and will range from meter-long, lightly built grazers that forage within the groves of zygodendrons to large browsers that use their freed-up front legs to pull down tree branches. A separate clade of proseciforms will sacrifice speed to become lumbering megafauna, evolving enormous...
What? Ladies and gentlemen, what is this?
Proseciforms
when did this guy
will sacrifice speed to become lumbering megafauna?
This is like 15 years later when you're at your like high school reunion. You're like, oh, what happened to this guy? Bam, now he's that guy? What the hell?
Evolving enormous foreguts and multi-chambered stomachs, robust grinding mandibles to continuously harvest brachyphytes, and powerful muscles in their back anchored to bony crests to support their massive cephalothorax. As they don't need to be selective in their feeding, the antennae on their pedipalps will become reduced to nearly vestigial structures so as to not get in the way of the rake-like forelimbs that continuously sweep through the brachyphytes and pass food into the mouth. These gigantic beasts, which we'll call megantroforms, will be the largest grazing herbivores since the titanopods.
Okay.
In the scramble to fill all the empty niches after the mass extinction, some acrochirids may even be able to move into arboreal niches. In making this transition, one clade will not only develop long, flexible limbs for climbing and maneuvering through the tangled canopy of the zygodendron forests, but also a special foot structure with wide pads to give them strong purchase on precarious footholds and to adhere to near-vertical surfaces, as well as a tail-like dorsiventrally flattened posterior abdomen, which, along with the gonopods, will form a partially prehensile appendage to assist in maintaining balance and clinging to branches. These adaptable creatures, which we'll call hylotheres, will form a sister clade to the Dystrophiognathans and proseciforms.
Shout out to the hydroclearers. These things look like wolves in the on the branches. They look like they're a wolf on branch. That's actually very scary.
And will serve as the precursors of another major radiation of acrochirids, one that will comprise thousands of species and be found in forests all across the supercontinent. As they diversify, different clades of hylotheres will adapt to cope with the numerous food sources available in the canopy. Many of the smaller hylotheres will have narrow tweezer-like mouthparts to probe for seeds, nectar, and malacoforms within the zygodendron's carpet of gametangial filaments, while larger species will adapt to feed on fruit, foliage, and other plant tissues. One group will even adapt for xylophagy, or wood-eating, a very rare feeding behavior among large animals, as wood is extremely nutrient-poor and difficult to digest. But in evolution, the pressure to avoid competition will always ensure that no niche goes unfilled. Therefore, the zygodendron forests will see the evolution of a clade of xylophagous hylotheres with vertically opposed chisel-like mandibles to gnaw through wood and other tough vegetation, and complex guts filled with symbiotic microbes to help them extract as much nutrition from their food as possible. Their low-energy diet will make them slow and deliberate climbers, but they'll still find safety within the nests and burrows they chew into the dense labyrinth of branches as they feed. We'll call this clade the Pelicodonts. But although the hylotheres will be ancestrally arboreal, over millions of years, as the distribution of forest changes and new habitats open up, the opportunity may eventually come for some clades to return to the ground. One group that makes this transition will evolve to walk on the knuckles of their front legs, helping to prevent
you had that in you the whole time? You went from
makes this
20
transition will evolve to walk on the
to 6 meters. How? What's the evolutionary time scale on this? How many thousands of years
to return
went
to the ground.
from this guy?
One group that
being
makes this
20
transition will evolve to walk
to 6 meters tall. What happened there? What did you run it? What did you do that summer, buddy? Like, what was evolution doing to you that day? Evolution hit you with the Thor hammer. Was like, bam, no, you're not 20 centimeters. You're actually a 6 meter giant, buddy. You're actually, no, evolution does go crazy. Evolution said, no, buddy, this isn't you. This isn't who I see in you. Evolution said, I see the true potential in you. You're small now, but come back to me. 6 meters in the sky.
Walk on the knuckles of their front legs, helping to prevent their hooked claws from wearing down so they can assist the forelimbs in reaching for food. Though the early members of this clade will be mid-sized forest dwellers that pluck fruit from low branches, some may move out into more open habitats where, without the constraints of dense vegetation, they'll be free to grow into huge megafaunal browsers, the largest of which will rival even the megantroforms in size.
Hold on now. What is this image I'm looking at, guys? Can we acknowledge that this image looks absolutely insane? Like right now? Can we all come to an agreement that this image looks like these guys are humping? Like, that looks absolutely insane. I don't know what evolution's trying to do in this photo right here. But things are going wild, ladies and gentlemen. This is a crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I might not be mature enough.
We'll call thaumatotheres eyes. These are the larger vegetation which will rival even the megantroforms in size. These hulking creatures, which we'll call thaumatotheres, will comb the periphery of thick jungles and gallery forests, gorging on vegetation far out of reach of any other herbivore. With the return of megafaunal herbivores, it won't be long before predatory clades evolve to hunt them. The xenopsids have a head start over the ramphidonts in filling the niches of predators, as they already had a number of predatory adaptations before the extinction. In particular, the stenopsids' mouthparts, where the mandibles are concealed within a lip-like sheath and the pedipalps positioned further forward to more easily close over prey, enables them to make more precise and powerful bites than other xenopsids, making them somewhat pre-adapted for the niches of specialist predators. Soon after the mass extinction, one group of stenopsids will evolve to incorporate their forearms into their feeding structure, turning them into raptorial weaponry to latch onto prey and pull it within reach of the dagger-like pedipalps. From this clade, which we'll call the Peleropsids, will come a variety of predatory groups, including fast step-dwelling pursuit hunters, agile semi-arboreal forms, and more heavily built ambush hunters. But one group in particular will develop the size and weaponry to become the first group of megafaunal hypercarnivores since the mass extinction. Size and weapon-built ambush hunters.
Evolution.
But one group in particular will develop the size and weaponry
bonk, you're now 2.8 meters
to
tall.
become the first group of megafaunal hypercarnivores since the mass extinction.
You're incredible
In
now.
these species, the raptorial forelimbs will become more robust and compact to allow them to restrain large prey like the oligopod.
What in the anime scene is happening right here, guys? Do you see the anime scene that's happening right now? Look at this. Look at this.
Megantroforms.
He did a backspin, chopped off his, like, this guy's freaking arm right here. I don't even know what's happening. This is incredible. He's missing an arm. He got his arm snatched up. He comes back, whap, hits this guy. I kind of want to see this in full animation.
Thaumatotheres. As is befitting their status as some of the largest predators of the new era, we'll call these macropredators Anaxotheres. The return of the predators will put pressure on their prey to evolve ways of defending themselves. Animals like the Megantroforms and Thaumatotheres can rely on their size alone for defense, but smaller animals like the Diplostomes will resort to more innovative tactics. In one group of Desmostricans, the excretory glands on their flanks will evolve to produce toxins, but instead of injecting venom through stingers like the Pronacanthids, they'll instead adapt these glands into nozzles that fire the toxins in a chemical spray. This form of projectile weaponry is fairly rare, but can be seen in animals like bombardier beetles, velvet worms, and whip scorpions. In many species, the spray will consist of a noxious, foul-smelling liquid that repels potential attackers, while other species will produce strands of sticky, web-like slime that can entangle and entrap Malacoforms and other small prey. To complement this weaponry, they'll also evolve aposematic coloration to make sure that predators know to avoid them. Due to their distinctive defenses, we'll call them Mixobolids. Not all the Xenopsids will be predators. Just as with the Ramphidonts, the Xenopsids will undergo an explosion of diversity and fill a wide variety of niches. In one group, the second claw on their forelimbs will elongate into a forward-angled spur against which the terminal claw can close, turning the distal portion of the limb into a structure similar to the chelae of many arthropods. These chelae will give them a much more precise means of manipulation, letting them selectively pluck up seeds, Malacoforms, or other small morsels of food. We'll give this lineage the fitting name Calaferans.
They look like bees.
Although most Calaferans will be small opportunists with narrow pointed chelae, one clade will adapt for handling larger items like fruit, eggs, and even small prey like Diplostomes, and so their chelae will evolve into robust crushing claws to let them break apart their food before passing it into the mouth. These strengthened chelae will also serve as formidable weapons to fend off predators and compete with rivals for access to mates. These tenacious generalists, which we'll call Pachycalaferans, will include some of the largest Calaferans, found everywhere from zygodendron forests to arid steppe and scrubland, traveling in family groups in search of anything edible. The Calaferans' chelae will help them become some of the most successful Xenopsids, but one group of Stenopsids will see an equally bizarre anatomical development.
What?
The bones at the base of the skull will develop tusk-like extensions that jut forward to form a larger surface for the pedipalps to grip against, similar to the head ornamentation of the extinct hell ants on Earth. These structures, which we'll coin the term exognaths to describe, will allow them to more easily bite down onto and grip food items, and from the forerunners of this new clade, which we'll call the Ceratodonts, will arise a myriad of groups that each adapt these exognaths to suit different purposes. One clade may evolve to chase down small, fast-moving prey, using their exognaths to assist in snatching up and restraining their quarry. These forms will adapt for speed and maneuverability, evolving not only long, gracile bodies and powerful running legs, but also undergoing yet another instance of centaurism, the forelimbs tucking under the body to not get in the way when...
Hey, shoutouts to SYFYFW. This is incredible.
Running, making these predators, which we'll call Elaphrodonts, some of the fastest and most agile of all Xenopsids. One clade of Elaphrodonts will adapt their pedipalps and exognaths into pointed scissor-like structures, specialized not for grabbing, but for impaling and skewering prey, and for delivering snapping bites to slice open lethal wounds. With this vicious armament, snapping bite for grabbing, but for impaling and skewering prey, and for delivering snapping bites to slice open lethal wounds. With this vicious armament, this clade...
That was like his ult move, guys. If you played like Rivals or anything, that was like that.
Which we'll call the Spathodonts, will become very diverse and successful predators, ranging from half-meter long forest dwellers with long, supple bodies to maneuver through complex terrain.
sensorism. Everybody want to be a horse now. Everybody want to do some horse stuff now. We all horsing around this episode apparently.
In an explosive pursuit of
you guys get it? It was a horse joke. Horsing around. It's something I do around these parts. Provide comedy, light entertainment there, guys. Just something that I bring to the table. This is why you like in comments all the fun stuff. Go ahead.
prey to 3-meter-long ambush predators that erupt from the undergrowth to dispatch their targets in a series of lightning-fast jabs. While the spathodonts will typically hunt relatively small prey, another line of elaphrodonts may make use of their speed, agility, and weaponry to go after megafaunal prey. In these larger forms, the exognaths will grow upward into knife-like points that interlock with the pedipalps in such a way that both are continuously sharpened as they shear against each other, like the carnassial teeth of many mammalian predators. As they adapt for hunting large prey like the oligopods, megantroforms, and thaumatotheres, they'll be brought into competition with the anaxotheres, which by this point will already be well-established macropredators. However, the speed and locomotive efficiency provided by their centaurism will let them compete effectively for the niches of pursuit hunters, while the anaxotheres will primarily rely on ambush tactics. We'll call these new hypercarnivores the Xerodonts, but not all ceratodonts will specialize for predation. The increased
I like how they got blade teeth and razor
ability
teeth.
to exert downward force provided by
the teeth are very sharp, ladies and gentlemen. Just know that.
exognaths will let them deal with food items too tough for most other animals, prompting some species to specialize for durophagy. In one group, the pedipalps will become more robust and heavily muscled, with huge rounded teeth to compress down against the exognaths like a vice, which scavenging species may use to crack
Holy crap, this looks crazy. Hold on. I love the coloring.
open the bones of carcasses, while herbivorous forms may use them to crunch through tough woody plant tissues. We'll call them cophodonts. In yet other ceratodonts, the exognaths may serve as multi-purpose tools for manipulation, display, or defense. In one predominantly herbivorous group, the exognaths will become horn or antler-like structures to help them dig through the topsoil in search of roots, tubers, and other plant matter.
Oh, wow.
These horns are also likely to be co-opted into weapons and ornamentation in fighting for and attracting mates, even to the point of undergoing Fisherian runaway in some species, with males bearing horns so large and unwieldy that they encumber their movement and their ability to feed. Although some ceratodonts such as these...
Bro, imagine you one of these things and your horns grow so crazy, you can't even feed properly. Like, you can't even eat for real because your horns are getting in the way.
which we'll call aratrodonts, will develop herbivorous tendencies, it will be a separate branch of xenopsids that comes to fill the niches of large herbivores. While large ramphidonts like the megantroforms and thaumatotheres will come to fill most of the niches of megafaunal herbivores, the xenopsid's coat of pectinate setae lets them more easily adapt to colder climates than the ramphidonts, so one group of xenopsids may manage to fill the roles of large browsers in the seasonal forests and tundra towards the south of the supercontinent. As some of the relatively few fully herbivorous xenopsids, their enlarged lateral eyes, which in most xenopsids face forward to grant them binocular vision, may instead angle sideways to give them a full view of their surroundings to look out for danger, giving them a distinct hammerhead condition.
Oh, wow.
From this lineage, which we'll call the teleopsids,
I love that.
will come large folivores that wander through the xylophyte and nodophyte forests, as well as stocky, tundra-dwelling grazers and smaller forms that dwell atop mountain crags or rocky plateaus. But as all these various groups recolonize the land, there will also be plenty of empty niches in freshwater and marine habitats, which will incentivize some groups to develop semi-aquatic lifestyles, just as how many secondarily aquatic groups on Earth first evolved shortly after mass extinctions. One group of basal xenopsids will begin the transition to aquatic life by wading into the shallows of rivers and lakes to hunt acanthopods. In so doing, the claws on their forelimbs will adapt into a line of needle-like points, reminiscent of the teeth of many piscivores on Earth, an ideal shape for grabbing onto slippery aquatic prey. Their spiracles will move onto their back to let them breathe while the majority of their body is submerged. The dense covering of pectinate fur common to all xenopsids will create excess drag when swimming, so many species will become hairless, as many aquatic mammals have done on Earth. These anopsids, which we'll call anchistrabrachids, will be commonly found along riverbanks and lakesides, standing motionless with their forelimbs splayed out and snatching up any acanthopod that comes within reach. Some of the ramphidonts will also have semi-aquatic representatives. In the river basins of the tropical forests, one clade of hylotheres may evolve to traverse the flooded waterways by adapting the pads on their feet into broad flippers. However, the developmental changes that the ramphidonts' grubs undergo as they mature may influence how they make the transition to semi-aquatic life. In some species, the juveniles will be exclusively terrestrial, gradually becoming more adapted for swimming as they age, whereas other species will live in the water from birth. In the latter species, the grubs won't develop the leg bones necessary for limb-driven swimming until relatively late in their development, so the juveniles will mostly use body-driven swimming, propelling themselves with vertical undulations of their elongated body and leaf-shaped tail fluke, while the adults will swim using their 6 flipper-like legs, keeping their clawed forelimbs folded up against the body to minimize drag. These ramphidonts, which we'll call gyrinotheres, will fill niches ranging from omnivorous generalists to small acanthivores to large predators that ambush terrestrial prey. There will also be an abundance of niches to be filled in the oceans. By this point, the tachypods and acanthopods will have begun to regain their former diversity and refill the empty seas.
I thought the spearfeet died. The longfins survived too? I swear it was only these two that survived.
With so many pelagic niches vacant, the remipterids that were once restricted to the reefs and shallows will have the chance to spread into open waters. Most remipterids have 7 pairs of fins that are more or less equal in size and shape that they flap in a rippling motion along the length of their bodies, a subcategory of median paired fin swimming called rajiform locomotion, which provides decent maneuverability but is only efficient at slow speeds, and is therefore most effective for benthic or reef-dwelling species. But one pelagic clade may instead evolve to beat all their fins together, merging them into a single pointed wing-like surface, evolving what's called mobuliform locomotion, which is more efficient at high speeds and over long distances. This will allow these remipterids, which we'll call synopterids, to move into deeper waters and fill niches that were only occupied by body-driven swimmers before the mass extinction, feeding on plankton and smaller acanthopods in the open ocean. Meanwhile, some of the dorypods will evolve to replace the temnopods and other large predators. The dorypods' harpoon-like mouthparts evolved as a mechanism for spearing small prey without creating turbulence, but they can also be fired into the bodies of larger prey to inflict lethal damage, resulting in the evolution of a clade of powerful macropredators with torpedo-shaped bodies and thunniform swimming for
centimeters to 3.5 meters? Actually insane.
Speed and acceleration, a group that we'll call the xiphopods. But before these and many other acanthopod groups can achieve total dominion of the oceans, there'll be a window of opportunity for terrestrial clades to enter the sea and compete for pelagic niches. From the same ancestors as the hylotheres will come a clade of acrochirids which, like many of the gyrinotheres, will produce grubs that are adapted for aquatic life from the moment they're born, which will rid the adults of the need to return to the land to give birth, letting them lose any capacity for terrestrial locomotion and turn their limbs into powerful flippers. The majority of thrust will be generated from the front and middle pairs of flippers, while the hind flippers will be used for steering, and the dorsal and tail fins will resist rotational forces and keep the body stable. Their forelimbs will move forward and partially merge with the mouthparts to form a single streamlined feeding arrangement, their claws lined with rasping protuberances to latch onto fast, slippery prey. From these creatures will come the most successful radiation of marine ramphidonts, one that we'll call the Thrinaxorhynchids. Most Thrinaxorhynchids will be fast predators that chase down acanthopods and other nekton, but some will move into the niches of filter feeders, adapting the claws on their forelimbs into comb-like structures that spread open to engulf enormous quantities of plankton-filled water, while the spade-shaped mandibles press down to force water out of the oral cavity and
This looks so much crazier than a normal whale. It's actually
strain out the
insane.
plankton before pushing it into the throat. With the buoyancy of the water to support their bulk and the profusion of food in the surface waters, these creatures, which we'll call Dictyorhynchids, will become the biggest animals on the planet,
Guys, we're not going to make fun of the name Dictyorhynchids. You know, it is a little hilarious, though. We do have to acknowledge that.
The largest species exceeding 30 meters in length. But as life in the oceans and on the
Because then somebody could just be like, oh, it's a big, you know, the nickname for this thing has got to be a dick, you know? It's like, oh, it was a big dick coming at you. Like, whoa.
There'll be many isolated and outlying areas that will follow a completely independent path to recovery. In particular, the island continent of Septentria will have remained in allopatric isolation from the supercontinent since before the mass extinction, and since it separated from the eastern continent before the interchange, the Xenopsids and the Ramphidonts, both having evolved on the western continent, will have never had the chance to colonize Septentria, so as its biota recovers, the Septentrian ecosystems will come to be completely unlike those anywhere else on the planet. The Hybognathans will be some of Septentria's signature oddities, the Siniskian condition of fused limb girdles being utterly unlike any other living osteopod. But those few species that survive the mass extinction won't be sufficient to re-establish their former diversity and achieve dominance of the Septentrian ecosystems. Instead, other, more diverse groups will come from afar to claim the terrestrial niches for themselves. As always, the organisms with the best chance of making it to island habitats are flying animals, and as the only two clades to have evolved flight, the surviving Opisthophorans and Pleuropterans will furiously compete to regain control of the aerial niches after the extinction, rapidly radiating into thousands of new species to fill the skies. The Opisthophorans won't be able to grow as large as the Platypterans, but they'll still proliferate into innumerable clades of nectarovores, small predators, and scavengers, while from the Platypterans will evolve small frugivores, swift predators, and gigantic long-ranging species with wingspans of over 6 meters. And as part of this diversification, some members of both groups may end up losing their flight altogether. In Part 11, we discussed how flying animals tend to become flightless if they find themselves in an environment where there are no predators, as the high energetic demands of flight are no longer justifiable or necessary to maintain. This most commonly occurs when flying animals find their way to islands or other isolated habitats, but in the wake of a mass extinction, predators will become significantly rarer across the whole planet, providing the opportunity for mainland species to become flightless as well. Shortly after the end Cretaceous extinction, flightlessness independently evolved at least 6 times among various groups of ratites, as well as in other birds like the Dromornithids and the terrorbirds. Septentria will be an ideal place for flightlessness to evolve, as it will be devoid of the Xenopsids and Ramphidonts that come to dominate the mainland, giving flying species the opportunity to move into the vacant niches. The Septentrian Pipiodonts may give rise to one such flightless group, becoming small forest-dwelling omnivores.
Okay.
Even without flight, their elastic gladius will let them jump
so we
many
kept the marker, the 20 centimeters now, 25 centimeters now. Let's see what evolution does to these guys.
Even without flight, their elastic gladius will let them jump many times their body length if they need to escape danger, and will give them a distinctive hopping or bounding gait as they move along the forest floor. Like many of the Pipiodonts of the new era, they'll live in social groups that keep in constant communication with each other. Along with the calls they produce with their stridulating teeth, many species may adapt their vestigial wings into frill-like display structures, used in attracting mates, intimidating rivals, and staying in contact with the rest of the group while foraging. However, flightlessness will only be a beneficial adaptation during the brief window of time in which the ground niches are largely vacant, and by the time that predators...
Can we give a... Oh, wow. Great timing. Can we give a special shout-out to Burpopo? These are always incredible. I love these.
And competitors return, it will be too late to re-evolve flight, so many flightless groups end up going extinct soon after they first appear. But these flightless Pipiodonts, which we'll call Pterolophids, may be lucky enough to survive within the relative safety of the Septentrian forests. A similar transition is likely to occur in at least one clade of Septentrian Platypterans, the second and third pair of limbs that form the wing shrinking into a vestigial membrane between the front and back legs, making them resemble the now extinct Chlamypterans of Pyronesia. But while the Chlamypterans were constrained in their size by the limited resources of the tiny Pyrenesian islands, Septentria will provide enough food and space to accommodate much larger animals, allowing these flightless Platypterans, which we'll call Dermatopods, to become some of the first megafauna to inhabit Septentria after the mass extinction. As mentioned in Part 11, giving up flight allows a species to adopt less efficient feeding behaviors like folivory, so one clade of dermatopods may evolve into large herbivores with long stilt-like legs and an extended cephalothorax to reach upward to comb through the trees. This group, which we'll call rhabdopods, will be Septentria's dominant megafaunal herbivores, and include both relatively small and gracile forest dwellers as well as bigger, more robust forms that feed on stands of trees and open habitats. And with the evolution of large terrestrial prey will come a variety of predatory dermatopods that specialize in hunting them. One group will develop sickle-like claws on their front limbs to slash at their prey and wrestle it to the ground, and flexible limbs and backs that grant them the speed and agility to chase down their targets.
Okay, brother.
Most species will hunt small prey like the pterolophids and the smaller dermatopods, but a few species will be big enough to occasionally go after prey as large as the rhabdopods.
I'm the predator.
This
now.
clade, which
That's
we'll
crazy.
dub compsopods, will be the most successful predators to evolve on Septentria since the mass extinction. But although the dermatopods will be the first major group to repopulate Septentria's terrestrial ecosystems, it's only
I would have survived
a matter of time before some
What happened?
unexpected competitors make themselves known. While Septentria and the supercontinent exist in allopatry, they're only separated by a narrow stretch of seaway less than 1,000 kilometers wide, which is more than close enough to allow species to raft from one landmass to the other.
Yeah.
Not long after the extinction event, the mainland will see the evolution of a clade of rhamphodonts that adapts for life above ground, with sharp claws on their feet to help them climb and scamper over rough terrain, and a pair of crest-like prominences on their mandibles, used both for display and to assist the forelimbs in unearthing prey from the leaf litter, for which we'll give them the name coryphodonts. While most mainland species will remain fairly inconspicuous, at some point a few lucky individuals of one species will be washed out to sea on a mat of driftwood and arrive on the Septentrian shores. By this time the dermatopods will already occupy many of the Septentrian niches, but recall that land area is the greatest predictor of which biota will have the competitive advantage, so the coryphodonts, having evolved in the complex and highly competitive ecosystems of the supercontinent, will still be able to gain a foothold in the Septentrian ecosystems. As they diversify, one line of Septentrian coryphodonts will move into the steppe and other open areas, where they'll be a lot more exposed to danger, so many species will invest in some form of defense. One clade will evolve splint-like plates of dermal armor along their back and cephalothorax, and many species may also evolve horns and spines to deter predators. Though many of these coryphodonts
Spikes and armor. What a combo.
may remain fairly small, the protection provided by their armor will give them the edge they need to evolve into heavy-set megafauna, serving as Septentria's dominant clade of grazers to evolve into heavy.
Why does he actually look? Why does this guy up here look actually angry? Is it just me, or does it look like he's frowning at this guy? Like, I want to eat you so bad, but you're all spiky, and I just can't get through your armor. And he just looks super chill. Like, yeah, I know this guy wants to eat me, but you know, I'm super spiked up and armored up. What can he really do? I think I'm just gonna keep grazing along. And this guy's just like, are you really just about to graze in front of me, bro? Look how big and intimidating I am. Be afraid of me.
Heavy-set megafauna, serving as Septentria's dominant clade of grazers while the rhabdopods browse on the treetops. Alongside these armored forms, which we'll call fractiforms, a separate branch of Septentrian coryphodonts may instead evade predators by clambering into the safety of the trees and hiding among dense vegetation. To ensure their claws stay sharp enough to be effective in climbing, their feet will evolve special joints and tendons that allow the claws to be retracted to stop them from wearing down when the animal visits ground level, an adaptation seen in many semi-arboreal animals on Earth, and one for which we'll call them cryptonichids. One line of cryptonichids will specialize for herbivory, gorging on the bounty of fruits, seeds, and leaves in the canopy, to the point that some species will eventually become too large to have their weight supported by tree branches. Although their claws will no longer be of any use in climbing, retracting them when not in use will still stop them from wearing down so they can remain long enough to be effective in hooking down vegetation. Though the rhabdopods will still be the dominant browsing herbivores across most of Septentria, These cryptonichids, which we'll call theristobrachids, will still be fairly widespread in forested regions, their feeding claws doubling as a means of defense. Some cryptonichids may even evolve venom as a defensive measure. Since, by definition, venom needs to reach the bloodstream to take effect, venom glands very often evolve from salivary or other digestive glands within the mouth, so that the venom can be transferred when the animal bites the target and the teeth penetrate the skin. But there are more exotic possibilities, such as the venomous spurs on the hind legs of male platypuses, or the brachial glands on the upper arms of slow lorises that produce a venomous secretion that they then lick to mix with their saliva. In the case of these cryptonichids, some of the scent glands on their forefeet may evolve to produce toxins that pass into the blood through the wounds inflicted by the claws. In time, these glands may become integrated into the claws, which will evolve grooves or hollow ducts to allow the venom to be delivered into the target. When the muscles in the foot contract to extend the claws, they'll simultaneously compress the gland to inject the venom, a similar mechanism to the fangs of selenoglyphous snakes. As the early members of this clade will mainly use their venom for defense, many species may develop aposematic coloration to advertise their dangerousness to predators, some species turning the prominences on their mandibles and
Guys, is this not like one of the scariest images you'll see? Is this not like a freaking frightening image for some reason? This is incredible. How is he gonna bite you from the like this or like the how is he
to colourful crests. We'll call this clade the glyphonichids. But as they diversify, some glyphonichids may also use their venom to take down large prey, letting them compete with the compsopods for the niches of Septentria's dominant predators. In one group, the forelimbs will undergo centaurism so that their fang-like claws will be better positioned for seizing prey and injecting the venom. As they get larger, they can rely more on size and strength to take down prey, so their venom will likely be less potent than the smaller forms, even being completely absent in some species. Without any xenopsids on Septentria, these large glyphonichids, which we'll call archonichids, will fill similar niches to those occupied by the anaxotheres and xerodonts on the mainland, becoming some of the largest of all predatory ramphidonts. And so dawns a new golden age for life on this planet. If we wanted to, we could keep on fleshing out the history of the biosphere period after period until the planet is rendered uninhabitable by the expansion of its sun. But for our purposes, this is as good a place as any to leave things off, and to declare this particular time period as the present day. And now that we've finally reached this point, it's about time we gave this planet a name. In keeping with standard astronomical naming conventions, let's give it the official designation of adapting the claws on their forelimbs into comb-like structures we discussed species. These glands may become integrated into the claws, which will evolve grooves or hollow ducts to allow the venom to be delivered. Let's give it the official designation of Tira 292b.
Not gonna lie, a little, Tira 292b, little, it doesn't really fit as well as something I would expect, like maybe just Tira. I think Tira may have been a good one.
Along with a menagerie of forms that appears after the mass extinction, the new era will see the emergence of one particular adaptation.
What?
One with the potential to shape the future of the entire biosphere.
What is that?
Next time, in the final episode, we discuss the evolution of sapient life.
Hold on now. What? Hold on. Did nobody tell me about this? I've been saying from the beginning. Why has nobody told me about this? I have been saying this from the beginning about creatures, humanoid, something like us. Why has nobody told me about this? I've been saying this from the beginning. What is happening? You guys never tell me about the stuff that I wanted. You guys always keeping it a surprise. I appreciate it. You know what? I'm actually appreciative of that. You didn't want to give me spoilers. I appreciate that. But I've been saying it, and people have been telling me in the comments like, "Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, it's not human." Okay, when these things come out when these things look like it could be me, when one of them comes out with a freaking, "Oh, this could be a human or something," I'm gonna be like, "Yo, what's going on? It's not human shaped." Okay, It better not be human shaped. If this is human shaped, I will be coming back next week. Very upset at you guys, okay? Don't let it be human shaped next week. It's gonna be crazy. Don't spoil the roast. I gotcha. Let's finish this out with all the artists. You know how much I love these guys. Let's finish it out with them.
Thanks to all
Abby,
the artists on Discord who contributed artwork
Agent
for this episode.
XRO,
If you didn't notice, this episode in particular was especially gigantic,
Tater, Arch,
and without their help,
Noodle,
this video would have taken at least another 6
Aspen,
months to make. So a huge thanks to all of you
Bear
for your contribution
Ranger,
to this project.
Ben the Brittle Star,
Links to the main server and the tier server in the description.
Bloody Bit
and once
Pigeon,
again, a
Bonnie
massive
Videos,
thanks to all the patrons who've
Alex,
exercised
Brigel,
an enormous
Bruno,
amount of patience in waiting for this episode, and whose continued support makes absurdly long videos like this possible. Thanks
Cow
for watching,
Eater,
and I'll see you
Duga,
in the final
Dark,
episode.
shout outs to you. Dark Elf 06, Dark Zone, Delforter, Dino Master, Dixie Joe, DL Dragon, Dum Dum, N. Shout outs to N, okay, Extinction. Shout out to Fish, also Fish, okay, Gaps, shout outs to Gaps, Greeniverse, Greg, okay, Herb Bain, Hinsk, okay, Holy Something, I Awful, Jay Boyley, J Draw, Jonas, Jungles 12, Juno, and shout outs to Kamen. I remember you, Kanan, Kiro, Kyryu, Josh, shout outs to Kaepernick, or Kiwi the photographer as well, Kursko, Lethal Bill Species, Lemon, also Lily, Loser God, Max the, okay, Mick, okay, Monica, Moon Gator, all right, Mr. Sam, okay, a lot of people, Nim, Noob Star, GB, I don't know how you pronounce, Guba, Opal, Osiris, Stimulant, Auto, shout out to Auto, Elkanan, Ovelas, Profacial, Pepper, shout out to Pepper, Pamilion, okay, Prehistoric Kid, Prehistoric Kid, Pumpkin, Okwala, Randall, RAV, Ray, shout out to Ray, Rape, Sam, shout out to another Sam, Sad, Sarum, okay, Sash Potato, Shrink, shout out to Shrink, shout out to Sink, shout out to Sir, Sleepy, shout out to Sleepy, Special, okay, Spirit, okay, Starlight, Stephanie, SYFW, in a bunch of numbers, Talon, the Rat King, shout out to the Rat King, Tomorrow, the Epi Mage, TY, the Vivid Sky, Wave Modder, Rink, shout out to Rink, Red Whale, Z Person, Zeroy. Yeah, guys. Whoa, let's not do that yet. That was another incredible one, guys. I think we had a fun time. All the artists are great. I love the fact that they go so fast that I was struggling to keep up with the names. And you know what, guys? I think that's one of the funnier parts of the bit. So, ladies and gentlemen, I do have to get going. I think this was a fun stream, though. We learned some stuff. What did we learn today, guys? What is the most important thing you guys think we learned today? For me personally, I think I learned that we need to save the environment. Am I wrong? Like, we gotta save the actual environment of Earth. Like, a lot of that apocalypse stuff was cool about the animals and, them readapting and coming back to being like cool again. But can we talk about how like a lot of the stuff that's happening on Earth is gonna be affecting us as humans for a moment? Like, and then we can get back to the whole like having fun and laughing and joking about stuff. But like for a moment, can we take away the important part of this series, which was some of the things that are happening there are happening to us. We can be trying to stop it, We should be doing more. If you have any type of responsibility out there, use it. I mean, if you got any type of power, use it. I don't know anybody in control. I don't know. But I do know this. I know that we can, like, I have a voice, at least. I know I have a voice, okay? And I can use that voice to at least say on this channel, let's do something to help the environment, ladies and gentlemen. Let us try to do something to help this environment. We are one species on this planet, and we have also, we've done a lot of bad stuff to it, okay? But we can also probably, I think we can do the most good to this planet as a species if we as humans actively work on saving this planet. We're probably the only class or clan that can get that done on this planet for real. That is a major responsibility. We should take this opportunity, use it. Spread this message. If you don't hear any other parts of this video, guys, if you don't share any other parts of the video, share this one part. If you have any power to help where we're going in on our planet, like what we're doing to our planet, if you have any type of responsibility in that or any type of power to stop what's happening, let's use that, please, at any level. My level right now is presenting it right now. I learned the information. I am spreading the message on YouTube. I would try to incorporate that into more videos whenever I see it's relevant, but we have to do something because we literally only get one planet, guys. We get one shot at this, and this isn't a game. This is actual real life. We should do something about this, if not for us, for our children. So yeah. That's my rant. I will go hug a tree later today. But yeah, I got some stuff to get done, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to say thank you if you made it this far into the video. As always, thank you. I love you guys. You are the best, and I'll ever forget that. And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the stream. We're going to give a few moments for people to get in here, but I hope everybody's having a good Sunday so far. We're going to be finishing up the Alien Biospheres series. This is a fan favorite, a personal favorite of mine for the channel. I really did enjoy this series. This goes up there with the all the like Christian denomination series and things like that, of like series that I really enjoyed doing throughout this time. So I do appreciate you guys for being on this journey with me as well. We learned we get to learn a lot of stuff here. We learned a lot during this series. Pretty much a lot of things that really affect our lives, and then it turns out this was something to be like, hey, you guys should watch out. Turns out life is actually pretty crazy, and these things that are affecting this planet, this is how it affects us in real life. So that was fun to realize that he was talking about us the whole time. I thought he was just talking about a fictional planet. Turns out we were the subject the whole time. So who knew? Fun times there, ladies and gentlemen. Fun times there. So yeah, guys, I hope everybody's doing well. Again, we are just going ahead and getting into this series. Anybody in the chat so far? Where? I'm here. You're here. Oh, wow. You are here. Congrats. Yes, you are here. So let me go ahead and get this started. Give me 1 second here. We're going to go ahead and get started with Alien Biospheres. And let me know if you can hear this. Okay, a lot of talking. He is directly related to our world in terms of how evolution works. Yes. Jordan, you're also here. Yes, we have people here. And also let me know if you guys can hear this, by the way, when I get started.
This alien planet is brought to you by Campfire. Campfire is an online tool suite that offers everything you need.
Were you guys able to hear that, right? It's not like last time where we weren't able to hear from the beginning. This is like a fully hearing episode. Is that correct?
need to write up and organize your
Apparently
stories and
the
world
talking
building
about us part
projects.
is going to be relevant to this
Campfire
episode
includes
as
a
well.
bevy of modules to let you
So that's gonna
catalog
be
all the
fun.
details of your world building, including character sheets, relationship
Campfire.
webs.
Guys, make sure you support Campfire. You know, if you're in this chat, if you can, try to support Campfire. Yes, we can here. I love seeing that in the chat. Try to support Campfire, ladies and gentlemen, if you can. It's a great resource. There's tons of things you can do with it. You know, the holidays are coming up. It might be a good subscription for someone that you know in your life to check out Campfire.
Timelines, story arcs, maps,
I like to
species,
play the
languages,
ads.
and
It
much
is,
more.
you know, it's the
And you
least
can
we
also
do
find
here is make sure
in-depth
the ad gets
tutorials
played.
and free resources on all sorts of writing and world building topics on Campfire's blog.
Yeah.
Plus, you can
This is good
share
stuff
your
here.
work and collaborate with others, and even
Share
read and purchase
collaborate.
books
I know
published
how
on the
much you guys
platform.
like stuff like that.
Campfire's
You guys are
free
great
version already
sharers.
comes with more than
You know,
enough
you guys
features for
also,
most projects.
I guess speaking of sharing, you guys can share this whole thing, this stream. I guess you can send the share, and that's what a good YouTuber would say in this situation, right, guys? Right, chat? Like they would tell people to subscribe. So yeah, go ahead and subscribe, comment, like all the fun stuff down below that YouTube forces me to tell you guys to do. If it was up to me, I would just be chill. But YouTube, they got the, they're over here. Whoa, buddy, you gotta be upping those subscriptions. You gotta be making sure people know. Shout out the Patreon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if anybody ever goes there, but yeah. There's that as well, a whole bunch of fun stuff. So yeah, he's doing his little advertising. I figured I might as well throw in some advertising as well. Your boy likes to advertise a little bit. Shout outs to once again this resource.
But to unlock even
Shout out to
more, Campfire has a flexible pricing structure where you only pay for the
Flexible
modules you
pricing.
need, ranging
Only
from
the stuff
subscriptions
I
as low
need.
as a few cents a month to lifetime purchases.
Now, is this price gonna go up after about a year or two, like my internet bill did? Crazy stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Internet bill went up like $40 out of nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. Real life facts. I'm telling you, it is so wild in a situation, and I'm like, what the heck is this? It sucks. I'm not gonna say the name of the provider, but you know who you are. You know what you did. That's wild. I don't know why you would do that. That's, give me a break here. We're just normal people here. We're all trying to make our way around this world here. Let's not have our internet bills go up like crazy,
And a massive thanks to Campfire for sponsoring
That
this
was a
series
personal
for all
rant
these
directed
years,
to my
and for
internet
helping to
provider.
make
I know they're
absurdly long
watching,
videos
I
like
know
this
they have
one possible.
the listening
To sign up for
capabilities.
Campfire,
Shout
or
outs
to learn
Campfire,
more,
though.
check out the link in the description.
All right, let's get to it. Real stuff here, guys. Pay attention. Get locked in, everybody.
In the last episode, the planet Tira 292b underwent the greatest cataclysm in its history,
Yes.
in which the vast majority of terrestrial and marine life was wiped out.
Yes.
And from the ashes arose a new world teeming with a totally new assemblage of clades.
Now, I'm going to say a quick RIP to all the clades that we did lose. So, again, RIP. We still have... Actually, we didn't lose as many plants as I did expect. I kind of thought, like, this whole row here... Well, maybe not this whole row, but, like, I kind of figured, like, these... And, like, maybe not this guy, but these would all be, gone. These being here, still, and like the ones that we did have and the ones that evolved to become newer, I was surprised in this category, I'll be honest.
From the ashes arose a new world teeming with a totally new
RIP.
assemblage of...
This one lost a lot. These two clades here lost a lot. It's actually kind of insane how many they lost, but they were the bigger ones, so it does make sense.
clades. But now...
Oh, also make sure you... Also, I forgot to mention this earlier. Make sure you go to the channel, like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It would be wild if you're on the final part with me and you haven't subscribed to the channel. It would be actually insane. We did lose a lot of specific species, but again, RIP to all the ones we lost. This animation is really good, by the way. I really do like this animation here that I'm looking at here. So shout outs to this artist here.
Wow, 30 million
Oh yeah, Million. I feel like I hear that, I see that name so often. I already knew it was gonna be some great stuff when I saw this.
years after the mass extinction, 420
Ooh, it's a
million
whole
years
panel.
after the emergence of the first anthostomes and polypods, somewhere among the dizzying profusion of new diversity, one species will end up in the right place at the right time to stumble upon a unique set of adaptations that will let its descendants reshape the entire world.
Is this panel for sale? I like this panel. Like from the start, it's just,
New assemblage of
I'm sorry,
clades.
I had to go back to it, guys.
But now, 30 million years after the mass extinction,
Yeah, I really like this.
420 million
I really like this. This is actually really
years
incredible.
after the emergence of the...
because it's just the whole breakdown. Like I feel like this is something you could have like printed out. You should have saved the Charles Darwin quote for this episode. Oh man,
the first anthostome.
You know what? Reuse the Charles Darwin quote. How about that? I'm gonna read it as if I hadn't seen it the first time, and I will give you a reaction similar, if not better, than the first time you put it in the chat. So whenever you feel like it's most necessary, go ahead and use the Darwin quote, and I will still read it as if I hadn't already done this part. This is like it's like an ongoing bit now between me and you, Anthrax, in the chat. It could be like our thing if you if that's how you want to see it. It's this is how we get locked in.
And polypods, somewhere among the dizzying profusion of new diversity, one species will end up in the right place at the right time to stumble upon a unique set of adaptations that will let its descendants reshape the entire world. Before we go any further, be aware that much of what we're about to discuss is very difficult to navigate with any certainty, especially when it comes to making firm, universally applicable predictions. This entire series is based on the premise that we can speculate about how life might evolve on other planets based on what we observe on Earth. But when it comes to sapience, there's a lot about the situation on Earth that's not yet fully understood.
True.
Neurobiology, psychology, and human evolution are still the subject of ample research, and cognition in other animals is notoriously challenging to study and quantify.
And it feels like we're learning new things about other species all the time. That like the whole rules of animals is different from when I grew up. It's beautiful seeing the entire history of life on this planet. Countless forms of so beautiful and wondrous, all from a common ancestor. That's true. That's so true. It is beautiful. It's crazy how like one singular thing at one point, one singular microscopic creature created all life as we know it and all its variations and all the variations that it's had over the millions and millions of years that Earth has just been around. So, hey, shout out, for all the life that it's been available for Earth to have life, it just created all of it for us. So shout outs to that. But like the rules of animals, like when I was young, I feel like they used to say fish don't feel pain. And I was like, why wouldn't fish feel pain? Now we're hearing plants feel pain. And plants send out sounds for when they do feel pain. It's like they send out all type of things. Now we know everything in life probably feels pain. there's things where we like, hey, is this sentient? We don't fully understand. Do they even know if rocks are fully, are like non-sentient creatures? And what does sentience mean? It's a whole thing. Alien Biospheres is alien vertebrates, spiders, strange snails, and slugs, and red plants, and I love it. Yeah, I do love the different variations that they've done throughout here. Even as speculative as it is, I do love how it feels so realistic. It feels like if somebody just told me there was a planet and they explained it like this, and we just found this planet, and this is the guy who just gave me the documentary, I would believe him. He could just tell me something. It's like, oh, this is actually non-speculative. And I'd be like, you know what? I trust him. The problem is I'm sorry, I don't I can't pronounce that one. Humans arrogantly thinking we're the only ones who have this or that, but continuously proven wrong. That is true. We're always getting proven wrong. I guess it's a slightly a good thing, because we're able to like change our perspectives. But the problem is some people hear the old information and they never follow up with the new information, and they only go by the first thing that they heard. So, we got to find better ways to communicate the new information towards the general public. I feel like more people need to know the whole plant thing, and not just me because I stayed up till 3 in the morning watching some YouTube stuff one time. That it's like it's like not everybody's doing that. Other people have different things going on in their lives,
making speculation about sapience difficult and prone to personal biases. This isn't helped by the fact that for much of its history, the study of sapience has been plagued by anthropocentrism, as humans...
Anthropocentrism? I really should have continued this video before I read off your thing, because I couldn't pronounce the word when I saw it up the year, but then I heard it and I was like, that makes more sense, the way he pronounced it. So that's what we're all saying, that we were all thinking and saying the same thing. I felt like context clues got me to where I understood what it was, but it's good to hear it out. I should have just played the video for a little longer, but your boy, I had to yap a little bit. Sorry.
Have always been keen to think of themselves as the most intelligent and advanced form of life. And although modern biology has largely abandoned this idea, discussions of sapience still often fall victim to teleology, describing traits in terms of their eventual purpose rather than the selective pressures that prompted their evolution in the first place. As if every adaptation that occurred over the course of human evolution came about specifically to make sapience possible. But this overlooks the fact that evolution can't plan ahead and has no end goal. It's easy to fall for the trap of thinking of natural selection as a process of advancement, that species always get bigger, better, and smarter over time. But in reality, evolution only serves to make species better adapted to their immediate environment, which may not necessarily involve any increase in strength, intelligence, or even complexity. It may...
So, okay, real question. As far as intelligence, who do you think is smarter? Like, let's take out, I know we assume, let's take out the anthropocentrism, but let's just, take everything into account. Are humans really the smartest? Like, we are, like, paying taxes and stuff. Like, that's not the smartest thing to do. Like, we created currency and then we taxing people, and then we're actively making sure, like, some people are like dying because of the rules that we implemented on our own selves that don't even make sense in the natural world, right? But let's say cats, for example. Are cats, not the smartest? They kind of live a pretty good life, and they don't even have to like give you all the love and attention a dog gives you. Ravens, elephants and ravens are really close. Dolphins, yeah, they, like, all those animals live pretty decent lives. I would say cats, because they kind of get humans to do everything they want us to do, and they don't even fully respect us. And that's just like the icing on the cake of, like, if you're a cat, of like, hey, I don't even have to give this creature all the respect that the dog is over here giving them. I'm just going to be me and knock stuff over whenever I want to and still get all the food and treats and everything I want because I'm a cat, But not all cats can do that, Some cats don't get to live that life. So shout outs to the small cats that do get to manipulate people. It won't be me, though. What will people say that humans are the only thing that can build structures, but that's not true. I mean, look at, termites and also octopus, ants, parrots, whales. Yeah, all these things are very smart creatures, and whales, I just found out whales go through a lot of stuff. I didn't know that whales had different, like, whale languages depending on where they lived. That's crazy that they have different languages of, like, hey, I'm a whale from Norway. I speak this tone, but you're a whale from, like, I don't know, the Pacific. All of a sudden, you don't know how I'm talking to you. But it's just, maybe you can learn but probably not, because we don't mess with you like that. We don't like the way you talking. You sound weird to us, so we're not gonna help you. All of them are smart in different ways. True, all animals are smart. Orcas have different accents from where they come from. Yeah, was it just orcas or was it all whales? I thought it was all whales, but it might just be orcas. But orcas are like super. I feel like orcas are like super smart, and also they're probably. I think they're more dolphins than whales. So that's more. That's like another. That's like another point for the dolphin right there. The key point is to be more humble. Except we are not alone. Yes, let's be humble to the other creatures out there. Maybe the thing that we think of as intelligence, IQ, we don't know everything, people. We're learning that more and more every day. There's creatures that we don't even know about that's out there. Are they smart for being able to stay away from us for all these years? Probably. They might be some of the smartest creatures in the world if they stayed away from humans. I'll tell you that.
It'd be tempting to think of animals like sponges and jellyfish as being primitive and lowly organisms, but their body plans are so effective that they've remained virtually unchanged for over 500 million years,
Jeez.
And their lifestyle of passively straining the water for food doesn't require any intelligence or behavioral complexity.
True.
So higher cognitive abilities would just be a waste of energy.
True.
With this in mind, it's fundamentally important to recognize that sapience is in no way the pinnacle of evolution, nor is it an inevitable outcome of natural selection, but is in fact no more guided or special than any other adaptation, just a curious quirk of the evolutionary pathway that humans happen to have taken.
It's just a coincidence. We just so happen to gain more, be like, okay, we're thinking about this. Okay, I'm 5 minutes behind at work, so I might be in and out for, you know what? Do your thing, bro. Do your thing. Whatever you got to do. I appreciate you for being in the chat no matter what, though. But yeah, human intelligence, especially the scale that we're on, it's just more of a coincidence. It may not even be the best way to live life. Let's be honest here. This may be a coping mechanism to once again agree to why we have to pay taxes. We're so smart. That's why we have to pay taxes every year. Okay, buddy. I see your game here. This isn't the most effective way to live life, but we're going to cope about it.
But this begs the question of what sapience actually is, which proves to be very difficult to pin down precisely. Historically, the term intelligence has been used to describe the same concept, but in its broadest sense, intelligence is merely the ability to take in and retain information and to use it to solve problems.
Well, there's a bunch of animals that can do that. Let's be honest. We all know a bunch of animals are able to take in information and solve a problem. I've seen a dog do it. Dolphins don't have Jesus that we know of. That's true. I will give you that. God, I do believe, as well as Jesus Christ. So I will have to say, I give you that. Dolphins don't have that we are aware of, especially. Now, if there was any type of dolphin Christ situation that may have happened over the couple of thousands of years, and we didn't know about it, if all animal species had their run-in with the Lord and Savior, I don't know. Who's to say they don't? Brother, we're on the same page here. No, I do believe in God, though. So, elephants see humans as cute. Oh yeah, like how we see puppies and kittens. That's true. Now the problem is they're even their kids are hundreds of pounds. It's kind of hard to play with an elephant. So, it's kind of like the scales are tipped in their side. I personally think we should just be really nice to elephants, all times. They're one of the smartest creatures out there. They hold grudges, and they seem pretty chill. I feel like if we just had areas for elephants to relax in, we probably would have we could probably train them, and they could probably do a lot of good stuff out there, and for work. So I do, but evolution is fundamental. The world works just like gravity. Yeah. I don't see why you can't believe in both. You got to believe in God, but also there's fundamental laws in the world, and who put them in there? I don't know. We don't know how any of this starts. But it goes back to the same thing with if you go to religion or science. How does it all start? And the same question boils down to we actually just don't know. And it's probably like the smartest thing to not try to super speculate on it. It might just be like too much for our human brains to handle in its current capacity. Once we're ready for the answer, it will be there. That's what having faith is about. You don't have to have the proof in order to have faith, because if you have the proof, are you even being faith? Is that even faith at that point? And that's a whole nother argument. Plus, again, we are all part of one big family. That is true, because again, life, we all know, started, whether what you believe, there was one thing that created all species on Earth, and that means we're all part of one big family. We're all in it together. Every animal, plant, fungi, exactly, even microbe.
Which encompasses a huge range of behaviors seen across many species. Similarly, sapience is often confused with sentience, which is simply the ability to experience sensations, which, again, is applicable to many different animals.
True.
The fact is, there is no single coherent definition of sapience, but it can be very generally described as the capacity for cognitive abilities and behaviors comparable to humans, with a species capable of such abilities and behaviors sometimes being called a sophont. But of course, this definition is fundamentally anthropocentric. Why should humans be the gold standard for what counts as sapient?
True.
For one thing, alien sophonts would most likely use themselves as the benchmark for sapience.
True.
And for all we know, they might have cognition and behavior so different to our own that by their definition, humans wouldn't qualify as sapient.
Hey, Apano, what's going on? We got Apano in the chat. You know what? It's perfectly fine. We're glad to see you in here. We're just having a huge discussion about sapience, intelligence, life, just in general, about what is sentience or sapience, or what is intelligence really. Are we the smartest, and why do we have to pay taxes? That's the question I keep bringing up, but I don't know if anybody else is I don't know how we're all doing about that one. Working on episode 7. Okay, let's go. Hey, let's let me know as soon as you get done with episode 7 so we can go ahead and add it back on. Because once again, the Apano series, if it's still upon us, we want to make sure it's we're checking it out here. So, but this is the final episode of the Alien Biospheres series. We may check out another one from this channel later, but I may also get back into another series or start up any other series here. Had some recommendations in the chat. But also, I do want to get back into more like funnier stuff. Might have like a live stream of just like music or something, or some type of like crazy, like not like a big movie, because I don't want to get a copyright thing, but maybe some type of like a funny play or something like that we may actually watch on stream coming up soon. But not gonna like completely go away from like the science and things, but obviously it's just gonna incorporate more of some other type of stuff into the live streams. You guys know he's doing a series about the sapient aliens build a coach. Oh, okay. Season 2 of Alien Biospheres. Okay, so season 2 of Alien Biospheres may also be we may actually have to go ahead and get the season 2 of Alien Biospheres then, because I really do enjoy this series, and especially if it's going to be more about the sapient creatures. Which, again, he did already give the warning that that's even more speculative and more difficult, and we're only at the very beginning, and it's already created so much conversation within us already. So that wouldn't actually probably would be a really good series to watch.
And for another thing, what does it actually mean for a behavior to be human-like? Centuries of anthropocentrism have fueled the pervasive misconception that there exists a single quintessential trait that separates humans from all other animals, whereas in fact cognition involves innumerable different variables, and it's only relatively recently that behaviors once assumed to be uniquely human have been found to be widespread in the animal kingdom. Not only are many species able to take in more information than humans, with a greater range and acuity of perception, but some also have a better ability to retain that information. African elephants have the spatial memory to recall the relative locations of landmarks spread out over hundreds of kilometers, even decades after visiting them. And corvids like scrub jays and Clark's nutcracker can not only memorize the location and contents of thousands of different food caches, but also the relative time at which they created each of them, and even whether or not they were being observed by other birds at the time. Some corvids also show advanced causal reasoning skills and an ability to plan ahead, not only using tools to solve immediate problems, but also storing them in anticipation of future situations that might require them. This so-called mental time travel, the ability to recall the past and envision the future, is even seen in some invertebrates. Some cephalopods have passed tests of delayed gratification, choosing to forgo an immediately available food reward if doing so will provide them with a higher quality food reward at a later point.
Oh, wow.
And Portia spiders are able to plan out the optimal pathway to approach their prey, even if that pathway is longer than the most direct route and takes
You're watching this while also drawing some of the clades for episode 7. That's hilarious. Finishing plants and working on bugs. If you have a bug that looks like me, that would kind of be weird. Actually, maybe not do that. If there's one that has a name inspiration or anything, that would be cool though. But don't let's not force it. It's gotta come out naturally if it does happen. But if not, I'll the fact that you were able to continue to even do that while also listening to my nonsense at points is impressive enough. I'll tell you that.
Spider out of visual contact with their target, suggesting they possess a sense of object permanence. Chimpanzees, humans' closest living relatives, score much higher than humans on certain working memory tasks, suggesting that some areas of human cognition actually diminished on the path to sapience.
Oh, wow.
Even rats have been shown to outperform humans in some cognitive tasks, and pigeons score higher than humans on certain probability puzzles like the Monty Hall problem.
What is the Monty Hall
All
problem?
of this indicates that these different aspects of cognition represent wholly separate traits that evolve independently of each other, and that humans, rather than being maximally good at every possible aspect of intelligence, happen to have evolved a particular combination of traits that have led them to develop their civilization in the way they have, implying
Now, are there more? What animals are more
that an
creative?
alien so font.
What animals do you think are more creative than humans? Do you guys have like anything that you guys would think would be like a more creative animal? Like, I guess if I were gonna put anything on the list, I would probably put something like cuttlefish or something, or like octopus, just the ones that can like change their actual colors and stuff, and like fit into their ants. You think ants are more? I guess ants would be like structurally creative or like artistically. I guess I'm thinking more artistically creative. Too many examples to give. It's probably right. Like I feel like creativity is also like a very open thing, But one weird example is the pufferfish. Yeah, example. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think pufferfish are creative and kind of like how they're doing it, like what they're doing with their body and like how they're changing the look of their texture based off the things around them. It takes instant, like, let me, boom, on the spot. I got to think about something right quick. All right, that's right there. All right, I'm going to turn into that, escape, It's some like real on the fly thinking, especially when you think about animals in the wild. They're kind of like on their guard at all times, biased thinking. It is everything that I say about animals, I will say is going to have a humanoid sapien bias to it, just because that's what I am. Creativity involves creating something novel. Okay. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, the idea of what creativity is kind of just like, a little, it's a little different for everybody. Symbolism, like, is symbolism just because they can, like, communicate, some animals can communicate without speech? I don't know. I don't know what they're, or is it just like things you're putting up on the wall, or like the fact that we create things that look like things, but maybe animals do the same in the wild. I don't know.
could evolve a very different array of traits, and consequently, a very different way of interacting with the world around them. But if that's the case, then what criteria should we use to define sapience? One might point out that humans are the only species to make use of technology to alter the environment on a global scale, but there are many species capable of drastically modifying the landscape around them, with perhaps the most noteworthy example being eusocial insects like ants and termites, who employ technologies that rival those of many human societies, including complex architecture, air conditioning, agriculture, domesticated livestock, bridge building, and even rafting.
Whoa. When they start domesticating livestock, is that, like, again, something that I'm just not figuring out this one here. I'm sorry. I did not know they were doing livestock. That's a new one for me. Yeah, ants were creative. You were right about that. I didn't know they were on that level yet. They got other things doing things for them, like let me find out ants got pets. I'm gonna be so upset to find out ants actually have pets. That's gonna be like the thing where I'm like, all right, bro, we need to pay more attention to what ants are doing in the world. They are having luxury items at this point. They have animals that they don't even feed. They just feed them for the love of the game at that point. I'm gonna need to know everything about ants at that point.
All without any complex thought at all. One could easily imagine a world where one such species reaches the point of completely transforming the entire planet, with vast cities and globe-spanning infrastructure that would be recognizably similar to human civilization, and yet the individual members of this species would be no more sapient than any other animal they shared their biosphere with. Instead, the entire population would collectively act as a single sapient superorganism. Just as how individual neurons have no intelligence in and of themselves, but work together to produce a thinking, feeling brain. Okay. Would a species like this count as a sophont? If we arbitrarily decide that the answer is no, then we need to identify what distinguishes humans' technological prowess from that of eusocial insects. Yeah. One major difference is that all of the staggeringly complex feats of engineering that ants and termites perform are innate behaviors, coded directly into their genes and enacted purely instinctively, meaning they don't require any conscious thought and can be carried out from birth like clockwork, while humans have to gradually learn all the skills they need to survive as they grow. Whereas
what if they're just really smart, like so much smarter than us, that they actually do learn this, but they just learn it really quickly? Like, what if they have the ability to learn within the womb, or like learn within their shell still, and then as like freaking small worm looking creatures, they can still just like learn things somehow, and then as soon as they come out, they're already like, yo, I already spent like 4 years at Ant Harvard and stuff. Like, boom, of course I know how to do this. It's not innate, it's not instinctual. I took time, I had to pass those classes. They were gonna put me in it was between this or be a soldier. All the people who couldn't pass, they became soldier ants. Maybe that's how they figured it out. We don't know. Yeah, this series really does get you to think. But yeah, what we think are innate behaviors? We don't know how to fully communicate with ants. So like, we don't know how they learn or how quickly they learn. We see some ant documentaries and we think, oh, we know everything about ants. We don't. Already you're looking past human bias. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to look past the human bias that we have, because who knows, all the things we've been taught are slowly being updated or transformed into other things. You put it in a drawn circle and it will think it cannot cross over the circle, but it learns that it can survive doing this or whatever. It will then know it cannot be trapped. Okay. So, I've never experimented with that. I think I have seen it where you can like make a death circle with ants. I've never experimented with that, but that is a weird thing. But humans have weird things too. We have some weird behaviors. If you get one person in a crowded area to just start running, I bet you a whole crowd of people will start running without knowing what they're running about. It's just one of those things. You're here. Congratulations. Hey, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Throw a like in the you know, throw down a like if you can, you know, make as many comments as you like. We're all having a good time. We're learning a lot right now. And we're doing a lot of conversating about this because it's very thought provoking. I will say that. And what is sentience and sapience and how it actually we're all taking our human bias out right now, by the way. If you're new in here, if you're just getting into the chat, we're taking away our human bias when we're looking at animal species, and we're trying our best here. Uh, yeah, this episode will explain those things we have, all those odd things we have. Okay, so we'll pay attention to this. We're getting locked in here.
Instinctive behaviors take millions of years to evolve. Learned behaviors can be acquired within an individual's lifetime, making them more adaptable to short-term changes. The downside is that, since they have no genetic basis, learned behaviors can't be automatically passed on to the organism's offspring, and need to be learned independently by every subsequent generation. Both innate and learned behaviors are found throughout the animal kingdom, and some...
Hold on. What are these non-human animal capacities? Let's see. Imprinting in ducks, migration birds, songs and songbirds, refer to alarms, calls and jaybirds, crows use tools and apes. Okay. Signature whistles, empathy. Rats have empathy? I didn't know that. Let's see. Human social capacities. What? Sucking, grasping reflexes. Oh, hold on there. Some people are better than others. So let's visual face preference, classibility from statistical learning. How are we trying to teach other animals statistics? To be fair, like I've never looked at my dog and was like, "Hey, I'm gonna try to teach it statistics today." I've never even attempted that, so I don't even know if he could. You know, I saw a dog on Instagram or something a couple like years ago do like some, I think it was like addition, maybe some multiplication. I don't know if dogs can do calculus or, you know, or statistics. I haven't tried it. Pigeons can do math. Exactly. Rats also love being tickled and have humor. I don't know what rat humor is. I don't know what that is, but it might be funny. I don't know if we gave it a chance yet. You read Dolphin Fact. Okay. Yeah, these things are crazy here. I'm just trying to think. Theory of mind, cultural. Okay, animals do have cultural norms, though. Like we do know that, right? I feel like we know that certain animals have like cultural things about them that they do, that like just their area, like their region of that, like that one species does things, but this one area of these species kind of do this thing individually. I'm sure that happens.
Some behaviors can have both instinctive and learned components. But humans excel not only at learning behaviors, but also at inventing new ones in response to situations that they've never experienced before, taking seemingly unrelated ideas and finding connections between them. What might be called creativity or imagination. But
animals do this too. I'm sorry, I gotta call this out. Animals do this too.
Even this isn't unique to humans. In a study on Japanese macaques on Kashima Island, in which grains of wheat were scattered along the shore, one particular female worked out how to drop handfuls of sand into water so that the grains floated to the surface, making it much easier to gather them than by picking each one off the ground, a behavior that soon spread to other members of the troupe. In one study, spotted hyenas demonstrated greater cooperative problem-solving abilities than even chimpanzees, taking less than 2 minutes to deduce that simultaneously pulling 2 separate ropes would reveal a food reward, even teaching the solution to other hyenas that were later introduced to the same experiment. Portia spiders have been shown to use a trial-and-error approach to develop new hunting strategies that are each fine-tuned to counter the behavior of a different species of prey, even in lab experiments that pitted them against artificial prey with behaviors that don't exist in the wild. A few animals even show creative abilities that are possibly on par with those of humans. Many corvids, particularly New Caledonian crows, surpass most primates in their ability to make and use complex tools, and solve puzzles with equivalent proficiency to 8-year-old human children. Elephants also score highly on problem-solving tests, even finding solutions that their human researchers didn't anticipate. They've also demonstrated a grasp of basic arithmetic, achieving similar accuracy to humans in keeping track of the running total of objects added to containers in variable quantities. Similar numerical comprehension has been observed in cetaceans like bottlenose dolphins, who employ creative thinking to invent new hunting techniques, from using sponges as helmets to protect their snouts when foraging on the seabed, to herding shoals of fish by creating curtains of sand and mud to block their path, to using shells as funnels to filter out small prey, to cooperating with teams of fishermen, being one of the only animals capable of some degree of two-way linguistic communication with humans.
That might not be true. I feel like dogs definitely have some type of two-way communication with humans. It's not that I know that, like, when a dog looks at me, what he's saying, but I kind of get the gist of it. It's like, I don't 100% know, but I have an idea of, like, a couple of things you may want to be, may have on your mind right now. And I feel like there's definitely times where I've, like, just had a normal conversation with the dog and they just understood me completely. Like, even if they, like, partially understood it, they at least got the gist of what I was going through in that moment, If I'm like, yo, relax, calm down a little bit. They were like, I think he told me to calm down. I'm not 100% sure, but let me calm down and see. And then he calms down and then we're both happy. It's like, yo, that's two-way communication right there. Dog looks at me and it's like, looks back at his dog bowl. And then I'm like, oh, you want food. That's two-way communication right there. He said, possibly in one of, okay, which includes dog, okay.
All of the above animals have also passed the mirror test, one of the most widely used methods for assessing an animal's degree of self-awareness, which involves the animal using a mirror to investigate a mark placed on a part of its body that wouldn't ordinarily be visible to it, indicating that it recognizes its reflection as an image of itself. The only significant difference between the creative behaviors of animals like these and those of humans is the scale at which they're implemented. And keep in mind that all of these species happen to be alive during the present day, and there's no telling how many similarly intelligent species might have evolved over the hundreds of millions of years that multicellular life has existed, suggesting that this level of sapience might not be all that uncommon. Where we choose to draw the line between the behaviors of animals like these and sapience is more or less arbitrary, but to establish a more meaningful distinction than one based on intelligence, we'll coin the term facultative sapience, the ability to create new behaviors and technology to supplement pre-existing survival strategies, while humans are the only known species to have attained what we'll call obligate sapience, being so dependent on creating new behaviors and technologies to modify their environment that they can no longer survive in the wild without them. Based on the fact that it's only evolved one time in the 4 billion years or so that life on Earth has existed, the conditions that favor obligate sapience seem to be quite rare, making it difficult to determine how and why it evolves. Teleological thinking has led to the notion that
there could have been sapient dinosaurs. Guys, the show Dinosaurs could have been real. That could have been a similar situation to how it actually was, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know. As far as we know, the Dinosaurs, the TV show from the 90s, was not based off real events. We have no evidence of that ever being the case. But also, we don't know if it wasn't 100%. We can't 100% say that never happened. Because let's say their buildings just weren't as, detailed as ours, or didn't have the same materials, or didn't just last as long. Maybe things just happened. Those layers of rocks look like normal rocks now. Who knows what happened over millions and millions of years of erosion. Maybe not in the way it was in the dinosaurs. That would be too human-like. You know what? They probably didn't have the starter jackets. They probably didn't have, like, the construction job. That's Whoopi Goldberg's film, was a document, the one with the dinosaur. Okay, so I have seen that Whoopi Goldberg in the dinosaur movie. I think it's like something in Rex or something. I've seen that at least one time. It may have been one of the most ridiculous movies I've ever seen. Uh, but yeah, who knows? We don't know what dinosaur life was like. We don't know how communication was. Theodore Rex was the name of that movie. Land Before Time may have also been a real. That possibly was real. I will say that would probably be a more realistic events of what happened in those days. The Land Before Time. I will give you that. Especially with sapiens, they probably communicated like, hey, we don't see it. We don't know. That we can't say.
These unique characteristics have come about specifically as pre-adaptations for...
I hope YouTube doesn't get mad that the whole time we were paused, it was on this guy's junk. Like, I didn't notice that it was just on his junk the whole time, but it wasn't like a thing I did on purpose. And, that's just something YouTube would have to deal with on their side. YouTube, don't fault me. This is all speculative. We don't know if his junk looked like this or not. So let's, that's all I have to say about
sapiens, and that the humanoid design is the ideal form for all sapient life. But so many aspects of human biology are merely incidental holdovers of their primate ancestry. Humans' long arms and extremely flexible shoulder joints ultimately derive from their arboreal forebears adapting to reach between gaps in the foliage and swing through the treetops. Their dexterous grasping hands from the need to securely grab onto branches, their unusually flat faces and forward-angled eyes from the reduction of snout length in early simians as their sense of smell diminished in favor of the acute vision and spatial awareness necessary for maneuvering through the canopy, their lack of a tail from their ancestors evolving the pendulum-like body shape optimal for brachiation, which meant that when Australopithecines later came down from the trees and adopted bipedalism to save energy when traveling over long distances, they had no way of counterbalancing their elevated arms and torso and were forced to assume their unique orthograde posture. And that's not even mentioning the fact that every facet of human anatomy had to be adapted from the ancestral vertebrate body plan, a starting point that an alien sophont certainly wouldn't share. There's no reason to think that any of these traits would be mandatory for sapiens to evolve. And in fact, the odds of another sophont independently...
I always be thinking, like, this form of, like, aliens and our idea of it is so weird that they would just be so humanoid, but then we would just change specific aspects of them to make it look like, oh, well, that's not... Like, I don't know if they would ever look like this, or what reason that they would look like this. Like, the humanoid body shape may be one of the least effective things for other creatures who didn't have the exact same path that we went through. Why would you even need to have arms like that if you never came from a species that was, like, in trees and stuff, Like, were there other purposes for it? What if you came from a species that burrowed? Or wouldn't you have, like, almost claw-like freaking nails or something? Like... Or, whoa, what's going on there? Or like claw-like things, I just feel like there's so many options that you would have. And we always go for the humanoid thing. We even do it with robots. Like, why are robots or like these little robot creature android things that they're trying to make now all humanoid? Like, do you think human hands are the best hands to do dishes with? Probably not. We do it because we have the human hands. That's the human dinosaur. Like, why would this humanoid dinosaur exist? I don't know why they think it would exist. What does that even mean, the human dinosaur?
Following exactly the same...
Is this like a known thing? Am I the only one who doesn't know about the human dinosaur? That's weird.
...evolutionary pathway are astronomically unlikely, as evidenced by the fact that none of the facultatively sapient species we brought up earlier are even remotely humanoid. So then, what are the necessary prerequisites for obligate sapience? Again, it's very difficult to say anything with certainty based on our limited sample size, and there are counterexamples to every trend we observe, but we can make some generalized predictions. First of all, since, by the definition we're using, sapience involves learned behaviors, a sophont will need to be capable of learning in the first place, which, at the most basic level, requires the ability to sense the environment and execute a versatile range of behaviors in response. This
Okay.
means that plants and other sessile organisms are probably out of the running, since their ability to detect and react to stimuli is inherently very limited. But no matter how adept they are at learning, it will unavoidably take an obligate sophont many years to accumulate the enormous volume of information necessary for a lifestyle that's entirely dependent on technology, which will only be possible for animals with a relatively long lifespan. Lifespan is influenced by many physiological and ecological factors, but the strongest correlate is size, as smaller animals are more vulnerable to predators and other hazards, and so invest in maximizing their fitness in the short term while they still can, rather than gamble on the slim chance they'll survive through multiple breeding seasons, while larger animals can rely on their size for protection, and so can afford to distribute their reproductive efforts over a longer time. We can therefore expect that sapience will be most common in animals of an appreciable, though not necessarily large, body size, probably at least a few kilograms to give them a lifespan lasting multiple years, although octopuses serve as a notable counterexample, having some of the largest brains and most complex behaviors of any invertebrate, despite most species not only being very small, but also semiparous. This is especially surprising because one of the primary mechanisms by which learned behaviors are passed on is by being taught to the next generation, which not only means that obligate sophonts will necessarily be iteroparous, but also that they'll need a way of transmitting information. In other words, the capacity for culture. Many animals show cultural variation across different regions and populations, including behaviors that don't seem to convey any kind of practical benefit. Some communities of western chimpanzees have been observed throwing rocks at trees so that they accumulate in piles at their base or within hollows in their trunks. And throughout the past few decades, certain pods of orcas have participated in a fad of habitually perching dead salmon on their heads, but the motivations behind both of these behaviors are still unknown. The most common and practical way of transmitting culture.
In my opinion, the dead salmon on the head thing is like, hey, he got that on for real. Like, yo, that's crazy. That I ain't never seen a dead salmon on the head before. That's kind of dope. Let me rock that. That may have been like a thing where like a famous dolphin in the dolphin community did it, and then other dolphins were like, "Oh my gosh, that orca did it! Oh my gosh!" If it was any other orca, I would think that was corny, but it was him, bro. He got that on for real, and then everybody else started doing it, you know, like. But then like the throwing rocks at trees thing. That might be a game. You know, I'm gonna take human bias. I'm gonna with my human bias, I'm gonna say that was probably a game that is very popular in the chimpanzee community. It might not be like a super big game, like, oh man, there's competitions on it. Maybe there are, who knows? But maybe it's just like a well-known game that chimpanzees play, you know, in their free time. You know, let's see who can collect the most rocks, or which tribe is collecting rocks. Maybe it's a form of currency. You know, who? Maybe it's a thing like, hey, I really be having the rocks for real. You know, my area looks better. Look at the rocks, how it's decorated. That's, you know, that's kind of crazy. Orcas attempting to connect the salmon god. You contact the salmon god is hilarious. Bro's got salmon for the salmon force ones. Oh, your dad needs a computer. No, that's fine. Yeah, we're just talking about why salmons would have done, you know, or why orcas would have done this. The salmon force ones is pretty funny. Penguins use rocks as currency. I'm serious. That's insane. You know, hey, we use paper, so it's actually maybe less crazy than what we do. But shout outs to the rich penguins out there who just have a bunch of rocks just collecting. This penguin over here, he sees like a bunch of rocks just laying around. He's like, whoa, brother, I'm rich. I'm coming back here all the time. I'm not gonna tell anybody else about this area I found that has a bunch of rocks in it. I'm actually rich now. You guys go, you peasants.
Is through parental care, since parents will have a vested interest in teaching their young all the behaviors they need to survive to adulthood. Animals with an especially complex repertoire of learned behaviours commonly remain under their parents' care for significant portions of their lives. Elephants, chimpanzees, and humans nurture their young for over a decade, and orcas are the only known species whose young remain with their mother for their entire lives. Prolonged periods of parental care, especially biparental care, will be most strongly selected for in altricial species, as the more helpless the young are at birth, the more they'll rely on their parents to protect them and teach them the skills they need to survive. Plus, the more growth occurs after birth, the greater the extent that brain development will be shaped by learned experiences, leading to a more adaptable range of behaviours, which suggests that sapience might be correlated with altriciality. Although elephants and cetaceans are largely precocial, most corvids and primates tend towards altriciality, with humans being exceptionally so, taking over a year to even learn how to walk, and born with brains only a quarter of the size of the adults that take up to 25 years to complete their development. It's been suggested that this extraordinarily long developmental period may have been influenced by the evolution of bipedalism. As human ancestors evolved narrower pelvises for more efficient bipedal locomotion, it became harder for the ever-enlarging head to pass through the birth canal, a trade-off known as the obstetrical dilemma, for which reason childbirth is a more hazardous ordeal in humans than in almost any other animal. This may have been mitigated by giving birth to increasingly premature young before the head became prohibitively large, so that the majority of brain growth occurs after birth. Of course, this doesn't mean that bipedalism is mandatory for extended developmental periods, as a species can arrive at altriciality by many other pathways. Both long lifespans and parental care are associated with K-selection, which we would therefore expect to be the predominant life history strategy among zoophaunts, implying that sapience is correlated with low fecundity and small clutch sizes, which is corroborated by the fact that humans and most facultatively sapient animals on Earth almost always give birth to only one offspring at a time, with twins and other multiple births being very rare. Considering all of this, it seems unlikely that obligate sapience will evolve among the Lophostomes, since most species have small body sizes, high fecundity, no parental care instincts, and other traits consistent with R selection. On the other hand, both the Xenopsids and the
I'm not gonna lie, I almost forgot we were still doing this part, and we still had to talk about all the other things about this whole species here. We've already went on for so long already. I'm gonna try to keep the yap as relevant as possible. You guys know me. I'm going to try. But almost hyenas have birth canals. Oh, they have it worse than us? Oh, wow. Yeah. You know, it's a lot of stuff happening right here. So I'm going to try to keep the yap as yap free, but I have a feeling there's going to be a lot still.
Ramphidonts tend towards K-selection, with parental care being an ancestral trait among both clades and highly altricial young being one of the Ramphidonts' signature characteristics. Along with parental care, a zoophaont will benefit from having as many opportunities to learn new behaviors as possible, not just from their parents, but from other members of their species, meaning they're likely to exhibit sociality. Living in large social groups means that knowledge can be shared and quickly spread through a population, who can all cooperate to modify the environment to a much greater extent than any of them could individually. In fact, sociality may not just go hand in hand with sapience, but actually drive its evolution. Living in a group demands a number of cognitive skills, including a memory sufficient to keep track of all the interactions between group members, the behavioral complexity to coordinate group activities, and in some species a theory of mind, the capacity to understand that other individuals have their own perceptions, emotions, and intentions that are different to one's own, and to imagine the world from another's point of view. There's even some experimental evidence linking sociality with brain size. Humans are able to maintain close personal relationships with a maximum of roughly 150 individuals at a time, a limit known as Dunbar.
I don't know. I feel like I can maintain great relationships with, I don't know, maybe like 1,100 people or so at a time. But, you know, that's just me. You know, how many people are subscribed to the channel? Maybe if if you guys continue to subscribe, the number of people that I can have social relationships with also grows with the channel. So keep that in mind when you guys are doing stuff. I appreciate you. He did say an average. So, some have more. You're right. Some have more. And again, the more people who subscribe to me, the more my number goes up. So you can kind of prove how great I am as well. So we're all on the same agreements here. I know I wasn't supposed to yap about irrelevant things, but considering how relevant this was, you know, I feel like this was worth it.
Number, whereas chimpanzees, who have a neocortex about 1/3 the size of humans, have been shown to have an upper limit of about 50 close relationships,
about 50.
which, along with data from other primates, reveals a correlation between degree of sociality and neocortex size. And this trend isn't only present in great apes. Spotted hyenas show similarities to primates not only in the structure and complexity of their social groups, but also in their competence at cognitive tasks and social learning. And there's evidence that the large brain size in cetaceans also evolved in response to the increasing complexity of their social behaviors. All of this lends support to the social intelligence hypothesis, which posits that living in complex social groups selects for the cognitive functions and behavioral adaptability associated with sapience. Although more recent research has identified some confounding factors that we'll get into later, but nonetheless, sociality is an essential precursor for civilization, and will therefore be mandatory for obligate sapience. Again, both the ramphidonts and xenopsids have inherited social tendencies from their ancestors, so suitable candidates for sapience could exist among both clades.
Okay.
Just as on Earth, facultative sapience may evolve in several unrelated groups, but for this video, we'll focus on one in particular. By this point, the Dryptognathans will have become a very diverse and successful clade of many hundreds of species, accounting for the majority of carnivorous ramphidonts, although they'll still be mostly precluded from the niches of large predators from competition with the xenopsids. Within the patchwork of forests and steppe in the southern tropics, the Dryptognathans will give rise to one particular clade of small social mesocarnivores. While their habitat will offer them plenty of food...
Hold on. This looks actually incredible. I'm scared, but also impressed. The sky looks absolutely incredible in this. This is absolutely terrifying. This thing is absolutely terrifying. The drawings is absolutely incredible. So yeah,
will also be home to an abundance of predators like ceratodonts and peleropsids. So these Dryptognathans will travel together for protection in fission fusion societies of anywhere from 30 to 100 members. They'll also find a degree of protection in spending most of the daylight hours within the shelter of dense vegetation, and will only venture onto the open plains under the cover of darkness. The large eyes and tapetum lucidum they've retained from the ancestral ramphidonts, granting them the necessary low light vision for a nocturnal or crepuscular lifestyle. To help them navigate the intricacies of group interactions, they'll not only evolve larger, more complex brains, but also increasingly elaborate modes of communication. All extant ramphidonts have vibrating membranes within their respiratory tracts, which in these Dryptognathans will evolve specialized bones that serve as sites of attachment for vocal muscles to more precisely modulate their calls, like the hyoid bone in Earth's vertebrates, as well as expandable resonating chambers on the side of the cephalothorax that help to amplify their vocalizations. Many social animals also complement their auditory communication with a variety of visual signals. Hyenas and African wild dogs both display complex systems of body language involving the positioning of the ears and tail and overall body posture, as well as specific stances when approaching an individual of higher rank and special ceremonies to greet returning group members. Like many primates, humans use a plethora of autonomic non-verbal signals that are shared across all cultures, including a huge variety of facial expressions, some of which involve specialized muscles that can't be flexed voluntarily, making them inherently honest signals of emotional state.
Oh wow.
Humans are also the only animals known to shed tears as a response to extreme emotion. as well as one of the few capable of laughter. Human eyes have irises that clearly contrast with their sclerae, making it easy to tell where they're looking and to send subtle signals through eye contact and shifting gaze, an adaptation that also exists to some extent in chimpanzees. All of these cues, along with other aspects of body language, ensure the expression of as much visual information as possible.
I will say this feels a little human bias as well here, because, like, do we know what type of cues other animals know in their body language? Do we know any other species enough to really speculate on their body language and how they're learning, like, what are their signals and their calls? Because I don't know. This is like some real humans in general stuff here, but like, I'm just saying, it just feels like we're really saying like, oh, we're the ones who have all these range of emotions that we can do and we cry. Very extent. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we kind of know, but I'm just saying, it feels like we may not have communicated with every animal on a level. I don't know if we have the capabilities to fully communicate with animals on a level to tell. We can give them our test, but our tests are going to be biased, I will say. Project Zero? Okay. Some species are easier to determine than others. Yeah. He's just using humans as an example. I get that part. I just want to make sure we take out our human bias with this.
Concerning one's attitude and intentions, suggesting that gauging the thoughts and feelings of others was a crucial aspect of social interactions among early humans, which may also be the case for other sophonts. One common signaling mechanism in many mammals is piloerection, the tensing of muscles in the skin to cause the fur to stand on end, which makes the animal appear larger and more imposing to scare off potential threats, a reflex whose vestigial remnants linger in humans as goosebumps. As most dystrophiognathans have a coat of fur, many species may evolve a similar threat display, which these dryptognathans will augment by evolving longer fur on their cephalothorax and resonating chambers to make the piloerection more apparent, eventually evolving into crests that can be flared out to intimidate rivals and to assert dominance. And adjusting the position and angle of these crests, combined with other subtle aspects of body language, will convey a diverse array of expressions. Since these crests evolve as a means of communication rather than purely as a sexual display, both males and females will sport crests of similar size, shape, and coloration, a feature for which we'll call them astrolophids. But to the astrolophids, smell will be just as important a sense as sight and hearing, as their scavenging habits will demand the ability to detect the stench of carrion over great distances, which will open another avenue of communication.
Smell, taste.
Many species on Earth are equipped with scent glands that produce pheromones and other sociochemicals, many even having different types of scent glands that are each associated with different signals. In social animals, scent is often a key component of group interactions, such as how clans of spotted hyenas each have their own unique scent signature for marking their territory and identifying their members. All osteopods have a set of excretory glands at the base of each of their limbs that filter waste out of the blood. In the astrolophids, the glands on the forelimbs will lose their excretory function and become dedicated scent glands that produce a viscous secretion used to mark territory and communicate health and status. They'll also evolve another pair of scent glands on their upper mandibles that evolved from salivary glands, which will convey more subtle signals relating to mood, familiarity, and sexual availability. As such, scent marking and investigating each other's chemical signals will be primarily accomplished through facial contact, which will therefore be a crucial mode of interaction between group members. A large part of the astrolophid sociality will revolve around their...
Now, it's gonna look like they're kissing from a human's perspective, but again, that's just the human bias in us, making them go smoochies. We gotta do that. Yeah, let's not spam the things in the chat, guys. That's, we don't want to do that.
Mating system. As is standard for amphidonts, ensuring that their exceedingly altricial young survive through their long period of juvenile development, during which they learn all the skills necessary for their independent survival, will require a considerable investment of time and energy from both parents and possibly other members of the social group, which will favour a monogamous mating system and, in some species, cooperative breeding. Within the groves of trees in which they establish their territories, they'll create large communal nest sites where they can collectively care for their vulnerable grubs. Since the females require as much help as possible to raise the young, the most desirable quality that they'll look for in males won't be size, strength, or coloration, but parenting skills, one major element of which will be building and maintaining the nest, which will therefore function as the centerpiece of the male's courtship displays, just as it does in weaver birds, house wrens, and some other bird species. During the breeding season, each male will secure his own patch of the group's territory and construct a nest out of earth, plant matter, and other materials, which the females will use to evaluate the male's worth as a mate, pairing off with the builder of whichever nest they judge to be the best nursery for their young.
I feel like this could start something crazy here when, like, the competition over time especially starts getting crazier. That's just like, at that point, like hundreds of years from now, thousands of years from now, they probably will be on their way to like, all right, let's actually construct a full building here. Like, we need to use tools. I might need to get a crew together to make sure my place looks really nice, which means I might have to have an incentive for them to, you know, want to do this for me. So now I have to have like maybe like a form of currency at some point, just to like make sure that my things look better so I can get this. And you know, it's just, this feels like this could be the start of something really crazy. Now you're starting to get it. Okay. All right. I'm starting to get on the right path here. I'm happy about that.
In time, this behavior will be exaggerated by sexual selection, with the nests becoming more and more intricate and ornate, involving similar architectural complexity and decoration to that used by male bowerbirds in the construction of their bowers. This will select for greater inquisitiveness and ingenuity to invent new nest-building techniques, which, along with the demands of sociality, will impel them to evolve larger and more adaptable brains. However, while sociality has undeniably played a part in the evolution of sapience, some studies have called its role as the primary driver of higher cognition into question, having identified other factors that correlate with brain size just as closely, the most notable being diet and resource availability. Maintaining a large brain requires a huge amount of energy, so sophonts will benefit from eating calorie-dense foods like meat and fruit, which may be why the massive enlargement of the brain in human evolution coincided with an increased preponderance of meat in their diet. Although then again, elephants have reached their level of facultative sapience despite predominantly feeding on nutrient-poor foods like grass and leaves. On a similar note, it's often speculated that sapience is most likely to occur among predators, since predation, especially pack hunting, generally involves more complex behaviors than other modes of feeding, like judging the right moment to ambush and coordinating hunting strategies between pack mates. However, for one thing, complex behaviors can arise from other aspects of life than just feeding behaviors, like sentinel behavior and other means of predator avoidance. But more importantly, remember that sapience isn't just a matter of behavioral complexity, but of the capacity to learn and invent new behaviors. And as we touched on earlier, learned behaviors don't come about through evolutionary specialization like innate behaviors do, but instead from a need for behavioral flexibility to cope with variable conditions, which would suggest that sapience is correlated with generalist tendencies, but not so generalist that the species can survive without inventing new behaviors, suggesting a happy medium along the spectrum of specialization at which sapience will be most strongly favored. As is typical for dryptognathans, the australophids will be mesocarnivores, most species primarily feeding on carrion, malacoforms, and other small prey, occasionally supplemented with seeds and brachyphyte roots, all of which will be processed by the unique hyperarticulated mouthparts common to all dystrophiognathans. But procuring and handling this variety of food will not only involve adaptations to their mouthparts, but also to their forelimbs. Quite possibly the most overstated idea in the discussion of sapience is that all sophonts must inevitably evolve human-like hands to manipulate the environment. But yet again, this line of thinking is woefully teleological. First of all, the ability to handle objects is not at all indicative of sapience, being extremely widespread among all sorts of animals, including species that couldn't be called sapient even by the most generous definition. The evolution of the hand in human ancestors wasn't the fundamental adaptation that made sapience possible, but occurred long before they reached anything even resembling sapience to help them climb trees, and it was only much later that the hands were adapted for tool use. Conversely, lacking manipulatory appendages in no way prevents or inhibits sapience. Dolphins have achieved facultative sapience despite not having any means of manipulation other than their mouths. In short, the ability to grab things has nothing inherently to do with higher cognition. But, all that being said, obligate sapience, by definition, involves a species reshaping its habitat into an artificial environment that it can't survive outside of, which will only be possible if it has some way of altering its environment in the first place. However, there's no reason to think that a sophont would need a hand to be effective in manipulation. An elephant's trunk is just as versatile, deft enough to pluck a single blade of grass, letting them grip and utilize a variety
of... A single blade of grass? Elephants over here getting, like, singular blades of grass with their trunk? Not gonna lie, I didn't expect that one. I was expecting, like, bunches of grass. Like, I didn't know if they could do singular strips. That's very precise, because you're doing that with your trunk, which means the distance is, like, insane. Like, you know, you ever try to grab something with your hand and you miss? Like, we all been there before. You try to grab the straw, drink the straw, you're not fully paying attention, you don't even get it. It's just like, come on, bro. You know, it's just like a singular grain of rice. What? And singular grains of rice? Let me see an elephant grab a singular grain of rice, bro. I'm looking out at that elephant like, bro, what's going on here? You guys know more than we think you know. I'm on to you, elephant. I see you pick up a singular grain of rice again. I know they're really smart, but at that point, I'm like, bro, I'm on to you. You know, you guys know a better way of living than us humans, and you're just not telling us about it, or you just saying, hey, we're about to do our thing, and I don't care what you do. Either way, we should be looking out more for what you guys are doing, and pay a little bit more attention to that. Elephants are crazy, and they are cool.
Tools, and with the aid of the tusks, lift objects as large as tree trunks, making them extremely effective ecosystem engineers. One of the Ramphadonts' signature traits is the set of digits on their forelimbs, which first evolved in their burrowing Eurychirid ancestors as a way of broadening the foot to make it better able to rip into and scoop away soil, much like the digging claws of mole crickets on Earth. But many Ramphadont clades of the new era have abandoned.
This is a new one for me.
Claws of
I've never seen this before. A mole cricket. That is an interesting looking creature. I bet it's living its best life. I bet this creature has a really good life.
Mole crickets on Earth. But many Ramphadont clades of the new era have abandoned fossoriality, freeing them to adapt their digits for different purposes. Being predators, the Astrolophids' forelimbs will have adapted for raptoriality, able to fold up against the cephalothorax and dart forward to seize prey, with an enlarged middle digit for grabbing their target and pulling it towards the mouthparts. To permit a more versatile range of manipulatory tasks, this digit will be equipped with a fleshy, sensitive pad to grip against a rounded protuberance at its base, making it suitable for carrying food, nest material, and other objects. Their mouthparts will also aid in manipulation, as the Dystrophiognathon's jaw structure lets the mandibles act as a laterally opposed pair of pincers, and the proximity of the arms and the mouth will allow them to be used together to handle especially large objects, the muscles in the cephalothorax letting them lift heavier loads than the arms could hold alone. The other digits will specialize to assist in feeding. To reach into tight crevices, the inner digit will become slender and hyperextended, tipped with a hooked claw for extracting malacoforms, apodomorphs, and small seeds, while the outer digit will maintain a relatively large, robust claw, used for digging, fending off rivals, and other tasks that might damage the other claws. Another manipulatory task that's very important among many social species is grooming, which not only helps keep their fur clean of dirt, debris, and parasites, but also encourages the formation and maintaining of social bonds. Many mammals, like lemurs, colugos, and tree shrews, have independently evolved tooth combs as an adaptation for grooming, and many primates have a specialized grooming digit called a toilet claw. In the Australophids, the claw tipping the middle digit will bear tooth-like serrations that can press against the upper surface of the tactile pad, so that fur can be gripped between them and combed through, much like the split grooming claws on the hind feet of beavers. This can also double as a feeding tool, combing through the gametangial filaments of zygophytes to strain out morsels of food. With all of these adaptations, the Australophids will achieve ample success, spreading throughout much of the tropics and radiating into dozens of different...
Shoutouts to this artist. I love this photo. It just looked like, yo, we're coming up here. This, like, they're not looking at me. They're not worried about us. We're at a perspective where we're not being acknowledged by the creature, which I love that perspective that we're in right now. Like, we're on the ground and we're looking up. They're just like walking past us or over us, but it still gives them that, not only that intimidation factor, but that like coolness to it, if you know what I mean. It's just like, I love
species. Being K-selecting, social, and having a moderately generalist but calorie-rich diet, the Australophids will meet all of the essential prerequisites for sapience. But yet again, we have to be wary of teleology here. Just because a species fills these requirements doesn't mean that it's somehow destined to reach sapience. After all, there are plenty of species on Earth that tick all of these boxes, and yet only a small handful of them even come close to sapience. Like any other trait, sapience will only evolve if it provides a species with an immediate survival advantage, which, based on what we see on Earth, doesn't seem to occur very often. But there is one major factor that will act as the catalyst for obligate sapience. While physical adaptations and innate behaviors can reach extraordinary degrees of complexity and specialization, they're inherently limited by the speed of evolutionary change, and as such will only be practical if conditions remain stable over long periods. But the more variable and unpredictable a habitat becomes, the more difficult it will be to specialize for, and the greater benefit there'll be in being able to learn and invent new behaviors. Therefore, once all the preceding prerequisites are in place, the final factor required to push a species past the threshold of obligate sapience is an environmental change too rapid to evolve any physiological adaptations or innate behaviors to cope with, but not so rapid that it can't survive and is driven to extinction. A window of time just long enough to invest in a more flexible imagination to let them invent novel solutions to whatever challenges their changing habitat presents. Early hominins had no physical adaptations to deal with the climate fluctuations of the Pleistocene, nor any claws, fangs, or other natural weapons for hunting the megafauna they preyed upon, and so they were forced to compensate by developing tools, clothing, shelters, and other technology. Considering this, it would seem that obligate sapience, far from being the pinnacle of evolutionary advancement, is actually something of a last resort, an extremely circumstantial contingency by which a species can carve out a niche for itself in an environment it has no adaptations for surviving in. This being the case, for the Australophids to make the transition to obligate sapience, they'll need to endure a suitably abrupt yet survivable change in conditions. Though the planet will have cooled considerably since the mass extinction, and will continue to cool as the supercontinent drifts further southward, the new era will still be in the midst of a hothouse period, with most of the supercontinent experiencing a perpetually warm and tropical climate, with only the extreme south ever experiencing significant seasonality and climatic variation. Such benign conditions will provide most species with plenty of opportunity to specialize for their habitat, so most Australophids won't have much need for sapient behaviors beyond those necessary for their social interactions.
Okay.
But as the southern mountain range continues to rise, the tectonic activity that fuels their growth...
I wasn't expecting that. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't expect that to be a volcano just there.
will eventually trigger a series of intermittent eruption events, which, although not large-scale enough to cause another mass extinction, will still lead to several million years of climatic instability, involving sudden spurts of global cooling as the volcanic emissions increase the planet's albedo. The effects of this climate shift will be most apparent in the far south, which, soon after the eruptions begin, will rapidly become colder and more arid, causing the forests to give way to scrublands and cold deserts, a change too sudden for most species to adapt to, driving many of the inhabitants of the southern regions to extinction. But one particular species of astrolophid will be just generalist enough to eke out a living as their habitat transforms around them, but not so generalist that they can immediately find a new niche following the transition. With conditions changing so rapidly, they'll only have time to undergo a minimal degree of adaptation, but the one trait that will provide a reliable advantage will be the cognitive capacity to create new survival strategies on the fly, driving them further and further towards obligate sapience, culminating in the emergence of a new genus that we'll call Paleotecton. What few physical adaptations and innate behaviours Paleotecton manages to evolve will mainly serve to help them survive in a colder and more desolate habitat. With the onset of the eruptions, the highlands along the western edge of the mountains where Paleotecton first evolves will be gripped by a cold, semi-arid climate, with huge temperature variation both between day and night and seasonally, the relatively mild summers giving way to long, dry winters with temperatures hovering around freezing. An environment roughly analogous to the Kazakh steppe or the Wyoming basin on Earth.
Okay.
To help them survive through the colder parts of the year, the Paleotecs will become larger and stockier, with a thicker coat of fur to let them conserve a greater amount of body heat. But adapting to this harsh landscape will also demand changes to their feeding and social behaviours. During the summers, this land will be home to big game like teleopsids, anaxotheres and pachycolaphorans, most of which will migrate north with the approach of winter, when the cryptophytes undergo abscission and the landscape withers into a parched desert. For the Paleotects, the most readily available food sources during the winters will be those below the barren soil, including prey like Eryctochirids, apodomorphs, and estivating xerostricans, as well as tylophyte and cryptophyte bulbs, whose drought-adapted tubers will also serve as a vital source of water. Although malacoforms will still be one of their staple foods, they won't be quite as abundant here as they would be in more fertile areas, so the largest component of the Paleotects' diet will be meat that they obtain through scavenging and pack hunting. The only places that will offer food in any abundance will be the scarce rivers and watering holes that support colonies of drought-resistant vegetation. Such concentrated patches of resources will be ideal places for the Paleotects to form their territories, but the surrounding stretches of barren wastelands will make dispersal a dangerous prospect, which will have major implications for their social dynamics. As covered in Part 12, a high cost of dispersal, along with monogamy and altricial young, are the main factors that select for helpers at the nest and, in extreme cases, reproductive suppression and eusociality. All of these pressures shaped the evolution of the ancestral Ramphidonts, and although many Ramphidont clades in the new era will have reverted to more typical breeding systems, most species will still retain altriciality, monogamy, and a predilection for cooperative breeding, which will predispose them to helpers at the nest and subsequent mating behaviours in environments where the success rate of dispersal attempts is sufficiently low. While the Paleotects are very unlikely to become eusocial in the strictest sense, since the extremely high reproductive rates necessary for eusociality go against the K-selecting tendencies associated with sapience, their hazardous habitat will still discourage offspring from attempting to disperse
Hazardous habitat? Kind of a bar.
and reproduce, so they'll instead remain at their home nest to help their parents raise their next clutch of young, resulting in tight-knit family groups or clans where reproduction is monopolized by only a small handful of group members. The average clan will be led by a dominant female or matriarch, along with 1 to 4 other breeding females, all of whom will be closely related and each form an exclusive lifelong pair bond with a single male. Each breeding pair will produce a separate matriline,
Oh, wow.
consisting of multiple generations of their offspring that serve as helpers who provide care to their younger siblings, the whole clan containing anywhere from a dozen to over 100 members, varying with the seasons and with local resource availability. A female's reproductive status will be based on a dominance hierarchy that operates both within and between matrilines, with the matriarch being the highest ranking female of the whole clan.
Oh, wow.
When a female dies, all the females beneath her on the hierarchy will move up in dominance to fill the gap, the death of a breeding female
formation,
resulting in the
you know?
most dominant helper being promoted to breeding status to begin her own matriline. This being the case, while the helpers will achieve inclusive fitness from ensuring the survival and reproduction of their relatives, the only way for them to gain direct fitness will be to bide their time until their turn comes to be granted breeding status, a behaviour in cooperative breeding species that's sometimes called queuing. Occasionally, an impatient helper might try to cheat the system by seeking their own mating opportunities, so the matriarch will need to employ reproductive suppression to keep the helpers in
I've
line,
heard about this.
attacking or evicting those who attempt to reproduce before their turn comes. Their breeding will also be strongly influenced by the seasonality of their habitat. Whereas humans have monthly menstrual cycles and can breed throughout the year, the paleotechs will undergo polyestrous cycles in which their fertility fluctuates with the seasons, peaking at the end of the summer so that gestation can occur over the winter months and the grubs can be born in the spring when food becomes relatively abundant again.
You know what? This makes
The
sense.
mating season will also be the time at which the breeders are most aggressive towards the helpers to
Can you
discourage.
guys imagine if humans did that, where like you could only have children like around the August, so then they can all be born around spring, and then like you just had to be pregnant every, like if you were to get pregnant, it would only be in the wintertime. Like no more getting pregnant in January or getting pregnant in the summer. No, you only are pregnant in the wintertime. Would people be happier with that? I don't know. I'm not a woman. But, let's ask some women. If we have any women in the chat, just throw it out there. Would you be happier if you could only get pregnant in the fall or towards the end of the summer, so you dealt with the majority of your pregnancy during the winter? Ladies, let me know down below.
Them from mating as much as possible. In another big difference to humans, paleotect females will remain fertile throughout their whole lives, while humans are very unusual for experiencing menopause, whereby females undergo a sharp decline in fertility long before the end of their lifespan, which, considering this only serves to limit their direct fitness, would seem to be inherently maladaptive. One commonly held explanation for this is the grandmother hypothesis, which postulates that, in a multi-generational social structure, there comes a point in a female's life at which she gains greater fitness from helping to raise her grandchildren than from continuing her own reproduction. However, even if this is the case, it only seems to hold under a very narrow range of circumstances, as menopause is only known to consistently occur in 4 other species outside of humans,
Oh, wow.
all of which happen to be cetaceans. Like the vast majority of animal species, paleotect females will undergo no such reduction of fertility with age, and in fact, since dominance within the clan is largely based on age, older females will actually have greater reproductive status, with the matriarch typically being the oldest clan member and producing the most populous matriline. Once a female attains breeding status, she'll produce a new clutch of 1 to 2 grubs every few years for the remainder of her 30-year lifespan. But for the males, breeding will be a totally different story. Males won't exhibit the same queuing behavior as the females, as this would inevitably result in inbreeding. So instead, males will have 2 possible pathways to direct fitness. One will be the protandry they retain from the ancestral ramphidonts, by which males have the possibility of becoming female at some point after they reach maturity.
Interesting.
While on average males will be smaller than females, those of sufficient size and aggressiveness to challenge their female nestmates will undergo hormonal changes that cause them to become female, thus inserting them into the female dominance hierarchy and putting them in line to inherit breeding status. Alternatively, however dangerous it might be, a male can achieve reproductive success by dispersing from the safety of his home territory to seek mates elsewhere. In Part 12, we mentioned how in many social species, dispersal rates are higher for one sex than they are for the other, with monogamous species like most birds typically showing female bias dispersal, while in mammals, which are predominantly polygynous, the dispersing sex is almost always the males, with humans and some other primates forming a peculiar exception. Cooperative breeding, on the other hand, is defined by low dispersal rates for both sexes, often without any significant bias towards one or the other. But on the rare occasions when males and females do disperse, they may have different motivations for doing so. Females will typically prefer to remain within their home clan in the hopes of one day inheriting breeding status, but the fierce competition for dominance may force some of the lower-ranking females to abandon any hope of achieving direct fitness within their natal territory, and to disperse in hopes of having better luck elsewhere. In particular, the matriarch will very aggressively enforce her position as head of the clan, and any dissent towards her dominance is likely to be punished with eviction. On the other hand, since the males won't be able to find mating opportunities within their home clan, dispersal will offer much greater benefits for them. But in sequentially hermaphroditic species, the sex ratio tends to be skewed in favour of the initial sex, which, in the case of protandrous clades like the paleotecs and most other amphidonts, means the majority of young will be born male. Fewer females in the population means that males will be less likely to find a mate if they disperse, so they'll only do so after conducting exploratory forays to assess the availability of nearby mating opportunities, either in the form of evicted females travelling through the Badlands or a neighbouring clan in which a breeding male has recently died, leaving the bereaved female available for a new mate. Although the sperm storage mechanisms they retain from their ancestors will allow a female to continue to produce new young after her mate's death until a new and sufficiently fit male presents himself. In the absence of any available females, protandry will once again act as a crucial contingency, allowing some males to become female and choose a mate from among the other dispersing males, after which both will seek out a suitable patch of territory to establish a new clan. Importantly, this social system will have a largely instinctive basis, an extrapolation of the innate behaviours of their astrolophid ancestors, but the adaptation that will be most strongly selected for and constitute the most dramatic change from their ancestors will be a complex enough brain to support an ever-growing range of learned behaviours. Historically, brain size has been regarded as the primary predictor of intelligence, with one of the most commonly used metrics being encephalization quotient, which compares a species' brain size to that of a related species of similar body mass. And while this does serve as a rough indicator of overall intelligence, it doesn't take into account the brain's structure and organization, which contributes to cognition just as much as its size.
True.
For instance, the density at which neurons are packed together can belie greater intelligence than what would be expected based on brain size alone. Corvids and parrots owe much of their impressive intelligence to a neuronal density almost double that of primates with similarly sized brains. But even when factoring in neuronal density, some animals are capable of more intelligent behaviours than what their neuron count would suggest. Portia spiders can plan and execute variable hunting strategies despite having a brain only 500,000 neurons large, which is minuscule in comparison to the many billions of neurons that sapient species typically have, suggesting that intelligence can result from other neurological factors. As a further complication, not all animals concentrate the bulk of their central nervous system in a single brain. In many phyla, the function of the brain is filled by multiple nerve clusters or ganglia, which in animals like octopuses means that the different regions of the body can essentially think independently of each other. But regardless of how it's organized, a complex nervous system comes with a hefty energetic cost. Humans expend about 1/5 of their total calorie intake just in maintaining the brain, which once again highlights the importance of energy-rich foods in a sophon's diet, but fueling such a power-hungry organ limits the amount of energy available for other body systems, which might explain the trend in human evolution towards smaller guts, an idea termed the expensive tissue hypothesis, as well as the concurrent reduction in overall muscle density. But as alluded to earlier, sapience may demand not only the sacrifice of physical traits, but also of cognitive traits that aren't directly applicable to sapience. Chimpanzees are not only about 30% stronger than humans, but also have a significantly better short-term memory, which, according to the cognitive trade-off hypothesis, may be due to humans undergoing a reduction in working memory so that as much of the brain as possible could be dedicated towards language, sociality, and other aspects of sapience. In light of this, it may be that one reason why sapience is so rare is that, under the vast majority of ecological circumstances, sapience is actually a detriment, the highly demanding brains and cognitive traits necessary for sapience simply not being worth compromising other aspects of physiology. However, once the right selective pressures are in place, brain complexity can apparently increase very quickly. Within only the last 2 million years, the human brain has tripled in size, the regions undergoing the greatest enlargement being those involved in social interaction, language, and problem solving. Although it's worth noting that for reasons that are still being researched, the last few tens of thousands of years have seen human brain size decrease at an even faster rate, seemingly without any cognitive decline.
It's these dang phones, bro. They keep trying to tell us. It's these, they're making us dumber. I know we are going to be like, wait, those have only been like they are for decades. They haven't been out there for that long. But it's happening at a faster and faster pace. This is probably like 2000 right here. You know, this is probably like year 2000, and then bam, this downfall here is like 2012. You know, it's like we're one of those things where it's like 2020, and then bam, right down the drain. That's why I wouldn't go into a room. I forget the remote is, and I spend an hour looking for it only to realize it's in my hand. That's hilarious, and that does stuff like this does happen. Uh, Vegeta, what's going on? Wait, is that Vegeta? Okay, Gogeta. Yeah, okay. You know what? I in my head I was like, wait, what if that's vegetable or vegetarian? But then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go with my gut here. This has got to be a Dragon Ball reference. I get it now. Thank you.
Yet again indicating that brain size isn't the only variable involved in complex cognition. Like vertebrates, polypods have a high degree of cephalization, with a centralized brain within the cephalothorax that tapers into a pair of lateral nerve cords. In Paleotecton, the regions responsible for the cognitive traits necessary for sapience will become more highly developed, the skull and cephalothorax expanding to accommodate them. One of the cognitive skills most likely to be favored is pattern recognition, which is an essential component of the problem-solving capabilities that obligate sapience requires. The human brain has evolved to reward pattern-seeking behaviors by releasing dopamine in response to finding connections among seemingly unrelated or random data points, and facultatively sapient animals also seem to experience a similar pleasure response from solving puzzles. Human pattern recognition even operates on a subconscious level, their natural urge to follow the patterns in rhythm and melody underlying their enjoyment of music, and identifying links between different conceptual domains as a key element of humor. In fact, humans are so hardwired to look for patterns that they often find them where none exist. One common manifestation of this is pareidolia, the tendency to find images and sounds in random stimuli. This is especially true when it comes to faces, since humans communicate so much information through facial expressions that they were selected to discern them even when they have no meaning or intent behind them. Having a similar degree of sociality to humans, the Paleotecs will be keenly perceptive of visual patterns that resemble the crests they use for social signaling, having their own equivalent of facial recognition based around the crests, eyes, and antennae. But humans' knack for finding non-existent patterns and interpreting meaning where there isn't any also makes them quick to jump to conclusions based on whatever they can piece together from available information, often resorting to magical thinking to fill in the gaps in their knowledge, leading them to conceive of superstitions and religions to explain the aspects of the world they can't immediately understand. Another cognitive ability closely tied to this is symbolism, the ability to assign an arbitrary meaning to an object, image, or action so that it represents something else, which is crucial for imagining and communicating ideas independently of present circumstances. Using symbolic behavior, humans are able to convey and understand that a stick figure represents a person, that an arrow indicates direction, and that a thumbs up is a sign of positivity and approval. This ability to derive meaning from abstraction is the foundational principle behind the concept of art, and allows humans to attach significance to cultural customs like stories, currency, fashion, and ceremonial burial. Both pattern recognition skills and symbolic behaviors are key components of the creative thinking that defines sapience, and so are likely to be strongly selected for in all obligate sophonts. But the specific ways in which these cognitive abilities manifest may vary considerably, so that a sophont's appreciation of art, music, and humor, if they even have a recognizable concept of such things, will be based on entirely different criteria to humans. In fact, in the case of the Paleotects, their comprehension of these concepts may originate from an entirely different instinctual starting point to humans, thanks to one particular quirk of their evolution. Even though all the clan's grubs will be raised together in a communal nursery, the male Paleotecs will still retain the instincts for the courtship rituals of their ancestors. But rather than building a nest to attract a female, The male will provide her with a sample of his architectural prowess by moulding the ground of his display patch into an intricate arrangement of shapes and decorative objects, somewhat like the complex circular patterns created by male white-spotted pufferfish during their courtship rituals.
Oh, wow.
As is often the case with sexually selected traits, these structures won't have any kind of practical function, and the female's appraisal of these displays will be based on a purely subconscious preference for certain aspects of shape and design that would seem unremarkable or even unidentifiable to humans. Over time, the instincts that underpin their ability to create and assess these designs will be amplified by sexual selection, improving their capacity for pattern recognition and symbolic behavior, which will not only give them a much more intuitive grasp of geometric relationships and structural engineering than humans, but will also serve as the root of an aesthetic sense for spatial and angular relationships comparable to humans' appreciation of art and music. When it comes to creating the actual nest, unlike most other astrolophid species, in which males make their own nests individually, in the paleotexts, all the males of the clan will work together to turn
Guys,
their territory.
I said this, and they're doing this. They're doing the thing that I said would happen, and now they're doing the thing, and I'm like, I don't even know how to handle this right now. First of all, incredible. I love that this was actually animated. Burpopo, shout outs to you once again. You always come out with these great animations. This is incredible. Tool use, most like all these guys working together, like the organization of this, the complexity is incredible. They look pretty cool. Burpopo is the GOAT. I honestly believe he might actually be one of the GOATs. There are some arts that I do appreciate, and I'm like, maybe it connects with me personally a little bit more. But the visual aspects of this, as well as the fact that it's animated, is like very much like on the level. This is like peak animation right here. But bro, when I'm telling you these animals, like these creatures, this is what I thought when I first saw, and this is like they're actually doing it, but it looks cooler than what I even imagined them. This is actually cooler than what I imagined, because I didn't imagine them using pulleys and ropes and stuff right now. That wasn't in my mind at first, but now it's like, whoa, hold on now. Real tools here, real like construction work going on right here. These guys might come out wearing like construction helmets soon. You know, give them a few thousand years, they're gonna have some type of protective shell around their head when they're doing this type of work, because they know it's inherently dangerous, and they're going to understand that because they have the comprehension to understand the work that they're doing. Even though it's beautiful and it's expressive of oneself, it is still dangerous. Leave That's what they're saying. That's hilarious. Oh, heave. I don't know why I saw that as a L. Heave, ladies and gentlemen. Heave, gentlemen. We have to build this for him. Guys, Billy is really trying to get that chick over there, okay? We want to make sure he can really get, he's paying us in rocks, okay? We're gonna make some good stuff here. Also, he's going to give us some ideas. We're going to help do this again for Charles next week. But guys, we're really trying to get Billy laid this week. We got to make sure that we're getting all this stuff right, okay? We need a pulley over here. We need one that goes right down here to the ground so we can lift this. We got a tarp going up here. Guys, trust me, this is going to look super cool. Billy's definitely going to get laid this weekend. Heave, ladies and gentlemen. Heave, gentlemen. Heave. And that's the conversation that they're most likely having while pulling the ropes. This girl's really hard to get, and we're trying. This girl's really hard to get, guys. We're trying to do it the best we can. Like, she's so bad. I'm trying to think what the sexiest aspect of these for these creatures would be. Guys, her eyes, they're incredible, okay? You've never seen eyes like hers, guys. Trust me. So I want to make sure there's a big eye on this thing so we can like really accentuate her beauty. maybe compare it. Once I see this thing starting to compare something to the moon, your eyes are like, oh my gosh, the sun, the moon in your eyes. Oh my gosh, what a surprise.
Into one communal den or fortress. The construction of these fortresses will stem from the same instincts as those of their mating
A fortress, you say? Okay.
displays. And architect of these fortresses will
Let me
one
hear this
communal den or fortress.
Communal den.
The construction of these fortresses will stem from the same instincts as those of their mating displays, and architectural styles and techniques will vary wildly between different clans, incorporating whatever materials are available within their territory. From walls sculpted from rocks and soil, to palisades and fences formed from the trimmed and interwoven leaves and branches of local plant colonies, to roofs made from layers of animal hide supported by frameworks of sticks and bones. A male's contribution to the construction and maintenance of the fortress will be one of the main determinants of his status within the clan, and so each male will seek to set himself apart from the others by adding some unique personal flair to his handiwork, incorporating curious or eye-catching objects he collects like shiny stones, shells, bones, and vibrant plant structures.
I love that. One of them's just going to be walking past something one day and be like, ooh, yo, what is that on the ground? Hold on now. This is actually pretty cool. Let me add that on there. Yo, guess who added this? Yo, Ryan, he added that? Oh my gosh, bro. You want to get like a promotion? I think you deserve a promotion at that point. Like, whoa. Yeah, he really added something cool to this. We're going to give him a promotion. You know, what's going to happen is one of these creatures are going to see something really shiny one day and realize that, wait, if I dig deeper, I think there's shinier objects down there. And then they're going to realize that, boom, digging is how you get the shiniest objects. Maybe these shiny objects should be quote unquote worth more because of the effort it takes to get one of these things. And now you're going to have mining, and then you're going to have the diamond trade all within this. And maybe the diamond trade will be just as BS as it is in our life, you know, because I don't know. It's just one of those things. Like, I'm really starting to get. I'm glad I'm starting to get it, because you know what? It's just once they start making the art market and it really just be like a scam, that's when I know these things are just like us for real, and we're on the same. Like, this is literally what we're doing. They're just living our lives, but in a different form. And you know what? They're probably still going to be living it better, because you know, I hope they have free healthcare. At the end of the day, if they can evolve and still have free healthcare, I will say that these guys are smarter than us.
This will select for males who not only have a keen grasp of architectural and technological principles, but also the ability to find new uses for objects in their environment, which will feed into the evolution of their sapience. The capacity for symbolism is also a fundamental precondition for the development of language, which requires the association of meanings with arbitrary.
Wait, is this how we got both of these characters? Like, is this where R comes from? Or like, probably with English, this is probably the closest, but I don't know. Is this where like that comes from in like Japanese or like Chinese characters? Who knows?
Sequences of
the Chinese character one, people probably do know that one. That one probably is like 100%. I don't know about this one for sure, but this one, here to here, looks right to me. Here to here to here, I think this is where I'm a little confused from. This is very complicated, and then this one's very much like, okay, I can see people being like, okay, I mess with this one. This one's like, all right, this is modern day complicated. This one's like, yo, I just know how to draw and I'm flexing. This really feels like I'm the one in the village who knows how to draw things, and I'm just really just like flexing on you guys, because you don't know how to draw like me. I'm gonna draw a whole head. Some people still can't draw this to this day. Thousands of years later, people can't draw this. Nature evolving, or nature evolution of language and writing. Yeah, that you know what? This makes a lot of sense. This one here is just where I'm a little confused.
Sounds and images. While all social species employ some form of communication, Only a few exhibit anything comparable to human language in having underlying grammar and an ability to express an effectively infinite range of concepts. Honeybees use what's called a waggle dance to communicate the distance and direction of flowers. Prairie dog alarm calls convey detailed visual descriptions of approaching threats, including their size, speed, species, color, and other specific details of their appearance. And dolphins coordinate group activities with a highly complex series of whistles, each member of the pod using a unique signature whistle that serves to identify them in the same way as a name. And they can also be taught to understand gestural languages devised by...
They have names in dolphin communities? Like, I got a signature whistle? This is my sound? Because, I mean, what are names but your unique sound, if you really think about it? My name is Devon. I have the unique sound. Mr. Rucker. You know, those are just sounds that are coming out of my mouth that you just so happen to understand because you've also been taught the same sounds. Dolphins are really cool. Like, whales too, they all have individual whales. Oh my gosh, that's cool. I love that. I love knowing that dolphins have individual names. Like, I don't know what their name is because my voice probably can't vocalize it properly. Like, if I try to say the dolphin's name, it'll look at me like, ew, I hate the way you pronounce my name just now. Don't ever do that again. You know, that's what they would be looking at me like like when you try to speak Spanish to somebody, but you don't fully understand Spanish. So you just sound like you're one of those people who are like being like, you're just being like an a-hole, but you're really trying to like genuinely learn the language. And they're like, I see what you're doing. I'm not like a huge fan of it, but I will still work with you. This is how you're supposed to pronounce it. That's how it probably feels for the dolphin, where they're just like, ugh, this guy. Ravens have specific names. That's hilarious. All these animals have names and vocals, like recognition for within each other. But then if we tried to do it, we just seem ridiculous. Like even worse than that scenario I threw in earlier.
Human researchers. When and how language first developed in human ancestors, or even whether it emerged only once or multiple times, is still unknown. But in any case, the neurological underpinning that makes language possible has clearly been strongly selected for over the course of human evolution, as evidenced by the fact that the temporal lobe, which houses the centers of language processing, has undergone a greater degree of expansion in the last few million years than almost any other part of the brain. This isn't too surprising considering that language massively increases the volume of information that can be expressed in social interactions, hugely facilitating the sharing and passing down of knowledge essential for sapience, and has therefore become one of the most critical elements that makes human society possible. The Paleotext languages will develop from the simpler avenues of communication used by their ancestors, the vocalizations that have been a fundamental means of communication throughout the Australopiths' history serving as the basis for spoken language, much of which will be informed by the anatomy of their vocal and hearing organs. Human ears can typically pick up sounds between about 20 to 20,000 Hz, but are especially sensitive to sounds within about 2 to 5,000 Hz, the band of frequencies at which speech usually occurs. And there's even some evidence that hominin hearing evolved to become more sensitive to these frequencies alongside the development of language. But the Paleotext vocalizations will primarily occur at higher frequencies, which will also likely be the range to which their hearing is most attuned, meaning they wouldn't be able to hear the differences between many of the sounds used in human languages. To the Paleotexts, human speech would sound like an indiscernible garbled mess, nor would humans be able to distinguish the key distinctions in Paleotext vocalizations, and the two species could never understand one another's speech without the aid of specialized instruments. But the Paleotext spoken languages will be complemented by olfactory signals communicated in a complex alphabet of sociochemicals, and many cultures will also use sign languages involving movements of the forelimbs, antennae, and crests. While language and symbolic behavior will help them envision and communicate new ideas, tool use will be a crucial means of executing those ideas and bringing them into tangible reality. Yet again, tool use isn't at all exclusive to sophonts, but is seen across a huge range of clades, most often involving using a natural object to assist in a particular task, such as how otters and Egyptian vultures use rocks to break open food items. But a handful of species, most notably corvids and great apes, are able to modify objects to make them better suited to the task they're being used to accomplish, and even combine multiple different components into compound tools. In some cases, tool use is an innate behavior, such as how woodpecker finches instinctively use twigs to probe for insects among crevices in trees, while in others it needs to be learned, like how some populations of orangutans have learned to use leaves to modulate their calls to make them sound larger and more threatening. While tool use isn't unique to sophonts, the greater ability to manipulate the environment that it provides does facilitate the transition to Obligosapiens. Tool use in human ancestors goes back at least 3 million years, and rapidly developed to the point of becoming indispensable for their survival. The Paleotex will undertake the first steps in this transition as a byproduct of the male's nest-building behaviors, using stones as anvils, cutting edges, and chisels to aid in the construction of their fortresses and to help them design more elaborate and ornate courtship displays. But it won't be long before they begin to extrapolate these principles to find ways of using...
Okay, now I see they're using spears. Can they effectively throw, is my question. Also, this is funny, I will say that. This looks kind of funny, but also, can they throw? Because I know throwing is a thing that's apparently difficult for a lot of creatures, especially throwing accurately. I believe it's like chimpanzees and stuff. They can throw things, but like, as far as like a baseball or like a football, like to throw it accurately, especially over like a good distance, or even like I would say like a spear, like, it takes a separate mechanic. I know they're not throwing. I'm just wondering if it was possible for them because, they're making a spear. No throw zone. I got you. Okay. So they're not throwing these things. They're more using them as like traditional spears. Just wondering if they could in the future. They can still use it, and that's the more impressive thing. I'm not really worried if the animal can throw it in the wild. If I'm there in real life, I'm more impressed that they created that in the first place. Tying it up seems like the craziest part, and they already figured that out. It's kind of crazy.
Tools to gather food more efficiently, creating digging tools to assist in searching for tubers and fossorial prey, and constructing rings of stones within the shallows of rivers and lakes to confine acanthopods, like the fish traps that innumerable different cultures on Earth have used for thousands of years, some of which are among the oldest known archaeological sites on Earth. Tools will also be a crucial force multiplier by which the Paleotex can compensate for their lack of strength and natural weapons, letting them hunt prey much larger than they could tackle ordinarily by fashioning rocks, sticks, and bones into spears, axes, and other weapons. Their sexually selected urge to constantly innovate and discover new ways of modifying their environment may even lead them to find ways to control and create fire. While there are a few known instances of non-human animals using fire, such as kites and brown falcons that collect burning sticks during wildfires and use them to spread the flames to flush prey into the open, humans are the only animals to have learned to create fire. Tentative evidence for the controlled use of fire in humans goes back over 1 million years to early hominins like Homo erectus, and was a critical precursor for much of their later technology. For the Paleotects, fire will be a crucial means of keeping warm, the desiccated vegetation during the long dry winters serving as ideal kindling, but they'll also make ample use of it as a weapon in hunting, wielding flaming sticks and torches to drive prey into areas of hazardous terrain like cliff edges and narrow...
This is actually insane, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is actually really insane here. Like, just thinking about this right now, I'm like, whoa. Think about where we started, and now we're here. We're all the way at the point where these things are actually making this is what we used to do. They're just like us for real. They're doing the things that we used to do, possibly at a better level, possibly faster and better than how we did it at the same times of when we were doing it. I'm telling you, give them a couple of, thousands, 100,000s of years, maybe 1 million. Who knows? These things may actually be the creatures in those movies where it's like, oh, these creatures came down to Earth, and then they looked at us and we're like, whoa. I'm not going down there. These guys are kind of dumb. Let me just go to another planet that's got some creatures that aren't doing so much dumb stuff to each other. But yeah, they might be one of those creatures that look at us, because they're like, "Oh man, we're let's check out the stars in a couple million years." Who knows? Um, yeah, we started off as weird underwater centipedes, and now look at us. Now we're smart spiders. Yeah. Whoa. What happened to the sound?
Their technological prowess, with edges and narrow pass torches to drive prey into areas of hazardous terrain like cliff edges and narrow passes. However, despite their technological prowess, one category of tool that the Paleotechs will notably lack is thrown weaponry. As a legacy of their arboreal ancestors, humans have extremely flexible
Hey.
arms, dexterous hands, and binocular vision, all of which made them pre-adapted for throwing projectiles, providing a way of hunting large and dangerous prey from a safe distance once they became ground-dwelling predators, which selected for modified arm bones and improved hand-eye coordination to make them as proficient with ranged weaponry as possible. While there are other animals that employ ranged attacks, like archerfish, and some species like chimpanzees and other primates are known to occasionally throw things, humans are capable of throwing faster and with greater accuracy than any other animal. However, nothing in the Paleotech's evolutionary history will have given them the same kind of forelimb flexibility, so they won't be capable of throwing anything with the speed or force necessary to significantly
This is incredible. Shout outs to who made this animation. I actually really like
wound
this.
their prey.
Let's
So
see
their
this.
throwing
I gotta
history
see
will have
this.
given.
And also, I do love how I bring this up, and then they do talk about it like very soon. Uh, we became smart by tripping. Yes, um, I've heard of that theory about the magic mushrooms. Joe Rogan may have been one of the worst things that ever happened to podcasting or people talking. But you know what? Who knows if he's right, or if the information he heard about the mushroom thing being real is, I don't know if that's real or not. I don't have enough evidence to dispute it. I will say part of my dispute will be that I heard it from Joe Rogan. So, that's going to be part of the rebuttal of the Joe Rogan take, is that Joe Rogan did say it. So, that's just my thing. Um Finish my next batch of for episode 7 for the Pano organisms. That's what's up. That's what's up. Hey, you were able to finish that out through all this nonsense that I was talking the whole time. Uh, I know it's off topic, but I'm glad you did. I'm glad you brought it up. But yeah, okay. So here's my question and or possible theory. I think because they can't throw things and they haven't thought of that, they will probably eventually think of projectile weaponry. I think that is something that's going to come into play in their behaviors. Uh, but the fire equals more food theory holds a bit more water. Yeah, I think the theory that when we created fire, we started just cooking foods, and that naturally just like helped build more proteins, and just help give us our body more things to you know make material with, and just better fats and stuff like that we were just eating. Maybe our brains expanded from there, but who really knows? I'm not 100% sure. Again, Joe Rogan may have been right, but part of my argument against him is that Joe Rogan himself is the first person I've heard to say that. So there's that. Shout out to everybody throwing all the emojis up there. I appreciate that. I haven't seen a lot of these before, but I do appreciate you guys throwing them up there. I really love that, guys. Keep that stuff up. We cooked the mushrooms. Possibly, again, we may have cooked the mushrooms to become smart, you know. But then that also implies that, like, would it be like one specific clade ate the mushrooms, and then that one became the most dominant? This is like before, when everyone's still interconnected. If that theory of the migration theory is accurate, that the one group did that and then they expanded, or was it like mushrooms just appeared all over and everyone just so happened to find the magic mushrooms wherever they lived? Like did people in China already go there and then find the mushrooms and become more, intelligent, or did were the mushrooms already on the way there? Were they just eating mushrooms on the trip? Like, we found these in Africa, we just brought them all around. That would be my question, or slash rebuttal, just to figure that one out. I would need to know more evidence on that. Uh, yeah, it doesn't hold on its own. Yeah, the mushroom theory on its own doesn't hold much water. Yeah, not much, but I'm not completely throwing it out there. I don't want to completely throw it away, but it is, there are questions that we have to ask about that.
Than the same kind of forelimb flexibility, so they won't be capable of throwing anything with the speed or force necessary to significantly wound their prey. So they'll instead use close-ranged weapons as their most common hunting tools. On a similar note, early humans owed much of their success to persistence hunting, with adaptations in their bones and muscles helping them maintain stamina over long distances, letting them pursue prey for hours on end until it succumbs to exhaustion. This is complemented by a higher density of eccrine sweat glands than any other mammal, and a reduced covering of fur so sweat can evaporate more easily, keeping them cool during the intense exertion of keeping up with their quarry. However, the paleotecs are adapted to chase their prey only over short distances, and will only travel far from their territory when absolutely necessary, and so will instead rely much more on ambush tactics. Fortunately for them, prey will naturally be drawn to the watering holes and patches of vegetation that they establish their territories around, letting them use and modify the surrounding landscape to aid in their hunting strategies, constructing pit traps that prey is funneled into by carefully positioned walls and fences, or even containing prey within enclosures, which may one day lead to the development of domestication. As the paleotecs develop a larger and larger scope of behaviours over a period of several million years, their ever-expanding brains, along with other incidental adaptations that occur along the way, will eventually reach a degree of differentiation from their ancestors to result in the emergence of a new genus, one that we'll call Neotecton, who will take their ancestors' technological sophistication to a level where they can no longer survive without it, at which point they'll have completed the transition to obligate sapience, and with their ability to modify their environment to suit their needs, they'll achieve an unprecedented level of success. Once an obligate sophont develops technologies that allow it to survive independently of environmental conditions, it will no longer be restricted to any particular region or habitat, and the need to provide resources for its growing populations will inevitably force it to spread across the planet.
True.
Although the majority of hominin genetic diversity has remained concentrated in Africa where they first evolved, humans have undertaken many multitudinous waves of migration over the last 2 million years, and have spread to every corner of the globe, even remote islands thousands of kilometers from the mainland. Each of these migrations occurred over only a few tens of thousands of years, a timescale far too rapid for the biotas they invaded to adapt to, which, along with the unstable climate of the Younger Dryas, was the main cause of the late Pleistocene extinctions, with the arrival of humans into most regions being immediately followed by a 60 to 80% reduction in local megafaunal diversity.
Dang.
The Neotects, however, are nowhere near as nomadic as early humans, so their colonization of the...
Is this a boat already? They already figured out boats? Okay, figuring out boats may be the most impressive thing I've seen so far. Like, I think this is like, I think this is actually crazy right here. Sadly, we caused the extinction of mammoths. Yeah, I have heard about that. And look how non-human they are. Yeah, I know. I actually do like that. I like the non-human look.
Planet will be comparatively slow, although still very fast on the timescale of evolution. And despite the eruptions in the southern mountains, the hothouse period that their planet is currently undergoing will be much less hostile than the Ice Age climate that exacerbated the...
Wait, I mean, I don't know how long boats been around. I'll be honest here. I'm not a boat guy. I've never been the captain of a ship before, so I don't have the history of boats. I just kind of figure it's been probably like, if I were to put a date on it without looking up any information, I would say boats 5,000 years. I would say boats are like 5,000 years old. Maybe I'm off by a lot, like millions of years ago, probably. Okay, that's crazy. Because I said 5,000 years, and I'm going to, I feel like that's a good amount of time for us to do a lot of stuff with boats. At least a million years. Okay, that's very different than 5,000. Okay, so I'll give you that. We maybe we were working on boats for way longer than I expected. Uh, like 60s old times much. Okay, okay. Much more simple boats. Okay, I mean yeah, much more simple boats, but again, even the idea of a boat, I imagine, took a long time to take off. But of course, they're like, "Yo, I want to get across that water," which makes sense. They saw a log do it, and then they were like, "What's the best idea of like getting on a log?" Or a canoe, yeah. More like a canoe. Yeah. What's the best way to get across that? I've already seen a log float. Can I get on the log and still float? And then that idea just expanded from there. So I okay, maybe even early humans and other creatures would immediately see that and be like, let me put the connection together a long time ago in human scale. Yeah, planetary scale it is not nothing, but human scale that's like, whoa, those humans were like super geniuses. These guys are also super geniuses because that's like a really good boat right there.
Late Pleistocene extinctions, meaning the early Neotech's impact on the environment won't be quite as severe as humans, although they're still likely to cause considerable ecological disruption in the areas they colonize. Eventually, the Neotechs will manage to disperse into every available habitat across the supercontinent, a process that will occur gradually enough for them to diverge into many different species along the way. However, if human history is any indication, most of these descendant species will be short-lived. Of the 20 or so species of hominins, Homo sapiens is the sole living representative, and even then, the last common ancestor of every living human outside of Africa today is believed to have left Africa within only the last 70,000 years, with all of the other migrations over the past 2 million years leaving behind no descendants.
Oh wow.
It's still not known how much the relative success of Homo sapiens is due to them actively outcompeting and interbreeding with the other species and driving them to extinction, or if the bigger factor was simply the harsh climate of the late Pleistocene that the others were unable to endure. Again, the relatively hospitable climate during the Neotech's migrations will give them a marginally higher success rate than those of early humans, and while Paleotecton and most species of Neotecton will eventually die out, a select few species will achieve long-term success. The first species of Neotect, which we'll call Neotecton ativus, will spread northward from the southern steppe and establish a presence in the tropics, from which will arise many new species. This will be a very different environment to the one in which their ancestors evolved, so over several 100,000 years, some populations will adapt to become slightly more tolerant of hotter climates, with longer, thinner limbs and smaller, more gracile bodies with a lighter coat of fur, resulting in a new species that we'll call Neotecton gracilis. But one final species will emerge around 100,000 years later within the eastern plains, and it will be this species, whether by sheer luck or by some slight adaptive or technological advantage, that will find the greatest success and go on to colonize the majority of the planet, for which reason we'll name them Neotecton ecumenes. The competition from Neotecton ecumenes will force the others
New builder of the inhabited world. I love that name.
into decline, but Neotecton gracilis and perhaps a few other species will still survive, at least for a time, in small, isolated pockets in the far reaches of the supercontinent, while Neotecton ecumenes will proliferate across the entire globe and proliferate into thousands of ethnicities and cultures, their technology letting them exert an ever greater command over their environment as they do so. But no matter how capable a Sophont is of learning new behaviors and adapting to new circumstances, no matter how far its culture and technology progresses, it will always be tethered to some extent to the innate behaviors of its ancestors, as technological and societal developments occur over such an absurdly rapid timescale in comparison with the rate of evolutionary change that the species' instincts can't adapt fast enough to keep up, and will be maintained even after they become obsolete or maladaptive, a phenomenon for which we'll coin the term instinctual lag. Humans would certainly like to think of themselves as being in full control over their own thoughts and behaviors, and as wholly rational creatures that are totally divorced from the natural world. But in reality, much of human psychology is beholden to pre-programmed instincts that directly result from the ecological circumstances under which their ancestors first...
Real. Like, so many people think that we're above all this. Absolutely not. Have you guys talked to people? Like, have you guys actually had to do something where you talk to a bunch of people on a daily basis? You start to realize humans ain't top tier. You know, we might be cool. Like, we're up there, but we can't be top tier because this is like, we got so far to go. Yeah, we force, we made love in caves, forced to pay taxes. That might be on my gravestone right there. I don't know why, but I feel like I love that statement and I want that to be like on my headstone one day. So shout outs to you. I love that. Don't ever change, please. That's why we get angry for silly reasons. Exactly. Like, sometimes I get angry even if I have to like repeat myself to a person in person. I'm like, why am I actually angry about this? That's a weird thing to be upset about this when they just want clarification. But, you know, it's like, what's up with that? Am I the asshole is the real thing. It's why we get jealous. Exactly. I don't know why we get jealous. I hope, you know, I hope we can get rid of that part. But because that started so many wars. It's, you know, it's why we have wars in the first place. This whole thing is crazy.
Evolved. Homo sapiens only evolved about 300,000 years ago, and all of recorded history has only occurred within the last 5,000 years.
Real, you stub your toe and start yelling at the chair. Like, what did the chair do but exist in a world where you're not paying attention? Crazy that I'm a chair just living in a world where this person who owns a chair doesn't pay attention to where the chair is. But you yell at the chair like it's its fault. Like it just moved in the direction of your toe. It didn't. You know, you just weren't paying attention. But, you know, you yell at the chair all you want.
A period of time far too brief to allow any significant genetic changes to occur, meaning the innate behaviors that evolved in response to the pressures faced by early humans still persist, despite the fact that technological and cultural advancements have completely eliminated many of those pressures. For example, the struggle for dominance within the social group selected for humans to react with aggression when they perceive their status as being challenged, which can be triggered in modern humans even in situations in which hostility is entirely irrational or counterproductive. When they overcome a competitor, humans also feel a sense of triumph for asserting their dominance, an emotional reward so alluring that modern humans create and engage in artificial contests like competitive sports and other games, which, although completely unnecessary and inconsequential for their survival, still provide the thrill of victory thanks to instinctual lag. When faced with danger, modern humans also still exhibit the same fight or flight response as early humans, marked by an elevated heart rate, increased blood pressure, and hyperventilation in anticipation of the physical demands of fending off an opponent or escaping danger, despite the fact that these physiological responses aren't helpful at all in tackling the types of stress-inducing situations that modern humans usually deal with. Of course, technological and cultural developments can do a lot to change a Sophon's behaviors from their ancestral state, but some traces of their evolutionary history will always remain, and the Neotechs will be no exception. At the most basic level, a Sophon's psychology will be shaped by its senses. Humans are very visually oriented animals, having inherited keen eyesight from their primate ancestors, most notably when it comes to color vision. While birds and reptiles typically have 4 different types of color-receptive cone cells, most mammals only have 2, which may be a vestige of their early nocturnal ancestors prioritizing night vision over color vision. But primates are some of the only mammals to have separate cones for red, blue, and green light, which they may have evolved to help them spot brightly colored fruit in the forest canopy. However, this has come at the expense of their night vision, and consequently, humans are very strongly diurnal animals, with fear of the dark being a near universal human experience, and darkness being associated with evil across virtually all cultures. On the other hand, the Neotects, having evolved from predominantly nocturnal ancestors, will have much more acute night vision than humans, and thus have no such fear of darkness. If anything, the bright sunlight of midday might elicit an agoraphobic response, signaling the time at which the diurnal predators are most active. Meanwhile, their colour vision will be limited to hues of yellow and blue, which will also influence how they conceptualize their surroundings. To human eyes, red tends to stand out more than other colours in most environments, and so is commonly used to signify danger, urgency, or simply importance. But not only can the Neotects not distinguish red from green, but the pigmentation of the chemophytes will give most terrestrial environments a red backdrop, making it a much more neutral colour for them. However, bright blue and green are the colours most frequently used in aposematic displays, particularly in poisonous malacoforms like the chloroderms and cyanoderms, which the Neotects' malacovorous ancestors would have evolved to avoid, so they may associate this range of colours with danger. In fact, particular hues of bright blue and green, arranged in patterns that resemble those of especially poisonous malacoforms, may even provoke an innate disgust
That's actually really cool. I actually really love this. Like, the whole, like, their visual, like, looks and everything, like, and how it would look for them. I love seeing this, because also, like, you know, what's the whole thing of, like, humans? We don't know what colors look like for other people, for real. Yeah, blue equals danger for these guys. You know, you see something that's purple and you know, kind of brownish, just like, yo, stay away from that.
Resemble those of especially poisonous malacoforms may even provoke an innate disgust or fear response. This aversion to certain visual stimuli isn't unprecedented. Tropical birds raised in captivity have been observed to instinctively avoid bands of colour that resemble those of coral snakes, despite having never seen coral snakes before. And there's even some tentative evidence that humans are disproportionately quick to notice elongated serpentine shapes, which has controversially been suggested to be the vestiges of an instinct to recognize and avoid venomous snakes, the so-called snake detection hypothesis. In contrast to their keen vision, most primates have a relatively poor sense of smell, especially humans, whose olfactory bulbs have undergone severe reduction over the course of their evolution. But for the Neotects, smell contributes just as much as sight to the sensory tapestry from which they derive their understanding of the world.
True.
Their scent markings will provide a record of the health, status, mood, and familiarity of those around them, acting like olfactory name tags on everything within the clan's territory, which will inform how they conceptualize identity and ownership of property. When it comes to taste, human ancestors, like many other primates, evolved a high proportion of sweet receptors to encourage them to seek out the sugar-rich fruit that formed a crucial component of their diet, which, thanks to instinctual—
Bro, who did that, bro? This guy is the reason why I like snacks so much. You might actually have to catch these hands one day. Because why did you do that all the way back then? You wanted the sweetest fruits, and guess what? Congratulations, that trait passed down. Now I like Sprite and Coca-Cola. So are you like, who's gonna pay for the healthcare? You know, you own a lot of you know. Now we have diabetes. Exactly. Now we have diabetes. Congratulations. This is why I love candy. It's because one guy was just like, you know what? Let's just eat the sweetest stuff. This is actually really good. And you know what? He was right. It is good. But look what you did. Now we have Coca-Cola. Now Coca-Cola exists. You know, we got these things for $1, which honestly they probably should be like 50 cents or something. But whatever. Well, you know, candy corn should be free because who's eating
modern
candy
humans
corn? You know?
Still crave sugar, despite their technology allowing them to produce and obtain it in excessive and unhealthy quantities. The Neotects, on the other hand, don't derive much of their nutrition from frugivory, and so much like cats, hyenas, seals, and other predominantly carnivorous animals, will have no sensitivity to sweetness, instead having taste receptors that detect chemicals present in meat. But one of the aspects of their biology that will have the greatest influence over the development of their cultures will be their reproduction, the distinction between breeders and non-breeders being viewed as a critically important division that permeates every facet of society. Having children won't be seen as a right or an expectation like it is in many human societies, but as a privilege available only to those who've earned breeding status, which will be considered a huge life accomplishment that the helpers will aspire to achieve during their lifetime. For the non-breeders, especially the females, any display of sexual interest will be extremely taboo, and interpreted as a challenge to the breeder's dominance.
This is so crazy, but also like the metaphorical at the same time of like two young lovers, but then their love actually challenges the queen just for existing because she's the only one that should be able to breed, because that's how the hierarchy works. And then you're doing this challenges the hierarchy, which isn't good. And also, if you kind of look at it, these kind of look like exclamation points, the teeth. So it's kind of like they're also surprised, but also like, what, you know, it's like a double entendre type thing. It's a whole like metaphorical artistic thing. You guys gotta have that type of artistic vision for it, you know. But yeah, I love where this is.
Extremely taboo, and interpreted as a challenge to the breeder's dominance. Since dominance is strongly correlated with age, most cultures will be very reverent of their elders, even after they pass the peak of physical health. The breeders will be responsible for duties relating to government, politics, and managing affairs between clans, while the non-breeders will be responsible for domestic tasks, assigned duties according to their individual aptitudes, including hunting, foraging, fighting, and caring for the grubs. Looking after the grubs will be a collective effort, the preponderance of males among the helpers leading to child rearing being seen as a chiefly masculine task. And since the breeders play a minimal role in looking after the young, the grubs will form no stronger of an emotional bond with their parents than with any other member of the clan. As a way of motivating the helpers to tend to the young, traits associated with juveniles will provoke an instinctive urge to provide care. Humans are so susceptible to the so-called baby schema, marked by a disproportionately large head and eyes and overall rounded features, that even non-human babies can trigger it. However, the blind and practically boneless grubs of the neotechs will lead the helpers to evolve nurturing instincts triggered by soft, worm-like bodies with short limbs and small or absent eyes, in which case they might regard animals like the neotenic apodomorphs and some of the brachyschelids with the same degree of cuteness that humans do with puppies and kittens.
That's hilarious. They're just looking at these little worms with arms like, oh my gosh, look at this thing. Oh, look at this little squiggly little worm. Like, I want to cuddle it so bad. That's what I love. They're just like, oh my God, look how cute it is. I want one. We can't afford to have one of these, okay? We're already struggling, you know, I'm trying to get up to become, you know, the top of the dominance. I'm like 3 chains away from being the dominant female. We can't afford to have one of these snakes with arms at the house right now, okay? Maybe once I can become the actual matriarch, then we can talk about this. But until that time, Billy, we're not having this conversation again, okay? We can't, but please, we can't have children. It's illegal. Okay, maybe we'll think about this. You know, maybe the pets, maybe the pets would be a good idea in a situation where only certain people can have kids. Maybe pets might be a good idea.
Queuing behavior by which helpers earn breeding status will also shape their cultural organization. Like their primate relatives, human ancestors lived in societies with high levels of mate competition and flexible dominance hierarchies that were constantly rearranged as group members vied with one another for higher rank, which selected for instincts that manifest in modern humans as a drive to continuously advance their status, reputation, and wealth, and to make themselves appear as attractive and enviable as possible. As such, humans are extremely attentive to how they're perceived by others, reacting with aggression when their social standing is challenged and embarrassment when their public image is tarnished. In the Neotet clans, however, social mobility is much more limited, as dominance among the females is almost entirely a function of age, so jockeying for higher status would be interpreted as a challenge to the established order that would be met with disapproval and condemnation from the other clan members, and in some cases would be punishable by eviction. Instead, the most reliable way for a neotect to gain status will simply be to wait for a gap to open in the hierarchy, rewarding those who are patient and obedient, content to only accept material possessions that are necessary or befitting of their station. Their view of sex and gender will be strongly shaped by their protandry, conceptualized as an outgrowth of one's personality and not the other way around, and the fact that males can become female, but not vice versa, will imbue gender with a directionality that corresponds to life stage and maturity. Masculinity and femininity won't be thought of as contrasting or mutually exclusive concepts, or as occupying opposite ends of a spectrum, but rather masculinity will be seen as the default or expected state, especially among juveniles and helpers, while femininity will be seen as a modification upon masculinity, a quality that's attained over the course of one's life, achieved only by those with sufficient strength, determination, and discipline.
I don't know. I'm starting to feel like this, I feel like there's some humans out there that would probably be like, you know what, maybe this is how humans work too. Maybe we are gender fluid by nature, and maybe because babies are violent, we can agree that most babies have a natural tendency towards violence, which can be seen as a masculine trait. But then over time, people evolved into things that people would qualify as feminine traits, like understanding your feelings. People consider that a feminine trait, but that is something that you kind of have to learn over time. That's not something that like naturally comes to most people. So are we in the same, type of spectrum as this? Is this kind of represent us? Because the things that, we inherently consider more feminine traits are usually things that you kind of have to learn throughout the course of your life. That's because you view, our view of gender is a spectrum. You know what? Maybe I am a gender fluid alien spider. Okay. Alongside tomboys, girls who have traditionally masculine traits. Shout outs to all my tomboys out there. I'm not gonna say you're one of the boys, but shout outs to all you guys, especially the ones who really know about sports. I really mess with that. I'm a sports guy, so sometimes you just want people to hang out and talk about sports with. That's all. Or femboys, yes. Shout outs to all the femboys out there. Huge fan of you guys. That's a whole nother situation though. But shout outs to all the tomboys and femboys. Crazy how they both have boys in their name. Maybe should the femboys be fem girls, or should the tomboys be like tom girls? Tomboys rule. They truly do. But should tomboys be like tom girls? Because we can't have femboys and tomboys. It feels like now we're just throwing boys into everything. One of them should still be girls, right? Either one. You guys figure that one out. We're going to send the video, but you guys figure out whether tomboys should change or femboys should change. I just feel like one of them should be acknowledged as girls within the name.
With the relatively few grubs who are born as females being seen as prodigies, displaying readiness for leadership from birth. And since they'll have no way of understanding how or why the change from male to female occurs, it will likely be the subject of magical thinking in many cultures, who may attribute it to the will of a higher power that has specifically chosen the individual to one day rule the clan. Although strength, courage, and tenacity will be seen as admirable feminine qualities, females will also be expected to meet very high standards of subservience to the breeders, or else face the shame of being disowned by their clan, and as such they'll have a greater investment than males in upholding and enforcing the clan's traditions and cultural precepts. Whereas females will tend to be conformist and authoritarian, males will have a greater drive for novelty and innovation, having a natural urge to reshape their living spaces into exhibitions of their individuality, which will be a ubiquitous and vital means of self-expression. Architecture, civil engineering, and urban planning will be viewed as highly respected masculine art forms, to the extent that many elements of the structure and organization of human cities would seem bleak and utilitarian to them. As their ancestors were so dependent on their territories and so rarely ventured into the perilous wastelands beyond, they'll have a much greater sense of place attachment than humans and be more hesitant to travel far from home, especially the females, since ordinarily they only depart from their territory if rejected by the matriarch and expelled from the dominance hierarchy, causing them to experience intense stress if separated from their clan for prolonged periods.
Oh, wow.
The female's queuing behavior will naturally lead to matrilineal descent in most cultures, the ownership of property passed down through the female line. The males, on the other hand, can't rely on inheritance to earn wealth or status, so for them, leaving their home clan will present an opportunity to garner wider renown and find mating opportunities. Whereas a female leaving her home clan will be considered a mark of shame, in males it will be seen as ambitious and enterprising, and in many societies, exchanging males between clans will serve to establish alliances and be a common component of trade agreements. Of course, there will be countless thousands of cultures that emerge as the neotech spread across the planet, each one with different customs according to their environment and their specific history, but all of them will adapt their behaviors from this same instinctual foundation. But one byproduct of instinctual lag that all of their cultures will certainly have in common is a sense of morality. The success of any social group will depend on the cooperation of all of its members, who will therefore be selected to behave altruistically towards each other and to develop strong bonds of empathy with one another, especially among family members, since, as Hamilton's rule describes, the inclusive fitness gained from an altruistic act is directly proportional to the degree of relatedness between the individuals involved. Inevitably, however, there will always be some who try to cheat the system by contributing as little as possible while taking advantage of the other group members' efforts. Such selfishness will pose a danger to the whole group, so cooperation will need to be enforced by punishing or exiling those who don't pull their weight. These social instincts form the basis of morality, with behaviors that contribute to the success of the group forming a conception of goodness, encompassing virtues like compassion, temperance, and diligence, whereas the concept of evil is derived from selfish behaviors that benefit the individual at the expense of the group, like greed, negligence, hatred, and especially murder, and the drive to discourage and punish such evil acts results in a notion of justice and vengeance. This basic moral framework is likely to be universal among sophonts, as it naturally arises from the instincts necessary for a functioning social system, although there may be some variation in what behaviors are seen as good or evil based on how the group dynamic operates. For instance, in the case of the neotechs, the distribution of resources in their ancestors' habitat meant that collectively caring for the offspring of only a few breeding pairs was ultimately the best way to guarantee fitness for everyone in the clan, so having children without the explicit approval of the rest of the group may be considered an act of evil, or at least selfishness. However, while the evolution of sociality provides the foundation for morality and cooperation, paradoxically, it's also responsible for some of the most dangerous and lamentable aspects of human nature. Evolution only incentivizes altruism between organisms with sufficient relatedness or who live in close enough association with each other for acts of altruism to be reciprocated. In other words, morality will only be upheld among members of the same social group, whereas there's no evolutionary impetus to extend any goodwill to those outside the group, who only represent a source of competition. Therefore, social species will face a strong pressure to distinguish their in-group from their out-group, to sort the others around them into categories of us versus them, selectively applying empathy only to the former while reacting to the latter with aggression. One way of distinguishing group membership is by physical appearance, as the high degree of relatedness within a group will result in some measure of family resemblance, whereas outsiders will have a distinct genetic history that will likely leave some apparent visual differences, the instinct to selectively apply or withhold empathy based on these differences forming the origin of xenophobia and racism.
Yeah.
Alongside this, the need to protect...
Guys, I know this is going to be a bold statement here, but follow along with me. Racism is bad. I know. Some people are getting crazy. Some people are going to hear that and be like, whoa, guy, what are you saying? Trust me. Follow me on this. Prejudice, bad. Don't do it. Racism is bad. Don't do it. Xenophobia is bad. Don't do it. You know why I think xenophobia is also crazy because like especially in these days we're like such an interconnected world that like people from other countries have seen my videos before without even like fully knowing, like they weren't taught this language. You know, there are some people who are not, you know, in America watching this, and it's like, what is going on? It's literally invented spider racism. Yes, you know, it's like we don't need these claims here. You know, we don't need to have these things anymore. We're so interconnected more than ever. Like we could just like, you know, we could just all be getting to know each other on a constant day-to-day basis. But some people are still ignorant and they have prejudice and racism. And you know what? Hopefully those people are starting to get more educated, or at least, you know, getting old and possibly, you know, passing on. So at the very minimum, you know, it's gonna take another couple of 100 years. But maybe, you know, we're on. It seems like we're on the right path to people being more interconnected and less xenophobic and prejudiced towards each other. You know, we're all one race here. You know, it's just something that we're working through. It's one of those traits that, you know, it didn't evolve with us in enough time. If we had more time, we would have had no prejudice, but we didn't have time. You know, that's just one of those inherent traits where we're like, oh, othering people. That's just a internal, you know, a trait that we have from back in the day. We got to get over that though. You know, one day, you know, we can buy a ticket and be in China tomorrow. You know what? If you buy the ticket, maybe I'll join you. We also got to have a plan on where we got to stay, though. And also, is it going to be the whole group, or is it just going to be me and you? There's a few more questions I got to ask about this, but you know what? I might be down for China tomorrow.
Protect the group's local resources from rivals selects for an instinct to define one's in-group based on territory, only extending bonds of solidarity to those within a largely arbitrary boundary, while viewing those beyond it as being fundamentally different, which surfaces in modern humans as patriotism and nationalism.
True.
Humans also distinguish their in-group from their out-group based on ideology, deriving a large part of their identity, especially their affiliation with their in-group, from their beliefs, and naturally associating more readily with individuals who share similar opinions and perspectives. One would think it would be adaptive for a Sophon to be willing to revise and update their worldview in response to new information, and to welcome the prospect of encountering beliefs that differ from their own, the resulting exchange of ideas allowing them to form a more accurate understanding of the world. But the in-group biases around which human psychology is orientated means that, as much as humans pride themselves on their grasp of logic and reason, they all too often fall victim to thought traps and irrational thinking. Being so protective of their ideology makes them highly susceptible to belief perseverance, maintaining a belief despite being presented with evidence that contradicts or invalidates it, which is exacerbated by the pattern-loving instincts mentioned earlier, their compulsion to find significance even in randomness making them prone to confirmation bias, only taking account of data points that support what they already believe and ignoring those that don't fit their preconceptions, by which they can become entirely convinced of claims and notions that are completely unsubstantiated. This conceptual and
real. That's why I like being. I mean, I guess is one of the things I like about being a human is that like we can openly be like, oh, you know, maybe I'm contradicting myself right now. You know, it's just one of those things. Cherry picking, to be frank, yeah, you know, cherry picking is kind of fun sometimes though, you know. Yeah, you know, but you know, who am I, you know? You know, I don't know, I just like, it is an interesting thing that we do this, you know. Sometimes you see some facts and you're like, yeah, I see that fact you got there, but I have this belief, And one of those facts I'm not so sure about if it agrees with this belief I have here. So I'm going to ignore that one and go by these other facts that I do still believe goes with this the core belief that I have. It's such a funny thing that us humans do. I do it myself. You know, I can't think of a great example of one right now, but I'm sure you guys can comment that down below.
Flexibility is so hardwired.
Comment down my contradictions, ladies and gentlemen. It's your time to shine. Tell me how much of a contrarian or asshole I am or am not, possibly.
To the human brain that
Let me
having
know.
one's core beliefs challenged activates the same neural pathway as an external threat, and can consequently trigger an aggressive response. This instills a fear of being rebuked for holding beliefs or opinions that differ from the rest of the in-group, and promotes a desire to be seen as like-minded with those around them, resulting in herd mentality and ideological homogenization. Although these impulses have long since become vestigial in modern humans, instinctual lag means that they persist regardless, and pose an ever-increasing threat to the success and longevity of human civilization. The alienation and vilification of the outgroup cultivating intolerance and conflict. The drive to accumulate wealth and status for oneself and one's in-group at the expense of others manifesting as greed and overexploitation of the environment. The devotion to their convictions motivating the rejection of scientific and rational thought in favor of blind loyalty to ideological allegiances.
Wait, did this guy just have a sign that says "I love CO2"? That's such what like that's just such a weird sign, right? Like we can agree that that's a weird sign to be making. Like, okay.
Rational thought in favor of blind loyalty to ideological allegiances. Regrettably, these instinctual hang-ups seem to be an inescapable byproduct of the evolution of sociality, meaning they may well be common among obligate sophonts throughout the universe. In fact, since
People
the
love
ultimate
CO2.
root of the us
I guess
versus
so.
them mentality is competition for resources,
Not you,
we
though.
can
I got you.
speculate that the
You
greater
know,
the
people
resource
love money, that's
scarcity in the
true.
environment in which a sophont first evolves, the greater the extent that their psychology will revolve around in-group versus out-group biases, with the proviso that habitats where resources are particularly abundant probably won't be conducive to the evolution of sapience in the first place. In this regard, the neotects are at something of a disadvantage,
That's why
as
we
their
have
social
taxes.
structure evolved in response to the patchy distribution of resources across the otherwise barren habitat in which the paleotects first evolved, selecting for a high degree of territoriality and hostility towards other clans, which is very likely to hinder their cooperation.
I don't want that guy to start trying to breathe CO2, but you know, he did say he loved it. You know, has he ever been in a room full of it? You know, that would be my only question. Have you ever been in a room full of CO2 before? You're saying you love it. Have you ever tried to put yourself in a room with nothing but CO2? I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know if how much you're gonna say you love it after that experience. If you are able to communicate with people on this side of the mortal plane after being in the room filled with nothing but CO2. But you know what? Again, that's just that's a me opinion. And this may be why we have to pay taxes because of other things in life. Like people, who knows where that guy would be if it wasn't for our tax dollars? You know what I mean?
Societal development. Indeed, cooperative breeding, and especially eusociality, are correlated with high levels of aggression between groups. Meerkats have the highest death rate from intercolonial violence of any mammal, and ants and termites typically kill any individual they encounter whose scent they don't recognize, and colonies in proximity to one another frequently end up wiping each other out. Just like humans, the neotech's history will be rife with war, prejudice, exploitation, and bloodshed.
Jeez.
A tragic legacy of their evolutionary history, and one that perhaps all sapient life will need to contend with, possibly even acting as the so-called Great Filter that prevents life from being more common in the universe, for it may be that all too often sophonts end up destroying themselves. However, the neotech's intelligence and imagination will also let them find ways around conflict, like negotiation and bartering, culminating in the establishment of trade networks by which different clans form alliances and eventually aggregate into unified societies.
which will allow technological innovations to spread among larger populations and knowledge to be more efficiently circulated, preserved, and passed on to future generations. Within the next few tens of thousands of years, the Neotechs will come to a critical turning point in their history. Constrained by instinctual lag, they can't rely on evolution to help their instincts keep pace with their cultural development. And while their technological advancement will let them increase the efficiency with which they can provide food and shelter to their populations and improve their standards of health, security, and overall quality of life, it will also heighten their capability to wage war and irreparably damage the planet around them, so that should they succumb to the obsolete impulses of their ancestors, they have the potential to unleash destruction on a scale even greater than the mass extinction that ended the previous era. Ultimately, the Neotech's survival will depend on them coming to understand themselves, their own evolutionary story and that of the biosphere around them, and resolving to confront and change their own nature, abandoning their selfishness, greed, and intolerance, and letting curiosity, empathy, and altruism guide them to a peaceful and prosperous future. But whether or not they'll succeed, only time will tell.
Oh my gosh. Oh, what a beautiful
And
story.
so at last we come to the end
Once
of our...
again, shout outs to every one of these artists. Shout outs to like this whole channel. I love this channel, bro. This is such an incredible idea for a series. And I know other people have done it. I've reacted to other series. But at the same time, because this was like the first one that I have, I feel like I have a little bit of like personal like just reflection on this one. It's just so beautiful. I will say that was such a beautiful way to end this, and also to help like start the journey of the new one. It's just like, oh my god. So what is the plan for future reactions now that this is done? Well, we do have to still do the Apano series. That episode 7 is coming out, but as I was saying earlier, I do want to get into more like non-science related videos coming up soon. So obviously there may be days where we're reacting to things like a play or something, or maybe a movie if I can get it to where it's not copyrighted. Music is a little weird on YouTube with the copyright things, but I do want to, listen to some music maybe on live, hopefully. So I want to get into other projects that may not be as scientifically related, but are just still like entertaining things for us to just check out and watch. Maybe nothing like too crazy or like too ignorant here. I'm not trying to like be watching like fight videos or nothing. But maybe like some anime related things, just different things like along those lines that would be fun and entertaining. Uh, should do gaming or something. I was thinking about doing gaming. I almost got on here and just did Rivals all day because I wanted to see, have you guys see the progress of Rogue and stuff like that. Because I'll be honest, I'm a pretty good Rogue. I just realized that. No, it's not. I didn't get fed up with the science. I'm just saying we got to diversify the channel. I'm not gonna be. People are gonna come to me and start thinking that I'm super science literate when I'm like, I might be like slightly smarter than average. Not super genius, but at least like middle of the line genius slash I might not be smart at all type thing. So it's one of the two. Where I'm like kind of a genius, or I'm just like, just yapping here. So and before people start to really figure that one out, I want to kind of switch it up, and then it's like, whoa, the super genius part, that might be the real. But then I'll get back to some science, and yeah, more religious stuff, more religious content. I do want to get more into that type of stuff as well. So we took a long few months journey into more deeply scientific related topics, but we will start to expand on that. The science ain't going away though. We're still gonna have scientific related topics. Overly sarcastic productions. I think I do have seen some of their videos before. I think that actually might be like a good lane of like types of things to react to as well. Like, where it's like they kind of get into some detail on things, but they also are a little bit more on like the entertainment side of things, where you're learning, but again, there's more of a focus on the keeping it entertaining. Truly coming to understand ourselves and our world. Yes. Do not watch my project. I don't say that. I may watch your project. It's not bad. I'm, again, who knows what we're gonna get into. But I just realized that this has been going on for 3 hours. So one of those things that I talked about earlier was contradictions in humans. And I said we were going to do this as well as other stuff. But here's the contradiction in myself as a human. I have to get ready for work tomorrow. So I am probably going to make this the video that we reacted to live today, because I do still have to put all these videos together, all 15 parts, into one video for you guys, which should be out later this week. So woo, sound effects here if I do add them in. Add a sound effect right here if you do. Future me who edits off like 15 plus hours of these videos and put them all together for these guys to watch. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to get through these artists though, because the artists did so much that they deserve credit and to be credited on this for what they were able to do.
Long journey. I'd like to give a tremendous thank you to anyone and everyone who contributed to this series, including but not limited to all the artists on Discord, whose submissions have helped cut down the production time of these videos by an enormous margin and make them far more visually interesting than I could possibly do on my own. And of course, all the patrons, whose incredible generosity has made it possible for me to work on these videos full-time for almost 5 years.
Oh wow.
This has been, without any shred of doubt, the single biggest and most ambitious project I've ever worked on. And there's no way I would have been able to see it through to its completion without all of your help and support. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Wow. 5 years of effort into making this. Like, shout outs to all the guys who helped make this. The vision. I see why this has such the fan base that it has. The fan base that actually seems to want to make sure that it's getting the right, you're getting the right information from this, and you're not just watching this just to watch this. So one video, you madman. it's 3 hours though, it's like there's movies that haven't gone on as long as the stream went on for tonight. It's I'm sorry, it blocks my face cam, blocks the artist names. I'm sorry. We're gonna do that for the the patrons there. Sorry patrons, but the artists themselves, I don't want to block their names, so you're right on that one. Again, and the art itself it just kept improving. Visions, thoughts for the future of this series. Again, I also am gonna go and do the next series that I just learned about from you guys earlier today. Apparently there's a second part to this series where they go over the sapien species here, and I can't wait to just learn about that one. Fun fact, dinosaur dude in tardigrade also made fan art for this episode as well as fan art for my series. Hey, let's go. Wait, I think you told me about dinosaur dude as well too. Hey, tardigrade, that's him right there. Perfect timing on that one, by the way. So yeah, shout outs to that. Very incredible. But yeah, man, this is such a great journey. It's only like 20 minutes though. Hey, shout outs to it, bro. We're gonna get into that stuff as well. Only has like 1 20-minute episode. When you talk about wait, no. Oh, you're probably talking about something else here. I'm sorry. I think I've been yapping for a long time. I'm starting to get to the extra crazy yap zone. But yeah, we had a great time today, ladies and gentlemen. I will say, thoughts. I think that this species probably should get rid of the how they're doing their, the breeding thing. This is going to be human bias here talking, but I like the way that we did it. Uh, that strong dinosaur dude has 5 episodes of a series now. Hey, that's what's up. Conclusion: we learned a lot about our world and ourselves. Thank you and good night. Bro, you should have wrote that. I should have just said that as if I naturally was saying that. I read that as if I was reading it, but if I was more professional, I'd be like, and in conclusion, we learned a lot about ourselves, our world, and we learned a lot about our world and ourselves. Guys, thank you and good night. Um, but yeah, we're gonna get into the other one. But guys, you already know my actual outro, which is if you made it this far, especially in the live stream, I really do want to appreciate you. We had Jordan, Anthrax, I believe Tally. I believe you guys were all here from the very beginning of this. Here, like it's actually insane that you guys stuck with me for 3 hours. Um, Riley, I know you came in a little bit later, but you were here for literally probably at least 2.5 hours or so. But yeah, we are gonna go ahead and get ready for bed. So as always, guys, thank you. uh Riley, I didn't forget about you. I just saved you for last. You came in slightly later, so I just saved you for the ending there. But I didn't forget about you. But yes, as always, thank you. I love you.